welcome to the second stream of Podathon 2024. Hopefully you're joining us. Hopefully you're popping on over. It's going to take a little bit of time for people to get here. That's why we've got a little bit of extra time before we get into the amazing, super cool High Republic panel that Becca was able to pull together. But guys, if you're watching, if you're joining us right now, thank you so much. We have a long way to go. That green bar has not moved enough in the first 5 hours of Podathon. Yeah, we have 9 hours left. 9? Did I do the math right? About nine and a half hours left. We have some time, but we need to raise more money. We need to make more money for Make-A-Wish. We need to help make wishes come true for children who need it most. Let's leverage that Star Wars world that we have, and let's get the community together. Nick, what would you like to say about how we're doing so far?
Well,
what's been your highlight of the day? Or
my highlight of the day has been the fact that we are currently at $2,657 raised for Make-A-Wish.
Nice.
Like we said, we've got a long way to go, but this is a great start. We're heading in the right direction. I cannot be more grateful to everybody who has donated so far. I'm going to go ahead and preemptively thank all of you who haven't donated yet that are going to.
You're thinking about it.
That's right. I know the number. I know you're right there. And if you need to know how, I'm here to be your guy to tell you. Scan the QR code on the screen. Go to thepodathon.com, go to bit.ly/podathon24. All of those are going to take you directly to our Make-A-Wish link. And that money is going to go directly to Make-A-Wish. It's not going to come through our hands. It's going to go directly to go to work putting wishes in the right place. And also, I mean, if you went to makeawish.com and just donated money, that's also a great thing. We just won't know about it because we have our own fundraising page set up. So that's why we're directing you to those links in particular, so that we can keep tabs on how much money that we have raised. And why do we want to keep tabs on that? Because we want to give you prizes for donating.
So many prizes.
So many prizes. We have, if you've seen, Regal Robot makes the metal vintage signs. There's a trio of them for the original trilogy. We've got those to give away. I saw Becca just picked up the Return of the Jedi Visual Archive.
It's still sealed.
Oh my goodness.
I cannot
open that puppy up.
I cannot express to you enough. This is one of the prizes you want to win. Yeah. So books, autographed pictures, posters, I mean, you name it, stuff. We've got
a helmet from Danua Nova.
Yep. Becca's got some
Claudia Gray autographs. We've got, there's a Kevin, talk for 1 second because it leads nicely into High Republic, because he's an original High Republic author. Talk about the Kevin Scott thing, which is, you cannot get this anymore anywhere, and it's signed by Kevin.
Yeah, so got an awesome message yesterday, late, but that's okay. Better late than never. Kevin Scott is donating his out of print, which if you're a book collector,
right,
you're already going out of print. Rising Storm, I believe.
Yeah.
I just want to double check. Let me pull my email up so I make sure I say that correctly, because I can't remember what I told everybody. Because we had a lot going on yesterday, all three of us. So
yes, we sure did.
Here it is. I'm pulling it up. All right. Okay, so Kevin is donating an out of print special edition of Rising Storm. So I was correct.
Okay,
so
great.
Those book collectors out there, I know when you hear out of print, you're like, so. Yes. I still haven't heard if it's signed, but I'm assuming that it is.
Sure.
Go with that.
Maybe it'll be signed by Becca Benjamin.
Blame me.
But either way, it's an out of print book. And as you said, book collectors, that's a big thing. And it was the really unique edition of it, which is so great. So very cool.
So pretty awesome.
But so go ahead and donate now. We're going to, as we said, we're going to do our first drawing at around 6 o'clock after Mr. Billy D. Williams. William December Williams.
That's it.
Podathon.
Coolest real life name maybe of anybody I've ever talked to.
Coming this afternoon. We have so much coming up. Time to donate, time to get involved, time to add to Make-A-Wish. Guys, before we hear from Claire with the introduction, I'm going to ask you, Nick, one guest this afternoon that if you could just pick one and just watch only one, who would you pick?
I'm going to tell you what, and I'm a little bit biased. Paul Sun-Hyung Lee.
All right.
He is one of the nicest guys. He's so genuine. And I'm excited that he gets to hang out with our friends from ESPN because he's also a sports guy. So there's this perfect coalescence of sports and nerddom. And like we've said, he's us, but he gets to work in Star Wars.
And Leafs fans, that's going to come up at 7. The game tonight is at 8. So you can still catch Paul Sun-Hyung Lee. And they do talk hockey. They do talk a little hockey. So make sure you check that out. Becca, who are you looking forward to? Other than your amazing High Republican.
I really can't say that because I mean, I am biased. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
But no, Amy Allen, I think that's fantastic that she's joining us today. I think it's great. Haven't heard much from her lately, or that character. Obviously, we know why, but they could go back to prequels of Ayla. I'm all about it. Sure, why not? You know,
absolutely.
And of course, Billy. I mean, come on.
Absolutely.
I mean, still so much swagger going on at what, 85?
He still got it. He's still got it.
Yeah. So come on. I want those Calrissian Chronicles. Give it to
yes,
us.
we absolutely. Well, speaking of Chronicles, let's talk about the High Republic and let's hear from Claire. And remember, donate. That QR code makes it so easy for you. Have your phone, you're sitting in front of your laptop, you scan it. Or if you're on your phone, press the little donate button if you're watching on the podathon.com, or type bit.ly/podathon24. Make a donation, make a difference, and make a wish.
Oh my God, guys, I'm so embarrassed. I didn't even see you there. I was just catching up on a little bit of light reading because the next podcast that I get to introduce is Tarkin's Top Shelf. On Tarkin's Top Shelf, Becca and Mark keep us all up to date on the latest in Star Wars books and publishing. From news, reviews, and fabulous interviews, we love that it rhymes twos, you can always count on the Tarkin's crew to keep you informed. This year, we are excited to once again welcome TTS back to Podathon with a Lucasfilm Publishing Roundtable featuring Michael Siglain, Tessa Gratton, Lydia Kang, and Zoraida Cordova. We are grateful to this wonderful team for taking the time to join Becca and Mark today, and we hope you enjoy this presentation of Tarkin's Top Shelf for Podathon 2024.
Hello and welcome to Tarkin's Top Shelf, the only Star Wars literature podcast on the internet, hosted by myself, Mark Shooter, and Becca Benjamin. We dissect and analyze your favorite and maybe your least favorite canon books, and we always keep it positive. How are you, Becca?
You shouldn't even be asking me that right now, but no, I'm just hoping I can stay connected with everybody. I am feeling nervous, but excited all at the same time. Happy to be back and doing this once again. How are you?
I'm great. It's a wonderful Thursday while we're recording here, but everyone else obviously is watching it on May the 4th. But let's get right into it, shall we? Today, as part of the Podathon 24 fundraiser for Make-A-Wish, we are excited to welcome, for the first time on our show, Michael Siglain, creative director of Lucasfilm Publishing, alongside returning guests and authors Zoraida Cordova, Tessa Gratton, and Lydia Kang. How is everyone?
Excellent.
All good. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, very glad to be here.
Yes. Well, most of you know the drill because you've all been on before. Michael, you're new to us, but you know, it's an interview. So right off the bat, thank you so much for joining us today to benefit Make-A-Wish. It's something we feel strong about. And honestly, it feels like a natural thing to do, giving back based on our shared love for Star Wars and the community. So what is it about Make-A-Wish and this Podathon that's important for you to get involved? Let's start with Michael, since it's his first time here.
Sure. You know what it is? I think you said it, Mark, right? It's about giving back, and it's about helping others, and it's simple, really. It's the right thing to do. Right. And hopefully what we do today to help someone today will help someone tomorrow, and they'll help someone the next day. It's also, to bring it to Star Wars, a very Jedi thing to do. Right. And what better time to support Make-A-Wish than on May the 4th. So it's a no-brainer from my perspective.
Yeah, I agree. What Mike said about it being what a Jedi would do is really key for me. And also, Make-A-Wish is one of the foundations, that charities that I've been aware of almost as long as I've been aware of Star Wars, basically my whole life. And so that's very exciting for me too, to bring things that do fit so well, that I've, have kind of been either a part of my life or in the periphery of my life, for all of it.
Yeah, and I think as writers, we're always figuring out ways to give back when everything feels so chaotic, that here you can do this one great thing to bring something good to somebody's day.
Yeah, and it's cool because like on the medical side of my life, I've seen a lot of patients really benefit from this foundation, and so it's really, really full circle for me to be able to see different ends of this really fantastic endeavor. So glad to be here to support this.
And I'm a leukemia survivor myself. I had it when I was 4 years old, and actually got to go to Disney World through the Make-A-Wish Foundation when I was 6. Like, it took a while for the paperwork and everything. But I saw a lot of kids that were there at the same time from the hospital. And for a lot of them, that was the last time that they went anywhere. So obviously I survived. A lot of them did not. And it's really meaningful, not just to the kids who get to experience that, but to the parents who get an opportunity to take their child away from a hospital room and to experience something that they would never have done otherwise. And obviously Disney World is a pretty common one, and they're extremely accommodating for immunocompromised and disabled people, which I think is just wonderful. But kids have all kinds of wishes. And so, yeah, I strongly support Make-A-Wish, and I'm glad that we're able to be a part of this.
Absolutely. And, what more makes it more important than knowing that my co-host is a former Make-A-Wish kid. So it's something that I just feel like we just have to do. Like, again, without this community, without this fandom, and I mean, I go all the way back when the birth of the internet started, with Bonnie Burton coming up with the hyperspace blogs. That's where I began. And I really just curated this entire group of friends, and we've all went our own little ways, whether it be cosplay, podcasting, blogging, whatever. And without that, I don't think we'd be able to pull something like this off. So why not do it with that platform? So thank you all for being here. It means a lot. It means a great deal. And what better way to bring High Republic here, right? And talk about it, because there's a lot with High Republic that features a lot of kids, which we will get to. That said, the High Republic, I mean, it's become something bigger than itself. I mean, I still can't believe that we're here this many years later and just how big it is. It's kind of like the first Star Wars film in a way. It's become a cultural phenomenon. Why do you think that is? And you all can take a turn at that one.
I mean, I have a Mike, you should start this one, because you were there at the beginning.
I do have thoughts on it. First of all, thank you. Right. That is kind to hear. And I think it's resonated for a couple reasons, really. I think first, I think, or at least I hope, that we delivered on our promise, which was, to be bold, to do something new, to have a story and a format for everyone, and for fans of all ages to see themselves in Star Wars. So I think that's one of the reasons it's resonated. I think the other is timing, right? Like you talk about the original Star Wars film, it came out in 1977. It was a very cynical time in the country, and certainly in cinema, right? And you got a story that worked on multiple levels, that was ultimately at its core a story of hope and good triumphing over evil, right? I think with High Republic, there's a little bit of that, in terms of, we came out in the middle of a pandemic, right? And the world was shut down, and we were able to provide, at least I hope we did, I think we did, a little bit of hope and a little bit of escapism and a little bit of entertainment when people really, really needed it. And I think when you take the two of those things together, I think we were able to capture lightning in a bottle and create something that has resonated all these years later, that I honestly cannot believe has resonated the way it has. I'm so grateful for it and thankful for it. It really is unbelievable. Hey, that's my 2 cents on it. Zoraida, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Star Wars to me is so much about archetypes. And I think that giving readers, specifically the book readers, like the Star Wars book readers are incredible. And so giving, and now expanding to, TV and all that stuff. But like books, in the book world, you're able to follow the world that you love and that what everything sort of looks like, but it's just a little bit different because it just keeps expanding. And I love, our time period in phase 2 and now in phase 3. So I think it just has everything, but just with a little bit of an extra twist. So it's like, we're not like other Star Wars girls. We're worse, but
I
I'm
think
breaking your heart.
yes, we're good at that. I feel like I've heard so many fans say about the High Republic, this is my Star Wars. I wasn't there in the 70s when it first started. I wasn't there in the 80s when the trilogy had been completely, original trilogy was completed. There are so many people who feel like they have gone through this phase of life because of the High Republic and actually entered into the Star Wars universe through these books. And that just feels so special because that you're just sort of part of their life at this particular time. It's just been amazing. The feedback and the love that we have gotten from the readers. It's been amazing.
One of the things that we hear a lot in the YA world in general is from readers who come to YA novels because they get to see themselves, their identities in these books for the first time in their lives. And I think that is something that the High Republic is doing in all age groups, giving new Star Wars fans and older Star Wars fans the chance to see themselves, not just in Star Wars, but as Jedi, at the height of the Jedi's strength and community when it was the strongest. And they're doing good in the universe, and that is like the mission of it. So I think those things combined really is what makes the High Republic stand out for everyone.
And this one's for the authors. Sorry, Mike.
No, all good.
Although you can jump in at the end and talk about what it was like going through this experience with them. But all 3 of you here joined the High Republic in phase 2. So what was it like jumping into a moving vehicle, and what did it feel like putting your own fingerprints on the series? We'll start with Tessa on this one.
I have to say that it was a really smooth transition for me, partly because my first book was Path of Deceit that I wrote with Justina Ireland. And so she was really a cushion for me in a lot of ways. Like she could, sidebar with me during calls or, when we had outlines and just like explain the process, be like, I know this seems shocking, but this happens every single book. I know this is overwhelming, but this always happens. It's going to work out. We just have to keep, focused on the story that everyone wants to tell. And so it really was easy for me when it comes to coming into this huge dynamic process that was already very established. And also, I think that phase 2, because we were going back, it was, prequel to phase 1, it was really kind of starting over in a lot of ways. So we were able to create new characters and sort of dip our toes in with our own, what we were also looking for and what we were good at and develop what we wanted. It would have been so much more emotionally difficult and just like practically difficult to start in phase 3, where you're writing about characters that already have like 8 books about them and lots of fan opinions and things like that. So those 2 things combined made it very smooth for me in particular.
Yeah, I think that for me, it was pretty seamless because I knew most of the other Lumineers, right? Like I think that I, having already been friends with them, I'd heard a little bit about what was going on, and I think it was Mike, you had texted me and you were like, can you check your email or something, because like I wasn't responding because I just didn't check my email. And then I was like, oh my God, this is so cool and exciting. And for me, it was also really easy because I had Lydia, and like I feel like Lydia, because our books were like a couplet, we, you know, I had her to bounce ideas off of, and make sure that they felt, you know, like a continuation of each other, in a really organic way. And I remember even when our paperwork was still going through, we were at a book festival at the same time, and we spent like our breakfast one day just like creating things for Iram and Arano. So that was, you know, just an incredible experience. Because I hadn't collaborated in this kind of way. I've co-written with people, but this is a different kind of collaboration, which I feel like feels really organic. But yeah.
Yeah. It was definitely feeling like jumping onto a moving vehicle when we started, just because phase one had already happened. And even though we didn't technically, like, you know, we weren't riffing off of that to do like phase three, it was still really, you know, there was still a big precedent. And like, there were these tremendously, gorgeously written books with these incredible characters. And so the bar was so high when we came in, was one of the things that was kind of scary. And then also, this was like the first time I was writing a full length novel for Star Wars. So I was like pretty nervous about getting it right. And the one thing that I tell people, which was both astonishing and wonderful, was that as soon as I entered this endeavor, I was just so welcomed with open arms, and everybody was so warm and friendly and so generous, just trying to make me feel comfortable. Like, luckily, you know, I kind of knew Tessa and Zoraida and Claudia and Justina from the YA world. But like, you know, everyone else was just really lovely coming in, and they weren't scary at all, which is just great. And the collaboration was incredibly fun. You know, I was constantly like, you know, texting Zoraida like, hey, I'm going to do this, or I'd show a picture of this, or Zoraida would show me a picture or something, and we would, you know, sort of go back and forth. And Cav and I would have these like huge long conversations, because our books were happening at the same period of time, you know, for the Battle of Dalna. And so just so many conversations happening constantly, and I was always feeling like so well supported during the stressful times, and the fun times we're like meeting everybody in person for the first time has been incredible. So it's just been so positive. I felt so welcomed into this, and what an opportunity. Like, I just still thank my lucky stars that I got to work with all of you wonderful people. It's just been incredible.
We are the lucky ones. The other thing is, you know, and you touched upon it, none of the books that any of you have written, they're not easy to write, you know, and I think people don't realize just how difficult it is to say, not only are we going to craft an original story that's set hundreds of years before the prequels, but we are now going to connect it to 800 other things that's happening in this era. It really is a testament to how amazing of a job you've all done with it. You know,
I mean, that we have you guys for that too.
Seamless. No, but you're doing the hard work. You know, all of you. You're in there. We're here to help. You know, and we're happy to help, and we want to help. But you're the ones doing all the work. And it really is a testament to how good you all are, you know, because every one of these books is amazing. And one of the things I love most about it is that you can still read them separately and say, I'm just going to read the adult novels or the middle grade or the comics, or you can read them all together, and it all fits in. And it is one big, beautiful, and sometimes tragic and sometimes scary story. But that's because of all of you. So, you know, job well done, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like
I'm clapping.
you give all of them the same toolkit and the same guideline, but everybody's birdhouse looks a little different, and that's.
Mhm.
But it's a birdhouse.
Yeah.
And that,
Yeah, and it should look different, right? That's why we have now 10 different authors involved. We want those different points of view and those different perspectives, and everyone does have their individual strengths when it comes to certain types of stories and characters, etc. That's the beauty of it, and everyone has a say in what's being done. We share the stories with everyone, between the authors, between editorial, between story group. Everyone's got a voice, everyone has a seat at the table, and that collaboration is part of the fun.
That's awesome. I just love this whole family effort going in. Everyone's so supportive. There's such a great system there, and it's working. But Michael, you were just saying, I mean, it really is no secret that this era of story stands out from everything else in Star Wars. I mean, it's not a secret. You see it. It's all online. Everyone just goes crazy. There's such a community based on this era alone. The world building is vast. So are the characters. In addition to that, there's that's a lot. These stories focus a lot on kids and coming of age stories, which there's something powerful about that and very relatable, no matter how old you are, right? Because we've all been in those, stages of our lives. And we've also been there to help others, kids, our own kids or, nephews, nieces, what have you. So again, it's just, I don't know, all that. It gives Yoda's line in episode 2, truly wonderful the mind of a child is. It gives that purpose and agency. Can you guys speak on that?
I mean, I'll speak to the shareability of it, because that's, and the kid angle, it's Star Wars always had that shareability factor and still does, right? And that was important for us from the very, very start of the initiative, that it would have it, right? That you could say, here's a kid who could not only see themselves in this story, see a relatable story, see themselves as Jedi, as Tessa said earlier, but then be able to share that with an older or younger brother, sister, aunt, uncle, cousin, parent, etc., and vice versa, right? Kids are such a big part of it. And they are, I mean, it's if we don't do stuff for that generation, we won't have Star Wars in the future, right? It's important to say, well, how do we grow the franchise? We don't want to do the same thing over and over and over again. As much as I love the original trilogy or the prequels or the sequels, we have to go beyond that, and Star Wars has to grow. And that starts with kids. And if they can find a story for themselves in there and see themselves in there, and then be able to say to someone else, older or younger, hey, check this out, this is cool, well, then we did our job, right? But it's always all about the kids. Because look, we all experienced these films as kids. I certainly did, changed my life and continues to do so. And I wouldn't want it any other way, So if we can do that, if we can even have a part of that impact on a kid and get them into reading at the same time, job well done then.
Absolutely. It was fun. It's funny because I was at an event the other day, and I was at a wedding, and then somebody was talking about Star Wars, and I did get them to download the High Republic books on audio right then and there, but because they hadn't heard of it yet, because they're mostly like movie people, but they said something really interesting, which was like their Star Wars was the prequels, right? The Phantom Menace and things like that. And so they saw that Star Wars when they were little kids. And I think that the hero's journey overall is so much about like that very first experience of leaving your home. And I think that whenever I write writing a YA and the new middle grade for wave for the next wave, I always think back to that first moment that I realized that I felt this wonder at this entire world and the princess and the ships and the magic, or the force, right? We don't call it magic, but thinking, I always hold on to that moment. And that's something that I can't let go of as a writer, because that's what makes it part of the Star Wars feel of it.
Yeah, I think that coming of age, what kind of a person are you? What kind of a person should you be? Is something that's sort of inherent in so many of these stories. And it's different for every single character that you write, even though it's a universal experience, right? And so it's one of the really fun things about exploring the characters that we've been able to do in each one of their books at really various ages of the characters. But there are these particular, inciting events that happen throughout Star Wars that I think we each grasped onto and made our own. And some of it is just, what kind of person are you going to grow up to be? Or what do you do when faced with, the most horrible evil that you could? What do you do with that? How do you handle that? And some people handle it well, and some people do not handle it well. And that just makes for such an exciting story. And it's really exciting for us as writers to be able to explore that, because it's a universal theme and it just never gets old.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing to write about in general and in Star Wars, is that growing up, who are you going to be? Who do you want to be? And, I love writing about teenagers in particular because of their, risk reward balance is not fully developed, and that can make them so much fun and dramatic and more passionate. And that really suits itself to a big galaxy and questions of, justice and good and evil and things like that. And it's always been my favorite thing about all of the movie trilogies, that is at the core, is a coming of age story, whether it goes toward justice or not towards justice, still growing up. And so it's just so thrilling to be able to dig into that, especially with the YA and middle grade stories, to focus on not only that, but on the younger readership.
Yeah, and Zoraida mentioned the audiobooks, and I have to say, Star Wars audiobooks are second to none. Full production,
top tier
sound. Yeah, excellent voice acting from Mark Thompson, usually. John Williams' music is always in there. And and they've done research, and the same part of the brain is engaged when reading or listening to an audiobook. Yeah. It's using your imagination. It is not cheating, so don't feel bad about that. And you can't read a book in a car. Well, you shouldn't, but you can listen to an audiobook. So highly recommend that. There are a lot of fans that have grown quite protective of these characters. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. Does this impact your story direction at all? I know probably for some of the authors that makes them want to kill their darlings. But not all of the fan favorites are the good guys. So how does it feel to create characters like this that either because of their virtue or lack of it, fans just really connect with it? And we'll start with Lydia on this one.
Well, I think first of all, I got to point out Zoraida's t-shirt, because it directly is related to the answer. Axel. Axel has been such a character. The fans both adore and hate him pretty much simultaneously. Like, he's such a scoundrel. And I just remember, like, after Zoraida's book came out, like, we would just get these, like, these tweets and messages at us being like, Lydia, you better, like, what's going to happen with Axel? Like,
don't you dare kill him.
I know. I got a lot of don't you dare kill him. And by that point, I'd be like, look, my book's already written. It's like, the words are on the page and the ink has dried, and you'll just have to see. But people were just very, very engaged in, like, what was going to happen with him. And I still get questions all the time about, after Cataclysm, it's all wrapped up, and they're sort of like, and what happens in your minds, like, after, or is there going to be more? So people just keep living on with these characters, and those characters are happily renting space in people's heads and living and doing their good things and their naughty things. And I just love that they have taken on this sort of life of their own, and they're still out there causing mischief and showing up in fan art. I just adore it.
I think writing Convergence, I really made it a point to think about how I can make a character be bad, because I really love writing about heroes. And so I always have the urge to punk out at the end and just make everyone nice. And that was actually one of my feedback, a feedback that I got from when I wrote A Crush of Fate, like the Galaxy's Edge book, where it was like, this is a little nice for a stormtrooper. That was one of the like comments from not Story Group, the other ones, the park people, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah. And that's the one note. That's all you ever need to know about me, is like, too nice for a stormtrooper, Cordova. And so, you know, I challenged myself to be like, okay, you have to, like Mike said, be bold, make them do things that are not great. And people still like, you know, they had an emotion, which is what I'm after. So Tessa has no problem making characters do bad stuff.
I really like making characters do bad things. That's true. Very, very true. I love writing a villain. I love writing a descent into villainy, especially when it's really complicated and maybe it won't end up there. I like messy characters a lot. They're my favorite.
I think that needs to be another High Republic book that's called A Descent into Villainy.
Oh, yeah. Just the villains. Just the villains. We could do what Disney does to their
For sure.
their princesses.
That would be a good one. Graphic novel, something, A Descent into Villainy. Because we love that. I mean, we love watching those, like, you know, those changes that happen and those decisions that are made, and sometimes the not good decisions. They're so much fun to write because you sort of know what's going to happen, and you can just imagine the reader being like, no, don't do that. Don't make that choice. And then it happens and they're like, oh my God, he did it. Why did he do it? But
I do also really like the opposite as well, like writing about and reading about characters who are, you know, inherently selfish or who have made a lot of bad choices, and what can make them learn to choose better. How do I radicalize a selfish person toward the arc of justice? I'm also very interested in that in my writing and in my personal life. So,
and that's going to be the sequel, The Arc of Justice.
Yeah.
So
yes, The Arc of Justice.
We'll start with the villainy and then we'll go.
So we're just going to keep mining Tessa's conversations for more book titles.
I love this.
We didn't mean for this to turn into a pitch meeting. Sorry, Michael.
No.
Always does. But you know, just very quickly, you know, you had mentioned that fans were protective of the characters and nervous about some of their fates. I'll say that's true of editorial too. And the thing I always go back to is Jen Heddle, you know, who's our executive editor, who does an amazing job on all the books. Jen Heddle single-handedly saved Imri because we were all killing him. He was a goner. He was going to be attacked by the Nameless, and it was really Jen who fought, I think, the hardest to say no, we can't let him go.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
It's not just
And
the fans, it's the editors too.
yeah, she was really working hard on Justina, and I think Justina was leaning in that direction. And then she interacted with a fan. I don't remember where she was, but this young man came up to her and was like, Imri is my favorite. He's just like me. Aww. I love everything about him. He's changed my life. And Justina immediately texted me and was like, okay, fine. Jen gets her way. We can't do it. We cannot do it.
See,
it's all about
she's
the kids.
A softie at heart.
It's all about those kids. So obviously we know now who Jen Heddle's favorite character is because she wanted. So that was another question. Do each of you have a favorite High Republic character, and why is it Marchion Ro? Just kidding. Because I know he's a huge fan favorite, and I mean, I'm there for him. So, you know. So yeah, do any of you have a favorite?
I love Marta.
Yeah.
I mean, to go with the Rose, I really had every opportunity to sink myself into that family and into the Evereni in general, and definitely went through a couple of months where I was feeling very obsessive about them. And Marta really sank her claws into me in a real way. And I wish that I could be writing her more in phase 3, but that's not how it works. So she definitely is my favorite, but I also have always discovered a favorite, like a new favorite, as I'm writing each new book. And writing Temptation was a real surprise for me, because I thought I knew who my favorite characters were that I was going to be working with in Temptation. But it turns out that I didn't realize I have really, really strong opinions about Wookiees. I thought they were just like really tall Ewoks, totally fine my whole life, just like existing over there. And then I started writing about Buryaga and was just like, oh my gosh, he's my new favorite. Love him, everything about Wookiees. So that was a nice, pleasant surprise for me. I can't say it's as pleasant for him.
It's a very emotional story. Let's say that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have so many favorites. It's hard to pick one. I think in phase 1, I have a particular love of Geode. Just like, I want a little chip of Geode. I would say I want a little chip of Geode to wear around my neck, but that would be like cutting off his finger. But I love Geode. I just thought he looks so clever. I think one of my favorites from phase 1 was Wreath, because he's just such a little.
I love Wreath.
He's so quiet, and he just wants to be in a library, but he keeps being forced to do all these things and these heroic things. And I just love his character so much. And then I would say from Cataclysm, one of my favorite characters was probably Chancellor Greylark, because, Zoraida sort of set up, we had this dual chancellorship set up, and I got to really expand on young Greylark and watch her do badass things. And that was fun to write. I adored that. So yeah, those are probably some of my favorites.
Yeah, I actually really loved our duo chancellors. Like Chancellor Malo is just really fun, because I'm like, this is what I think about politicians. But I also really love Leox Jassy, especially I think he really came to life for me in the audio. And I'm every time Elzar Mann is in something, I'm like, okay, I just have to make a mention of him. I couldn't do it obviously in phase 2, but there's like a small mention in Beware the Nameless. And obviously I love Axel, but I do think that my new favorite character is in Beware the Nameless, and his name is Churro the Hutt. So
this name pleases me.
Yes, the same thing. I'm like, ooh, I'm excited.
yeah.
And what about you, Michael? Any favorite characters? Or just
I
all of
cannot
them?
pick
all the ones that are written by the 3 authors here with him.
Well said.
I really do love them all. I will say though that to Zoraida's point, I think we were talking about kids before. I do think kids in particular are really gonna enjoy Churro the Hutt. He is unlike any other Hutt we have ever seen. And he gets into all kinds of let's say Goonies-like shenanigans.
Yeah.
Oh,
That sounds absolutely
that sounds
wonderful.
great.
And then maybe the Disney parks will start carrying churros.
Hey,
Oh,
That's my goal.
look, food is a very big part of the High Republic, so you never know.
Now, this one I wrote for you, Michael, but obviously any of you can answer this one. You have a lot more going on than just the High Republic. How do you balance the work across all the different projects and keep things straight with all the different plates you have spinning at any given time?
I don't sleep, and I have a really great team that works with me, and I work with really great authors. It's pretty much those 3 things. At some point, I'll see my kids again. Hear they're doing well.
They'll be like, and then, who are you again?
I'm sorry.
you got older and fatter, didn't you? Yeah, that's me. Hey guys. No, honestly, it really is. It's one, we work with really, truly incredible talent, and we're very, very lucky and honored that they want to write Star Wars and they want to work with us. And we have an amazing editorial team, and we have, you know, incredible partners, whether it's Random House Worlds or Marvel or Dark Horse, you know. So it's Star Wars. It's fun. You know, I still can't believe we get to do this. You know, the movie comes on TV, I still can't turn it off. You know, much to my wife's dismay. It's on TV. It wasn't on TV when I was a kid. I have to leave it on. So it's still a joy. So that doesn't make it work. So.
And obviously the three of you write outside of Star Wars as well. So is it easy to keep it separate, or do you sometimes type the wrong name of a character in something else you're working on?
I definitely always. I was working on a Disney book called Kiss the Girl. It's like a romance version of. I mean, The Little Mermaid is romance, but contemporary rom-com. And I was. Why does this character name sound so familiar? After I wrote it, sometimes I just pick up my book and like flip through it, and then I realized, oh, I named a character that's also named in Convergence, because the names are just sort of floating in your head. And so that's, for me, that's the most difficult thing is it's not like truly difficult. It's just like remembering everyone's name all the time. That's why I don't know how Mike does it, because Mike handles so many different hats. And as writers, we all work on different books at the same time. So keeping everything straight, there's just like a lot of organization. I have an entire wall that's my murder wall. It's like, you know, notes, pictures. I bought a bunch of string and like little tacks to keep things straight. But that's usually the process. Is trying to remember what is in what book.
Yeah. I don't think I don't really have a problem with like that type of thing, like switching names or anything, but like Star Wars invades for sure all of my other writing, but it's in a very natural way, because if like, honestly, it's everywhere. Like it is so embedded in our culture. Like I will go to my office and someone's holding like a Yoda mug, and I will like, you know, be driving and on the radio, somebody will make some like Star Wars show. It's just everywhere. And so like, you know, in one of the books that I'm writing, like the character's avatar is Master Yaddle. And, you know, somewhere else, somebody names their dog Luke because the dog is sandy haired and is wearing beige. It has like beige fur. So like, it enters my writing because it is just so part of the culture and it's in my brain all the time. And so it just sort of naturally sort of comes out on the page. So yeah, they're like little nods to Star Wars, like little Easter eggs all over the place outside of my Star Wars writing. Just happens.
I'm also right now working on an adult fantasy trilogy that I recently sold, that I started developing the world for about 10 years ago, before it ever occurred to me I might ever be writing for Star Wars. And the magic system I developed is based on 4 forces. And that's what they're called in the book. And I was editing the first book in this trilogy over the past 2 months, and I genuinely could not have imagined I would use the word force more in a non-Star Wars book, but here we are. It's just everywhere. So that I did that to myself.
It flows through everything, Tessa.
No, that's only
binds the galaxy
one
together.
of the 4 forces.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
And also
That's so
naming
funny.
characters is hard because you do a lot of research on the like name websites. So then you're getting ads for diapers and cribs all the time because of course you must be a parent, right? Or expecting. That's not the way it is. And Becca, I think we have time for one more question.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to I was looking at what we have left, but you guys were talking about Easter eggs and, you know, things like that. And as a Star Wars book podcast, primarily, we love little Easter eggs that sometimes, you know, you're reading about and only us readers catch in other stories, you know, other platforms, whether it be video games or live action. And I got to say, I want to know how you guys feel about like when something like that happens, because it does. like primarily though, I think the one that really sticks out the most is when we finally get, and I know Kitster said it first in the Phantom Menace, but in Midnight Horizon we get Ram saying wizard, and then you get Din saying wizard, and I could just see Mark and I are like, you get so excited with like stuff like that because you've read it, really, if you go by the timeline, Ram says it first. So it was really cool to see that. How excited you guys get when little nuggets like that appear, where it wasn't something you guys were doing, but the same type of thing, like little Easter eggs show up.
And we love it. And I think I think the thing is, keep your eyes and ears posted, because you will see more, which is exciting, which is wonderful. But just the fact that something that we created has gone on to inform and inspire animation, VR, games, live action, it's unbelievable. We didn't set out for that to happen. It happened because of these great stories, these great authors, and the fan base, and that's really overwhelming, humbling, surreal. So when you throw in an Easter egg on top, it's the icing on the cake.
Yeah, I think that it's for me, it sort of feels like trying to connect different parts of the storytelling, because it's so huge, right? And you're reading these 300, 400 pages, or a couple pages in a comic, and so it's sort of this like cat's cradle, just like strings everywhere, and you see the places where they intersect. And I'm always looking for places to add things that can harken back, or that exact feeling that you mentioned, which is like, oh, I know this from, I remember this in a different book. And that feeling is just really satisfying.
Can I ask a question of the authors before we wrap? Because
Sure.
they all have stories coming out over the next couple months. Lydia has stuff in Insider. Tessa has Temptation, obviously in June, and then in August we have Beware the Nameless from Zoraida. So is there a character from each of these that folks should be on the lookout for? And is there, in a couple words, what can you tease without giving anything away from each of these? I know I'm putting you all on the spot. And taking Mark and Becca's job for a moment. So.
Well, I mean, I already said Churro, so I'll pick a different character. I do think that that's going to be really great for the kid readers. But there is a character named Zenny Greylark. So all I can say is, the Chaos family is back, but they look at it's in a very different way from Phase 3. Although I was watching the comments when the cover was revealed, and I was extremely delighted by the reaction of how excited people were that they saw Zenny Greylark, and everybody just like lost their mind. And so just know she's safe, and I think that everyone's really gonna like her.
Let's see. So in Star Wars Insider in the shorts, if you guys remember Sipa Tarko, the little Jedi child from Cataclysm, so there is a family descendant that shows up in the Star Wars Insider story. So you'll recognize the last name and some of the personality traits, but that's all I'm going to say.
And I'll say yours is pretty dark too, though.
Yeah, we go dark. We get dark and scientific in these stories. They are so much fun to write, and I love being mean and just ending each one on a cliffhanger and being like, "Sorry, I got to wait 2 months for the next one." But they are a delight to write. So much fun.
I really was excited to be able to keep writing about Kara Santeca in Temptation of the Force, and really let him
Awesome.
come into his own as a freedom fighter. Really, that's what he's always been meant to be. An actual like not call back, but like call forward to the original movie trilogy, and some of that I really loved about the kind of rebellions and rebel characters that they had. And so I wanted to put a character like that into Temptation, partly because, I love writing about all of the Jedi, but it's also really great to have the non-Jedi perspective, particularly when it comes to the Force itself. And, someone who cares about the Force but isn't a Jedi was a new perspective for me to write personally.
Well, that's a great tease for all of those projects coming up.
Right.
Once again, all of this is for Make-A-Wish. So use the QR code on the side there, or go through the link. Please do donate. Obviously, your entries or your donations get you entries into the sweepstakes for different things here. But it's all about the kids. So let's make sure we all contribute in some way to that. And thank you to Michael, Zoraida, Tessa, and Lydia for joining us. And may the Force be with you. Tell that to Reading Club.
For Light and Life.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody.
And also
Thank
with
you.
you.
Happy Star Wars Day.
Hey guys, thanks a lot for tuning in to the Podathon. This is Mark Thompson, and I'm so excited that you're watching. Please, if you can, please consider donating to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. You can follow the link right here and enjoy the rest of the show at thepodathon.com. Do or do not. There is no try.
Well, welcome back. Always, first of all, love hearing Mark's voice. Mark,
I mean, which one? There's a million
Right.
voices.
Well,
inside that
one
one
of
human
Mark's
being.
voices,
There
yeah.
are a million voices.
Yeah.
So thank you to Mark Thompson for sending that over for us. Absolutely.
and thank you to Michael Siglane and Lydia Kang and Tessa Groton and Zoraida Cordova. Really interesting, especially if you're a High Republic fan. There's so much insight that they gave there. It makes me very curious to continue on the journey and trying to learn a bit about what's happening there. So, how are we doing on donations? Like, we're not where we want to be. We're only at about 35% of where we want to be.
We
guys.
are 36% according to the website.
All
I'm
right.
giving an actual updated number right now. We are at 2786.
Okay.
So we have had some donations come in. In fact, I can see just now that Lydia donated, one of our guests who was just
Very
on the
nice.
screen.
Thank you, Lydia.
So
Appreciate
thank you for doing that. And you're talking about these High Republic authors, Pete, and you and I discuss all the time how we've not read the High Republic books. That's not necessarily our thing. But I love hearing authors speak. I love hearing about the process of how they come up with these stories. I think I've decided at this point we need some more like names in Star Wars that aren't necessarily Star Wars names. Like I want it to be a normal name that throws you off. Like we need a High Republic character named Dolores. That's what I need somebody, High Republic authors. I'm sure you're watching, listening.
Sure.
We need a Dolores in the High Republic. Make that happen for us and everything will be
Let's
good.
make it happen. Well, hey, speaking of making it happen, please donate. Guys, if you're watching on Twitter, the Twitter is blowing up right now. Honestly, our Twitter has never been more active. We have a lot of people watching on Twitter. Please take a moment to go to bit.ly/Podathon24. Donate $5, $10. $10 gets you a donation to win some High Republic books.
High Republic books. We've
and
got all kinds of stuff.
We've got all kinds of great stuff going on. So thank you all very much. And we are set for our next show. We were just laughing. You're going to continue laughing. Let's hear from Claire, who's coming up next.
So get this. 3 TV comedy writers walk into a bar and they discover they all like Star Wars. Okay, so it's not very funny, but neither is it a setup to a joke. It's actually the Yub Nub podcast. Greg, Tim, and Jim are 3 TV comedy writers who all love Star Wars, and they bring comedy, writing insight, and so much more to their show. And this year, we are thrilled to have them as a part of Podathon 2024. Star Wars has a long history of comedy, going all the way back to 1977, and I am looking at you, you scruffy-looking nerf herders. So right now, we are going to keep those laughs going. So get your blue milk ready for a spit take and join us as we welcome Yub Nub Podcast to Podathon 2024.
Wow.
Thank you so much for that intro. Wow, that was better
incredible.
than the intro to our show, better than the intro to my own wedding.
Yeah, that was
Wow.
nice. Yeah, who
if
opened for
you-
your wedding?
My first wife. And then she left really fast. It was really weird. Hi everyone. If you don't know who we are, my name is Greg Iwinski. I'm the host of Yub Nub, along with your host Tim Barnes and your host Jim Fagan. The three of us are television comedy writers. We're working in late night television, sketch comedy, at places like Comedy Central and NBC and CBS and HBO and lots of places like that. But one of the things we love a lot is Star Wars. So during the pandemic, if you've heard of it, during the pandemic, we all needed to hang out. And we thought, why don't we just do what all men who are middle-aged do and turn that hanging out into a podcast? So that is how you got this show, Yub Nub. Very happy to talk about TV. We talk about media making, television and film through the lens of Star Wars, about how the industry works and lessons that we've learned, but also just how much we love watching it both as fans and as people who make stuff on our own.
That's a great one. I was just going to say, from the pandemic to a couple weeks ago when the earthquake hit while Tim and I were recording an episode and talking about Cerveza Cristal. Whatever flavor the world is ending by, we will be talking about Star Wars through it all. So,
and we've gone on a pretty epic hero's journey. As of, I think the announcement is now that we are part of a network, the Sonar Podcast Network, where you can get podcasts about everything from Vanderpump Rules and the Vanderpump Robs podcast to now us at Yub Nub. The Star Wars about
the two poles of human existence, Vanderpump Rules and Star Wars. I will say this, obviously, if you're watching, is for charity. It is for the Make-A-Wish Foundation to raise money for them. I don't know if our people in the chat or our if Nick can tell us where we're at right now. I think it was somewhere in the 2000s. But what we'd like to do is have the most donations of today happen during this hour, because that would make us the best
heroes.
People. We would be the best people we'd be the heroes.
Most can be a lot of things.
Our hero's journey is you giving your money to a good cause.
Yes.
So right now we're at
at
2786. By the end of this, we got to be over 3. We got to be over 3. 3's the floor.
Yeah. If it gets lower, floor. If it gets lower,
we could do 2-screen content here. You take a photo of the QR code while you're on there.
Yes.
You don't even have to click away.
You can donate through the link, the bit.ly. I call it a bit.ly because I'm cool like that. A Podathon 24, or you can use a QR code, or go to the website or to social media. But we are at 2786. We need to be at 3,000. If we're not at 3,000, I'm going to end the podcast.
Yeah. Or perhaps
we'll stop.
It'll never end. We'll come to your houses and keep talking directly at you.
We will all do it as Salacious Chrome every episode. So for your own sake, please help us be the heroes of this Podathon by getting us over $3,000. That's really not that hard, because if all of you give $1, we're way over. So just find $1 in your account. It's in a Venmo. There's a Venmo you didn't think about. There's somebody sent you something on Cash App that you forgot about from a dinner 2 months ago. Go in there, find $1 or $10 and send it over. Hit the QR code.
Hey, Jim, that image behind you is very fascinating. Is that Disney Plus?
Yeah, well, I'm on the road, so I figured I'd set up my own.
Wait, are you in an RV right now?
Are you going to?
Yeah, no, and it's moving. I'm making my way, and I actually bought John Madden's old trailer, and I'm just making my way across the country to do remotes. But yeah, what better backdrop?
Are we legally allowed to have it play behind you?
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah,
Let's see if I'm literally struck down dead by Bob Iger's satellite laser.
Make sure it's muted. We're gonna have a feedback. It's gonna be like that sonic boom in Attack of the Clones.
I truly do love that the show before this was a beautiful discussion of a lot of professionals, and now it's this. So
and
you got
now
40 more minutes of this,
from
baby.
3 jerks.
Yeah.
But Wikipedia's in the house. What's up, Wikipedia?
But Jim and I had quite the adventure last night. We went to go see
the
the
Phantom Menace.
And I
this
didn't
is what's
realize,
yubbing our nub.
Yeah, this is what's yubbing our nub. That's how we describe things that are exciting us. I didn't realize that the tickets I got were for 4DX. Is that what it's called? This is my first time being in a movie with chairs that moved, air that gets blown onto your neck, mist from.
They did the mist. There was
light. There was like lightning
when did
flashing. There was wind. It was.
But first, just I had not remembered until we were in the theater for the 25th anniversary release, and this crawl started. I viscerally remembered how much you have to onboard at the beginning of this opening crawl. You are like, I remembered all of a sudden being in 8th grade again and being like, "Here we go, baby! It's a period of war or something," and then being like, "Whoa."
You know what's crazy about me? I love that. That's the part that I eat.
Oh yeah,
you know
that is crazy about you. You're right.
Yeah,
that is crazy about.
Like my favorite scene in New Hope is the conference scene on the Death Star. I had no idea what they were talking about, but I loved it. The dynamics, trying to figure out who hated who. Anyway, this is a bucket. This is a bucket from.
We
got
Regal.
Our
Cinema.
first Phantom Menace swag in 25 years, and I loved it.
Is there any kind of top, any kind of Dune themed top, like you reach
No
into
Dune.
Jar Jar's mouth, or
no? Thankfully, not a Dune themed top.
You reach into the Sarlacc.
I'm trying to imagine the Star Wars equivalent to whatever that.
It would be. I mean, the Sarlacc. Look, Dune and Star Wars are nothing alike. But if we were gonna say the sandworm from Dune and then the sandworm from Star Wars, they could both be the top of a popcorn bucket.
But that actually ties into something. Our first season with Sonar is going to be all about the things that inspired George Lucas. And watching the Phantom Menace, because we've been like recording episodes about like Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers, reminded us, or for the first time gave us a glimpse into, oh, this really is just Flash Gordon.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Yeah,
and it is. As George Lucas said, it is a better version of Flash Gordon.
Yes.
Like, I think he's like, I love Flash Gordon. I was like, what if we make it good? Which I love that flex. And it's totally what he went out and did. It's so fun. But wait, before I did this to us, so I'll try to bring us back. Before we get off of 4DX, part of our new season that we're recording now, we talked about sound for one of the episodes. And when the original Star Wars was released, in the THX theaters were outfitted across the country, and they like actually went to the theaters and outfitted them. And we were talking about how like, wow, it's only like 42 theaters at the time that had THX. Well, it's only officially 53 theaters that have 4DX.
Wow.
So Tim accidentally wandered into the actual largest 4DX auditorium in the United States, which Regal opened in Times Square last year, featuring, ready for this, Greg? Featuring vibration, water, wind, lightning, scents, which I don't think I got the smell-o-vision, but 4 fog machines, a 60-foot screen, 8 shaker amplifiers, 30 rainstorm fans, including 14 directly above the audience.
Yes.
The best part is in the beginning when the Regal Cinemas roller coaster thing started. It starts going like in your ears, and Tim just goes, "Why?
Yeah." Okay. And then there's a point where like every time there's a blaster, you feel this like little like point of wind.
Oh yeah, or they punch you in the back sometimes. There's an actual like.
Yeah, when Qui-Gon
so what happened?
gets stabbed, you get punched in the back, like right in the middle. It really was.
I mean,
I'm
they
still
should fully
feeling
commit.
the ramifications of the Phantom Menace in a very pleasant way, where it's like I feel like I was truly there.
They got to commit. You should get stabbed. It should stab.
Yeah, I thought that it was so immersive. I thought the lightsaber was going to go right out through Tim. I knew it would be to Tim. That Tim was going to get lightsabered.
We are $173 away, and we have 40 more minutes.
This
I'm not going to do the math.
is making money For a great
That's right.
Guys,
cause, make a wish.
You gotta hit
$173 for a bootleg version of the Phantom Menace. This is a great deal.
If you
You're
don't
not finding this anywhere else.
If we don't hit 3,000, I am gonna make sure that Nick flies home on a Boeing 737 Max, and then whatever happens, happens. So do you guys want that to happen? I don't.
You know what
We
I
just
want to
need to hit
imagine?
3,000.
What I like to imagine about the 4DX experience is like, you know how like back in the day, black and white movies, maybe no, this is after black and white when you got the serials of Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon. Black and white movies, you had a guy or gal playing music live on a piano. I like to imagine there is a guy orchestrating the 4DX experience live with a bunch.
He is dressed as the Phantom of the Opera. It's a massive organ, and he's just working the keys.
And the orchestra's like, I got to do all these trailers on the side.
So, Greg, you know when you go to like Disney World theme park, whatever, and they've had this technology forever, right? They move the seats around a little bit, or you might go on a more intense version. Yes, Star Tours, like a full ride type. But the ride, they always put a harness on you, and you're like, why are they doing this? I'm not going to fall out. Y'all, during the pod race, I'm hanging on for dear life to the chair because we were getting flung out of the chair.
The craziest part was every time Darth Maul did like a cartwheel, there would be this crazy like jumble, and I was like, why would anyone feel that? I don't even think Qui-Gon or Obi-Wan.
There was no one who warned us ahead of time. There was no like, hey, if you have a heart condition, if you got back problems, we're about to punch you in the spine. If my 73-year-old father had come with us, he'd be dead. But I have to tell you, we laughed the entire time. We had such a good time. It was insane.
What was the lightning? They say they have lightning. Is it like
that
in the
was really cool during the Twister trailer, because when the lightning was happening there, they light up the skies.
So you just need to make sure you have a trailer that has lightning in it for that.
Yes, exactly, and then it's super cool. But during Star Wars, it would be like, you know, they'd blast a little laser, and then the ceiling would light up. So it was more the effect of being like, oh well, yes, I am in a movie theater. I agree.
But there was a point where I did not look forward to knowing that a bunch of blasters were going to get shot, because it would be this insane amount of like pushes of wind on my neck.
Compressed air. Like someone had a keyboard cleaner. It's like, do you want to go see a movie and be violently shook and have somebody hit you with a keyboard cleaner throughout the entire thing? Oh man.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the Acolyte preview that at the end.
That was not part of the 4DX experience.
Yeah. So I should ask for a refund? No.
No, you just do. Remember when? So, if you're young, you won't remember this, but in 1999, The Phantom Menace came out.
Many years ago.
And I remember. Also, while I'm talking, just be donating money. Just go find them again. Go open your Venmo or your Cash App and donate $5 or $10 or $3,000. For Make-A-Wish. It's not even like a charity that you're like, what is this? What are they? It's Make-A-Wish.
If there's one thing comedians are good at, it's
John Cena for a day. It's Make-A-Wish. Come on.
It's amazing. And comedians are so good at harassing people for money, like throughout.
Yeah. Look, all I'm saying is it's Make-A-Wish. You want to look them in the face and be like, nah, you're not worth it. Sorry, I needed another latte. Well, no, just give them the money. So for Phantom Menace comes out, and what I remember was that the preview trailer for Phantom Menace came out during the movie Wing Commander, starring Freddie Prinze Jr. and Matthew Lillard, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that was it the two of them? I know Matthew Lillard was in it. So they were either teaming up pre-Scooby or post 10 Things. She's All That. And I remember what happened was all these kids and people would go buy a ticket to Wing Commander, see the trailer, and then just walk out. And be like, I didn't actually want to go see the movie. I just wanted to see the Star Wars trailer. And watch the preview. I'm out of here.
Oh, nice. We got a shout out on the Sonar Network.
Nice.
Everyone in
They're
Canada.
so regretting it. They're like, what?
It is a Canada-based podcast company. So I think.
Sorry, Mariana. I signed the paperwork. It's a done deal. That is so funny. And so the Wing Commander had like great ticket sales.
Yeah, for just the trailer. And I did end up seeing it once, and I think it was fine. And it was, again, IP that might have worked. But it is that interesting thing of as a Star Wars fan, I think you always remember when you sit down and you see the Lucasfilm logo and you're like, what is about to happen? You don't know it. You only once get to see one of these movies and not know what it's going to be. And I remember sitting in the Cinerama Dome for Episode 7, and also for Rogue One. I saw it in Hollywood, the Cinerama Dome, which I think is closed now, which really stinks, and it should be reopened. But beautiful theater, giant theater. This guy comes out and he's like, I run the projector company in Australia that makes the lenses for this, and I flew here for this first showing. I'm so excited to show you. And it's LA, so everyone's like, cool. Yeah, we love lenses. But it was amazing. It was amazing because it was in 3D, but it didn't have any lessened lumens. Now we are really talking about industry stuff, but it was like you can do 3D without losing any luminance. Which again, 3D is great, but some of us have these, and 3D glasses don't work together, and so we got to find a better way.
You got to get a new.
Well, thank God you've got 4D now, where you can just have a person actually comes down the row and grabs you by the neck and just violently.
I remember
also, what's the X? Is the X for experience?
I think
is
so.
4DX?
I tweeted about this, and one of our listeners and a fan of ours and a friend of mine messaged me and said, what is 4 and then an expletive? Because he was like, why are you guys going to talk about 4DX? And I was like, that's not what it is.
Show is.
Well, I remember,
it's not what the show is.
I remember Jim, you being incredibly frustrated every time Boss Nass wiggled his face and no
so
water sprayed
annoyed.
up at us. There were so many random moments when the water did spray, but it
They
was
had
never
water that sprayed at you, but every time Boss Nass is right in your face doing the I was like ready. I wanted to get splashed. Anyway.
So I have a question. Ostensibly about Star Wars. Okay, so I'm just going to do the last 3.
Okay.
Where were you for the first time you saw Episode 9? What theater did you see it in?
Episode 9. For me, across the street from where I was last night with Tim. I was in the AMC that's across the street from Regal in Times Square.
Yeah.
And I saw it, I think it was 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. It was a bagel in Star Wars. What's that?
Did you get bed bugs? That's the bed bug theater.
It is, but no, at that point it was Legacy bed bugs. It was like the Legend of bed bugs, but they had fumigate. Roscoe the dog had just been through, so we were good.
Also, I just want to say, sorry, I don't normally wear my hat backwards. This is obviously a shout out to Matt Albee of Studio 60, in case anyone is wondering why I'm dressed like this.
Wow.
It was obvious. No one, you didn't have to say it. We all knew that reference.
Everyone
knew what you meant.
Just wanted you to know.
The chat's blowing up.
I was at my first TV writing job, and all day I was like, I told the head writers, I want you to know I'm going to have to leave because I have to see this movie before anything else comes out about it. I'm going right after this to wherever in Burbank to watch.
They fired you that day, right, Tim?
No, the pandemic hit. That's what it was.
It is, to avoid spoiler, if you don't go to the first showing, it's so hard because even if you go to the second or third, I always worry about. I went to go see Episode 8 in Nashville at the Opry Mills Mall, and I remember we were at like the second or third showing, and I wore headphones walking into the theater because I was like, I don't want someone walking out to say something. And
so you don't get like Homered on The Simpsons, where he blows the Darth Vader thing for everybody online.
Yeah, so I was like, you can't, please don't ruin it for me. So I was very. I'm very cognizant of that, but okay. So Tim, you saw, and that was in LA, right? You were doing
that was in LA, yeah.
Okay,
right
what theater in LA?
Yeah. I forget. It's somewhere in like the Burbank area. It was an AMC. There's like a giant set of steps to get up there. It's like in a big shopping mall. I forget the name of everything. I'm from LA and forget everything.
I think there's just like 4 AMCs in Burbank.
I gotta say, this feels like a leading question where Greg's now going to be like, "I was on the moon." Or just something that completely, I was just at Lucasfilm Ranch with George. He told me that I should take a look at it.
I was in Otto Gunga. Stand down to Otto Gunga really is one of the most beautiful. I forget, that's probably the most beautiful Star Wars
I love that shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's because
man.
it's so close to the planet core.
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean, yeah, my kids,
Just traversable.
Autogunga is very fascinating to them. Obviously, I mean, like it's beautiful. It's totally alien. It's one of the few places that it's like it is totally alien,
Right.
and different, and
It's plucked out of like
lovely
the Land
one.
of Tomorrow era of like futurism, like 19 furs, whatever,
Yeah.
futurism, and
Yeah.
it's
I'm
so
sure
cool.
that Doug Chang gave a very eloquent, smart answer about all the artistic inspirations for Gungan City. I don't know the answer though. What I do know is we need to hit $3,000. We're at $2,873. We are getting closer. You thought this was a bit where I was just saying it? No, we're getting closer to 3,000.
No, we're gonna hit
It's
that.
happen. It's gonna.
We're gonna get there, especially because Greg is gonna cover whatever we don't get to. It's gonna just you're so generous, Greg.
Coming out of pocket.
Yeah, I'm taking the money that we already have and I'm betting it on basketball tonight, and then all the winnings go back into the podcast.
Foolproof.
And I never
So,
lose.
Greg, where were you when you saw episode 9? Was the question?
Where were you when the world stopped turning that September day? Remember that? Anybody remember that?
I mean,
Now let me ask you. Oh, we're about to get as
getting dark?
Yub Nub. No, we're about to get as Yub Nub as we have ever gotten, and I can feel Nick clenching. Without, I'm saying this live. Without 9/11.
Oh boy.
And then the subsequent invasion of Iraq. And
Okay.
the Bush presidency going from No Child Left Behind, compassionate conservatism into we have to fight a war in the Middle East.
Okay.
And that becoming the defining issue of the 2000s.
Right.
If that had not happened, would we have still had the episode 2 and 3 that we got?
We wouldn't have had
Probably
Emperor
not. Definitely
Palpatine's
not.
statue getting tipped over in the special editions. I'll tell you that much.
I'm just saying it is factually true that 9/11 significantly impacted Star Wars.
Yeah.
That's a quote that can float around hanging me down for the rest of my life.
We've been, as we switch over to Sonar, we've been workshopping our new slogan. So I think it's going to be Yub Nub. It is factually true that 9/11 impacted episode 2 and 3.
It did. This is how democracy dies to thunderous applause. Does not happen if there's no terror.
There were certain moments in the Phantom Menace that I think the Phantom Menace hits different with every time you watch it, because when you get to that big Senate scene and the impact, as a kid, I never really processed C.O. Bibble, is that how you say his name, giving Padme an update on the death toll, the death rate on Naboo.
Yeah, that just washes right over you.
Yeah, watching it specifically now, it all hits hard. And when Queen Amidala goes to the Senate and she's watching all this debate about something that's actually impacting her people on her home planet, I was like, wow. I don't know if adults at the time were feeling the same way, but it's like, it's intense. There's real intensity happening here. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you think about that intensity with the way that juxtaposed against the way that Qui-Gon lets Anakin know he's been freed, it's really an interesting juxtaposition there.
Yes.
The nonchalant air.
Yeah, you're not
of that moment.
Yeah.
Well, I think he walks in and goes, "Well, Anakin, you've been freed."
Yeah.
Or whatever. And he's like, "Yippee!" It's really a very interesting.
He's like, what? He goes,
very interesting.
"You're no longer slave." It was a big laugh at that moment. And the way that he waves goodbye to C-3PO, that was when Anakin goes in and gets his backpack and says, "I'm out of here."
He's like, "Bye." He's like, "Remember, don't translate any Sith. See you later. Bye." And he's out. It's really amazing. It's a beautiful moment.
I guess you're free. That's cool.
Yeah.
I saw episode 9 at the AMC Lincoln Center, where I will see where I'll watch episode 1 very soon. I saw it at the AMC, and I remember it was because I lived across the street, and so when tickets went on sale, the website crashed, and I went to go try to buy them. I was going to try to buy them online, and I was like, you know what I'm going to do? Walk across the street. And I walk across the street, and I'm trying to buy them on my phone, and it crashes, and I walk up to the ticket counter. I go, "Hey, could I buy some Star Wars tickets?" And she said, "Yeah." And I just bought them all in person and had the physical tickets, and then went to go see it. I saw it twice in a row back to back, which is how I like to see big movies that I've anticipated. Once to see the movie, the second to see it understand as a movie, you know? And so I saw it back to back, like literally 45 minutes apart. Saw it twice in a row.
Wow. What was that experience like? Kind of, what do you do in those 45 minutes in between? Is it like an athlete playing a double header? Are you taking care of your body? Just like,
I started thinking about it. And then, the second one I saw with my wife. So it was a way to go like, okay, here's what I think. Let me solidify these thoughts. Then I'll watch it with her, see how she reacts. And then when we leave, we can talk about, I'll be like, so here's what I think. What do you think?
I like to imagine the person who tears the tickets going, somehow Greg returned.
It was Greg with 2 E's. It was my clone.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
Oh man, I like this in the chat right now. We have if we've made you laugh, you must donate, which is good. And I want to sweeten the deal. For every extra dollar we get, Greg is gonna tie a different national tragedy into the Star Wars universe. So as we go up, baby.
That's right.
Sweet stuff keeps coming.
And you think 3 late night people? Boy, we could give you a list that jokes that shouldn't be on TV.
Oh man. So, Greg, what are you most looking forward to in seeing The Phantom Menace a second time today? Because obviously you're getting it behind me right now, but to see it in theaters.
I mean, the thing I'm looking most forward to is the crowd. Is the communal aspect of Star Wars is what is so fun about it too, and so to see it with other people who have seen it a million times, you know, it's like when you go see anything that kind of comes back, go to see Back to the Future again or stuff like that. It's so enjoyable to spend time with other fans, just all together there to like something. We're all there to just like be like, oh yeah, we all know this. We all know that this part's kind of fun and this part's ridiculous and this fight is so cool and and all these parts. So I think seeing it communally will be fun, and also to see it back up on the screen, and then to look at the special effects and think about George making a special edition of the prequels, because he's gonna buy it back. He's gonna buy it back in the next 3 days. So when he buys Star Wars, he's gonna do another.
I love the special editions. I'm that kind of Star Wars fan. I love them. Love special editions, and I could not stop thinking about how badly I want a Phantom Menace special edition. There's so many fun things that I want. I want the deleted scenes. I want that waterfall scene back. I want it back.
Yeah,
where they supposedly arrive in Naboo and immediately fall over a waterfall, and then we didn't get that. And I need that.
Yeah, what I want is, and I've said this many times before, but I would like to be given the freedom to completely reshoot the prequels while not changing a word in the script. So
Tim and I are
all practical sets.
Yeah.
All practical sets, all on location. Different directing. I'm not directing, but but a little bit, some different directing choices. And if you look at those pieces, I think that they all were. I think that sand. I hate sand. I think if Hayden did it now, he'd be like, "Oh, I understand what I'm doing now." I think he could hit I hate sand. I'm from a sand planet. Blah blah blah. I think he can. I think he could do it. So, not to say that what he did originally wasn't fun, but I would like to remake them just with the same script. So.
I was blown away by I haven't seen The Phantom Menace in so long, but it all the shot compositions I thought were great. And this is the one that had the most practical sets shot on film. So it's a different look to it. But another thing that stuck out to me was I've always, loved the idea that the fact that Star Wars is essentially all about masks. But in The Phantom Menace specifically, there are so many people. This is the first time I thought about the fact that Palpatine is going back and forth between minutes. It seems like putting on a hood to talk to the Trade Federation, and then taking it off to talk to the royalty.
Palpatine is the first full-time content creator. He's back there in his green screen studio, cranking them out.
But at the same time, Padme is doing this stuff with switching out her outfits too. It's so many costume changes to hide variations of yourself in this movie specifically. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you talked in the chat taking it to the Obama tan suit scandal. Who knows more about the power of costuming than Padme Amidala? And who has decoys and a secret service to guard them, like Padme Amidala.
You know what I thought about for the first time?
Are Nabe and Rabe? I don't know. There's I read the books.
And Sabaro.
Amidala's Sophia Coppola. Sophia Coppola, Keira Knightley, like all of the fake Padme. That's Secret Service. It's it's the same. Padme Obama-Dala?
Wow. Padme Queen Padme Hussein Amidala.
Say her whole name. Say her whole name.
This
is what Yub Nub is.
I do have an actual
This
question.
is what I realized last night. By the way, just about that one. How much, or if you're the handmaiden that had to do all the dressing up to go to the sacred place for the Gungans, and you finally step forward and you're like, I'm ready. I learned all my lines. I know what to do. And she's immediately like, psych, it's me. I was that is some cruel management.
Yeah, but at the same time, when what's her assistant, or what are they called again? Her handmaids.
Handmaids,
When she is the queen on the ship, and she sends Padme to clean the droid, it feels like this is Padme's payback.
That's right, it's payback. It's a total. It's such a great flex when she's like, "I got 7 handmaids here. Padme will clean the droid."
But I have a question.
Ain't so fun when the rabbit got the gun.
About Naboo politics, because they are elected royalty in the
and they always elect teens.
They always elect teens.
That's in the book.
In the election process, do people not see Padme's actual face? Because the whole idea that she can hide by not wearing this makeup is like, okay, you're telling me no one knows what she looks like?
I think it's more like when someone
have the full face makeup.
Got it.
When someone is so made up like that in front of you.
Yeah.
You're
so
like,
as they're running for president, for queen, they are like, they're in costume, basically.
Yeah, Newt Gunray bit hard on it. He's got everything is screaming at him that this is the queen right in front of your face. And then he's like, wait, I saw one from 150 yards away. It's that one. Go chase that one, everybody.
I mean, it is like Kiss.
It's like Kiss.
Or the Blue Man Group. It's like, can you tell the Blue Man Group people apart with the paint on? No. So if I run and then once I win, I wear a full mask of paint, you can't really tell who anyone is. Also because contouring. You can use contouring with that makeup. Then you have the exact same face. We are over 2,900. We are at 2,903.
Oh, baby.
I think we have 15 minutes left in our slot.
Keep that number climbing.
$97. So $97. So 10 of you give $9.70. We're good. Remember, it's for Make-A-Wish. Have you heard of Make-A-Wish?
What?
They're like one of the least arguable charities in the universe. They help sick kids. It's like a flat out, everyone loves it.
If you're watching right now and you haven't donated yet, why do you hate sick kids? Why do you hate sick kids? You're watching this, you haven't donated?
Want kids to be sick?
Yeah, and you're like,
that's what you're putting in the chat? I'm not giving money because I want kids to be sick?
Yeah, and I like when their wishes don't come true at that point in time, even though John Cena... Why do you hate John Cena? John Cena needs this. He needs to make these wishes come true.
Yeah, it is his thing. It's his side job. He's done the most, I think, of any person.
Oh, man.
We come to this place for magic. Huge images on a big silver screen. What I think I'm trying to say is... see Star Wars in the theater. Heartbreak feels good in a place like this, and it's just Kylo and Rey not touching their hands.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I gotta ask you. It
is really fun to see it on the big screen.
We should open this up for a Q&A.
Yeah. We never get that opportunity.
We don't, because we record the show. We don't get to do it live. Anybody who wants to do a Q&A, we've got some time. If you have any questions for us, we will answer any questions about. If you have questions about Star Wars, if you have questions about late night TV, we can answer some of those. If you have questions about what it's like to try to get a full night's sleep when you have children, Jim and I can talk about that. The answer is you don't. But any questions you guys have, we're happy to ask. But in the meantime, I do want to say, what do you think in seeing a movie like that matters to you a lot? Does it matter if you go with another person? I know you guys went last night and it's a movie you've seen, but let's say you're seeing a new movie. It's like Star Wars Episode 22 or whatever. Does it matter? Because you're going to sit there and be quiet anyway, watching it. Does it matter if you're going with a friend or a group of friends or if you just go by yourself?
I can only allow my past behavior to speak for me on this. And it's without ever having thought of it. Each time this has happened, I have made vast efforts to surround myself with people that are like people I love and people that I know will be into this and be like part. So with Force Awakens, not just my friends, but then was like, made my wife come again with me, because I just enjoyed that experience so much. And I was like, oh, you're going to get it. If you come to this, you're going to understand. So I don't know. I think for me it is. I think I want to feel that energy, or like when you get to go to a movie with a friend and it feels like the theater is collapsing around you and you keep getting spat on the neck and punched in the center of the back. You want to feel your friend laughing next to you, going through the same experience as you're being violently thrown from your chair.
Yeah.
So,
pod race scene.
Yeah.
For the pod race scene alone, that should just be a ride at Disneyland, being on a 4DX chair and watching the pod racing scene.
It's incredible. It's incredible. Yeah. But that's my answer. What about you guys?
I'm 50-50. I can go either way. One of my favorite things is going to the movies alone. I don't think because sometimes you go with someone and it's like the politics of it, and you share the popcorn, and if you go to the ones that have the tables that seems like you're going to get a Scantron test at some point, then
right, the Scantron is the menu.
Yeah. It's like it does have like date vibes, but the downside is if you go alone, then someone else might sit at this weird little table next to you, and then they order Brussels sprouts or something, and you got to smell.
So I'm just going to start describing a Hallmark movie plot. You go alone, you're with somebody, they're such a total jerk, but there's something about their eyes. Ugh.
You find out they're a decoy because they're acting.
For some reason,
you say, "Are you an angel?" A bunch of space pirates told me that angels are the most beautiful people in the world. You're the most beautiful person in the world, but don't sit here.
They live on the moons of Iago, I think.
Do we ever go to Iago again?
Do we see that in the Clone Wars? I was going to ask you, Greg, because you're the guy I feel like most versed in the cartoon universe. But hey,
Wikipedia is on this stream. Why are you asking
Jordan,
me?
Let us know what is happening.
Have we
I love
ever
that
gone
our
back
only
to
ever
Iago?
Q&A, no one's asked a question, and we are asking the chat to provide us with information.
We're also asking for $97 more to hit $3,000 for Make-A-Wish. We are very, very close to hitting $3,000 for a very good cause. Even if we look, you don't have to get us all the way to $3,000. Just give $1, $2, $3. Just whatever you pay for coffee and a croissant in the morning. Why don't you do that?
So for like me, that would be $17.
Yeah, and for me, that would be $97 exactly. So whatever works for you.
Am I the only person not paying $3,000 for my morning coffee and croissant?
Yeah.
You've got a sophisticated palate. Yeah.
You're in California,
you brew your own.
Right?
That's why.
It's so much cheaper.
That's right. So I don't know if we ever go there. That's another very Yub Nub thing, is to not have the answer to our own questions and to need to look them up. I
mean, one thing
I will say,
I was going to say, to tie it into late night a little bit and give people a different flavor of the show is, Yub Nub has unofficially created a late night show inside the Star Wars universe. In our own canon, there is a late night show in Star Wars. And it is, what's his name? His name is it's Perrin Furtha. I don't know if you know who Perrin Furtha is. He's Mon Mothma's husband in Andor.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
And you might think, what does this sleazy weird guy do? What does this guy do who just kind of like, he negs his wife, he has a bunch of bad business ideas, and he's Space Gutfeld. Yes, thank you guys. He is Space Gutfeld. Every night, Perrin Furtha goes out to some studio on Coruscant and goes, the Rebel Alliance. They think they want so much freedom, but and he just makes fun of them, of all these crying rebels from all these planets and all these aliens who want rights.
Yeah,
but boy, does he rate!
Great ratings.
I gotta tell you,
I mean, so many people love it. They love the show.
Weird. If the idea of the actual Bill Maher hosting his show with a panel of Star Wars characters is not hard to imagine.
Chewie,
It's actually not hard to
Chewie,
imagine.
calm down. Chewie, you'll get your turn. Calm down. Calm down.
Yeah, you can see him having Governor
Tarkin is talking. Tarkin's gonna finish his point. Okay. It's okay. You're not re-enslaved, Chewie.
The set is like very like it's not.
It looks like the Jedi Council is set a little bit. It's got that vibe. We're gonna play my favorite game, Cupper Ship.
Cupper Ship.
New rules. All lightsabers have to have 3 blades. Start the clock. Oh man. Remember when Bill Maher tried to break the strike and then everybody got mad at him and he backed up because he was afraid? Great guy. It really belongs with the Empire. Yeah. That is another thing that we if listening to this for this hour has made you want to
become our
more of it.
Yeah.
Our show.
This is what the show is. Yeah, it's an infomercial number 1 for Make-A-Wish Foundation and donating.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Number 2 is for the kids.
Number 1, the kids. Number 2,
Cena.
the Podathon.
Yeah, the Podathon.
John Cena down here, he's humble, and then us at the bottom.
Yeah. Maybe we can, since it's an infomercial, let everybody know what we're doing this summer a little bit more explicitly in terms of the shows
we
got
did it.
coming up.
JD Sleesman.
We did
now
it!
let me say, okay, the rest of this is dedicated to JD.
Yeah.
JD
Sleesman is a Star Wars name.
That is a very Star Wars.
Like, here's the thing. Just take all we have to do. We put 1 apostrophe between the J and the D. So it's Jud Sleesman. That guy lives in Star Wars.
Yeah.
That guy lives in JD, you are a Star Wars person. It's Judd.
And with 100 credits, 100 Republican credits.
Thank you so much. Now, yes, and I know that JD Sleesman. I mean, that guy. That's some people have to take. I have to like take my Star Wars name. You have to like move your name around and take out vowels and consonants. You already have a Star Wars name.
Well, I already have a Star Wars name because there is a character named Tim in Andor.
There isn't.
What?
There is. It's spelled like T-E-M. Remember the bad boyfriend of Andor's friend? His name is Tim.
Of course it was.
Wait, isn't it?
Was he a bad boyfriend? I don't think he was a bad boyfriend.
You're not gonna.
He was a bad boy. He was okay, Jim.
He wasn't Cassian.
Jim, you're sounding problematic defending this bad boyfriend. This is
I
very
thought that
toxic.
he was just.
There's only one white guy
toxic?
on this podcast right now, and he's being
toxic.
very toxic. Defending
Listen, I just think that he was not being understood when he simply wanted.
He spent a lot of time on the internet.
The one guy I really identified.
Yeah,
I really identified for some reason with the guy who lived with his mom, who thought that he should be getting promotions that he wasn't getting, and who was constantly not doing the work he was being asked to do, and it was somehow biting him in the butt.
And then found a girlfriend in the closet. He just went into a utility closet and found his girlfriend. Let me just say, we that guy's name is Tim.
I'm not.
What I want to say is this, which is what Star Wars does. Okay. What Star Wars does is you take a regular
and I'm Jem, and this was Grog.
That's what I'm saying. All you do is change one vowel. If you change one vowel in a human Earth name, you can make it a Star Wars name.
It's spelled Tim, but it feels
Tim.
like they're saying Tim.
It's Tim.
They're saying Tim. They're not.
Oh man,
it's Tim.
Anyway, I don't want to be associated with this guy anyway. But we only have like a minute left. Our first season with the Sonar Network is all about the things that inspired George Lucas to create Star Wars, from Buck Rogers to Kurosawa. And if you like whatever, for some reason, what you just saw, you can sign up for a newsletter at.
We're calling it our Hot George Summer.
Yeah. If you want to get in the mind of George, not the bank account. None of us can get in there, but this season will be all about his brain and the things that inspired him and helped turn him into the visionary that he is.
Hashtag Hot George Summer. It's already
Hot
started.
George Summer. Hot George.
Amazing.
I bet he's not. I bet he's not hot. I bet he's very comfortably air conditioned right now.
But yes, hot George Summer.
Room temperature George Summer.
Just no one on here, please no one think that Tim got away with saying that there's a guy named Tim in Star Wars. That's my most important point.
And we can all agree he was a great boyfriend. So let's just all relax.
Yes,
and
Tim
9/11 caused Star Wars. We covered a lot of good ground here today.
Tim is a huge fan of Perrin-Firtha. He's just watching it. He's watching it every. Yes. My girlfriend doesn't listen to me. She likes Andor. That's messed up. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait for him to go on and do a standing head up interview. Oh, Nick, are you coming in here? Are we gonna get deep into Perrin-Firtha lore?
Yeah. Oh, I love
Here we go. Wait! I cut Tim off as he was saying we have a Substack. Tim, we have a Substack.
If you, for any reason at all, like what you just saw, which I don't understand, you can sign up for our newsletter at yubnub.substack.com. Yeah.
There we go.
Fun. Yeah. I hope you guys don't regret putting us on this.
Well, no, because we made the most money that we did in any segment with you guys. So
yes,
you are the heroes.
Yes,
you said that to be. You are the heroes.
Yes.
You have set the bar extraordinarily high.
Let's go. Let's go. All you have to do is be dumb and berate people.
And pirate the movie everybody is here to see.
I personally think it's the Studio 60 mention that is what, drove people crazy.
Yeah,
that's right.
Drove people over the edge. Yep. But guys, just wanted to say thank you so much for your time today, and thank you for all you did. And seriously, if you like this lunacy, go follow the Yub Nub podcast.
So much fun.
Immediately. It is fun every time you do it, which sometimes is a little longer between episodes. I'm not going to, drag you guys, but I mean, come on, let's get on that. All right,
that does happen.
The people.
I was going to say if you guys could hop in 45 minutes into every time we record, this is the first time we've actually hit a 45-minute record time, which is always our goal. So we do appreciate that.
Yeah, we're here for you.
We'll be your cooler. We'll just pop in and be like, all right, we got to start winding it down now.
Yep. We need it.
Thank you so much, guys. We're going to hit a little quick message from Make-A-Wish, but guys, this was fantastic, and we look forward to speaking to you guys again very soon. So yeah,
thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Before Cameron was even born, doctors discovered bleeding in her brain. Her wish to have a sensory playroom started a life-changing journey that helped her learn and grow. Granting wishes takes all of us and transforms lives one wish at a time. Your gift to Make-A-Wish can make a life-changing impact for a child with a critical illness. But for every wish we grant, 3 more children are waiting for someone like you to help. Give now to grant wishes today.
Well, that was, honestly, I didn't know what to expect from those guys, but I knew it was going to be fun.
And it was better than I could have hoped for.
Yeah, so it was so much fun. And thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you, JD. Thank you, Scotty J-Ro. There were a bunch of people who donated during that time. Got to keep it going, guys.
That's right.
We have to
More
keep it
ground to
going.
cover.
We have a lot to get to 7,500. But Nick,
speaking of getting to, we have a special correspondent who is popping in to give us a live report on Star Wars Day. Let's go ahead and hit that real quick and see what's happening here. What? Oh,
what?
Bright Suns, fellas.
Look who it is.
Bright Suns.
Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Can you hear us?
Awesome. Yep.
Outstanding.
Yeah, very, very bright.
Happy Star Wars Day.
May the 4th be with you guys.
Absolutely. What is happening at Batu on Star Wars Day?
It is very crowded. Fantastic atmosphere. There's a lot of cosplayers out here on planet. I'm looking at a bunch. I'm over in a corner. If you go past the Falcon, there's kind of a secluded area, and they're doing a lot of themed photo shoots over here. But yeah, more lines outside of the main shopping places that I.
Oh wow. Hey, but speaking of getting collectibles that you can only get at Disney World, how do you like this little segue, my friend? Tell us about the amazing prize that you've donated that we're going to be raffling off later. If you make a $10 donation or more, every $10 you get an entry to win this thing. Tell us about it, man. It's amazing.
It is a Sabacc set. The cards are from what you could call Coruscant Shift, which was a different style of Sabacc The cards are very nice. They have shine to them, sturdy. The dice are solid metal dice. The chip set it's a beautiful chip set. It's, I think, 3 different denominations of credit. Heavy with a translucent center with the logo for the Halcyon on there. I think the cards have that logo also. And I don't think some merchandise, when the Star Cruiser and Fourth and Ice closed down, moved here. I don't think that stuff moved. And when we were on board, we often saw the chipsets in particular, like it snapped up really quickly. There's a good stuff called
So cool.
Yeah, we are having a little bit of trouble hearing you, but we do see Queen Amidala behind you.
That's right. The queen is behind you, so it may be time for you to, pay your respects. We're going to send you on your way, but thank you so much for calling in, Brian. Happy Star Wars Day.
We love you.
You'll hear Holly later with Full of Sith too.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, Mrs. Brian Fry, actually, Mr. Holly Fry here.
That's right.
Holly Fry is going to be talking to Pablo a little later today. All right, thank you so much, buddy.
Thanks for having me.
See you soon. All right, man, that was so much fun. That's a live report directly from Batu. We're not getting that just anywhere. Oh, he's still there. Hi there. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Well, we do have again, we hit some great donations during that hilarious 30 minutes or 45 minutes with Yub Nub. We have a lot further to go, but we also have a really fun and interesting conversation coming up. When I will admit, and I'm going to sound a little bit like that guy, but I'm willing to admit it. Our good friend David Whiteley had said that he was going to get some interviews for us, and we didn't know what he was going to get. And he said, "Oh well, we have. There's a friend of mine who worked on Rogue One." And I didn't know who he meant.
Sure.
And then he told us it's the editor of Rogue One, and the stories that they have are so much fun. So you're going to want to check this one out. Let's hear it from our good friend Claire. Make sure to donate. Donate.
Keep donating.
We need to
Yub
get
Nub energy through the rest of the day with the donations.
Keep it going, Yub Nub.
Our next show is a Podathon Presents episode brought to us by our friend David Whiteley over at ITV in the UK. David is bringing us another amazing interview, this time with feature film editor Cole Gowdy. Cole has worked in the film industry for over 40 years, working on a wide array of movie and TV projects. Recently, they were editor on the movies Argyle and Tetris, and relevant to all of our interests here, Cole was the editor on Rogue One, A Star Wars Story. And I know that picking your favorite Star Wars movie is kind of like picking your favorite child, but Rogue One is the best Disney Star Wars. Fight me. Fight me. Or don't. I would really prefer you not. But anyway, long story short, they're amazing, and they are sure to have great stories ahead. So sit back and enjoy Cole Gowdy with David Whiteley here on Podathon 2024.
I'm very pleased to say, great friend of mine, Cole Gowdy, editor of Rogue One, A Star Wars Story, joins us on the Podathon, raising money for Make-A-Wish Foundation. Cole Gowdy, great to see you. It's been a while. Thanks for
joining us, David. Yeah, it's great to see you. Star Wars Celebration was the last time we got to hang out together.
Goodness me, we need to rectify that ASAP.
This was a year ago.
Now, your love of Star Wars goes right back to the original. I remember you telling me a long time ago that when Star Wars came out, it came out in the US before the UK. So the UK, there were loads of clips on the television showing Star Wars. So the really exciting moment for you was seeing The Empire Strikes Back.
That's right.
That moment, and your love of Star Wars, as we can see by your fabulous outfit and the Star Wars paraphernalia behind you. It's part of your life, and
it very much is.
Goodness me, the moment you get that call to work on a Star Wars movie, what was that like?
I had a text message from Gareth Edwards, who was the director of Rogue One, and I had previously worked with Gareth. We did a couple of projects together. We worked together on a BBC TV series called Space Race, which Gareth did the VFX for, and then he did his big directorial debut, which was a 1-hour drama for BBC Television called Attila the Hun. So that's the first time I worked with Gareth as an editor, and he was my director. And then based on that, he asked me to go and do his first cinema feature film, which was a film called Monsters, which wasn't a horror film. It was a kind of a love story, really, which we shot in Central America. And I traveled around Central America with Gareth. We were in Mexico and Belize and Guatemala, and also Costa Rica and Texas, actually. And then on the basis of that, Gareth got his first Hollywood studio movie, which was Godzilla. And then he sent me this message and he said, what's the best way for somebody to get hold of you? And I said, send me a WhatsApp message on my laptop. And he said, can't they just phone you? And I said, no, I dropped my phone that you bought me in the bath. So it's in a bag of rice drying out right now. And Gareth texted me and went, oh dear, I gave that number to somebody. He actually literally bought me a mobile phone because I didn't have one. And
those are the days.
And I dropped it in the bath. And he said, I gave that number out. And I said, who did you give it to? And the message came through and it said Lucasfilm. And that was the moment my heart kind of went into little palpitations, and my 16-year-old self went, what's happening? And I just emojied back shocked face emoji about 100 times. And yeah, I then got a phone call from Lucasfilm on my landline. Actually, that's what happened. And I was, because I'd had surgery, so I was on crutches at the time. So I was trying to get to a phone, trying to not fall over and end up back in hospital. And I was like, hi.
Yeah. Oh yes, I'd love to be involved. That's fantastic.
Yes.
So the
And then they said,
can you come
to Pinewood for an interview? And I went down to Pinewood Studios and I had an interview, and I think it was on my birthday actually. And I thought, however this goes, if I get the job or not, I've had my birthday at Pinewood Studios.
Yeah, and what a birthday, and what a present as well, because you then started working on this movie that has become. Yes. I mean, I think it's fair to say, Cole, that so many people love Rogue One. It's one of those movies that. Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, thank you and Gareth and all the team that put it together, because it really is a continuation of what feels like those original Star Wars movies. And when you were in our Star Wars documentary, The Galaxy Britain Built, in 2019, we talked about how that legacy had kind of progressed from the 70s to the current day, and that kind of talent that still works. That still works on Star Wars movies.
We knew we had to build Yavin and the hangar for the Rebels, and we looked at different locations, and there was all these different ones. And then finally, we went to this place in Cardington, and when we were stood there, someone said, by the way, do you know this is the exact spot C-3PO and R2-D2 and Princess Leia and Han Solo were stood for that shot, that exterior shot, like punctuation moment before the briefing of the attack on the Death Star. And it was like, well, then we're definitely filming it here, right? Like, why wouldn't you film it here? So we actually, in the very same space, created that hangar for real, and we could go in and it was probably the biggest set we built, and I'm sure it cost a lot of money.
That's not your problem.
No, they made a lot of money.
Yeah, that's fine.
It made more than $1.5 billion off the back of a $200 million budget, equaling the success of the original, which was made for a fraction of the price. Much of Rogue One's success has been attributed to the style of its British director.
Gareth, as a filmmaker, he likes to have actors run with the flow and do improv and change things. So Gareth will do a take and he will run that camera sometimes for up to an hour. He will say, and reset, and they will maybe run back to first positions, but sometimes he'll just carry on. And because he wants, what he wants from that is a moment of truth, he calls it. He's always looking for the moment of truth. And I think Kubrick would do it by doing 106 takes, the kind of the legendary Kubrick method. Gareth says you do one take, but it lasts 106 minutes. And you have to go through it all and find that moment of truth.
But I think it's fair to say that most people you speak to who are Star Wars fans love Rogue One. I suppose when you started it, you would have had no clue how it was going to be received.
And when we started on that, episode 7 had not yet been released, because we started, when I went to Pinewood Studios for that interview, they were shooting episode 7. And when I was working, I first started working on the film in 2014, which was in the autumn of 2014. And I remember
they showed us the very first teased trailer for Force Awakens in that huge cinema at the Presidio, and Kathy Kennedy introduced it, and it was rammed. Everybody from Lucasfilm and ILM were all watching that trailer together, and it felt like, wow, we are right in the center of this, what's coming with all these new films. And we didn't know if Episode 7, Force Awakens, was even going to be a hit or not, you know, because it hadn't come out. Was there still an appetite for new Star Wars films? And it wasn't until obviously a year later we were at Pinewood. We were shooting Rogue, which would have been the Christmas of 2015, when Force Awakens came out, and we were all invited to go and see a cast and crew screening of Force Awakens. And then obviously within a few days, it was the second biggest grossing movie of all time after Avatar. So then the pressure was really on. Because it was like, oh, that was a hit. We hope that Rogue One can also be a hit. And obviously it's worth saying that I was one of just 3 editors. There was Jabez Olsen and John Gilroy also worked on the film. I was on it for the longest. I was on it for 27 months. So I was on it right from the beginning until like the day the movie came out. And Jabez was on it like for a whole year, I think, during the whole shoot, and then into post. And then John Gilroy came on for the last 5 months, I think, 4 or 5 months, which is when we ended up back in, actually it was probably 6 months actually. We ended up back at the Skywalker Ranch, finishing the film off at Skywalker. So I was a tiny part in a very big wheel of cogs.
Yeah, but very modest of you. I knew you'd be like this. I knew you'd be modest, Cole. But I know that, as you said, you spent the longest on it, 27 months. But I remember you saying to me in the past for the documentary, and we've had conversations since about those days in the edit suite. They were very, very, very long.
Some of them were. Yeah, some of them. I mean, just occasionally when you have to get things ready for screenings, and normally on a big Hollywood feature, what you would do is you would test screen a film to an audience, and then they fill out a little survey, and they're interviewed by a host in the cinema. What did you like this? Did you understand that? You can't do that with a Star Wars film. Those big movies, like probably the Avengers films as well, because you cannot risk the plots being leaked. So because of that, you only have screenings with the heads of the studio, people like Kathy Kennedy. So the day before those screenings was always crunch time, because you want to get the film looking as good as you possibly can before you show it to somebody like Kathy, so she sees it as close to what the finished film's going to be. So those days sometimes were 24-hour long days to get it ready for the screenings. Yeah.
Am I right in thinking that with the edit process, you were pretty much editing right up until the premiere?
Yeah, would be correct. We weren't editing right up until the premiere, but we were in post-production. I do remember grading the print for the premiere the day before the premiere. So things were quite
pretty tight. That's pretty
They
close.
were quite tight. But the premiere was about a week before the movie came out. So we then had that buffer. So we knew as long as we had a print, we could screen at the print, and that's quite often the case. I know. I think the last James Bond film, they screened it for the cast and crew premiere, and then I think they went back and tweaked it again afterwards. So that's not uncommon to drop extra shots. I know when Jabez did the Hobbit, the first Hobbit film, because Jabez cut all 3 of those movies. The first one, they were rendering the shot of Smaug at the end of the first Hobbit film. They rendered that shot out the morning of the premiere, and they dropped it into the print and ran it over to the cinema. So Jabez had been through it all before. I mean,
I'm used to this. This is
very
nothing.
calm, Jabez, very calm.
Can
So
I
I just followed the lead of calmness.
And obviously with editing, it's not linear, and you can move things around. What was the very first scene that you worked on?
Oh, it was actually, weirdly, it was the start of the film, because we filmed in Iceland, which was the scenes of Krennic landing and walking across the black sand to the house with Galen and the shootout. So they filmed in Iceland, I think, for maybe 3 or 4 days, something like that. So they filmed all those scenes first, which are ironically the prologue of the movie. Then after that, it was all over the shop, because we filmed in, most of the film was shot in Pinewood. There was a week's filming out in somewhere like what I think it was at Wadi Rum, where they filmed Lawrence of Arabia for the desert scenes, and then we filmed in somewhere off an island off the coast of India.
Was it the Maldives?
The Maldives.
Yeah.
That's what it was. I was trying to think it wasn't Mauritius because that was another film I did afterwards, and I knew it wasn't that. Thank you. So filmed in the Maldives as well. That was again about these things. There were the location shoots were very, very short. They were a few days, 3 days here, 3 days there, that kind of thing. And then 90% of the film. So all the soldiers, the Marines, the rebels, running around in the shootout at the end against the stormtroopers. That's all Pinewood back lot. We had we had a Pinewood set, and we had a set out up in Bedfordshire, and then another one further out as well. So they were all shot. It was all shot in England. I mean, all that sandy beach stuff, and then we had like a couple of pickups. A couple of a few wide shot days in the Maldives with the stormtroopers walking through the sea and stuff.
Did you get to go to the Maldives?
I did not. I didn't get to go anywhere but Pinewood. I actually did go. I did go out to I went out to the Rebel base hangar, and I went out to when they were shooting the stuff with the Rebels versus the storm. And it's great. You stand there, and then suddenly things blow up, and stuntmen on wires go flying everywhere. And it's always just every day you're on a film set like that, you're pinching yourself, thinking, how did I manage to get here from a little comprehensive school in Northamptonshire with my dream of working on.
Well, through hard work and talent, I can say that. I know you're too modest to say it, but you are incredibly talented. And it must be, as you say, when you're on the set. And I remember talking to Gareth for the Galaxy Britain Built, and I said to him, was it weird? And he said, no, it actually felt really normal. He said, because when you're a kid and you're growing up with Star Wars and you've got the toys and everything, he said, and so all of a sudden you're surrounded by your heroes, you're surrounded by stormtroopers and things that are very familiar to you. He said it actually felt really normal.
When you get to do Star Wars, everyone expects it to be like, oh my God, was it crazy? And you go, no, it was really kind of normal.
Yeah, it's like when you grow up and you realize Star Wars isn't real, and then you kind of go into the real world, then you've been transported back there.
Yeah,
and it feels
and
like
this
only
is the world. The world's not really boring.
Yeah, it's actually really exciting.
Yeah, and you go, yay, I was right. And then it's like, and then it ends, and you go, oh no, actually it's boring again, isn't it?
But when it ends, so when that music, that score, the Star Wars music, and it says directed by Gareth Edwards, that must make you feel well.
Yeah, it is weird. Like that iris wipe. Dun, 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 dun. Like I watched those credits probably more than any other film as a kid. And that's how it felt like the ultimate film ends, just goes dum 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 dum. So I guess when that happened on the premiere, it was like, it did feel like, okay, I can die now. Do you know what I mean? Like whatever happens in the rest of my life now, I've done that. I can die.
I'm much older than Gareth, and therefore I was already at art school. But what was interesting, that the seismic change that has happened within that generation has been that when I was at art school and I had to get a coach to London to go and see Star Wars, and because it was only on at 2 cinemas in the UK, there were up until then, there were no toys. It was very hard, there was no toys for the films that I loved as a child growing up, and so it was Star Wars that brought that kind of merchandising, as you know, from the Toys documentary that you did as well. So Gareth grew up with the toys of Star Wars. I was supposedly an adult by the time that film came out, and I still bought the toys. I still have them. I bought that Yoda when Empire Strikes Back came out. So I've had that since 1980.
Can I just say something? As a friend of yours, you've never grown up, and I don't ever want you to, because the fact that you have this sense of joy and fun. But I think as well, and I think a lot of what you bring and other people like yourself bring is that joy of film, the joy of you surround yourself. I know you do in your edit suites with your toys, with inspiration, with R2D2, your favorite.
And that's not just me. That's if you go to go to ILM in San Francisco, Industrial Light and Magic, who did the effects for all the Star Wars films. All of the artists that work there, I mean, everybody, their offices, they all look like this. They have toys, they have merchandising everywhere. And some of it is branded things that have been put in the building because it's Lucasfilm, but a lot of it is people's own personal toys that they had growing up. And I think it breeds creativity. It triggers something in your brain. I genuinely believe that. And I always try, when I'm working on a show, I try to theme it. So obviously Star Wars, that was a dream come true because I could just bring all my toys in and put them in the cutting room. But I did a show set in the Second World War. So I put around my edit suite posters that said things like "Careless talk costs lives." Don't forget in your ration card. Waste not one. All those things to keep calm and keep calm.
So because I think it gets you into it's like an actor. When an actor gets into character by wearing a costume, I think you can do that as well. Because as an editor, you're trying to put yourself in the head of the performers and the head of the director, and you're trying to embed yourself into the film. And I think, I mean, it's just me personally. I know other people would freak out at the amount of stuff I have up. They would like a feng shui, completely clean working environment. I've never been like that.
No, but I think, as you say, it's if you're a creative person, having that around you and surrounding yourself with whatever paraphernalia you need for the edit it makes all the difference, doesn't it? And I think that's special.
Yes, and I mean, and also technically as well. I mean, I remember there's a practical point as well. I had one of those big ATATs that you could put the figures in, and Matt Alsop, who was the storyboard artist and the concept artist for Rogue One, would run into my edit suite. And he would say, Cole, can I borrow your ATAT? And then he'd put it on a table and he would be drawing it from all different angles, because when he had the toy in front of him, he didn't have to remember what an ATAT looked like. You know what I mean? So he found that very useful to get work out camera angles and present ideas to Gareth. And then I remember when we were doing the Battle of Scarif, it got very complicated as to who was where, the Rebels, the Imperials, Jin's team, that I actually used post-it notes and I put them all over my cutting room floor, and I made an island, the island with all the offshoots, and I put the characters everywhere, and then worked out, okay, they've got to be there to get from there to there, and then they've got to run from there, and then I could block it all out and start to intercut the scenes in such a way that it made more sense, because you're intercutting narrative. So it was just better to have that 3D. I mean, there are other ways of doing it using pre-visualization and things like that as well, but at the end of the day it usually comes back to a note on a post-it note.
That's fantastic. And so you're actually building the whole set with figures
in a really rough way. Just literally I was like putting out post and then trying to block it out. It was useful for me.
One of the most poignant scenes, I think, is when we know that it's over for Jin and Cassian, and they can't make it off Scarif. And I know that you edited that scene, and it was filmed over 3 evenings, 3 sunsets, and you ended up putting them together.
But then what was really interesting, so I ran that as one continuous scene, and that's the way it had been. And then when John Gilroy came on board, John had a new idea. And then I remember Tony Gilroy, the writer who'd come on with all the new scenes, and Tony ran into him and he said, John is intercutting that scene on the beach with Vader. And I was like, oh. And he went, it's going to work, because John Finkley has put some music on it. He was the music editor. See what you think. And they ran it, and I was like, oh my God, that is beautiful. And that was John Gilroy's idea to do the intercut. And I have, ever since that day, I have stolen that idea. And now when I work on films, I literally look at them and think, can I intercut this? Because some scenes were intercut anyway. But I'm like, is there a scene that wasn't meant to be intercut that I can intercut that will increase the tension? And I did a film last year called Tetris, and I intercut 3 different scenes with somebody on a plane, traveling through an airport, a girl singing. And there were originally 3 scenes, one after the other. And once I intercut them in a John Gilroy way, they became, I felt, much more exciting, and the song strung it all together. And so now I just do that all the time. So, at my age, I was still learning. John Gilroy's actually a little bit younger than me. I'm still learning stuff.
Every day's a school day, Cole. And it
really is. It really is.
Obviously, there is that incredible scene at the end with Darth Vader that is just mind-blowing. And I think as every Star Wars fan,
that was Jay Bez's idea. Jay Bez came into my cutting room one day and he went, I figured, because we're always trying to work out how to get more Darth Vader into the film. And Jay Bez came in and goes, I figured out how to get Vader in. I was like, okay, pitch me. And he pitched this idea, the way he pitched it was that Vader was going to fight his way onto the bridge, and it was going to be Radis on the ship that he was going to, where are the plans? And obviously it was simplified to being in the corridor for the reshoot. And then Gareth went off and filmed. It was the very last scene to be shot. Was Gareth filmed that shot in the corridor, and then John Gilroy was with another unit filming insert pickups, literally on the same sound stage. It was like, and I was just standing next to Peter Jackson watching all the fun, thinking.
And Peter Jackson was there, yeah.
When they shot the Vader scene,
So that was Jabez's pitch, and I thought it was brilliant, and I told him it was brilliant, and then he said, okay, then I'm going to go and pitch it to Kathy Kennedy, which is what he did, and Kathy said, yep, let's do it. So
amazing, and it's one of those moments at the very end, you know, when the plans are handed to Princess Leia, and you could literally press play on A New Hope on episode 4 when Rogue One ends, and they would segue perfectly into it.
Yes, the very first thing that we did. Even though we had all seen New Hope, I mean, I've probably seen it over 100. And we watched New Hope, and then we started working on Rogue One. So that was our first day at work. Really, was sitting at the ranch watching that to get ourselves. This is we've got a legacy here, and we have, you know, you can't be what's the words that people say. It's the thing whereby you can't sort of overly worship and therefore make a bad product, make a bad film. But I think you have to be mindful of what the original film was and why we loved that film when we were kids. And Rogue is a much more adult film. I mean, Star Wars New Hope is definitely a kid's film. Empire Strikes Back is a darker kid's film. Return of the Jedi, I think, is more a kid's film again. It's lighter in touch than Empire. And Rogue is the darkest of those 4 films that conclude that one section of the, you know, you go Rogue through to end of Return of the Jedi. Rogue is way darker, more adult film.
Yeah, it is, and but it really does set the tone. And I think as well, it gives it much more poignancy when you rewatch A New Hope now, knowing what they went through, and
that's right.
And how the story.
When you read the crawler at the beginning of New Hope now. I mean, it's interesting because I actually had a crawler on the beginning of Rogue One when I did the very first cut of the film. I did a cut of the film using clips from other movies just to give us an idea of story and structure. And, that's all it was. It was just a mood board, they would call it these days. And I put a crawler on, and then Gareth came in and he went, do you know what? I don't think we're going to do a crawler. And I was like, wow, wow. Because every Star Wars thing up until then, you know, TV series, you know, the other movie, everything had a crawler.
We were expecting it as the audience.
Wow.
We were expecting it.
And then I think what was interesting was that genius piece of music that Michael Giacchino did, where he just did that note, because Michael's so clever. And when he put that on, you were like, this is going to work.
Yeah, and it does, and it really does. And I don't think it's any the lesser for not having a crawler.
Right.
But I also find it fascinating, Cole, that all of that story comes from basically one line in the original crawler.
Yeah, and that was John Knoll. John Knoll, who was the inventor of Photoshop with his brother. Yeah. It was John Knoll's idea to go to Kathy and pitch that and say, why don't we make a movie of that opening crawler of the plans?
And then let's just do it. Let's go from there. I have to ask, Cole, with the success of Rogue One, and obviously you continue to be a fabulous editor, as we knew you would be, would you ever do another Star Wars?
If they'd asked me back, well, that's what was interesting, actually. They asked me to cut. John and Tony Gilroy asked me to edit Andor, the prequel to Rogue One, which I was going to do, and then unfortunately COVID came along, and I, because I was old, overweight, and very unhealthy, leaving the house without a vaccine was never going to end well, and so I decided I wouldn't leave my house. John and Tony both agreed with that. You know, my reasoning, but as a consolation prize, Tony said, well, if you can't edit for us when you get a vaccine, I'd like you to guest star in an episode. So I am actually in the Andor TV series fleetingly. So I spent a day out on location. It was the first, once I had my vaccine and my COVID test, it was the first place I went after 14 months of being at home, was to go onto set, onto Andor. And of course I felt really safe because I knew every single person there had been vaccinated and had a COVID test. So it was the perfect way to go back into the world. And I went back not into the real world, but into a world of stormtroopers.
which is where you feel most comfortable.
A day on a mountainside, and I gave my best stern, rebel look to a bunch of stormtroopers as I walked past them.
As we knew,
it was great, and it was lovely, and it was lovely for Tony and John to ask me to do that. So yeah, I probably would.
Yeah, well, there we are. You heard it here first. Lucasfilm, come on, let's get Cole back on the next movie or TV series. It's been a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. Thank you so much for sharing your insights into Rogue One, and may the Force be with you.
And may the Force be with you.
Hi, this is Alex from Star Wars Explained, and I want to thank you for tuning into the Podathon today. Your donations throughout this amazing day go to support the vital work of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. If you haven't had a chance to donate yet, there's still plenty of time. Just visit www.thepodathon.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Thanks for supporting, and may the Force be with you.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Nick, how's it going, man?
Wow. I mean, we know the stories about Rogue One. We know, what was going on. We've heard a lot of that stuff, but to hear from Cole directly and to hear, how they got involved, the work that they got to do, just again, sucker for behind the scenes. I'll take as much of it as I can get.
And it's funny. They say the movie is made in the edit. There's stories and legend around Star Wars, A New Hope being saved in the edit, and that sort of thing. But that's also, to me, I think, where some of the better stories are coming from.
Always where the stories are coming from.
I'm going to bring in Becca Benjamin. Hello, Becca. How are you?
Hey guys, I'm doing okay.
You're doing
Looks
good.
great over there. Look at all these amazing guests and all the donations coming in. Good job.
They are coming in. We still need a lot more. We got a ways to go, but we might find a way to get us up a little bit. We have a special live guest who's going to join us for the next 20 minutes or so. Let's bring in friend of our show, friend of your show, friend of
everybody,
friend of everybody,
friend of Star Wars people,
friend of Star Wars, Mr. Clayton Sandel. Clayton, how's it going?
Friend of all shows. I'm doing great, guys. Happy Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you. It's funny. I feel like I've spoken to you on May the 4th multiple times, whether it's through our show or whatever. This is where the fans get together. It's really wild, isn't it?
It absolutely is. The show has been looking great. I don't know about you guys. I am totally drunk off of blue milk. Somebody is going to have to cut me off at some point. I've gone through a half a gallon of this stuff already.
Well, that's great. Well, you can drink it while you read your new book.
There you go.
Visual Archive. How'd you like that? I'm not a pro like you, but I do my best.
No, that was a very good segue. Very, very. Yeah. Some casual light reading with some blue milk. Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we have a couple things we want to get to with you, but we want to start off by telling everybody who's watching.
Yes.
Listen, I don't know if you've seen this book yet. If you've been to your Barnes & Noble, if you've ordered it online, this is, and Clayton, I told you and ST when you were on with us a couple weeks ago, this is a book that belongs in every Star Wars fan's collection. You can't see it here because it's in another part of my room, but I've been a Star Wars behind the scenes book collector since 77 or 78, whenever the first ones came out, and this one has earned its place right at the top. So what I want everybody to know is Mr. Sandel here has told me over a text moments ago that he is going to give away one of these in the next 20 minutes. If you're with us, he is going to give away one of these signed by himself and perhaps another author or two with him. All you got to do to enter this entry is before this entry. See, the words are beginning to escape me at this point in the day. Is donate at least $5. For every $5 you donate between now and, let's say, quarter of, we're going to give you an entry to win. The book goes for $65 in the stores, I think, right now.
Yep.
It's great to if there's a bug on the floor that you don't want to touch, you can drop it on it, and it's a very hefty book.
It is hefty, yes.
But honestly, it's definitely one of my favorite Star Wars books to come out because I'm such a huge fan of behind the scenes. I know Nick is as well.
That's right.
But Clayton, before I got to ask you, where's this episode 5 and episode 4 version of this book?
There are other visual guides in the works. I can tell you that.
All right.
I'd love to be able to tell you more, but of course we signed some paperwork, so there's not a lot we can reveal at this point. But I would just invite y'all to stay tuned. Okay,
stay tuned and get this book in the meantime, or donate at least $5 for an entry to win. We're going to draw it in what's this, 25 minutes, 20 minutes or so.
20 minutes.
So it's Star Wars Day weekend. Did you go see The Phantom Menace, Clayton? Yeah.
I have not seen it yet. I have tickets to go see it. I actually saw the other sci-fi classic that is celebrating a big anniversary this year. We saw Alien in theaters on Thursday, which was a lot of fun. But haven't yet seen Phantom Menace.
going to see Alien again in the theaters. I never saw it in the theaters because I think I was
I didn't
just a little
either.
too young. My parents wouldn't bring me. I remember my best friend, his grandmother brought him or something, and I was so angry. But I gotta go. That's one I definitely have to see. Go ahead.
Well, it's very nice of you to say nice things about the book. It is, and to be clear, I get no extra money for extra sales, but this is the kind of book that I would have gotten if I were, because like you, I was sort of the behind the scenes, everything behind the scenes is what I loved and kind of fell in love with after the movies left the theaters, and so it's kind of talked a little bit about it before, but it's sort of this hybrid book of talking about the story, but also the influences of Jedi and how it sort of continues to be an inspiration for a lot of Star Wars design that you see popping up in productions today. So it's cool, and then a ton of behind the scenes anecdotes too. So it's kind of a cool mix.
For sure. Now, I think you mentioned it when you were on the show with Nick and I a couple of weeks ago, but what's your favorite sort of surprise story that you learned from doing this book?
Oh man, there's so many. I will tell you one thing that I was very happy to see in it, which was, for years, being a kid that grew up in Southern California, it was always cool to me that so much of Jedi was shot on location in California, indoor, and it always bugged me when behind the scenes books or articles or whatever would talk about the Sarlacc pit scenes, that whole sequence, all of that being filmed in Yuma, Arizona. It always drove me nuts because that was the base camp. That was where the hotels were. That's where they were all situated at night. But the actual filming was in California, technically.
Right.
And I was very happy. It was a section that I didn't work on in this book. But I was flipping through it the other day, opened it to this page where it talks about all of the aspects of filming that sequence and notes in like the first 2 or 3 paragraphs that it was California, dang it. And so I was very happy to see. I don't know actually who worked on that section, but very happy to see that we got it right. Finally set the record straight, at least in this book. So it's a fun one.
Becca, you've had a chance to peruse the book as well. What are your thoughts on this thing? It's amazing.
Well, the visual guides always blow my mind. There's just so much in there, and it's kind of, in a sense, almost overwhelming looking at so much. And there's just so much that really we don't get to pinpoint when we're watching it, so it's nice to have these books because they're stills, they're not moving around. We're not moving around. So
right.
I always get such a joy out of that. And then the little tidbits, but I do want to plug this for you, Clayton. It'd be nice to get a behind the scenes book of bloopers and things like that.
Oh, that's
specifically.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's always,
yeah.
And what made me think of it was when we spoke with Bonnie Burton and, she was around. It was the idea that they came up with the webcams, right? So they don't do that anymore, obviously on set, but to get those blooper reels and to get those images in a guide, in a book, those behind the scenes, to me, there's a lot of people that would buy that. I know I'm one, especially if you made it, a lot of Hayden with Ewan. I mean, they love each other and they tease each other all the time. That would be just fabulous to have it all in a book. Just saying.
Sign me up.
Sign
me up. I'll write it tomorrow. Yeah, that's
awesome.
That stuff was real great. And I miss,
I'll give you money.
I wish it wasn't so locked down and secretive as it is. You remember how cool it was when we had like Lynn's diaries and the web camera and all of that stuff leading up to, we were sort of being taken along on the adventure of making this movie. And for many reasons it's changed, but I wish they would open it up again and let us in.
We were talking a little bit about that this morning as well. Like, can you imagine in today's internet environment if there was a webcam footage of, you know, like something, everything on George Lucas's desk would be overanalyzed and be like,
Oh, yeah.
well, clearly Plo Koon is going to be, you know, entering the Alderaan system and about whatever. I don't know. It would get nuts. And then people would be, here's the bigger problem. People would be disappointed. They'd be like, I saw a blue lightsaber and I thought for sure it was going to be Anakin and it wasn't. We were robbed.
I know the things we obsess about in still frames and you know, why is there a red pen on his desk? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's it would be way overanalyzed, but yeah, a lot of fun.
It's very true. Well, again, for every $5 you donate between now and 3:45, let's get that number going. You're going to get an opportunity to win this amazing book, this really terrific book. S.C. Bendy, Clayton Sandel, Kelly Knox, right? That was that. And of course, you had timelines last year around this time.
Timelines,
right?
yeah. Timelines last year, which has been, it's we just celebrated that anniversary just a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, it's hard to believe that's already been out a year. My gosh,
it's crazy.
But yeah, that was very cool. So yeah, I'll definitely sign it. I'll see if I can get some of my other cohorts maybe to sign it. Yeah, SD Bendy and Kelly Knox. It was amazing to work on this book with them, of course. Two big, highly respected names in fandom, and so it's really cool to open it up and see yourself on that page with those two.
I think one of my favorite things is walking through a Barnes and Noble and then seeing people I know on the shelf. And so that to me is like, that's like a little charge I get. I love that. It's so cool.
Then you have to walk back by the shelf that's all Kristen Baver. Like there's
right. First there's the Baver section.
You got to get that Baver section. Yeah. Like
yes, for
80
sure.
books there, but yeah.
Dan Madsen's in the chat. Hey Dan, how are you? Good to see you. Speaking of history of Lucasfilm and Star Wars.
Yeah.
Nice to
and
see you.
You'll see Dan on the big screen if you go and see the Phantom Menace this weekend.
It's right. Yeah, Nick and I went yesterday, and I looked for the Cadu tamer, and there he was, his little blue suit, which was fantastic. Looking good, Dan. You don't look any older than you did back then, for sure. But speaking of Phantom Menace, you did an interview with Jake Lloyd's mother a couple months ago. It wasn't that long ago, which was just such a great story. It was great for all of us. And I have to say, watching Phantom Menace again yesterday and knowing his history since then, and just seeing this innocent kid doing his best to act his butt off as a 9-year-old and recognizing what he's gone through since then.
Yeah.
You said you may have a little bit of an update from the story since then.
Yeah. So when I did that interview, we knew that the movie was going to be re-released. But as the days got closer, I was just curious to know, to see if Jake was aware that the film was coming out again. And so I texted with his mom a bit, and she did tell Jake that the movie's coming back out, and she said that he was surprised that it had been 25 years since that movie had been out. And
I think so were we.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, with gray hair too.
Yeah.
Right? But we talked about it a little bit in the article, but she talks about how much he enjoyed making that movie, how much fun he had making that movie. So I think there's a lot of really strong memories on his part. But so I asked her if she thought he would go to see the movie, and she thinks that he does want to go see it. So I'm not going to talk about where they live, but keep your eye out if you happen to be at a Phantom Menace screening this weekend, because it sounds like he is going to try and see the movie. And it was funny because she said his mom, Lisa Lloyd, said that she felt like he could at this point sneak in and out of the theater without anybody noticing him. So you never know. But yeah, and since that article came out, we sort of keep in touch, and she says his recovery continues. He's doing great. He's talking more about his childhood than he has in a long time. He loves coming home and visiting and playing with the cats and hanging out and watching movies. And she told me that for the first time in a long time, they watched Jingle All the Way together.
Oh yeah,
and which was sort of unusual. They hadn't done that in a long time. Of course, he was in that film with Arnold Schwarzenegger. So anyway, yeah, his recovery continues, and again, he may be out there going to check out the Phantom Menace this weekend, she says.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's so cool. Well, we're going to take a quick minute to remind everybody, if you're watching right now, you've got about 9 more minutes to donate to Podathon during this segment. For every $5 that somebody donates, we are going to give away a copy of this book right here, The Return of the Jedi Visual
An entry
Archive.
to win. We're not giving
I'm sorry. Yes. An entry to
Clayton's
win.
like, wait a second. I don't have a case of these behind me.
Yes, we are going to give one away. Every $5 you donate gets you an entry and an opportunity to win. We have had some people donate already during this segment. Fresh donations coming in. I am charting those right here on the laptop. So we will be ready to draw that here in a few more minutes. So we want you, this is a great opportunity to win a prize. We're going to give away more prizes later, but this one's special, and Clayton's here to endorse giving it away. So that makes it even better. I wanted to ask one more thing about Jake, or just to you. You know, obviously we've all read that article. It was so great when you put it out, and I know it meant a lot to so many people. I know Jake is somewhat disconnected, probably just in his stage of recovery and the things where he is in his life. I'm sure his mother has gotten a lot of wonderful feedback, but I would imagine that you have also heard from a lot of people about how much it meant to hear an update about Jake along that way. How has the outpouring been?
Yeah. There were it got more reaction than a story any story I'd done in a long time. Frankly, a lot of people had just there just really had been no information about it for the longest time, and people were genuinely curious. And one of the reasons that I even pursued this article and went down this road, it goes back like more than 2 years, and it was really was born out of when we went to Celebration in Anaheim, and Hayden was there, Ewan was there, and they came out together, and you could just the sentiment had been out there, but that was the first moment that everybody, for me anyway, that this love of the prequels crystallized, in that moment. And it really, that's where I got really curious about how Jake had been doing at that point. And I think that, you just saw how much that film and the prequel films collectively are just beloved by a certain age group of fans that were our age when we saw the original trilogy, and this for them was their Star Wars. And so that sentiment, it kind of went back all the way to Celebration, and so there was a lot of, I think, just pent up appreciation for Jake and just curiosity about how he was doing. So yeah, the outpouring was really great, and his mom told me that she heard really great things and heard from a lot of people as well. So that, again, just we're curious to see how he was doing all these years later.
Yeah. Becky, you were saying before when we were talking earlier about how the impact of Phantom Menace on you when you were younger, and how's it changed? I'll ask this to both of you. How has Phantom Menace changed for you over the last 25 years, if at all?
Well, quite a bit, actually. Because when that came out, I was, I was going on my 24th birthday. Yeah. So I was a young mom. I was just starting a marriage at the time. And so, it was something I enjoyed, but throughout the years, through everything that I've been through and growing up and becoming more involved and watching my kids grow, I think Phantom Menace really calls to me due to the impact of Shmi and Anakin more than anything else. Like, I am still very pro give me Shmi prequel because it's sitting in the theater yesterday. Again, when you see it on that screen versus your TV screen, I don't care how big your TV screen is, you see more. You see the facial expressions better. I'm telling you, every time she is lurking around the corner, listening to Qui-Gon talk to Anakin, she knows what's up. She knows
Pernilla
more than
August
she's
did
telling
such
him.
an amazing. It's funny you say that because I noticed that yesterday too, watching it
Oh,
again.
she knows something. She's not telling anybody.
Oh, and
she's
when
known all along.
and as a parent, when he says you're free, and she knows she's not, but she knows she can't stop him because it's it's
right.
The movie is so different for me and for you and Nick and Clayton. I don't know what life was at that point, but as a parent, that scene is completely different now. That entire section.
Oh yeah, it plays much differently as a parent. No question about it, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, you got about 5 minutes left to get in a donation to try to win this book, which again, you need it. And if you don't win it, I'm telling you, just after you donate to Podathon, go get it, because it's honestly, I feel like I'm gushing and I'm like overplaying it, but I'm not, because this is a rare book for me to be just like woo. What about for you, Clayton? How's Phantom Menace evolved for you?
I'll be honest. I didn't care for it when it first came out. I saw, I had watched the trailer a million times, like everybody else. Had downloaded it, and we would watch it at the office where I worked. And I call myself a reformed prequelist, because I think as time went on, you sort of, and especially as the other like Clone Wars and everything else that has come out since then, that has sort of, you get this greater appreciation for it over time. And, you come to find out, and again, being sort of a fan of the behind the scenes aspects of all of this, when you start to learn about George's intention with this film, I mean, this was exactly the film that George Lucas wanted to make. It was everything was intentional, the style, the look, the feel, the overall, whereas the first three films he felt were plot-driven action pieces, this was going to be, a character drama where we were going to explore the histories of all these characters and the galactic, all of the things going on politically, and it was. So you learned. I have learned to appreciate it from that perspective, because that was exactly what he intended this film to be. And so yeah, we rewatch it. It's in kind of a regular rotation around here now. And my son, who is 10 now, Jar Jar Binks is one of his favorite characters of all time. So with good reason. So it's it has changed for me. I'm happy to say it's changed for me over the years. I have a much better appreciation for it now.
It's funny because we often, when we have guests on around the galaxy, we often ask them about so what's your favorite Star Wars movie? If you're going to throw one in, which one are you going to watch? Throw one in. That's an old reference to VCRs for the kids who are watching it. Just throw in a tape. But I find that if I'm just going to sit and watch a Star Wars of the 9 films, Phantom Menace is often the pick. And I exactly like you, when I was at the New York City premiere, the celebrity premiere, with all the actors who were in the New York area, and everybody was like, that was Star Wars, that was different, and the general feel. And it's taken me 25 years, well 20, because I think about 5 years ago I was back on board thanks to Clone Wars and things like that. But yeah, and it's Nick and I were saying, because he's up visiting from Alabama, and we made it, we based the trip on, we're going to see Phantom Menace, and we were both as excited to see it as if we were seeing a brand new Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
So, but well, I think we're coming up close to the end. We've gotten a bunch of donations. What's how many donations did we get, Nick?
Well, total, we are currently at, let me refresh the page here, $3,073.
Okay.
Over the course of this segment, we have had 40, 60.
I have 331.10 on this one.
Okay,
so
then yours refresh faster
more.
than mine did. Hold on. Oh, here we go. I see some
shared
more.
internet, and on the same table you get different responses.
That's all right. We'll keep going. Let me update this.
All right, we're gonna update the sheet so we can draw a winner. But Clayton, what's on the horizon for you right now?
I got a couple of projects in the works that we hope to be able to talk about soon. So stay tuned for those, and then just kind of keep them busy with Scripps News. The news never ends, guys. Ever. always busy, but yeah. So
always something. That's great.
Keeping at it, yeah. But
good.
Thanks again for having me on. I appreciate it. Great cause. Although, I don't know, you didn't tell me I was going to have to follow David Whiteley. Come on. That was a little unfair.
It's funny. I know you guys are friends, and I know you're both in the same field, but you're in different countries, so it's okay.
We're in different
countries. But you're, I mean, the galaxy that Britain built is one of those. It's hard to find here in the States, but if you ever get a chance to watch it, it's so good.
I have a signed poster on the wall over here, just out of camera range. That's very happy to get. Yeah, David is a great guy, and those, as I told him when they came out, they were both groundbreaking and covered a lot of ground that is new, and that's hard to do 40, 45, almost 50 years later.
For sure. Well, Nick, are we ready to draw our winner?
We are indeed. Let me get the randomizer up here. We've got a range of numbers that we're going to put in so that we can draw.
If you donated and left, that's okay. But if you're here, we want to see you in the comments. We're going to talk.
All right. Let me check one more time. I don't want to leave anybody out.
Yes.
Any last minute donations rolling in. Make sure we don't have anybody else. Awesome. We're ready.
All right.
So I'm going to hit the button and we're going to find out who number 485 is. Jared Bachman Stubbs.
Jared.
Knights of the Nerd Republic. Nerd Academy. Nerd Academy.
Yeah.
Jared Stubbs, friend of the show, friend of a bunch of folks.
That's
Jared
awesome.
Has won a copy of this book.
Well, congratulations, Jared. Clayton, we will get you his address and info.
Absolutely. You got it. Congratulations,
awesome.
Jared.
Well, thank you, everybody, for tuning in and hanging out with us and Clayton. We have our next segment of the show, guys. Things are heating up here. We have Relatable Nerds here, but then coming up shortly thereafter, we also have Amy Allen, a guy who you may know named Billy D. Williams. We have Rob Coleman and Hal Hickel talking about the Phantom Menace special effects.
Also, speaking of Dan Madsen and the Phantom Menace, I learned this after we talked to Rob Coleman. You can spot Rob Coleman in the back of Jabba's box right as the race is over. He's walking around the corner to go out the door. And he said, they didn't give me a hat or anything. I just had a robe. And I specifically looked for it. And you see him just turn the corner and leave.
He just walked right in. But we got a lot left to cover, a lot left to do, and a lot more money we need for Make-A-Wish. Clayton, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, guys.
We'll talk to you again soon.
All right, take care. May the 4th be with you.
Up next on Podathon 2024 is the Relatable Nerds podcast. Hosted by Ilsa and Kira, Relatable Nerds is a pop culture podcast bringing you weekly updates on all of your favorite nerdy topics, such as the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Indian cinema, DC Comics, Star Wars, and everything in between. As they like to say, they are just two nerds doing what they love. And I think there's a certain Mostico quote about protecting that particular kind of thing. So I'm going to take a page out of their book and embrace who I love. For those of you who don't know, I'm a Salacious Crumb superfan, and I will take any opportunity to show that. So, mwah! This year, they are showing the love for Make-A-Wish and bringing their own brand of fun to our airwaves. So kick back, relax, and enjoy Relatable Nerds on Podathon 2024.
Well, hey guys, what's up? Welcome to Relatable Nerds. I'm Ilsa.
And I'm Kyra.
And today it's a very special episode because we are doing a Star Wars only episode for May the 4th. Be Wish You. Obviously, that's where you're listening to this.
Our favorite day of the year, you guys. Happy May the 4th to everybody. We are so excited to be a part of our first Podathon this year. Thank you so much to Around the Galaxy for putting on such an amazing show, benefiting an even more amazing cause. Make-A-Wish. Make sure to check out our links on our page as well. If you feel inclined to donate or just share the show with others that might end up wanting to donate it as well. It is a really important cause for both of us that we really care about a lot. And it's really cool when nerds come together across the galaxy to just, you know, bond and raise some money for a really good cause.
It is our yearly nerd day.
Yeah.
We all get this day. It's the best. But yeah, we're gonna talk about just all things Star Wars today. Normally we kind of bop around with different stuff, but we always make sure to have Star Wars in just about every episode. So yeah, I'm excited. Do you want to kick us off?
Yeah,
with a
you
topic?
guys. Yeah. So May the 4th, I mean, we have kind of a special movie coming to theaters this weekend. The Phantom Menace is going to be re-released in theaters for the first time, I think, since it's been out. I mean, I can't really remember. Maybe like some theaters did a special day in some places, but I don't think it's been released nationwide ever. I'm really excited about that. The prequels were released when we were children, so that was kind of, our first in-theater Star Wars experience. I, however, didn't get to see The Phantom Menace in theaters. Did you?
I think I did. I think I was little and I think I fell asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was not into the racing, and I'm pretty sure I just like passed out while watching it. Now that I'm older, I very much more appreciate the film. I'm way more into it now.
Oh yeah, there were some amazing battle scenes, and there are some crazy Star Wars creatures we got introduced to. I know either you love Jar Jar
Qui-Gon's
Binks,
in it,
you hate him. Qui-Gon's in it. Everybody, we see a little bit of everything.
That's so good.
Yeah,
it really is.
But that is going to be released today, or I think maybe May the 3rd, May the 4th. I'm not sure. This weekend, it's going to be out in theaters. So we are really excited to go check that out. I know a lot of different theaters around us in Chicago are doing some 24-hour like Star Wars marathons too, where they're playing like every Star Wars movie. I don't think it reaches 24 hours, but like they're doing them back to back to back.
It could reach 24. I feel like it'd be
might.
over.
Yeah. If they throw in maybe Rogue One in there too, which I'm not sure if they will, but they should, because Rogue One is amazing.
Yeah.
But I think we might get into a little prequel talk here, just because we love the prequels so much. Maybe not as a child, but now we really appreciate them. What would you say is your favorite out of the three?
I don't know. I know that yours is Attack of the Clones.
It is
mine's the
Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith. Yeah.
Gosh, gotta take a moment there to think about him. Yeah, Attack of the Clones definitely my favorite. I think I just love the Anakin Padme toxic love story, to see them just kind of where it all began, and I love seeing Anakin kind of like grow up.
Toxic. Oh my god,
toxic.
It is so toxic.
Oh, gotta love it. You know what? I think I loved it so much because John Williams was just so good at what he did, and the music he had in the background while everything was going on.
Yeah, the music really tricks you.
It really tricks
it's
you.
Like, this is an epic love story. It's like, he's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, girl, watch out.
Yeah, I would say though, Attack of the Clones is definitely my favorite. Revenge of the Sith is my second, but I do love the Phantom Menace.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of fun parts about it. I was a fan of Jar Jar Binks as a kid. I didn't understand quite what I don't think anybody knew what he was. Like Gungan, they live underwater. I just always thought their world was so cool.
Their world is so cool.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And whenever we go back to it and we see it in like animated TV shows and stuff, it's like, oh my god, wow, like this is so cool.
Yeah,
I want to live there.
Yeah, to see the Gungans and the way they would get underwater too, and when Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon had to find their underwater world, it was just so cool to me. It was crazy how they lived. They lived in these bubbles, and it was like a city underwater. It was kind of like Atlantis almost, and then you just had these crazy looking Gungans who were just crazy but loyal.
They're fun. I like them. Yeah, but mine is definitely Revenge of the Sith. I mean, they had the best battle scenes. It's where Anakin goes crazy. You can really see him changing. He almost has this dark passenger to him. Shout out Dexter. You can just kind of see he's almost he looks like he's in the shadows all the time almost.
Yeah.
And it's just I wouldn't say fun to watch, but it's interesting to see him go through that change. And I really am a big Obi-Wan Kenobi fan. And even though people might think that he's a little stiff and a little type A or whatever, exactly.
Yeah.
He is so cool in my opinion. I really truthfully love him as a character. And I feel like he really shined in that movie because it was well, that was our hero all along, for all of those prequels. So it was cool to like notice that at the end. You're like, oh, it was really this is Obi-Wan's story.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he was really pushed into like adulthood like very early on because
Mhm.
Qui-Gon was tragically killed by Darth Maul, even though Darth Maul is
We had-
technically still alive.
Yeah, that was so annoying.
so-
I hate when they retcon
Yeah.
that in Clone Wars. I was like, bruh.
It's like a spider now. I mean,
Yeah.
love his
I
backstory.
was like, so Qui-Gon died for nothing?
Yeah, it
like,
just
you have to
doesn't-
think about this kind of stuff when you want to bring villains back.
It bothers me.
It bothers me so
bothers
much.
me a lot. I feel like Qui-Gon could have been saved for sure.
Yeah.
But it is really interesting to think about Obi-Wan and his background and how he was just forced into having to be, I wouldn't say forced, he really wanted to be, but there could have been some resentment there because he really did love Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
He did not get enough time with Qui-Gon. And because of Qui-Gon's death, he had to step into the role of training Anakin.
Mhm.
But the Jedi Council immediately agreed with that. They're like, absolutely, like, let him be a master.
ready.
Where when Anakin tried to be, they were like, no, dude, like, you need to like work on some stuff
They're like, your
first.
personality sucks.
Yeah.
man. Like, grow up. Start acting right.
Mace
And he just
Windu.
wouldn't.
Yeah, he was kind of he was very full of himself, and I think it's because they told him
They
his
were
M
like-
count, and they were just like, he
His M
rolled with
count
that.
so high, his sperm count so high. 'cause
Yeah.
he got twins in before he turned. So I mean, that brings us to the originals.
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, seeing I think there's like another tragic love story there almost with Obi-Wan and Anakin's relationship, and
Yeah.
just seeing how
Their
they were
brotherly relationship.
their brotherly love, and they really, really cared about each other. And to see Anakin, I mean, the only two people he really has in his life that he loves and cares about in that way are Padme and Obi-Wan, but also Ahsoka in the background,
Mhm.
which we're going to get to that because it's crazy to think about how these
There's
prequels could be
so
different.
much to this world. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
the prequels could have been so incredibly different if we did have the Clone Wars and Ahsoka and even the Bad Batch, which we will touch base on in a little bit. But I often think about how Anakin was he just didn't have anybody that, I wouldn't say believed in him, but he didn't have anyone almost in his circle where he like knew how to handle like that love, like because he lost his mother at such a young age, and then everything that happens to his mother, sees his mother die in front of
Poor
him,
me.
an Attack of the Clones. And I think it's one of those stories where it's not an excuse, but he really just did not know how to handle losing people.
No, he did not.
And it's
And
it's
when
sad.
you get the option to be able to bring people back that you love,
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people are going to take that.
Right.
Especially someone who's young and inexperienced and gone through a lot of trauma.
Absolutely.
So
It's
he was right for the picking.
Right. I'm like, do Jedi like have therapy in that council? Like
They don't
could
have
somebody
therapy. They
talk
need to go to
him?
therapy so bad because it's like a little Buddhist monk society.
You
But it's
would
like,
think.
but it's like these battle monks. It's
Right.
like so straight.
Yeah.
Space battle monks. What is happening?
There's some blurred lines, gray areas in this whole Jedi Order thing, and we're coming to realize that as more Star Wars productions come out. I mean, we have even Asajj Ventress we saw this past couple weeks in the Bad Batch, a character we saw in the Clone Wars, a character who literally
so cool.
she was
in this
amazing,
episode. It was
and
crazy.
she's a pretty good prime example of how both are bad. You know, the Jedi can be bad in some ways, overall good. The Sith, horrible. They just deal in ultimatums. They kill people. They let the dark side overcome them. But in terms of almost like a Count Dooku sense, like they're almost, I would say, like, I wouldn't say fair, but they are more realistic in the way they live their life. And
Mhm.
obviously the Empire is horrible. They've done so many horrible things, but I feel like the Jedi are just so old school and they live by that old code of ethics that there is no gray areas. There is no like blurred lines of where you can be right and wrong. And it's like, it's either this or nothing. And I could see why people would almost argue present day now, Jedi or Sith, you know, or if you're just a yellow saber in the middle of nowhere, just doing what you do, like Asajj Ventress, which I feel like that's where I would probably fall as well. But yeah, so many tragic love stories in the prequels. I mean, R2 and 3PO still sticking together, but they kind of, you know, it's just
I mean, their love story doesn't end well.
yeah. Oh man, that Rise of Skywalker. Why did you do that to poor 3PO?
Why?
He
Crazy.
He
So
made
mean.
he made every single episode, remembered every single thing, him and R2, and then you're just gonna. That was hard to watch.
That was so painful. I cried like a baby.
I have beef with that scene. That the Rise of Skywalker in general, that could be a whole other episode.
I got
the
mad
newer
beef
movies.
with all those movies.
Yeah, that one, there were some tough things to watch in there. I remember when I first watched that in theater, when they pranked everybody and made it look like Chewbacca dies.
Mhm.
When the ship that he's in explodes.
Yeah.
And they make you think he's in there.
Yeah.
Oh, I left the theater.
Yeah.
I was like, absolutely not. You're gonna kill Han Solo and then you're gonna kill Chewie.
I
And
cried.
in the same series, I mean, I get why they want to, surprise the crowd, but that was.
Yeah, but it's not fair. It's like make us feel something and then take it away. It's messed up.
The Chewie thing I wouldn't have been able to handle. I really
Chewie
wouldn't.
is in the room with us.
Yeah, he is the picture of him up there. But going back to the prequels now, we don't have time really to get into the newer Star Wars movies because there's a lot to critique about those. But it's often interesting to think how different these prequel movies could have been if the Clone Wars was a thing while the movies were coming out, before they were coming out. I mean, there's so many characters that aren't really explored in the prequels, which I understand. There's a time limit on those movies. And I feel like, honestly, some of them were way too small. I feel like Revenge of the Sith could have been 2 parts.
Yeah.
I wish it would have been just like Anakin before, Anakin after, like a part 2 where he just turns, right
Yeah.
at 66. Because then I feel like we would have gotten to see the Bad Batch. We would have gotten to see Ahsoka, all of these backstories happening at the same time, meeting characters that we really would grow to love.
They need to retcon in Ahsoka into the Clone Wars or Attack of the Clones, because that would be so funny, like they did with the re-release of the originals where Hayden Christensen is the ghost instead. I feel so bad for that actor.
Yeah, he kind of got shafted so quickly.
He really did get shafted.
Yeah, after so many years of being in that scene, I would definitely be very sad.
And again, no, sorry, now you're Hayden Christensen.
Why
I remember I was a kid when I watched that too.
Yeah.
And I was like, and it was after I'd seen the prequels.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I saw the original one where it was the old man as a ghost.
Oh, totally.
And I just believed that this was the correct one. And then I was like, wow, he really looks like the actor they got to play in the prequels.
Right. It was like, oh, wait a second.
And then I was like, that is the actor that played it. How did they do this?
They did it a little too flawlessly. Yeah, that edit was great. I'm not complaining, but I do feel bad for that original Vader actor because you never saw him anyway.
But they could just
it was the whole time.
They could just put Ahsoka walking in the background.
Yeah, something. Well, I guess we don't.
Was
Yeah,
it Ariana Greenblatt played her when she was little.
Yeah.
Just just put her in front of a green screen and
Yeah.
have her walk by in a scene and just then it's canon. It's there,
Right. And I understand that Revenge of the Sith is mostly from Anakin's perspective and they split off before everything goes down. So they're not with each other. So it would make sense from that point to not have her there.
Mhm.
But I think they very easily can just do one of those little Star Wars cut edit scenes and go to Ahsoka fighting Darth Maul.
Yeah.
Or even the Bad Batch escaping or showing Caleb Doom as an apprentice. I mean,
all in front of a green screen.
Yeah, and
throw them in there in the background, just
Right.
walking by, the Bad Batch, just
living.
walking from a random explosion in the background. That would be perfect.
that would absolutely, I mean, go back to Attack of the Clones on Camino and just put in little Omega somewhere.
Yeah,
With Nalase and Namaste. They're there already.
Green screen, guys.
Are you kidding
You can
me?
just do it. You have the technology. We'll be fine.
Right. And I hope you cast Florence Pugh as an older Omega because that would be just such a good casting, I think.
Is she Australian?
No, she's British.
She's
But
British.
She has done many different accents, so I think she could pull it off. But
Who's Australian? Iggy Azalea.
Oh.
Cast Iggy Azalea as Omega
Oh,
from the Bad
gosh.
Batch. That would be great. She's already got the accent. No, I'm
Oh.
pretty sure there's so many talented actresses.
Right.
But
I think it would be really cool if we did get some kind of extended scenes. I know with the Ahsoka TV show, we did see a lot of flashback to the Clone Wars, and that was really, really cool to see Hayden Christensen come back. I mean, they did give us that as a fan service, which I'm still not fully recovered to when he says, "Hey, Snips."
Yeah.
That's
God.
Moment of silence, because thank you, Dave Filoni, because you truly satisfied the entire Clone Wars fan base there, because that was needed so much.
I was like, I need a chair. I have like, okay, so I don't know if everyone's gonna find this interesting, but I was at work, I think it was last year, and I was talking to the bartender, and my friend was like, "Oh, like, what are you dressing? Are you gonna dress up when you go to C2E2?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be like Florence Pugh's character from Black Widow, so like her Black Widow." And he was like, oh, "Okay, like I know that," because he doesn't know anything about it. Like, I'm sure he knows a lot about other things that aren't comic books and Star Wars, but he doesn't know anything about that. And then I was like, "Well, my friend's going as Ahsoka," and then he's like, "Oh, I don't know who that is," and I was like, "Ahsoka." I was like, "From Star Wars?" And he was like, I've seen those movies," and I was like, "No, she wasn't in the movies." And I was like, "Wait, I'm crazy. How do I I'm the one that has like too much invested in this."
Yeah.
You're right. I'm like, "No, she's from the Clone Wars, the TV series." And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't watch that." And I was like, "Yeah, you probably wouldn't."
Right.
It's a cartoon.
I get it. A lot of people don't have time to watch all these extra Star Wars shows, but a lot of
knowing who Ahsoka was, it
Yeah.
literally broke my heart. I'm so glad she got her own like show on Disney Plus, because
Yeah.
I feel like now things are
It's
a little bit more
balanced.
even. Yeah, the Force is balanced.
The Force is balanced. And we can't wait for season 2, because that was incredible. But yeah, it's crazy to think of how many people didn't actually take the time to watch the Clone Wars, watch the Bad Batch. I feel like the Bad Batch you could get away with probably, but don't. I mean, because you get to see
Get
some
away
really.
with not watching it.
I mean, we got to see Cad Bane in this past couple weeks episode.
Asajj Ventress
Asajj
too.
Ventress, Fennec. There's just some really good characters, and we still have another episode to round out and finish the season, which we should touch base a little bit about Bad Batch, just because this is probably going to be one of the last times we're able to
I would love
dive
to.
into that. And this past season, it's season 3. There's been 3 seasons, and it's been just an incredible time watching it and going on this journey with Clone Troop 99 and Omega. And truthfully, watching Omega grow up on screen as an animated character has been something. I'm like,
I know
emotional
she gets
over it.
taller every season.
She does.
I'm like, why is she maturing in front of my eyes?
It's like watching your like little sister just grow up. And it's been really, really fun with Clone Troop 99. Their adventures are really fun. And I know it's not for everybody. Not everybody watches the Bad Batch,
It's
but
for everyone.
it should be. You should give it a chance. But I really loved this past
There's
season.
something for everyone. They're like the Ninja Turtles of our time, because you could pick each one, and they do each have like a certain personality type and like expertise. And I think that everyone can have like a favorite, or you can love them all, of course.
Right.
Like I love every Ninja Turtle. I love every member of the Bad Batch, but I do have my favorites of both. And actually, they killed off my favorite last season. So
R.I.P. Tech. Still not fully recovered from that. I don't think anybody ever will be.
I don't think I'll ever be okay.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to ever put any of these Bad Batch characters in live action?
I don't see why they wouldn't. I feel like Omega's definitely going to show up in the Mandalorian extended universe movie.
Right.
Like that makes the most sense to me. You said she might die. That was your theory.
I don't know. I'm wondering what's going to happen, because this season has been so incredibly dark, and she always like poses herself as a sacrifice and is like willing to do that. And I could totally see that being like a definite end to this series. While I don't want it to be, I would love to see her in live action, because I really think there is a strong future of her with training with Asajj Ventress as an apprentice, which is something I think everybody would love to see. But I really don't know how they're going to end this one. I
People
really
just need
can't
to
tell.
stop sacrificing themselves at the end of these seasons. Like, just stop. You can figure out another way.
Yeah, I don't know. The Empire is moving in very, very heavy emotional darkness right now. They are literally stealing children of all kinds, different aliens, humans, clones, and trying to find their M count and clone them for what I think will be the Emperor's clone in the new Star Wars movies.
Yeah.
Which there have just been some really dark scenes that, like, I know we're watching a cartoon here, but it is so intense and like really sad stuff.
But yeah, it's really like, yeah, it's very mature. I'm like, I don't think a child should be watching this. This is very sad and upsetting.
Yeah.
But I will say that they're not like under as much security as I would have expected them to be. I guess they just don't assume that little kids are going to try to like break out of jail, even though one of them did.
Right.
And they still don't have any like tight security on them.
Yeah, it's weird.
We're finding out.
Yeah.
Latest episodes.
They all have those like those random breakouts, which Omega I totally understand because she just knows how to use the environment around her and figure out a way. And her M count is probably pretty.
But they're also like talking about it just to each other out loud at the lunch table. They're like, here's my plan. It's like, that guy's right over there. Like, how come he can't hear you?
Yeah.
You literally laid out your whole plan in front of the 45 people that are staring at you above you.
Maybe they have some like white noise going on in the clone trooper.
They're just like not paying attention. They're like, these dumb little kids. I don't care what they're talking about.
They underestimate
my
them.
Mommy, good one. I don't
care. They underestimate them for sure.
They're probably so bored with their conversations.
Yeah. They're like, I didn't
white
know.
noise them. They're so sad. I can't even handle it.
They signed up to be clone troopers and now they're babysitters and they're like, wow, this is what my life has become. But I guess with the Empire, you kind of got to do what you got to do. And while this is almost a controversial statement, as much as I don't like seeing all of these people suffer and all of the children and everything going on because it's incredibly dark material, I really do appreciate Star Wars putting on the show to show how dark the Empire is. And I feel like we know Darth Vader bad, Darth Maul bad, but Emperor horrible. But like to really see the nitty gritty and the things they did to these people on random planets, you know?
Because a lot of the people who are like rich, because we've seen that too. And it's kind of just like, they're like, oh, it's one power to the next and we're not really affected, but it affects a lot of like the regular people on these planets within the Empire.
And it's so vast.
Yeah. So you could kind of like sit back and see that and then be like, well, who cares if it's the Empire that's in charge? Like, who cares? And then you kind of like look at everything else that's going on. Like we find out like in Andor, like all the craziness.
Yeah.
And then obviously the Bad Batch, what they've been doing, these experiments. And I'm really glad that we're finally going to figure out how Palpatine returned.
Yeah.
Instead of that one line, somehow Palpatine returned.
Yeah.
I mean, it was delivered beautifely by Oscar Isaac, but
he executed it well.
Yeah. I just feel like there could have been a little more background information. Just a little teensy weensy.
It was very left field. And I think everyone was just like, oh, this is like a cop out. And of course, Rey's a Skywalker. You know, there's going to be like countless arguments over different ways that movie could have been filmed. But nonetheless, the Empire is doing some nasty stuff. And it's really that point you brought up about Andor and kind of seeing all the different classes and the way they suffer. It almost feels like because, you know, it is politics and the present day things were going on in the world right now and how we have dictators and we have regimes, but we have governments and it's just so up in the air, even though we're on this singular planet. It is really interesting to see how all of the Empire is doing and just their dramatic takeover because it's so fresh in the Bad Batch. It just happened. And within those few couple years, you see people's families completely destroyed. People get killed and disposed of like it's nothing. And it's really tough stuff. And it really, like I said, I hate to see all of this happen and what the Empire does, but I think it really shows people more like a detailed like a list of how bad they were to people. And like, they really did not hold back. And it's so much more than just the Emperor and Darth Vader. And it's really heavy stuff.
It is.
It's heavy stuff, but it's been such a great final season. The adventures and seeing everything they're doing, bringing back a
Bad Batch.
Yeah, and the Bad Batch. And I really think they owe it to them They owe it to this cast, this amazing group of people in Clones, to put them in live action, at least a couple of them. Like, I'd love to see Wrecker live action.
Well, I feel like, yeah, if the Bad Batch is going to be in live action, it has to be all of them together.
Yeah.
You know? They could probably leave out, you know, I forget his name.
I think everybody always forgets his name. It's not Crosshair, it's not Wrecker, it's not Hunter, it's the one that's so
Not
like
Tech.
not Ty. No, I always forget his name too. Gosh, shame on us.
Yes.
But in our defense, they don't really give him the spotlight.
Yeah, they kind of like booted him out of this past season.
I forget he's here.
They're like, we're kind of bored with him. Like, you go hang out with Rex for a while.
Yeah, he's just which another person, Rex too, which we did see him in live action.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. So I guess we have seen somebody from the Bad Batch, but I think there's so many opportunities for them to incorporate them in future Star Wars productions. Like you said, The Mandalorian and Grogu, that would be really cool to see an older Omega in there. I mean, clones have a pretty long lifespan. They could live to some of the clone troop. They could just be like on a planet living a peaceful life. Just to see them maybe pop up on a random planet, pop up in a bar, a cantina, having a conversation in the background. I think everybody would appreciate that, but obviously would want a little bit more from Omega. There's a lot of potential.
There's a lot of potential.
A lot of fun
I would love
stuff.
to see them in live action. I feel like that is their next step, especially with how popular the show is, how good the show is, or just to like, I mean, yeah, because if they're not going to continue on with the series, then they definitely need to continue on with the characters in some form, and that could be in any form. Honestly, they could do it in comic books. And I'm a big comic book reader, and that's why I'm like super into like Darth Vader, I think. So the Darth Vader series that came out in 2015 is one of my favorite comic book series of all time. Not the favorite, but one of them. It's definitely in the top 10. And just so many good characters came out of that were spawned from that, like Dr. Aphra. And Dr. Aphra now has her own spin-off comic book series, which is just crazy because she was just introduced in this comic book, and like she was so freaking popular that they had to give her her own spin-off. And anyway, she's like the coolest character ever. I mean, she's bad, but she's just like an anti-hero, I would say. And we saw Black Chrysanthemum, even bad
Wookiee.
The bad Wookiee. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Also kind of an anti-hero.
But he did come he premiered in the Darth Vader comic book, and then we saw him in live action in The Mandalorian. So I just think, you know, anything could happen. You know, Bad Batch should turn into a comic book series. Like, we don't necessarily have to say goodbye to these characters, because I certainly really don't want to.
No, I don't think anybody does. And I think even with Andor season 2, maybe they popped a couple of them in there just because it is pretty close to the same time frame.
Just pop them in there.
Just throw them in a scene. I feel like Omega, Wrecker, and Bad Batch, they could have a really good cameo scene there helping out Cassie and Andor. You know what I mean? Like, they could join forces and tear up the Empire together, and I think that would be incredible.
It would have to be really good casting, though, because Andor has some of the most incredible casting I've ever seen on the show ever. So
Andor is next level. I cannot wait for that second and final season. We do have a couple Star Wars shows coming up now in the summer. We're also going to get to see The Acolyte very, very soon. It's going to be starting in June. We will be covering that on the podcast as well. That's going to be a High Republic, end of the High Republic era set show. Cool. It's going to show how the the Sith infiltrated the Jedi, and it's just going to be crazy to see some of those characters in there. The potential for that is huge, and as you know, it is a comic book series as well. So we're really excited. We got some good Star Wars
fighting
stuff.
Scenes in that show are gonna be so incredible. I'm really excited about this one, just based on action alone, and also the storyline looks really fun and interesting. And like you said, not black and white. It's very gray, blurred lines. We don't really know what's right and what's wrong. Kind of.
Absolutely. All right, you guys, that has been our little Star Wars segment episode for the Podathon. Thank you again so much to the Podathon for having us this year. We are honored to be a part of it. You can find us anywhere on social media at Relatable Nerds. Thanks so much for watching.
Bye.
Keegan brings a smile to us each and every day. He warms our heart. He makes us realize what a blessing and a joy we have.
That kid's a super trooper. The resiliency, the strength that he's shown. The Make-A-Wish Foundation and the gifting of the hockey rink to Keegan has benefited him tremendously. It's an outlet for Keegan on days when he comes home from treatment.
All that he's been through, to be able to know that this is his for years to come and to enjoy.
The pride that he has with his smile, it's been pretty cool to watch.
Hearing the joy when he's playing, and his confidence is growing.
When I just get home from treatment, I just come in my ice rink and start skating.
Hello there, David Whiteley here, presenter and filmmaker behind the Star Wars documentaries The Galaxy Britain Built, the British force behind Star Wars, and Toy Empire. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Podathon 2024 Star Wars Day. We're raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. If you want to help us out, go to our website, thepodathon.com. All the information is there, and about our fabulous guests as well. May the Force be with you, and may the 4th be with you.
Well, welcome back to the Podathon. We are, it's been, what time is it even? I'm not even sure. It's 4:20 Eastern time, which means we've been here for 7.5 hours.
Yep.
In the same seats.
Going strong.
Yes, we're doing well. We're doing good. Thank you for asking. Listen, the Podathon this year, we're trying to hit $7,500, $7,500 for Make-A-Wish. And at this point, we are at
3446.
3,446, which means we have a ways to go, guys, before the end of the night. However, the night is picking up real quickly. We have Amy Allen, we have Billy D. Williams, we have Hal Hickel, Rob Coleman, we have Paul Sun-Hyung Lee, we have Steven Stanton and Greg Grunberg and Pablo Hidalgo.
And Greg Grunberg.
All coming up. So if we can't hit another $3,500 between now and then, you guys we need to try harder. We need to get there because there's more of us, right? Is that what it is? And Greg Grunberg, do it for Snap Wexley, right? Do it for Snap. If nothing else, I'm going to bring in our friend Rebecca, and we have another friend who's going to join us in just a second. Rebecca, how's it going for you? How are things in upstate New York?
They're warming up. It's
Okay.
actually nice. Yeah, we actually have
Good.
some nice weather. So I
Nice.
made sure in between, when I'm catching things, I'm outside, and doing things, and then coming inside and doing things. So in between,
Awesome.
our work is never done. You know how
Our
this
work is never done. Hey, Jared, congratulations. You won a book. Good job. Way to go. Thank you for donating, buddy. And so who's been also extremely helpful? Nick and I and Becca have been working together to bring this together, but it's not been alone at all. We couldn't have done it without the help of literally 50 to 75 other people all around the place and all around the Star Wars fan community. But this year we were excited as well to be joined by Wikipedia, who has really stepped up and gotten behind the cause. So I'm excited to bring in Jordan from Wikipedia. Jordan, how you doing, bud?
Pete, it's great to see you all again. What a fantastic show you guys got this year.
And thank you very much. And thank you for helping to get the word out. If you didn't know, today's a big day for the three of us over here, because a program that we're working on made the front page of Wikipedia. You guys,
incredible.
You posted it for us. That's fantastic, and we really do appreciate it. It's and it's great for some people who've never heard your voice. They've seen you posting. You're always active there on social media. I was going to say, if somebody doesn't know who Wikipedia is, tell us who they know.
Everybody, we all know.
We know what Wikipedia is.
I would hope by now, if you're watching the stream, you know who Wikipedia is. But if you don't, we're just the biggest Star Wars encyclopedia on the planet where you can find anything.
Yes, and I can't tell you how many times I've used it to settle arguments. To like, I'll watch an episode of Bad Batch, and I'll be like, I think I should know that character, and I look them up, and there they are, and it's been It's been great. But Jordan, what is something like Podathon tell you about the Star Wars community? Because Wikipedia is all about community.
I think honestly, the biggest thing that's not only resonates with the Podathon, but with the community in general, is just that idea that there are more of us. That this is what the fandom represents: people coming together for something good, to support others, to help everyone.
Yep,
it's what we are. It's who we are, and it's what we do.
Exactly. Well, we want to make sure to say thank you to the good folks at Wikipedia for doing this. One of the fun things was we worked with Jordan and I worked together over the last couple of weeks, just kind of pulling together facts on all of our guests. Were there any guests on there that you were like, how did they get that guy, or somebody that you were like about that entry? Is there anything there?
I think my two biggest surprises was Pablo Hidalgo, and I know he's been doing a lot more kind of one-on-ones lately, so I'm really excited to check that one out. But also the fact you got not only you got Billy D. Williams, but that he's sitting down with Father-Son Galaxy, who are just some of my favorite people on the planet.
100%, yeah.
And I'm going to throw a little challenge out here to the viewers here.
Okay.
Anyone who donates $30 or more in the next segment, send me your top 5 questions on what you want to know about Wikipedia, and I will answer them on Twitter, credited to you.
Nice.
Awesome. Excellent. So $30 or more in the next so the next segment will be Amy Allen from Thank the Maker. So send in your tweet or your donation. We will collect your name, and then we'll get you and then we'll send you a quick email, copy Jordan, and you can send them your questions. That would be a lot of fun. If you're a Star Wars nerd, first of all, you probably are. You're watching an all-day marathon of Star Wars guests. But your top 3 questions, that would be, I might just donate so I can send you some.
You can ask a question anytime, Pete. We'll have you in anytime.
I appreciate that. So, Becca, what's a question you might have for Jordan?
Oh, that's tough because now you're asking me to pick something.
I'm actually going to go on the spot.
Put you on the spot. That's what I do.
Right?
Suddenly there are no questions.
Right. Okay, I got one for you because, Acolyte's hot and it's fresh right now and it's in everyone's minds. So there's been, and I know you've seen it because you guys are out there, you see everything. This whole conversation, we're going to use that word, about the light web. How far does that date back? Because I know that was part of EU Now Legends.
Well,
how far does that date back, and who was the first?
Well, let's go. We're going to go to Legends here. If we're going to go all the way
back. This is a look inside of the Wikipedia brain.
Wait, you're just supposed to know this.
Right. A lot of people thought Wikipedia is that guy.
No, I think the oldest one that comes to mind for me off the top of my head would be Githany from the old Darth Bane trilogy in Legends. That would be the earliest one I can think of off the top of my head.
That's great.
I really want to read that series again.
Right.
So Jordan, how did you connect with Wikipedia? How did you end up in that seat?
So that's a story. We got to go back to the year 2008. So it's Star Wars at its high. We've had Revenge of the Sith, and I just decided, you know what, I noticed there was something missing from the Sun Crusher article, and I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna add one sentence to this. It just expands it a bit,
just to see what happens.
Lo and behold, that one edit turned into another and another and another and another, and before you know it, I'm in this amazing community just full of some of the best people I have ever met. And all those years later, I joined our admin team, started joining our social media team. And if you told me years ago that one of these days I'm going to be chilling with Pete, Becca, and Nick on the Podathon, I would have said you're crazy. But you know what? Here we are.
And this is something I love about Wikipedia. And I think people who are online on social media feel the same way. Like Wikipedia, like responding to you on Twitter is like Lucasfilm or Star Wars. It's
it's a big deal.
It's a big deal. And I know Becca recently, Tarkin's Top Shelf now has an entry on.
That is true. That is true. And that one did in fact stay on the site, and I am very happy to see that. No, I think that's something we can do a lot more of when covering kind of some fan things, especially the officially recognized ones. Like if you presented at a celebration, for example, I think that's pretty damn notable.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and it was another big day a couple of years ago when I was like, oh, I know that guy, when Pete Fletcher himself ended up with a Wikipedia entry because of his work with Star Wars Galaxy magazine. You know, that's no small feat. And then at one point, Wikipedia followed me on Twitter, and I was like, I win. Like, that's all that matters. So,
well, I hope we still follow you on Twitter.
I hope so too. I'm gonna have to check that out later. Check. If not, it's probably my fault.
It's okay. We'll forgive you.
So we have a whole bunch of stuff coming up. If you are watching now, first of all, make sure you donate. We're going to be doing 2 rounds of giveaways today. We're going to be doing the first one at about 5:50 p.m., a little bit before 6. We're going to be joined by Jordan Hembrow, who you saw earlier today, but you also know him from Our Star Wars Stories and Toy Hunter on the History Channel. And just a great guy. And he's giving away some stuff too. Yep. So you're going to want to be present for that. We're going to rip through them. You don't need to be present to win, but it would be fun, right? It would be fun. But keep donating. And if you don't donate before then, that's okay. I mean, we'd prefer, donate early and often. But we're also going to do a second drawing at the end of the night, at the end of our interview with Greg Grunberg, who's going to close it out, Mr. Snap Wexley himself. But Becca, anything else before we go on to our next conversation?
No, I am ready to tune in.
All right, Jordan. Thank you, and thank Wikipedia again for being so involved this year. This is a relationship I'm looking forward to keeping going for many years. This is only the 4th year of Podathon. Some days we think it's, oh my God, it's only been 4 years. The other days we think we're just getting started, and I feel like today we're just getting started. We need you to donate if you're watching, if you're enjoying this, if you're watching it on Twitter. A little inside baseball here. More people are watching on Twitter than are followers of the Twitter handle for the Podathon. So you're all out there. If you're watching, if you're listening, if you have it on the background and you're enjoying this, and how could you not be if you're a Star Wars fan? Please donate. $10 goes a long way. $100 goes a long way. Whatever you can do. And for every $10, you're going to be entered to win some great Star Wars prizes. So, Jordan, I want to thank you again for swinging by and hanging out with us, and for all you've done for this year's Podathon. We wouldn't be here without you. And of course, Becca, we're not done with you yet. So
that sounds like a threat.
That is a threat. That is. All right, guys. Well, we'll see you soon.
My friends.
And Wikipedia and Jordan, may the Force be with you.
May the Force be with you, and make sure you hit that donate button.
Thank you, Jordan. Donate.
Thank the Maker is a Star Wars podcast made up of band members from Story of the Year, Yellow Card, and Bayside. When you get 3 rock stars together, what else would they want to talk about? Yep, you guessed it. Star Wars. Duh. Well, I mean, what else would it be? We are so excited to welcome Thank the Maker to Podathon this year, and they are bringing their special guest, Amy Allen. Amy was a production assistant at ILM and worked on Attack of the Clones doing visual effects, and if that wasn't cool enough, she is also seen on screen portraying Jedi Knight Ayla Secura. And as someone who literally has a cat named Ayla, and somebody who definitely could be blasting and scream singing songs from all of these artists on a particular emo day in my adolescence, it is my complete pleasure as I'm geeking out to welcome Thank the Maker with Amy Allen to Podathon 2024.
Hello there, and welcome to Thank the Maker, a podcast about heroes, princesses, scoundrels, hokey religions, ancient weapons, and all things Star Wars. I'm Adam Russell.
And I am Mike Forrester. Adam, we're doing a very special thing today, aren't we?
It's a Podathon.
Oh, love it. What the heck is a Podathon?
That's a good question. I don't know the exact details, but it's a charity thing. I know that. It's a charity thing for a good cause. May the 4th be Wish You, benefiting Make-A-Wish Foundation. Shout out our boy Pete Fletcher for doing all the great things that he does, making this a possibility. We're happy to participate. And in the spirit of the 25th anniversary of The Phantom Menace, because it's May, we're coming up on, in just a matter of weeks, the 25th anniversary of The Phantom Menace, released May 19th, 1999. And in the spirit of that, we have my old friend of the pod, Amy Allen. Say hello.
Hi.
Amy, as
Which
you
I
may
sort
know,
of just kind of make it into that.
yeah.
that.
Well, you're in it for sure, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it later. But you were there, and you have stories to tell, and you have insight to bring. So we're stoked to talk about it. So Amy, as many of you may know, played Twi'lek Jedi, Aayla Secura, in Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith.
Ever heard of her?
Yeah, maybe familiar.
Maybe there's action figures of her. I mean, let's be real here.
Amy and I have known each other for a long time. Her husband and I toured together in, you know what, almost exactly 20 years ago.
I was going to say it's been almost 20 because Chris and I are like we're like 20 years. I think this year I met you when we were right at the beginning of our relationship.
Yeah. So
Which is
the
crazy.
Linkin Park Meteora tour, it was Linkin Park, POD, Hoobastank, and Story of the Year. We met on that, became good friends, and it may have been on that
crazy.
tour that he mentioned, yeah, I started dating this girl, she was in Star Wars? Or she's about to be in Star Wars or something, you know? I was like, make sure this one works out, dude.
Yeah,
Just, like, do a good
marry
job.
her.
I already
Put
was.
a ring on it.
Yeah, I already was when we met. And then I would, after I met you, then I would, I think shortly after that, do Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, so we ended up...
I
we
have to
saw
ask
each other-
though, Amy,
Go ahead.
how many
Yeah.
like how many dates did you get in before you were like, also there's a small thing I need to tell?
Well,
I
it's
was in
kind
Star-
of
I'm a
funny.
Jedi.
Yeah, it's funny though, because with Chris's band, I grew up with his singer and his guitar player.
True.
So I don't know how much he knew, or because I knew these guys, and then a mutual friend of mine, who I met in middle school actually, when we were 10, he also grew up with Chris's singer Doug, and so
Right.
I don't know how much was relayed to him, before whatever. Yeah, so he might have known some stuff, but Star Wars wasn't necessarily in Chris's orbit.
Yeah.
So.
It totally works.
I know, it's funny. Yeah.
It's
I feel
also, like LA though, everybody knows someone who's in something. So like there's
True.
this vibe where it's like, yeah, they go to Whole Foods by my house, so it's whatever. Like everyone's vibe is a little different than being from like St. Louis, Missouri, or like the Upper Peninsula of Michigan.
Yeah.
Right.
And
That's true.
dating
Yes.
someone who's in Star Wars. So
Right. Because that would be at this point, 2024, that is your Hinge profile. Like that's, I was Aayla Secura in Star Wars episode.
It is cool. I will say, lately, I'm just seeing, this is a little off topic, but I'm seeing.
It's all on topic.
So that's true.
Jesus.
What happened?
I hit a button. Continue. Edit. It's all on topic. You were saying?
It's not. It's all on topic.
Oh my God.
It's like I was like, my
What did I
computer.
do?
What did I do? Yeah.
Oh my God. Just in terms of her Aayla Secura, the cosplay stuff is just like, oof. It's just like,
Yeah.
just kind of taken on this whole amazing life of, it's so cool and it's everywhere and I love seeing it.
Well, I want to talk
Connecting with
about
people.
you getting back into conventions in a little bit, but before we do, let's go back, and I know you talked about this a little bit the first time you were on our podcast, but
Mhm.
talk about how things started at ILM, because a lot of folks may not know that prior to playing Aayla Secura, you worked at ILM. You weren't an actor that went in for an audition and came in like most of the other roles. You were actually in the VFX department as a production assistant, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So when did you actually start there? What was your kind of career path, and how did everything? What was the genesis of your career at ILM?
I started there. So I went to school. I went to college, San Francisco State, and my roommate was also. We grew up together here in Southern California. So she was the one who actually got in there first in the art department, and so she's the one who ultimately passed my resume along. And I had graduated college and I had a film degree, but when you're up there, in San Francisco, I was sort of, I knew I wanted to stay there. I wasn't ready to move back home. And you know, Lucasfilm, Industrial Light and Magic, George Lucas, that was sort of, you know, that's where I wanted to land. I really did. But how was I going to get in there, you know? And so when my roommate and dear friend to this day, you know, we also went to middle school and high school together and then became roommates. She got in there. She got a job in the art department. And I mean, she passed along my resume, and I'll never forget. I went in for the interview, and I had no experience. I waited tables for 5 years and did that whole thing. But I didn't have any experience really at all. So, it's funny. I was telling you earlier, this last week, I went away with 6 of us from ILM that used to work together. One of them is the one that hired me.
Oh, wow.
So she I remember sitting in a big, you know, big boardroom with her at this big table, and she's like, "I like you." I'm like, "Oh, okay, you know, maybe this is a good thing." So anyways, I ended up getting a job as a production assistant, very, very green, very new nothing.
Not blue yet.
Not blue yet. Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, it was very interesting because when I first started there, I worked for the VP of ILM. I was in her office, in a desk right outside of her office. And then my friend who was instrumental in saying, "Yes, I like her, we should hire her," sat behind me. And we had this whole office full of, you know, executives and people. And it was just this, oh my gosh, what's happening? Like, I'm just, you know, thrown into this world. And yeah, then next thing you know, after several months, I became a production assistant on Attack of the Clones.
Wow. So
what year is this?
Yeah. What year did you get hired?
Well, okay. So Attack of the Clones came out in 2002.
Right.
I probably started there in 2000, 99, 2000, around that time. I had worked there for a little while.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, so here's the weird part. Maybe this is a weird. We're going to skip ahead a little bit, but maybe this is a weird George Lucas special edition rewinded and changed things situation. But in addition to Aayla Secura, you play a few small, like extra background character roles
in Attack of the Clones.
Attack of the Clones, but was there not one in?
Oh, episode 1.
Yeah, did that get added to the DVD after?
Yes, so that was a from what I remember, it was like a replacement shot for something they were in the episode 1 DVD release. Mm-hmm. They were like, I guess, really swapping out a scene, and so
right.
So then that was my first initial experience becoming a blue Twi'lek before Aayla Secura. So two totally different types of Twi'leks.
Yeah. So it's you know, I don't have a DVD player accessible,
that's
so
the
I
thing.
didn't pull up the thing, but I did find, you know, there was a restored YouTube, you know, all the deleted scenes like restored and up-resed, whatever. Mm-hmm. So I found it, and I'll show it a little bit later. We'll go through these other things, but
Adam did his homework tonight for sure.
Wow, that's cool.
I'm doing my best, but yeah, it's really quick, but it's right. You know, it's in the Senate.
Yes.
Right around the time when you know, you see the ET species. It's like within seconds of that. So, interesting that it was in that order. That's really interesting.
Mm-hmm. So technically, Amy, you have been in all 3 prequels.
I guess, yes. If you count,
give yourself that credit. Let's go.
Yes. Like peppered into all 3, which is great.
Sure.
Yeah, awesome.
Absolutely. Prequel.
But that was really cool because that was a costume that was really just, oh my gosh, like a beautiful, beautiful, really heavy, just beautiful costume.
Should we look at it right now? Let's just do it. We'll just do it right now.
Bring it up. So this would have been costume designer, would have been Trisha Beggar, I believe. And if I think the thing certainly on my side of things, costumes are my thing in this little podcast quad group we have here.
Yeah.
I think people really starting to appreciate how much work went into the visual language of the prequels in regards to there was a Star Wars feeling in them, but it had to feel different than Star Wars as we had known. And the way that they handled the regalness of a Queen Amidala versus when we saw Senator Organa, right? Just that there was a language that felt familiar, but it was so much different, especially given the time. And I think when people look back on it, I really think people do not give the prequels enough credit for literally how incredible the costumes were, especially episode 1 and 2. There were some incredible forms, incredible styles that they did, and Trisha did an amazing job. Adam, pull this up so we can look at it, because I'm also going to grab this book to show people if you get a chance to get your hands on this book. It is one of the coolest books I have.
I
in my
remember
collection.
putting that on, and the heaviness of it just felt like it just, you could feel the detail. You could feel like, oh, wow.
The
this is a
weight,
real-
yeah.
I've never, I mean, probably how people feel when they get to try on a bunch of dresses and do the red carpet. Like, really, it just felt like, oh my God, this dress is incredible.
Yeah.
It was really cool.
Yeah.
I have a pretty strong core memory of that being like placed on my body.
The almost more impressive thing is to see costumers, like just cosplayers show up to cons, especially, you'll see a whole group of Padmes, in every outfit that she has. And the kind of like tailor skills that like the average person out there that goes to a con has to pull off some of those costumes is like mind-boggling.
It is.
Because this stuff,
really cool.
These are like top tier costume designers that get hired for the biggest movies of all time to make the kind of thing you're wearing. To see folks pull it off. Oh wow, look at that.
Oh, I know that book.
So
dressing. What is it? Dressing a Galaxy?
Yep. The Costumes of Star Wars by Tricia Beggar. And she was the costume designer for the prequels.
Yes.
And this book itself is, if you can find it for under $150, buy it. But it goes into, you just get these looks of, these would have been production shots or this is kind of like archival. Is that what that would be?
Oh, there she is.
Amy?
Yeah.
There's Trisha right there.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
And I'm getting blasted here, but just the form of some of these pieces. I mean, this, like, look at the detail. Pull me up, Adam.
Yeah, it's insane. And it's not just like, fabrics and trim and stuff. Like the embroidery, especially on all of Natalie Portman's stuff, is bonkers.
Let's see, the quote from George Lucas here. I knew we had to have a different approach was needed, and instead of creating worlds worn down by the Empire, we would be visiting the Republic in its heyday, spending time in the galaxy's lavish capital and witnessing royalty, opulence, and advanced, albeit sometimes corrupt, civilizations. The costumes would therefore have to be much more elaborate and ornate while still maintaining the timeless quality that is key to the Star Wars aesthetic. Talks about Patricia Beggar, young Padme Amidala. This book, if you get the chance to see this, and you have, I think what's again, like we were saying, Adam, people don't realize also what goes into wearing these costumes. And Amy, please tell us everything you can.
Yeah.
But the cosplayers do an incredible, even your Jedi librarians.
Yeah.
The detail on this stuff. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's insane. So let's talk about these other things that I just learned literally like an hour and a half ago. So you played that what was it?
Senator's Aid.
Senator's Aid. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Senatorial Aid. Is there a name for that character, or just I think Wikipedia just says Twi'lek Senatorial Aid.
Yeah, I don't recall there being a name other than just there was the blue one and the red one, and we were the senator's aides.
Yeah, and it's not like a fully deleted scene. It's just kind of like an extended version of it. If you watch it, it's when Padme's calling for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum. It goes to your pod, then to Chancellor Valorum. He sits down, defeated, and then it goes to the kind of ET looking species, and then moves on. But it's really quick. But again, like it's such a quick thing. But the extent to which they dove headfirst into making these costumes look as good as anything else that would be on screen is a huge deal. It's beautiful stuff.
It was one of those things again where they're, do you want to do this? Yes, please. Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. And then to wear an amazing, beautiful costume was really just, the icing on the cake, it was really, really cool.
So in Attack of the Clones, you play 3 other characters.
In
Triplets.
The bar scene.
Yes. So the Outlander Club on Coruscant, the kind of cantina where Anakin and Obi-Wan chase the bounty hunter, and they go in there and they're looking, kind of searching.
Yes.
Another deleted or just like deleted portion of the sequence. So it's not a fully deleted scene. It's just kind of cut down, right? So that this part is lost, but there is all this extra information that you can find in the complete Star Wars encyclopedia, and then there was an article on StarWars.com, like at the time, character profiles and stuff like that, with all this backstory that's on Wikipedia, and it's really kind of interesting. You play triplets. The names are. Do you remember the names?
One is my name backwards. It's like
so they all. It's like all 3 are, I think.
Yeah, it's a whole different take on.
Yeah.
My name, like.
So Maya Nale.
Yeah.
I think. Ima Nale, YMA.
Yeah.
And then Layla Nale Main, MAYN, I guess. So yeah, all anagrams of Amy Allen.
Which is so funny to me.
And I'm looking.
Here they are.
We
Mike,
have
look at
this. Yeah,
my
it's
chair
amazing.
Is squeaking so much, Adam. I cannot stop laughing. Can you hear it?
Hey, there you are. We see you
Hello.
there. In Attack of the Clones, you have Ahmed Best, and you're not. You see him right there in the blast. There we go. Right, he's right in my blast right there. Let's see.
I think I see.
There we go. Right
Yeah.
My light, right?
Yes.
And
I
his
see.
we're talking about the anagrams of his name, and his is Ahmed Beck.
Oh wow.
That is his character name.
That was kind of the thing though with all the names.
Yeah, which is so fun. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that makes it so much cooler. But these
Yeah,
two
I
characters.
remember getting those braids. That's wild.
So the one on the left
Mhm.
is one of the triplets, and then is that a reflection, or are the other 2 almost identical that you're playing with the shorter hair?
Maybe I think because geez, I don't even. I know I'm next to another coworker
Oh, from ILM, another.
from Skywalker Sound, I think actually.
Nice.
Another guy. What's there? Oh, me?
That's you.
Yeah, there
Oh,
we
she
go.
is. Yeah, in the costumes book again. Nice.
Oh,
There
cool.
we go. Okay.
That's
Nice.
cool.
That's what I was looking for. That's it.
Yeah, it's almost like triplets, but 2 are 2 look alike, and one's a rogue triplet. I don't know. It's hard to.
Yeah, there's this whole like crime syndicate thing or like bounty hunter kind of thing.
Mhm.
It's again, it's on Wikipedia. It's interesting stuff that I
Yeah.
literally learned like 2 hours ago. So
I know.
pretty awesome.
Yeah. There was a few of us that worked that day and did that scene. A few of us. I hope I don't get in trouble if I say that. Maybe we have to.
Why don't you call us? We would have done it.
You might have to edit some.
I was 21 years old.
I never.
No,
thought
it's pretty awesome. I mean, there's so many extras in those movies. I mean, including George himself, and his and
Baron
his son.
Papanoidea?
Yeah,
What's
his son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jet. Would that have been Jet?
Yeah, Jet. Mhm.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, there's different people that just got pulled, and placed in, and yeah, it was kind of one of the fun things about working there. Like you just, especially during the time of Star Wars.
Yeah, so like to go back a little bit, I was going to ask, like, what was the vibe like? I know you weren't there before The Phantom Menace, but still it was, very early, and I'm sure there was a ton of excitement. But I'm interested in what it was like compared to, what we know it's like now, where literally everyone who works on Star Wars is a huge fan.
Mm-hmm.
But at the time of the prequels, it's still, it wasn't much more than 10 years since, when George started writing, 12, 13 years after Return of the Jedi. So there were still a lot of like seasoned, older, industry types that didn't grow up on Star Wars. They were just adults who were in the film industry and worked on it. So
right.
What was it like in the offices? Like, I know that, a lot of younger folks like you who were PAs who maybe grew up with it. What was kind of the balance there?
Well, I think because of working there specifically, people were, it wasn't like we were down, in LA. Like we were in this sort of world of, this was George's world.
Mm-hmm.
So, I was fortunate enough, lucky enough to work with, all these guys, old school guys that started out with him in the model shop, and just really the people that you watch the ILM documentary and you're like, oh my God, so a lot of those people, tons of them were still around, and there. And so I feel like it was different than working on maybe living down in Los Angeles.
Right.
And just going, you go from like show to show or whatever, movie to movie.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the sort of, well, this is just my opinion, and just how I felt like being, working in Marin and working there, you're a part of this bubble that is all really happy to be there because of who you're working for and because of what he's created and because of what you're a part of. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? Like, it's not
absolutely, yeah.
It's different than, oh, I'm working on this movie and that movie's wrapped and now I'm going to start this one. And it's kind of like, obviously ILM has got multiple things coming in, not just Star Wars, but really that's the sort of that's what created it. That ILM is, what created all these other things coming in.
Yeah, I imagine.
I don't know.
I would guess it has sort of like this. The ranch is like an island. It's like you said, away from Hollywood, and it's also like pretty. I don't know what its proximity is to the city proper, but it's pretty out there. In the hills, and it's not the kind of thing where you just like run down the street and grab lunch at whatever spot some celebrity's getting paparazzi that.
No, it's very
it's like
different.
Yeah.
Or it was. I mean, I haven't obviously worked there in many years, but there was a real neat vibe and cool thing that I could go to work, live in San Francisco, drive to Marin, work in this very cool spot. And at the time of being a production assistant, I would drive back and forth to the ranch and just, wow, this is really just, look where I'm driving and look, look where I get to go and pick up things to transport back to the ILM campus, and just, and how the heck we did that without our phones back then.
Yeah.
I think maybe
Amazing.
I was printing MapQuest the first time I ever drove to the
That's how they prevented leaks. No one had phones.
Yeah, I mean, I was so young, and I think we just had our first version of like a Nokia phone.
Right.
And you're like, it's so early. It was just
10 cents a text.
Right? Just such an interesting time to be, learning the ropes and working there and kind of the old school and the new school, meshing.
Right. So the other question I want to ask you, Amy, because I think it's important to also put us in the place of where we are at this time, because at this point, like Adam said, Star Wars had kind of essentially launched ILM as an entity. Industrial Light and Magic was created to be the first, as George calls it, special effects company that was available for Hollywood to be able to use. Humongous success in Poltergeist, Jurassic Park, Terminator, like all of these incredible movies that we still revere to this day. And then we're into George's dream of being able to make things that he's famously said at this point, I'm able to do things that I was not able to do when I made the original Star Wars. So for someone who's as dedicated to technology as him and John Knoll and all of these other guys that are like pushing the boundaries, not necessarily because they want to do it for Star Wars, but because they realize they are on the precipice of like changing an entire industry from here on out, right? There is so much blue and green screen, which is much different than when they filmed the original. Is for you to kind of walk in there and maybe think like, you know, they were filming the Death Star panels in the back, you know, they filmed the Wampa in Hoth, literally in the backyard of the studio, right? On a blue day, you couldn't tell that there was no snow because they shot it from below and shot it up into the air, and that was a Phil Tippett's there with his creature, and they make the thing. But now all of a sudden we have all this new technology. From your standpoint, was it hard to kind of grasp what was actually going on at the time, because you are seeing, you know what you're supposed to be seeing, but then there's such an emphasis on new technology and the fact that there was a lot of stuff that wasn't, you have to use your imagination for, but you've got all this amazing art. What was that like at that time of being on this project?
Honestly, I was so young, and it was just for me, I was just understanding that I was there at a time when it was really sort of changing from sort of that old school way to crossing over to the new school. But I, you know, full disclosure, like totally honest, like I don't have a brain like John Knoll's like John Knoll.
Yeah, sure.
So I was around all these
the guy
people.
made Photoshop. Like,
yeah, right. I was around all these people, and I'm hearing exactly John Knoll, Photoshop.
Right.
Like I'm surrounded by obviously the most creative and most bright, brilliant people that I was just, oh my gosh, like what is, I didn't really I mean, I understood it, but I wasn't like a brain like they were. Like I just, you know what I mean? Like I
sure, 100%.
And now, and then the older I get, you know, I'm like, holy cow! Like just the fact that I was around and I got to meet these people, I got to work with these people, and you know, that's just crazy to me. But I didn't have a visual effects brain, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like I was sort of what, you know, I after I left, I stayed in production for many years because that was more my speed.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just to be around all these people. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Because they speak a language that not everybody, you know, they understand.
Yeah.
Sure.
Things that, you know, they're creating visual effects for these movies, and they understand how it all works. And it's just like, whoa.
Yeah. So I like another way to ask it, I guess, like Mike, maybe what you're getting at is like in the office as a production assistant, when you're dealing with like a lot of logistics of just how to get these things done, you know, and the layers of people from the top down and everything in between, just to like on a logistics level accomplish the shot list and the posts and everything, right? You know, going from that to being on set completely surrounded by green or blue, or it would be green in your case because it couldn't be blue with the color of your skin, right?
Right.
So was there a moment when you got on set after kind of just looking at everything on paper and thought,
I had no idea what's going on.
Like, how are you and Hayden doing this? He just tells you what it's supposed to be, and you just act like you see it?
I still marvel at it.
Yeah.
I didn't know. That's what I mean. Like, I didn't know enough about how that worked. Like, I just didn't know. And like,
Sure.
They told me, go here, I go here. Because obviously they know exactly where I'm going to be and where they're going to place me. And I just left it in the hands of, you know, the people that, like John Knoll and George and everybody that was involved.
Yeah, well, like I guess I'll see what this looks like one day.
Right. But an interesting part that I think a lot of people don't realize as well, because we're so used to seeing costumers and practical effects kind of come back in a lot of ways, and the volume, the stagecraft technology that they use that has you don't need to imagine anymore. They're literally making all this stuff happen for you in camera, right? But I think a lot of people don't realize that like the clone troopers that blasted your character, like they didn't exist. They never made real clone troopers. They were all digitally animated. So the fact of people kind of really grasping what acting is, it's that moment of going, actors have never needed to use their imagination as hard as when green screen came out, because suddenly you have a different idea. You know, they're like, okay, we've got these clone troopers, which you're aware of, and they're going to blast you, and you have no idea what they look like. I think they actually changed some of the troopers, the specific troopers, to match the Felucia background. I think they did all that in post, right? That's just, we can make that adjustment.
Exactly. I just sort of went in there and I, you know, I went to school to be behind the camera, and I wanted to work in film, but I didn't, you know, intend to, you know, be in front of the camera, and obviously not in Star Wars, 'cause that's just, you know, but so I went in and I made the best of it, and you know, not knowing what was going to be around me or what, you know, just, I just kind of went
Like you're
in
going to get shot in the back, bang.
Yeah.
And you react, you know. The funniest part to me about this whole thing is I remember a story that you told last time, or you told us off camera, about your kids.
Oh, yeah.
When they
me.
they were old enough to understand that that's you in the movie, and they understand the movie, and they say to you, as if you had any say in it, "Mom, why didn't you like turn around, like get him?"
And then
like,
they make fun of you, and then they do all the things.
It's like, well, number one, kids, they literally weren't even there. I was standing in a green room.
Right, sure.
It's a movie.
Yeah. I thought they were taller.
And not to mention that's a scary sort of room, well, soundstage, but in the moment it feels very small, like to walk into and have, you know, and I knew John Knoll, you know, from work, and just always, you know, so nice, but it's still a little intimidating to walk into those, and George Lucas, and just kind of, okay, you're gonna fall on the stunt pad and make it look like, you know, it's
so George was there for everything you shot?
Yes.
Yeah, because I wonder about that stuff sometimes, you know, whether it's like a second unit or something, you know, because it's that montage, especially the Order 66
there was a lot
montage,
of stuff being filmed.
really quick shots. So that's awesome that he was there
that was
for
cool.
all of it.
When I got the phone call to go back, or to come back for Revenge of the Sith, I couldn't believe it. I literally was like, no way. Like, I was, oh my God, I was so nervous. I was like sick to my stomach nervous.
Yeah.
Jillian Libert, who was the assistant costume supervisor who worked closely with Trish, she worked with us on Attack of the Clones. So they brought her back, and I said, you have to sleep in the hotel with me, like tonight, the night before. Because I was just a ball of nerves. So she slept in the hotel with me. I don't think I slept. She and I became very close friends after working together and doing Attack of the Clones. So she stayed with me in the hotel, and we got up. Obviously, we had a super early call time, and we went, and she kind of kept me, because I was scared.
Yeah, I can only imagine, because
really nervous.
You went from, you know, a very small moment to like a scene that's, you know, the like legendary scene is one of the, you know, small handful of pivotal scenes in the prequels, and something that just keeps getting revisited over and over in the new content. So
it's I don't know, it's hard to believe sometimes, because you know, you have this sort of presence, and, you know, no dialogue, and no, you know, although in Revenge of the Sith there was dialogue, but it ended up not making it. But still, it's like it's just surreal to me that it's resonated for so long, and especially now with the prequels. Yeah, all the prequel kids, babies I call them, like they're
grown adults.
And I'm seeing them at conventions, and they're like, I watched this with my dad when I was 8, 10, whatever, and it's all coming back full circle, which is also very cool.
Here's your action figure. I bought it the first day it came out.
Well, Amy,
happy.
thanks.
Wait,
Thanks for
hang
being
on,
back
hang
on the
on.
podcast.
No, no,
Oh, you
hang
got
on.
another one?
I gotta ask 2 questions.
Yeah, go.
How the heck did you pick your lightsaber, or was that given to you? That's what I want to know. I feel like we can't have it. This has probably been asked, but I don't know. Tell me about the process of you getting the lightsaber, because it's like, bring her back to animated, then all of a sudden we have other references and there's other, these details. What was the process of Ayla Secure getting her lightsaber, Amy?
I gotta ask Jillian, who was she was the assistant costume supervisor, and then of course so where we shot it was in a big soundstage, and then across the street was our model shop.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, that there was a few different versions that came over from the model shop, and we chose one of those. I just don't remember how the final decision was made of which one we actually used.
Got it.
And
Right.
people do ask this question, and I should know it, because I know that they came. We were this big we were kind of all over the place in different buildings, and so the model shop was across the street, and I know that guys were always running back and forth when we were shooting episode 2, coming from the model shop, and so my lightsaber came from there. I just don't. I'm like 99% sure, but I don't remember how we ultimately chose the one that I used.
Well, there's kind of like a famous.
It's not a very good answer. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I had to wait until we were like recording video so I could ask you that.
It's
we'll cut that out. We can cut that out. But there's 2 really great scenes. I think from behind the scenes where Ewan is picking out. It's almost like it's like the scene in Pulp Fiction, like the briefcase opens and there's 6 lightsabers, and he takes one out and he kind of swings it around and parries it a little bit, and he's like, oh yeah, this I like this one, right? And I think there was a sense of them kind of saying, we want the actor to kind of be drawn to the saber that they want to represent, right?
They had different lightsabers than I
For
did.
sure. And then of course, like my favorite scene is George and Sam Jackson, him going, well, what color is mine? As well, I want a purple one. He's like, well, good guys have blue and green and bad guys have red. And he's like, well, I'm going to get a purple one. We could talk about that. But I was just curious if, because I always wonder, like, what happens, the lightsabers that didn't get picked, like where are they? Like these are the questions that keep me up at night.
Right. I didn't keep it. To my knowledge, everything that was a part of my my costume was all archived and somewhere.
So it could be still
somewhere.
Yeah, it's got to be somewhere.
Yeah, because they were very thorough from the beginning of the prequels to not repeat, all the destruction of history that went down with the original trilogy.
I mean, as far as I know, it was all, taken away, archived, put away, but I don't know which one I actually had.
Sure, and at that point, they had realized what was happening in regards to that. I mean, the fact that Boba Fett's Empire Strikes Back costume, they repainted it for Return of the Jedi. Like, they didn't think, like, let's make a new one. He's kind of a big deal. They were just like, repaint it. Who cares?
Yeah.
I'm like, one of the most iconic characters in Star Wars. And they were like, you know what? We only got one of these things. Like,
whatever, just paint it.
Re-hit it with a little rattle can. Repaint
right.
But now it's like, to the point where they've got multiple versions. They've got stunt versions. They've got them they're made out of urethane, and like it's just like it's incredible what they have. I had to ask that as a question.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and I wish that's where at that time you wish you had this, because you could, even though you actually wait, no, you couldn't, because you would get into a lot of trouble if you did that.
Right.
NDAs and such. Yeah.
But just like that I had the wherewithal. Let me make notes about.
Yeah. Right. Because your Motorola Razr didn't have enough pixels.
I didn't even have a Razr back then. It was in a little Nokia. It's like.
Oh, yeah, true.
But you could, but just to somewhere there's probably that's all noted of what everything we. But also, it was such a different.
There has to also be like a mini DV tape somewhere in the archive, people were shooting behind the scenes stuff all the time, right? I mean, those cameras were.
I think I have something that needs to be
Converted.
transferred.
Yeah.
Converted.
I think I have something, but I would have to. Yeah, I have to find it. But they handed me. I have a official sort of Lucasfilm VHS tape.
Yeah, I mean,
We
and I'm
would
sure-
like to see that if you
I know.
can.
You know,
Just
like
see what's on there.
in the early days, in the early 2000s, when because Story of the Year, we did a couple like behind the scenes, tour DVDs and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we, even though our band was doing really well, still to buy enough hard drive space to put all of our cassettes on, all of our little mini DV digital tapes on,
Yeah.
was way too much. But we weren't Lucasfilm, so we were just capturing like little bits that we
Right.
wanted to use. But I would assume they were digitizing,
Yes.
or transferring every single second of every single tape. So they're probably on Lucasfilm servers somewhere, all
There's
of that
stuff.
footage.
Yeah, there is.
Even the
There's-
stuff that didn't end up in the edit.
There is. I wouldn't even. God, I don't even.
Someone has that answer somewhere.
Someone
knows
does,
where the
yes.
file is.
It's
in the
right
arch-
next to Soccer Game 1997,
Right,
and then
someone
right
does.
after.
That's an interesting thought. I mean, I haven't thought about all the, seeing that, or just all the the days of and the outtakes and the different things. Like, that would be really interesting to see. But you're right. It exists somewhere.
Well, speaking
Could
of
be
that,
an opportunity.
I have a question that we will save for the after show segment for patrons. So if you're listening to the audio version of this, not on the Podathon, if you're listening to the audio on the Thank the Maker feed, the after show segment for patrons, I have a question about Jar Jar Binks.
Oh.
You're not going to have an answer, but you may have some insight. This is in reference to a thing from behind the scenes of the Phantom Menace, which was before your time, but still, you might have. Oh, I'll say no more.
Okay.
Patreon.com/ThankTheMakerPod if you want to hear the bonus segment for patrons. Amy, thank you so much for being back on the podcast with us.
Love
hanging with you.
Yeah, and we should try to get do something with Michonne, because that would be a lot of fun.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Swapping stories. Awesome stuff.
Yes, for sure.
So again, Podathon 2024, May the 4th be Wish You. It's a Make-A-Wish Foundation benefit. There's a QR code right on the screen, of course, you can see. Scan that. If you're listening and you're just a Thank the Maker listener, go to at the Podathon on everything. I would assume Instagram and everything. We'll share something in our feed as well. So thepodathon.com is another place, and hashtag thepodathon24. So check that out. Donate. We're going to donate and make some wishes come true.
That's great.
My wish is to remodel my backyard. My wish is to redesign my bedroom. I want to travel with the moon.
Every 20 minutes, a child is diagnosed with a critical illness. And for these children, wishes can change everything. Wishes give children hope, and that hope begins with you. Please give now and help grant wishes for waiting children.
Well, we are back with more Podathon. It's been a very long day. It continues. We're still cranking along. We are trying to reach $7,500, but Star Wars fans, you're only at $3,700. You have a ways to go. We got some money to make here in the next couple hours, but
we're gonna hit the light speed button.
we have to do some light speed skipping. Bing, bing, bing. We'll get through that. But yeah, we're trying to raise money for Make-A-Wishes. You've seen throughout the day. Make-A-Wish does amazing things for children, for real people that we know. And we would love to introduce you to Matt, who is the father of a Wish child. Bring back with us again as well. But did we lose Matt?
I think we lost. Here we go.
There we go. There he is. Hey, it's that Alabama internet.
Man, I don't know what it is. I think it's I think it feels your jersey, and it's like, I can't do this. I can't do the jersey. Not today.
That's fair. I understand that.
Well, Matt,
how y'all doing?
welcome to the show. We talked to you for a little bit Thursday night on ATG Live, but we've got a whole bunch more people watching right now because it is Podathon on Star Wars Day. We've only got a few short minutes, but we wanted to bring you in because you have a Make-A-Wish story. You are a Make-A-Wish family. Give us the short version of that and maybe what Make-A-Wish has meant to your family.
So, short version, my daughter was diagnosed with a non-inherited neurological disorder at 18 months. And that kind of like crushed us for about a year, as it would any mom and dad. And we finally decided, after months and months of wallowing in our own self-pity and prayer, no, we're going to fight and we're going to give her the best life we can because that's what she deserves. And very soon thereafter, we applied for Make-A-Wish, and we were approved for that. And then went through and fought the global pandemic like everybody else did before we got her wish. But Violet's wish was to do a week at Disney World, and we did that 2 Christmases ago, right before Christmas.
Wow.
And like I said Thursday, like there's Disney World, and then there's like Make-A-Wish Disney World, and it is
nope. Then there's it's frozen.
Well, what he was going to tell us, and we know because we had this conversation Thursday night, is there's a big difference. You know, being a Make-A-Wish family, having the opportunity, they've got their T-shirts, and like he said, they essentially are rolling out the red carpet. And one of the things that I love so much, not only about Matt's story, but other stories that we have heard from Make-A-Wish families is, yes, it means something to the child who is the actual recipient, but it's as much a gift to the family as it is that child. Not only the parents, but the siblings. Violet has an amazing older brother, Josiah, who takes care of her and helps with her and does all the things. And it was a chance, you know, he got to go build a lightsaber at Savi's. He got to go do all of these other things. And it was just as much because we know, and our friend Greg Grunberg is going to talk about this later, caretakers for families who are in these situations. They get to feel the love from Make-A-Wish as well. Matt, I was just talking about what you were starting into about, you know, the Disney World Make-A-Wish experience and how much they rolled out the red carpet.
The red carpet doesn't begin to describe it. I mean, from the idea of you're totally 100% taken care of from the day you check in to the day you check out, both in the park and at your accommodating hotel or Give Kids the World, which is the kind of the Make-A-Wish partner resort area for Make-A-Wish families. It is absolutely amazing. And Nick, you mentioned the caretakers. The cool thing about Make-A-Wish from the familial side is how many volunteers you see down there giving freely of their time, even paying to get there, to truly push it forward and pay it forward to those families. I mean, we met groups of children, kids, teenagers from up y'all's way from New York. There was a group from Chicago. There was a family volunteering from Ontario, Canada when we were there. And I asked them, I'm like, what brings you back for this sense of volunteerism? And without a doubt, everybody said it's the kids and your families like yours that we meet.
Yeah.
So that familial connection is so strong and it's so bonded. And I'm looking at the ticker on the side and I see we got a little ways to go. So let me implore anybody who's out there listening, who's like been enjoying the content all day, watching Star Wars movies like me and my kids have done today. You know, now's your chance. Now's your time. $5.
Oh, just as he went to the pitch, he froze
That's
again.
right. They got him on the
And I
pitch.
was going to reiterate what he has to say on that as well. Is you know, $5, $10, $20, every little bit counts, because when they send him to Disney World, they got to pay for tickets, they got to pay for meals, they got to pay for accommodation, they got to pay for the car to get him from here to there. $50. If we raise $50 in the next 10 minutes, that's a meal for him and his family. That's it's such a big deal. And again, if you don't think you're having an impact, you are. You need to know that with Make-A-Wish, because there's a video that we have on our YouTube channel about this, and our friend at Make-A-Wish that we were working with told us that his favorite story is that, you know, we always think of the kids who are who request a trip to the Super Bowl or Disney, and those are awesome dreams. But some kids, their dream is a bicycle, right? So between a couple of donations during Podathon, that bicycle is going to happen for a kid. And 9 out of 10 doctors have said that a kid who receives a wish, it has an impact. It drives them forward. Would you say that you saw that as well, Matt?
Most certainly I would. Not only did it drive her forward, it drove us forward as a family. The psychological impact and the positivity that it impacted me and my wife from a psychological standpoint, and her big brother, who is, he is her hero and he is her biggest champion. And I would say too, the brothers and sisters of Make-A-Wish kids deserve and get just as much benefit from the trip as the kid itself, because that's a special group of children. You'll never find a more empathetic, more caring, more loving child than a child who has a sibling with disabilities. So I would, again, I'm going to say thank you to that and apologize for my sorry internet. I have no idea what's going on.
It's no problem. Well, Becca, and I was going to throw it to you just for a minute, because I know your co-host Mark on Tarkin's Top Shelf, he himself was a Wish kid when he was a child. So you have also had these conversations about the impact that this can have on somebody.
Oh, definitely. This is why we're here. This is why we come back every year. Because I look at Mark as a walking miracle. It is an impact. I mean, his whole family got to do his wish, and it does bring them closer. Him and his siblings are a lot closer for this. Him and his parents are a lot closer from all this, because it brings a family in together. And granted, I mean, you guys are all, it gives you a positive, I guess, moment, because everything just seems so like you're working so hard at this to get healthy, and it's not just the child, is everyone there is hoping and trying to do everything that they can to make everything seem normal, whatever normal is, right? Because everyone's normal is different.
Right.
So I think that's just it. And even just on a normal day, normal trip to Disney, it is a magical place, right? So just really think of that impact of something like that, or having a wish. Like we were watching these little moments of these kids getting like an ice rink in the backyard. Like that is really cool. And especially in today's world, when kids are doing all this online, and to make this wish come true for this child to be outside, you cannot tell me fresh air doesn't help an individual, right? No matter where you are on your journey of this so-called life, right? So it's just, again, bringing families together, I think, is huge. And Star Wars does that. We all know this, right? I mean, my kids grew up with animation, so that was their entry point. I cannot tell you how that still goes on today, and they're in their 20s. So, I feel for you. I mean, I've never had this type of a situation in my life. I do have a child on the spectrum of autism, but not to the,
Then you feel it. You feel it just like we do as a parent. As parents, what do we want for our children? The best we can offer.
Better than whatever I had.
Yeah.
That's it. So so you feel it. Don't sell yourself. Don't sell yourself short.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just, I just feel so badly for everybody going through this, and I want everyone to make a full recovery and just enjoy life, because that's how it should be. A child should be a child.
Yeah.
We all feel that. So
Make-A-Wish gives them those opportunities. They do. And right before y'all brought me in, watching the commercial, man, that just hits you in the feels. Matt,
I gotta tell you, I can't edit the week before here, because I get all my stuff from Make-A-Wish the week before, and I start editing, and I'm like, it must be the pollen, because it's hard. It is hard to watch, and it's all so wonderful. But Matt, you have 1,000 people watching you right now across the internet. We need them to donate to Make-A-Wish so that more wishes can be granted. Matt, what do you have to say to them to make that happen?
So what I would say is, don't do it for yourself. Don't do it for anybody. I would even say don't do it for the great content you've seen today. Do it for a kid that you don't know, that you likely never will meet. Do it for them and do it for their family, because you are literally changing that kid's life and that family's life. And it does not matter the amount. This is something that if you give fully from your heart, everybody is going to be appreciative. There's no lose. There's no gift too small. There's no gift too large. We just need and are begging and imploring you to look deep into yourselves and think, I can change the life of a child today with my donation. And this is important to me. Obviously, this is an important day for Star Wars fans. It is the day. It is the best day of the year for Star Wars fans. And I cannot think of a better way to commemorate that and celebrate that than to donate for that next generation of fans that you're going to develop with this. Because I promise you, if you ask a Make-A-Wish team member, they will tell you the most popular Make-A-Wish is Disney World, Disneyland. And when you go there, it's all about Star Wars. Magic Kingdom's great. Star Wars is better.
There you go.
Well, Matt, we can't thank you enough for telling your story. And, I've gotten to know you just through video calls over the last couple of years, following your story. And it's calling it heartwarming is underselling it. I'm so glad that your daughter is doing as well as she possibly can.
Well,
and we will continue to keep you in our thoughts. And thank you for spending some time with us. And now from there, hey, you're a Star Wars fan a little bit, right, Matt?
Yeah, of course.
You know Lando Calrissian, right?
Yeah,
he's coming up right now.
Awesome. Oh my God, outstanding.
You're
live from Cloud City, right?
That's right.
That's right. So we're going to bring him in. But again, Matt, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody who's donated. Please, if you have $10, skip Starbucks tomorrow morning and let's donate and let's make some wishes come true.
Absolutely. Thank you, gentlemen.
Star Wars is, among other things, known for its stories of family, in particular those pertaining to fathers and sons. Well, luckily for us, in our very own galaxy, we happen to have a father-son duo with a much happier plotline. Of course, I'm referring to Kerwin and Keith of Father-Son Galaxy, who have come back for Podathon again this year, and they just happen to be bringing an amazing guest. They're interviewing the one and only Billy D. freaking Williams. So hit pause on your current episode of the Calrissian Chronicles, settle into your finest cape, and hang on for Father-Son Galaxy with their very special guest, Billy D. Williams, right here on Podathon 2024, benefiting the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
This is Podathon 2024. We are Kerwin and Keith of Father-Son Galaxy. We have the pleasure of welcoming a true icon of the stage and screen, Mr. Billy D. Williams. With a career spanning decades, Williams have left an indelible mark on the entertainment industry. His film and TV credits include classics like Brian's Song, Lady Sings the Blues, Mahogany, and Batman. He is perhaps best known for his portrayal of the smooth-talking businessman, Lando Calrissian, in the Star Wars saga, The Empire Strikes Back, Return to Jedi, and The Rise of Skywalker. Beyond acting, Mr. Williams is also an accomplished painter and author with his memoir, What Have We Here? Portraits of a Life, offering insight into his remarkable journey. Welcome, Mr. Billy D. Williams.
Yeah, hi. How's everybody?
Thank you so much. This is truly an honor and a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yes. So you were born and raised in Harlem. Your journey into acting began with your Broadway debut at a very young age. What was it like stepping onto the Broadway stage as a child?
I just say, this reminds me of me and my son Corey when he was his age.
Thank you.
Having great discussions, I bet. Anyway, I'm sorry, you were saying.
You were born and raised in Harlem. Your journey into acting began with your Broadway debut at a very young age. What was it like stepping onto the Broadway stage as a child?
Well, when I was 6.5 years old, and my mommy got me involved in the show business. She was working in New York City at the Lyceum Theater, the old Lyceum Theater. She was working for Ben Boyer and Max Gordon. And they were doing a musical, and they knew that she had a little boy who was like 6, 7 years old, and they had me come and audition. And I went, so she took me down to the audition, and they had me walk across stage 1 time, 2 times, and I was so enamored with the whole, so smitten by the whole idea of being on this big stage. I wanted to do it the 3rd time. And they said, Billy, that's okay. You don't have to do it the 3rd time. Well, I decided that I had to do it the 3rd time. So I started crying if I couldn't do it. So I always say I cried my way into show business. Yeah. But anyway, that's how I got my first experience in it was a musical called The Firebrand of Florence. It was written by a man by the name of Music. It was written by Kurt Weill. Kurt Weill was he wrote Threepenny Opera with Bertolt Brecht. At that time, they were from Germany, and they escaped Nazism back in those years. But anyway, I was on the stage with him, with his music, The Firebrand of Florence, and with his wife, Lada Helenia. And that's how it all began for me. And the thing I had to do were 2 little chants. One chant was make way for the Duchess, for her grace the Duchess. Make way for the Duchess, for her legal, regal Duchess. And then I had to come back on stage the 2nd time with a message from the Duchess. Message from the Duchess, from her grace the Duchess. Message from the Duchess, from her legal, regal Duchess. And that's how I got started. But I always figured, I never really looked for show business. I always figured that I was somehow destined for it.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Art has been a significant part of your life. How do you balance acting, painting, and writing? And how do they inform who you are as an artist?
Oh, okay. Well, my whole life revolved. I'm not a tough guy. I've never been a thug. My whole life has revolved around the arts. And I don't ever remember never being involved some ways, either in always with painting and drawing. My sister and I had a twin sister who was a very fine artist, and so that's all. It was always been very much a part of my life. As far as theater is concerned, that came a little bit later, but that's became very much a part of my life. But my life is, as I said, has always revolved around creativity. And so I've been really fortunate that way. And I was fortunate enough to have parents who encouraged my sister and I in towards those kinds of endeavors.
You received critical acclaim for Brian's song. You also got an Emmy nomination. How did that role of playing Gail Sayers change your career and your life?
Well, certainly at that time, interestingly enough, when I got the role, Lou Gossett was supposed to play Gail Sayers, but he was playing basketball on a weekend and injured himself, so he couldn't do the job. So they called me in out of desperation, and I got the job. Now again, I always felt that was a one of those situations that was meant to be. At that time, and this story is about an athlete dying from cancer. my father was dying from cancer at that time. So all of these events, event, and plus meeting Jimmy Kahn, and we had this great chemistry with each other. The coupling of those events drew me into. It served to well, as a result of those events, it all worked for me getting the job. So it was I always regard that experience as an act of love. It was one of those perfect moments that every now and again in your life you find yourself confronted with. The director, Buzz Kulick, was part of that experience, which was an extraordinarily rewarding experience. So, getting a nomination, both of us got a nomination for the characters that we did. We should have received the awards, but because they couldn't decide whether to give it to me or give it to Jimmy, they decided to give it to an English actor, I forget his name, who did he did the 6 Wives of Henry VIII. So we lost out on it. We shouldn't have. We should have been. They should have given both of us the Emmys because we created such a huge impact with Brian's song. So anyway, as I always say, you win some and you lose some.
Speaking of winning, want to talk about your role as Lando Calrissian. Now, according to your book, I understand that you didn't have to audition for that role, that George Lucas wanted you to play Lando. Do you know why he wanted you to be, the actor, to play Lando Calrissian? And what did you bring to the role? Why was that role important for you to play?
Well, I'm very charming.
Yeah. Yes.
And so, I don't know, I had a persona that was, well, it was the charm, the good looks, and all that good stuff that really contributed to me playing Lando. Lando is, well, first of all, when I heard the name Calrissian, I thought, wow, that's interesting, because Calrissian is an Armenian name. So I said, let me see what I can do with that. I played with that. And then, of course, when I got the cape, I mean, that's solidified the whole thing. And so I decided to make this character into a really bigger than life character, devoid of the whole I didn't want to present ethnicity. I wanted to just present an individual, which is what I try to do with all of the characters I play. I don't like getting locked into trying to hold on to one perspective as opposed to another perspective. I think everything for me, from my perspective, it's all about nuance. It's all about all of the gray area to play with, especially if you're being creative and in order to be innovative for me, I have to embrace everything that's thrown my way to play with, rather than get into the politics of what I'm doing or being asked to do.
The entertainment industry has evolved significantly throughout your career. How do you perceive these shifts, and what further improvements are necessary?
Well, you got AI now, and I think that's going to take over everything. But no, listen, it's a progression, like any situation, from generation to generation, as we evolve. I mean, certainly there are always going to be the changes. Um, I don't know. You know, if you're talking about it in terms of black actors and things like that, there are a lot more people working today than when I came along. Uh, so, which is a good thing. But I think also it allows the more success, it allows people to start thinking in much broader terms about who they are, what they are, and how they fit in. So I see a lot of that beginning to happen.
And reflecting on your professional and personal journey, what legacy do you want to leave behind for those who are coming up behind you? What motivates you to cultivate such a legacy?
Yeah, that I think from my perspective, I mean, I've always tried to lead an eclectic life. I mean, I'm always incorporating, including, and never rejecting, uh, always embracing, and using it to come up with new ideas, new innovative ideas. So uh, uh, I I can't live my life being pissed off all the time, and I think that's one thing that I see with a lot of people. They spend more time and energy being pissed off instead of really just keeping the five senses working and moving and embracing and coming up with new ideas. For me, it's about coming up with new ideas, using everything, all my tools, and everything that I witness with my hearing sense, seeing sense, smelling sense, tasting sense, touching sense, uh, allowing all those my senses to be alert, so that I can always be in a position where I can take all of these things that I'm witnessing and using them in some wonderful, new, creative way. And even at my age, I'm 87 years old now. I'm still a little kid. I'm still like this little kid, wanting to know, you know, wanting to embrace and see where I can go with it.
In addition to your movie career, you've made notable appearances on television and voice acting roles. How do you approach working in different mediums, and what do you enjoy most?
I don't know. Yeah, I do all of it, and I enjoy all of it. It's as simple as that. I just embrace it, enjoy it, and always I always look at it as an opportunity to see what I can bring.
What do you consider the role that you're feel as your best work? You know, what you want people to remember you by a particular role. What would that be?
Well, of the roles that people know about, certainly Brian's song, Gail Sayers, certainly the movies I've done. I did with Diana Ross. I think I gained a reputation for being a romantic leading man, and that's something I always wanted to be when I was a kid growing up. I I it, I think I created something that was never a little brown skinned boy like me never it was never created. It never really happened on the level that it happened with me. So I'm very happy about bringing that aspect into the fold. I'm a romantic person. I like romance. You know.
As you continue to inspire audiences around the world, what projects or passions are you most excited about pursuing in the future?
Well, at this stage, I'm not looking forward to doing too much. I've done just about everything you can possibly do. I don't know. I leave it. I'm open. And I'll see where it all takes me and what comes my way. And if I still have the energy to pursue it, I'll do it. But at this stage in my life, I just want to relax and give it to you, young kids. You do it. You got all the energy. Even you.
Yeah.
Even,
Okay, right. Even me. Right. Okay.
listen, I got how old are you? I mean, I got a 60-year-old son. I'm sure you're nowhere near that.
Wow. No.
But even
Not yet.
40,
No.
even at 60, he's always open to new ideas and always looking forward to seeing the possibilities.
If you had the opportunity to play Lando again, would you take it?
Absolutely. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
Great character. And what's good about good characters like that is that even though you bring a lot of a certain vulnerability and a certain charm to it, there was something dubious about the character, and that's always good when you're developing a character. I think you're never quite sure what that character is going to do, but always ends up having a heroic facade. I like heroes.
I'd really love to see Lando in his own show sometime soon.
Well,
That would
maybe
be
you
nice.
do.
Maybe one day you'll write it.
I actually have some ideas.
Well, that's fun. Put them down.
Wonderful.
You never know.
You never know. Yeah. I want to share something with you. I've been a Star Wars fan since I was 12, and the first film I saw was The Empire Strikes Back. And I'm, middle-aged. Since then, I've seen The Empire Strikes Back about 85 times.
Get out of here.
Yeah, it's true.
It's a good
Favorite
movie.
Star Wars movie.
Yeah,
It's a great movie.
it is. And it's not only my favorite Star Wars movie, in my opinion, it's one of the greatest films ever made. So I never in my wildest dreams would I ever thought I would sit down and speak to Billy D. Williams. So this is truly an honor to say to you, thank you, from that 12-year-old little boy and me, seeing you up on the screen. Thank you so much for the joy you brought me. And you left a legacy. You're leaving a legacy that I'm passing down to my son. So you're the reason why that movie will endure. And, there will always be a love for Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back.
And Lando.
And Lando. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank
That's
you so
very
much.
kind of you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. This is a special episode of Father Son Galaxy. We are raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Thank you for watching us on this Podathon 2024 special edition. Until next time, take care, and we will see you again.
Hey, the very best to you.
Thank you so much. All the best to you, sir.
May the force be
Thank
with
you. Stay well. Chandelier.
Before Cameron was even born, doctors discovered bleeding in her brain. Her wish to have a sensory playroom started a life-changing journey that helped her learn and grow. Granting wishes takes all of us and transforms lives one wish at a time. Your gift to Make-A-Wish can make a life-changing impact for a child with a critical illness. But for every wish we grant, 3 more children are waiting for someone like you to help. Give now to grant wishes today.
Well, welcome back to Podathon 24. We are not done, but we just had Billy D. Williams on Podathon, so we're drinking a little bit of blue milk and toasting to all of you who have donated. Thank you very, very much. This actually is a local. I'm going to take a sip first.
Yes, I'll jump in here. We have it right here. This is Magnify Brewing Company, locally here in New Jersey. A little free plug here on Podathon. Blue milk, blue raspberry, smoothie sour ale, raspberry coconut, and vanilla ice cream. So
yeah,
it's tall, it's blue, it's delicious,
and it's appropriate for the day,
and it's Star Wars, so why not? So we are back. We are continuing on. Can't believe we got to listen to the Billy D. Williams telling his stories. I mean, sage advice. My wife's not a Star Wars person, but she's watching Sweetheart, I Love You. And she was, chiming in on those key things that Lando was saying, that Billy D was saying.
He's Lando.
He's also Harvey Dent,
Right.
he's done a lot of things. But
Sayers.
Love hearing from Billy D. Williams. And of course, we always love hearing from Kerwin and Keith over at Father Son Galaxy. Such a special show. So thankful that they're a part of this. You have all been a part of this so far today, donating money for Make-A-Wish. We are currently at $37.93. We've still got a ways to go, but
we've reached the halfway point at least.
We have crossed the halfway mark, and we've got a great chunk of the night still in front of us. But before we do that, Pete, what are we about to do right now?
Well, we are going to bring in our friend Becca and another friend of ours, Jordan Hembrow. Jordan, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Cheers.
Yeah,
Chin,
now we're
chin.
talking.
There you go.
Happy Star
It got a
Wars.
little warm in here.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Lando.
Billy turned on that charm.
Yeah.
38-14.
Oh,
we have,
30.
We
We
have
just
gone
got
up.
another one. That's fantastic. Well, I'll take a moment. You enter them
I
into
will
the
update.
drawing.
That's right.
But we're joined by Jordan, and we're joined by Becca for this segment of the night. We're actually tonight, because we're going so long, we're going to be giving away some of our amazing prizes twice, not the same prize twice, some now and some at the end of the night, because it's going to be a long night. And on the East Coast, it's going to be near midnight by the time we're done. So let's be realistic. Let's make sure that we're focusing on giving away some of these gifts. Jordan, how have you spent your May the 4th?
You know what? I spent it the only way I really know how, and the way that I wanted to. We were with the fans, and we opened the gallery with a breakfast this morning, and we had, I don't know, probably about 80 to 100 people here. And then we've been going nonstop all day, people coming in and out of the gallery, looking at stuff, and just, talking to fans, talking about Star Wars. It was fantastic. We had some members of the 501st come by.
Awesome.
They weren't even trooping. They were just hanging out.
Nice.
And that's it. We're finally quiet right now for a little bit, and then we're going to start up with other stuff a little bit later on this evening. But it's been a nonstop celebration that only comes around once a year.
Yes.
This is, someone came in today and they said, this is Star Wars Christmas.
It is.
And I'm like, yeah, you know what? It is Star Wars Christmas.
Yeah,
So they, the young kids love it so much. And
I was actually just thinking the other day as we were going through a lot of this prep, and you and I have spoken a bunch of times over the last couple of weeks. And Jordan, you've been such a help to get things rolling for us and giving us ideas and supporting us and donating to things that we're going to give away in just a minute. But it's really interesting to think about the cultural impact that Star Wars has had. It's not it. There's the commentary about religious sort of. Let's not go there, because that's gonna. No, we're not doing that. But it has such a cultural impact. It's so deeply ingrained in society. When we talked to Matt, the father of a Wish child, just a little bit before, he talked about how most of the people he knows that are asking for wishes, it's Disney World so they can go to Star Wars Land. And that's, what does that say about Star Wars? And it's a holiday. It's officially a holiday now, because I'm seeing, May the 4th sales at local stores. I'm seeing May the 4th, marathons around the neighborhoods, and it's wild.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely incredible. My my local bank, as I drove in today, they had a sign out that says "Come and open an account for May the 4th." And I think they're giving away like something Star Wars to people who open a new account at the bank.
Right.
It really
will give you 4% interest.
Yeah, I'll take that. It really has permeated into the zeitgeist of everything. And, for people, I hate saying this, of a certain age, we were around from the very beginning. And, I never could have thought that it would have affected my life or the lives of all of us the way it has. I'm happy. I'm a better person for it.
Yeah, for sure. Same here. And what I love about Podathon and the work that we all do together, all of us on the screen here, all of us who've been watching all day, all the people who've donated prizes, donated dollars, that's what a community does, right? Okay. And so why don't we reward some of the people in the community? We're going to give away 10 or 11 gifts right now based on people who donated. When you donated, you got 10 for every $10 you donated, you got one entry into the raffle. If you donated before May the 4th, you got double the number of entries, which is wild and exciting. And again, if you don't win now, stay tuned and keep on donating, because we got more stuff going at the end of the night. So, Nick, what would you like to start with?
Let's start with, we're going to start with a couple of the things that Becca got from her friend Vanessa Marshall. Harrison Dula herself. We got a couple of autographed photos from her. We got 3 of those. We're going to give one of them away later, but we're going to give 2 of those away right now. So for the first one, I have my randomizer open on the computer. I'm going to go through here. I've got all the numbers put in from our spreadsheet. We've been tracking this all day, putting in new donations as they come through. So I'm going to hit this button, and we're going to find out who wins this first Harrison Dula picture. It is number 450. This actually goes to friend and supporter of the show, Holly and Brian Fry.
Oh, all right. That is great.
They donated a prize and they won a prize. What a great way to go.
That works out really well. You give, you get, right? That's kind of
that's right.
That's a little bit of how this works. So we're going to keep this fun going. We are going to do another one of these. And then I want to give Jordan a minute to talk about his giveaways, and we'll do those next. But let's give away a second Vanessa Marshall autographed photograph. And that is going to be, hold on, my computer is having a mind of its own. That goes to Brian Fennessy, a different Brian. And so Brian's are coming up winning early. So if you're a Brian, congratulations. You might win something tonight. But those are our first 2, the Fries and Brian Fennessy. But Jordan, you have kindly donated a couple of things for us to give away. Tell us about what we've got.
All right. So we wanted to do a little something. We love Star Wars, and we just celebrated 25th anniversary of the Phantom Menace.
Yes.
So I wanted to give away a little Phantom Menace stuff. Hang on for 1 second.
Oh, this is so exciting.
So last year we donated a couple pieces from a great company called Beast Kingdom, and we gave away some Boba Fett and Carbonites. This year I wanted to sort of revisit that. We went back to Beast Kingdom. We've got
oh wait.
There we go.
There it is.
Oh, look at
Great.
that.
Oh my God.
Now these things were limited. They're not being made anymore, but we've actually kept a couple.
That's so
they are
cool.
articulated. You can change the heads around with the lightsaber. They're fantastic. This is old store stock that we've had kept and saved that we haven't sold yet. They go up in value. They go up. Collectors ask for them. Actually, we pulled them from the archive. We had 2 off in the back tonight, and people were asking for them, but I said, nope, these are for Podathon. So we have actually 2 of these we want to give away, but I wanted to do something a little special as well. And I said, you know what? It is Make-A-Wish. It is Podathon. So we went and we actually got a couple of these. These are the original Phantom Menace screening passes.
Oh,
This
wow.
is
Look at that.
That's
one,
beautiful.
and this is for May the 15th, 1999.
New York City.
This was for Kentucky.
Oh, it's Kentucky. Awesome.
Yeah. So we've actually got a couple of these. So when you get your Darth Maul, you're going to be getting one of the original screening passes as well to put in your scrapbook. You can have it framed. They're all in great condition. We got a couple of these saved.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see you giving one of those two away. I actually have mine from when I went to the New York premiere.
Oh, do you? Okay.
And when people ask me, what's your favorite Phantom Menace collectible?
Yeah.
That's it, because nobody else can get it. And mine's it's
Right.
numbered. It's got the little, oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah. These are
So cool.
these are numbered on the side too. They're all official.
Very
Wow.
nice.
That's
Yeah,
so
it's
cool.
awesome.
Excellent. Well, let me hit the button and let's see who our first
We've
winner
got two of
is
these.
of a Jordan Himbo prize pack. All right, hitting the button right now.
Prize pack.
Love
it.
Prize pack. I like
Two-
that.
two constitutes a pack at this point. We're in. Well, look at this. It is our friend from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Mr. William Hardy is
Oh,
the winner
beautiful.
of this
Right.
one. Excellent. Congratulations,
Bill.
young William.
That's awesome.
And we have a second one of these, so I'm going to hit this button again.
Okay.
See what happens. And now I have to go. And so if you're wondering at home, I have a randomizer on one tab that randomizes the number. Then I have to go back to the spreadsheet and find that number and the name next to it. So that's why it is taking me just a half a second, because there are a bunch of names in here. And a lot of that is attributed to some of you have donated a lot of money, which means a
Right.
lot of entries. We're probably going to have some repeat winners as we go along. In fact, this one is actually from not a repeat winner, but another first-time winner. This is from our friends over at the Never Tell Me the Odds podcast.
Oh,
the
Beautiful.
official ESPN Star Wars podcast donated early, and it has paid off. They have won this prize.
Beautiful.
That is fantastic. I
Very
guarantee you, we're talking to Arda from that podcast a little later live on the show. I'll bet you we can get him to put that up on TV
On the
somewhere.
desk.
You're
at
going to see
ESPN.
that on an
That's
ESPN
cool.
thing. I guarantee you.
Get it up.
That's right.
Ardo actually went on ESPN dressed as Darth Maul with, Grand Admiral Thrawn, complete with the blue makeup and everything. So he's
That's perfect.
He's in it to
he's
win
a
it.
perfect winner.
Exactly.
Exactly. Fantastic.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Next up, we've got, and Becca, you helped us secure some of these from a friend of all of ours, Chronicle Books, and our good friend Kelly Knox. We have some copies of the Star Wars Dad Jokes book that has just recently come out. There it is right there.
Excellent.
Can we
We
just
have
talk
several of
about-
these. We're going to give 2 away right now. We're going to save some more later tonight. So let me hit this button again, and let's see who's going to go home with this book, which I have. And
Oh my gosh.
it makes me chuckle nonstop, and my kids think it's the most annoying thing on earth. So
And can we just talk
it means
about
it's
how
doing its
wonderful
job.
Kelly is as a person?
Yeah.
I mean, Kelly,
Amazing.
yeah, she's one of the world's greatest people. She really is, Kelly Knox. She's fantastic.
There's nobody sweeter. Like, I mean, she's so sweet that when you're done having a conversation with her, like your teeth hurt. Because she's
Yeah.
just the most sweetest person ever. And I mean that in the lovingly way possible. She's awesome.
I
There's
agree
nobody
100%.
sweeter.
Outstanding. Well, the winner of this particular Kelly Knox book is actually our first repeat winner, Mr. Brian Fennessy.
All right.
Coming in second time, coming in with some big guns. We have a second one of these, so I'm going to hit the button again. That number didn't go very far away. From an author to an author. The winner of this book is the fabulous Amy Rickow, who also has written a bunch of amazing Star Wars books.
Another wonderful human being.
Yes.
Yes.
So wonderful. Always good to come on any of our shows, hang out, talk about the projects and the
Yeah.
passions that she has. So excited for Amy to win that.
That's
Let's
great.
see. What do we have next?
What about one of the posters from
Yes. We
Oh, I
have
don't have those by me. Sorry.
what's that?
I don't have them by me. Otherwise,
That's
I
okay.
would.
That's okay. Becca was able to get for us, and I want to take this opportunity very quickly just to thank how many people have donated prizes or worked on getting prizes. Becca worked really hard to reach out to her book contacts. We're about to do a poster that's from Steve Anderson, the artist that does all the amazing artwork and posters.
Perfect.
We've had, Brian and Holly Fry donated a prize that we're going to give away later. We have stuff from Lucasfilm, De Nuevo, Regal Robot. Like, people are coming out in support of what we're doing for Make-A-Wish.
And a
it
special
means the world.
Yeah, and a special thanks to you, Becca, on screen right now, because I don't know what the rest of your evening looks like, but I want to make sure we thank you right now for all you've done to help us this year. This is your, I think, this second or third year at least that you've been third year
yeah.
that you've been a part of it, and not only do you help us with the planning and taking a look at the scheduling, you're also extremely active in getting a lot of our prizes from a lot of mostly publishers, because that's where your connection is, but a lot of other people. And let's just not let Becca get away too without a little bit of, we got to pump her ego a little bit. The titles on these posters came from Becca. Becca is the official titler of these posters. So
outstanding. I'm going to hit the button right here. We're going to see what we got.
And what's the first one we're going to give away?
Which one are you guys doing? I have one for the Mandalorian, helmet on, heart off. Right? Yes. And then Heart of the Rebellion. There's two of those.
There's two of those. And this one's for one of the Heart of the Rebellion posters.
Okay.
So I'm going to spin the
Which
numbers.
is amazing. I love that's of
yes,
the
that
two,
one
that's
features
my
Leia
favorite,
prominently.
Yeah.
And this one goes to donor Daniel Howard.
All right, Daniel.
Another first-time winner. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Daniel.
Exciting news. I'm typing their name in right
now.
here.
For all you winners, if you're watching and you're like, how are you going to get it to me? When you donate, you've given us your address and or at least your email, and we'll be reaching out to you over the next 24 to 48 hours to get all your info.
That's
so
right.
we can send those out.
We will follow up. We will make sure you get your prizes. Very excited to have so many things to give away. Let's see, Becca, I want you to talk about this one because this one was a recent addition. This is the Kevin Scott giveaway.
Oh.
This is a big deal.
Yeah, no,
Jordan, you can't win, buddy. Sorry.
Just talked to Kevin today. Another awesome. We're surrounded by such great people.
It's wild, isn't it? Yeah.
You know, I mean, we were saying this really early on that Star Wars is filled with so many creatives on so many mediums, and they're just all gems. They're all sweet people. Really, they really are, and they're giving. It's just amazing.
Yep.
So just came through yesterday. I heard from Sarah, Kevin's agent. She's like, "Oh, Kevin wants to be a part of this," and he's got one out of print left. Now, out of print is like huge collectible for book people of the Rising Storm. So that is what he's giving away. Now, those are the ones where the edges, like the page edges, are all tinted like in color. So anyone that's into these for collectibles, I mean, these are just amazing. So this will be coming straight from Kevin to you.
How about that?
Which is pretty amazing. Yeah.
Outstanding. Well, that's a huge prize. So let's hit the number and let's see whose lucky day it is. And it is going to be, this is a big number down the list. I've got to find it. Amanda Jones.
Amanda
Congratulations,
Jones.
Amanda
Right.
Jones.
Lucky Amanda.
That is not Amandiana Jones. Wait, that's not it.
Amandiana Jones.
That's not it. Yes, Amanda Jones is going to win that Kevin Scott prize. Let me see.
That's fantastic, Amanda. If you're watching, congratulations. That's
Give me one
awesome.
second to mark some of these out, so I'm not giving away extra things.
While we wait, I've seen it now multiple times this week. Jordan, tell me about that pinball machine behind you.
So this pinball machine was actually, it's a funny story. It was actually dropped off by one of my licensing attorneys who incorporated my company, who was a big Star Wars fan. And he moved and he's like, I got this. I can't, I don't have anything to do with it. I said, all right, you can put it here. So it's been in the gallery, and he's like, if you can sell it, sell it. If not, I guess keep it. So it's in here. I play it all the time. We had people playing it today.
So you're not selling it.
I was going to try. So you're not trying too hard to sell it.
Well, look, I mean, I know you guys are, Pete, I know you guys are in Jersey, so come on up and play it.
I was going to say, I'll figure out a way to get that on the plane home with me if I need to.
Make you a deal. We'll make you a deal. Not a problem.
Great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is. It's fun. It's big. I'll tell you, when you bump into it, it really hurts.
Solid, not going anywhere. Well, we have another Kelly Knox book. Good night, Darth Vader.
That's not Kelly Knox.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's not Kelly Knox.
This
That's
one's
Jeffrey
signed by the
Brown.
author, right?
Yes.
This is
Jeffrey
signed by the
Brown.
author. I'm sorry, I got that wrong.
That's okay.
Well, we have a signed copy from our friends at Chronicle Books of Goodnight Darth Vader. And we are going to give that to, I'm going to hit the button again.
It's okay. They're both Chronicle books, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Number 39.
Mhm.
We got to come all the way back up the list. Who is
Somebody
39?
early.
Jeff Qualio is number 39. How about that?
Congratulations, Jeff.
I love
All
it.
right.
Let me type this in here.
Good
we
night,
don't
Darth
lose
Vader.
it in the shuffle.
A signed version. You know, it's funny. I have all those books, and I
They're
loved them when
great.
they came out because they were perfect age for my kids when the first one came out, and so yeah, so that's a fun book for sure. Jeff's got
Excellent.
kids, right?
Jeff does have kids.
That's good.
And speaking of fun books, this one is going to come from one of Becca's guests from the first part of the day today, Bonnie Burton. We have the Star Wars craft book. Tell us a little bit about this one, Becca.
Well, these are old school. And I say that because they're from a while ago, a long time ago, in a galaxy not so far, far away. Bonnie did these based off of her own little, I guess you want to call it her own little nook. When StarWars.com first landed, she had a kids section, like for crafts. She would show kids how to draw, like R2D2 and things like that. So that's where these ideas came from. So they're basically crafts. How to draw the droids, things of that nature. I mean, she's incredible. That's all I'm going to say. Everything she puts out there in book format is for kids or young adolescents. So this is where she shines, and it's just amazing. She's just
great.
Again,
and if you
another
missed
gem.
her interview this morning, it was the first one of the day. So go back and watch stream number
Yes.
1 and check out Bonnie Burton today.
She just held it all by herself. I mean, just I didn't have to do anything. Just nod and smile.
She was one of those guests that we as podcast hosts love. We say, "Hi, Bonnie," and off she goes.
And it's great. It's great.
It was truly fantastic. So I'm going to hit the button right here.
And so these are old school books. These have been there are a lot of them are probably, what do you think, like early 2000s?
Yes, early 2000s.
Yep.
I think the latest might have been 2011.
Okay.
So again, this all goes back to starting. I mean, they're vintage in a sense.
Mhm.
If you look at it that way.
2011.
I think Jordan's starting to price them out in his head already. Like,
Look, I've already got a white beard.
He's
It
like,
can't
I
get
got a
whiter.
spot for that.
2011. Oh, it is vintage. Yeah.
Nice. Well, and
just like
this
Yeah.
is very appropriate that the person that wins the craft book is also one of the craftier Star Wars fans we know. If you follow So Nerdy on Twitter, this is also being won by Holly Fry, who sews costumes and makes Muppets. And
love this.
I was at Dragon
Yeah.
Con with them last fall, and they had a anniversary display that was set up from one of the early Dragon Cons where they made Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem, all the costumes. And it was one of the craziest things I've ever seen because they look like the real ones, and Holly made most of that stuff, and it's just phenomenal. So it makes sense that Holly would win the craft book.
Beautiful.
It's perfect. Do we have time for one more, Nick?
Yes, we do have time for one more. We're going to do another Bonnie Burton book. We have You Can Draw Star Wars, which she also did. Tons of fun. So if any of you budding artists out there have donated, you might get the chance to win this. And
That's
it
a great book. We've actually sold that in the gap.
See?
We actually sell that. It's a
Oh,
great
really?
book.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool. And it is going to go to our friend Arda Ocal won that book.
Awesome.
So how about that?
Arta's got a young kid, and I'm sure he will have a lot of fun. I know he's trying to get her into Star Wars. So
This is a great
this
way
is
to
the
go.
way
That's
to
a
get
good
her
way.
into Star Wars.
That
Kids
is a
love
good
to do
way.
that. So I want to once again thank Jordan for being such a great
Thank you.
friend along the way here. And honestly, I know you're heading off to San Francisco in a week or two. When you come back, I'm coming up to the shop. I'm coming.
Yeah.
I'm here in Jersey. I'm going to make sure that happens. And thank
Okay.
you for your donation of
Thank you.
2 amazing gifts, 2 amazing prizes. I'm
Yeah.
jealous. If you find another one of those, I will come up and buy it.
Okay.
I'm a monster Darth Maul fan. So when you showed me those the other day, I was like, don't give them away. But
Beautiful.
Jordan, thank you so much,
Thanks, guys.
and really appreciate everything that you both have done. Becca, are you going to join us a little bit later, or are you? I I can't remember what your schedule is for tonight. So
I was gonna try.
Okay.
Sweet.
You know, I'm gonna keep watching. So
all right,
we'll
well,
see
keep
what
watching.
happens.
Jump in whenever you want. And Jordan, you have the link now. If you want to jump in, you're bored. You want to, you want to step away from your party. It's getting a little bit crazy.
I might do that. Yeah.
Nice. Awesome.
Sounds
All
good.
right, guys.
All right, guys.
Well, thank you very much. And
Thank
we
you.
have another interview coming up. And make sure you donate, because that's not all of the gifts. We have a
That's
lot of
right. There's a
prizes
bunch more
left to
stuff
give away that we'll give away tonight after our last interview around 9:30, 10 o'clock tonight, probably, maybe a little later, depending on how things go, depending on how many blue milks we have. But we will, we encourage you to donate. It's for Make-A-Wish. There's no better cause. You're literally, any dollars that you give us, any $10 that go to the Podathon, go directly to Make-A-Wish, which means that they're going directly into helping a kid get something that's going to help them fight the good fight, help them through some of the toughest times, and literally, you heard it from Matt earlier, literally change a life. So please donate if you can. And now,
I absolutely love the comment that just came up. Did you see that, Nick? You didn't get the memo about
I
t-shirts
did.
and blazers? Yes.
Yeah,
Dancing with me. We're both.
that
in
was my wife
t-shirts.
chiming in as her way to say, "Hey, maybe you should dress like a grown-up next time."
No,
Like a
we don't
baby
have to.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah.
well, all right. Well, let's hear from our friend Claire, and we'll
Beautiful.
see you guys soon. And may the force be with you all.
Thanks, guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Up next is another Podathon Presents from David Whiteley over at ITV in the UK. For this episode, David is joined by the man of many voices, Mr. Stephen Stanton. You know Stephen as the voice of many of your favorite Star Wars characters, including Admiral Raddus in Rogue One, Grand Moff Tarkin, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and everyone's favorite moody droid and musical theater icon, AP5. It's easy to see why you'll be so happy watching this episode of Podathon Presents with David Whiteley and Stephen Stanton, here on Podathon 2024.
Sure.
Very pleased to introduce very special guest for the Podathon, raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and also a great friend of mine. You'll know his voice and voices throughout the Star Wars galaxy universe and beyond. It is Stephen Stanton. Stephen, thank you so much for speaking to us on this incredible marathon Podathon.
I'm so happy to be here, David, and it's so great to see you again. It's been a while since you came to our shores as our guest at Star Wars Celebration, so it's wonderful to see you again.
Yeah, you too. And well, look, I know you are a very, very busy person and working incredibly hard, bringing your voice, your talents to Star Wars. To name but a few: Ben Kenobi, Moff Tarkin, AP5, many others who we know and love in the Star Wars universe. But I want to go right back to the beginning, when obviously you've been a lover of film, you've loved movies all your life. How did it all begin for you?
Well, with film or just with Star Wars in general?
Well, with film, because I know that you started off working in movie theaters and your love progressed from there.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in a not a very big town in Florida, and of course what we would say the pickings were slim on television as far as the films that you could see, and we had relatively few theaters in town. The first ones that I remember going to were drive-in movie theaters, seeing like some of the Bond films on the big screen, and the occasional Godzilla film or Ray Harryhausen picture. And so yeah, but we used to have on Saturdays, we used to have a program called Creature Feature, and they would show a double bill of science fiction and horror. And that was kind of the beginning of my education and introduction to science fiction and horror films on a regular basis, because every week there would be 2 new movies to watch. So that, and seeing things like magazines like Famous Monsters of Filmland, that's where I first got to see pictures of Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee. And I had a wonderful book that was given to me on my birthday, written by one of your countrymen, Dennis Gifford. It was called A Pictorial History of Horror Movies. And it had a lot of black and white pictures, but a lot of full color plates in there of movies that I'd never seen before. So a lot of my, introduction to films in those days was seeing them in books and magazines and not seeing them anywhere else because they just weren't available. Thank goodness the VHS was invented, And and moving to California helped a lot too, because we have revival houses out here where a lot of times you could go see films that you'd only heard about, and you could see them on a big screen. I remember one, Fall of the Roman Empire, starring Alec Guinness as Marcus Aurelius. Is Christopher Plummer, Stephen Boyd, Sophia Loren, a wonderfully epic kind of film that they don't really make anymore these days. And it was great to see Guinness on the big screen, outside of Star Wars.
And that was where your love of film really began, wasn't it? Because you were able to kind of peel back the layers by looking at these books and going behind the scenes a little bit to kind of understand what it was that made film.
A little bit, yeah, and it piqued my interest to the point where I, like many people from my generation, I had a Super 8 camera, and my friends and I would get together and make our own motion pictures, out in the backyards or empty lots, any place that we could, get together after school and make our own films, and then we just project them for ourselves. Occasionally, we would get a classroom project that allow us to do motion pictures. But once I started doing that, it really started to become like it overtook everything in my life. I was just eating, breathing, and making films. As soon as we finished a film, I was already writing the script and coming up with an idea with my friends for the next one. And we did everything from live action. Then I branched out and started doing stop motion on my own, which is very time intensive, and it's you in a room by yourself with all your, your critters, your animals, your puppets. And so it became so much of what I was doing that I decided to go to film school, and that's when I moved to California to attend a place called Columbia College, which is still around.
And where's the first job for you, Stephen? You graduate from film school, so what's the first kind of proper paid gig that you get?
Well, it's funny. I actually got when I moved to Hollywood, the first job I got was working at the Grauman's Chinese Theater, and which was
if you're gonna work in a movie theater, then
that's what I thought, because I lived right off of Hollywood Boulevard. So I was walking down the street, looking for a job, and it was just one theater after another. I'd never been in a city where there's just like theater after theater after theater. It's like, this is crazy. And then I got to the end of the street there towards Highland Avenue and Hollywood Boulevard, and I saw the Graumans in person, and I was just amazed at this architectural wonder that they had built in the 1920s. And I happened to I was very lucky. I managed to get a job there. And the great thing about it was we did movie premieres there. So I got to see firsthand premieres up close and personal because I was working at them. And then we had a projectionist who was one of the original founders of the UCLA Film Archives. And after work, he would sometimes thread up a movie that he had been working on restoring. Like one time he was working on William Wyler's personal print of The Big Country, or he had, Otto Preminger's personal print of, some film that he was working on. And he would always, and he knew I was in film school, and he would always say, "Stephen, have you ever seen like 2001: A Space Odyssey?" And I'm like, "No, I haven't." He goes, "Oh, we got this new THX system installed. We're going to use that movie to test it out on." So we'd stay there till like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning watching old films, and I got kind of a second education.
Did you realize at that point, Stephen, just what you were witnessing, what you were kind of privy to see, to be in that situation and watching something so special and to kind of, with the people that really cared and were passionate about restoring film and actually passionate about the film itself?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because he was, Mike was his name. He was a collector of all kinds of things that had to do with film, but especially film prints. And there was a sort of a whole underground sort of, I don't want to say a club, but it was like all these collectors knew each other, and they would have these after dark screenings at theaters. I actually saw somebody had a Technicolor IB print of Star Wars that we watched one night late, and it hadn't faded one iota. It looked as beautiful as it did from the the very first day when it was created. It came out of like Technicolor UK or one of those places overseas. It wasn't because we didn't have any Technicolor prints here in the United States.
There are so many people watching this right now who'll be so envious of the fact that you sat there at the Grauman's Theater and you watched a Technicolor print of Star Wars.
Right. Yeah. Which is where it opened, by the way, in 1977. It played there for, I think, over a year. You know, they painted the poster on the side of the building. It was there for so long. But yeah, after I finished working at the Grauman's, I had a few odd jobs here and there working on independent projects. And then I worked for a small independent sort of science and educational film company in Hollywood. And they did industrial films and things like that. And I shot all their animation for them, amongst other things. I did a lot of other things. I worked the stage, you know, I swept up, I edited film, I did everything you could possibly think of. It was a very small shop, but they've been around since the 1940s and they're very well known. If you went to school and you watched, like, it took chemistry, there's a series called the Chem Study series. I shot the opening logo for that, which is like a red candle, and the logo comes on screen, and you know it's been seen probably millions of times by millions of people. It took me a whole summer to work on it because it was just, they wanted all these crazy special effects that they eventually just tossed out and said none of these make sense in the world of chemistry, so we're not going to do that.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, exactly. And then, you know, from there on, it was a combination of working freelance. You know, I'd always been interested in voiceover acting, but I didn't really know how to get in. I was doing projects here and there. I did some at this small company that I did doing educational films. I did some of my very first voiceover narrations over there. And then when I went to work for places,
I've got to ask you this. Sorry to interrupt. I've got to ask you, have you listened back to that now? Because when you, with my job as well, and you know, all the years of working in sort of television and radio, and you listen back to your voice 30 years ago and you think, oh, that was good at the time. And then you hear it now, you think, oh no, I can't bear hearing how I sounded. Do you feel like that? Or do you think, oh, it was okay?
You know, I have no idea. I don't know what happened to those films. They were they're so outdated. There were films on how to use a PC, how to use a computer. So they were so basic.
Oh, send it my way. I need.
Yes, exactly. So it was, you know, it was things like that, very instructional, educational things. That was sort of my entree into doing into voiceover. And then, you know,
when did the first kind of character for you come along? When was that?
I think the very first one was working on doing ADR for Titan AE. Do you remember? There was an animated feature film, and we did that up at Lucasfilm's. I want to say at Skywalker Sound, I guess, in their big Foley room, which was this incredible stage that had like a London taxi cab in there, like full size, amongst all these other props. And we had a group of us that was maybe about a dozen actors. And we spent the day doing all the ADR, all the sort of like side characters and aliens and things like that for Titan AE. It was a lot of fun.
I've been thinking about what I can ask you. There's so many questions, you know, obviously we've met and we've hung out together and we're chums, but I was thinking, yeah, when you're given a character, obviously we'll come on to Ben Kenobi and to Moff Tarkin. When you're given a character and you're shown the picture, or you're shown maybe a short animation, does the voice just come to you immediately, or do you have to work on it, or how does that process work for you?
It really depends. You know, many times you're not even given a picture or a drawing, especially nowadays. Everybody is so secretive about everything. Sometimes you're lucky to get more than just a description of what the character's personality traits might be, and you kind of have to go off of there. In the cases where you do get a drawing, yeah, I would say a lot of times those drawings sort of inform like your first gut instincts of what you think this character might do. But then, you know, you start reading the dialogue, and that really helps to shape, you know, who the character is, because that'll kind of tell you like, oh, okay, now I understand this character a little better now that I'm reading the lines coming out of his mouth, or, you know, so that helps a lot. But, you know, they're like, for instance, for Admiral Raddus in Rogue One, there was dialogue, but there was no picture. There was no illustration because it was done so secretive. So all they said was, we were looking for a military type that's a cross between Winston Churchill and General Patton. So that's what I had to go off of for that particular character. It wasn't until, and even after I booked it, it wasn't until I got to the soundstage at Disney where Matt Wood said, oh, this character is Mon Calamari, and then immediately I said, oh, now I have a picture in my head of what this guy looks like. But up to that point, no idea whatsoever. Didn't even know if it was human or alien.
But a great character, and a lot of people will quote that back, you know, his lines from Rogue One, fabulous film. And I think it's fair to say a lot of Star Wars fans adore Rogue One, and one of their favorite characters is Admiral Raddus, and a lot of that comes down to the talents of the voice actor. I mean, I know you're a modest guy, but it does come down to the voice and the personality that people like yourself give to these characters.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole idea, is to, to bring these characters to life, because up to that point, they're just it's usually someone in costume, and there's a lot of, if you were to listen to the actual dailies from the set, you'd hear all the creaking and springs and mechanics and things, all those kinds of noises that really just take you out of the story completely. All of that stuff has to be, done away with, and then, to top it all off, to dial in the voice and make the character really come alive.
Absolutely. Now, it's fair to say, Stephen, you've been a fan of Peter Cushing most of your life, if not all of your life. And then you are asked to breathe life, give the voice to Grand Moff Tarkin in animated series. What was that moment like for you when you realized that you got the job, and then the kind of enormity of taking on that role?
Well, that the enormity, that sort of realization, that came right away, because even though the script didn't say, this is funny, Lucasfilm was very good about sending out audition scripts that are stripped of any Star Wars references at all, because they don't want it to fall into the wrong hands and somebody to figure out, what it is. So I had gotten an audition for a character called the Sergeant. That's all it said. And then there was the lines of dialogue. And then at the bottom, in one line, they said, "We're looking for a young Peter Cushing." So immediately the alarm bells went off in my head. I said, okay, I think I know what this is. So this was for Tarkin's introduction into the Clone Wars, where he was known as Captain Tarkin. He wasn't anywhere near Governor or Grand Moff yet. He was still working with the Jedi side by side. So I worked on that, and thankfully, very happily, I ended up booking that job. But yeah, the pressure was there from day one, because I knew that, boy, if everyone knows this character so well, if it doesn't come off the way, everyone's expecting it to, I'm going to get a heap of criticism, I'm sure. And, like you said, Cushing was someone I'd known since I was a kid. I saw him on television. The first movie I saw him in was Island of Terror, which is, he's get his hand chopped off in that really gruesome scene, very frightening stuff. So, and when I went to see Star Wars, I had no idea he was in it the first time I saw it, because as a kid, I'm looking at the poster, I'm looking at the artwork, I'm not looking at all those words underneath it. That's just boring stuff, right? So I'm sitting there in the theater, and his scene comes on where he walks in the conference room in the Death Star, and I just immediately, I think my eyes just got that much bigger. Like, oh my God, this film just got 10 times better. I don't even know how it's going to go, but Peter Cushing's in it. I had never seen him on the big screen in a theater before. It was my first time.
Absolutely, and what a get as well for George Lucas and the production team behind Star Wars to land such a well-renowned classical British actor who was so well respected. So I'm presuming that is very much in your mind, because everybody knows that character. And I suppose in A New Hope, as it became known eventually, he's not in it that much, but
No.
his impact is so much that it's lasted 40, 50 years.
Yeah, I mean, so much so. I mean, his scenes are so iconic that, he only does this one time in the film, but he's done it so many times in animation. And when I appeared as Tarkin at the Star Wars Celebration way back when in Orlando, I was asked to pose that way many times. I don't know if you've ever seen those pictures. It was Dave Filoni's idea. And during one of the sessions, he just, out of the blue, he suddenly said, you kind of look like Peter Cushing. You ought to get yourself an Imperial officer's uniform. And I'm like, what would I do? What in the world would I do with an Imperial officer's uniform? And I kind of like, whatever. But then, Star Wars Celebration Orlando was coming around, and my group here, we all started talking about it and said, what might be fun is to actually show up as Tarkin. No one's going to be expecting it. So it was a lot of work. We had to have we found a tailor here in my neighborhood who had designed uniforms for the Austrian army in his youth. So we brought him the material
How
and
handy.
pictures, and so he knew exactly what he was doing. And then there was a wig maker in my neighborhood. Also, she had done work for Mad Men, you know, the AMC
Yeah.
series. She had done all those retro style wigs and so forth. And so we enlisted her to make the full head of hair. I had to shave my head and get a cast made, a plaster cast made of my head, and this wig made from actual human hair. And we had to get it done really quick. And she had just the finest craftspeople working for her. And they put this thing together. And we took it all with us to Florida and surprised everyone at the con. I showed up on the red carpet for the Clone Wars premiere in uniform. Surprised they had me go crash one of Dave Filoni's interviews. They said, go photobomb Dave over
Quite
there while
right.
he's being interviewed. So yeah, it was a ton of fun, and it was so successful. We ended up doing I think 3 different conventions, one in the middle of the country and one on the West Coast, so to give the fans as many opportunities as they can to actually see the costume and everything. But it was great fun. It was a blast to actually portray the young Captain Tarkin.
Absolutely, and the dedication, the lengths you went to, Stephen, to make sure that you were that character in real life, thanks to Dave Filoni. So, you know, I think it's only fair that you gate crashed him, because it was his suggestion after all. So he deserved that.
Right.
He deserved to
Absolutely.
have you turn
Well,
up.
you know, what's funny was, you know, he was a little taken aback by it because he wasn't expecting it. And when he was standing on the red carpet next to each other, you know, where everyone's taking their pictures on the step and repeat. And he's like, "Is that your hair? Did you grow your hair out?" I'm like, "Dave," I said, "this is a complete fabrication. Everything is shaved down to the scalp, and this is a brand new thing." And then when we got back to Los Angeles, I was showing the pic because someone had taken a really great picture of me standing next to Filoni, standing like this with him not realizing that I was there yet.
Yeah.
And I was showing it around at a recording session, and Dave's like, "What are you guys laughing at? Let me go see that." And he's like, "Oh, I'm just showing the picture of, you know, me at your interview." And he's like, "Oh, yeah." And then he looked at me and goes, "Send me that picture, will you?"
Of course he wants that picture. He's a fan as well. That's what I love. That's what I love as well. I think is from my perspective, you know, on the outside and knowing you guys and knowing how much you all love Star Wars. I think that's what's special for the fans as well. We're going to come back to Moff Tarkin, because he's
Grand
been
Moff.
Grand Moff. I mean, he didn't mean to demote him. I mean, he's been in some small little show called The Bad Batch recently. I mean, I don't know if you know much about it, but it's the 7th anniversary of one of the most iconic scenes in Star Wars, the Twin Sons episode from Rebels, and for me personally, watching that with my children, the whole Rebels thing, and then seeing Ben Kenobi with Maul in that scene that has become so iconic and so special, and yet so brief, but so poignant at the same time. And when you went into that, did you realize the impact that would have?
Well, that's kind of an interesting story, because originally I was not supposed to be the final voice of Ben Kenobi in that episode.
Right.
It was so I had been doing Ben Kenobi for Lucasfilm it's going on like 20 years now. It was the early 2000s I started doing him for Battlefront 2. The video game. I also did Darth Maul in that, if you can believe that. It was given to me at the last minute in the session. They said, "Can you do a Darth Maul?" I said, "Well, it's been a while since I've seen the film." They said, "We have a voice reference. Listen to it." And then I listened to it, and they said, "Now say the lines back." And I did. They're like, "That's great. You're going to be Darth Maul in this game now too."
You both.
So I've been doing the video games, Empire at War, and all those, but I'd never done him in animation. And we were doing an episode of Rebels called Double Agent Droid. It was the one where AP5 breaks into song. And before the session got started, we were talking about Disney Infinity 3.0, which was a video game that I had worked on that had recently just been announced that they were shutting it down. And I was telling Dave Filoni that another one of my characters was in it, Meeber Gascon, who's from the Clone Wars. And Dave said, did you do the voice of Meeber in that? I said, no. I said, the character doesn't talk in the film, in the game, but I would have been happy to do it because I was already there doing old Ben Kenobi. And Dave's like, "Oh, that's right. You do a Ben Kenobi. Let me hear your Ben Kenobi." And so my brain froze, and I couldn't even think of Run, Luke, Run. I couldn't think of anything. And Vanessa Marshall, who plays Hera in the show, she was standing next to me and she goes, "Do the scum and villainy line." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's great. How does it go?" And so somebody said it, and then I did the scum and villainy line, and I could see Dave and his partner Henry Gilroy back there, and they were like, and they took their finger off the talkback button, and they were just discussing, and I'm like, I wonder what that's all about. So after the session was over, Dave approached me and said, "I want to talk to you a little bit about something." He goes, "We have an idea for a project, but we don't have a green light for it yet but it would involve having old Ben Kenobi in it." He says, "It's not a recurring character. This is just a one-shot thing. And we need to lay down some scratch, which is a temp track, for it." And he said, "If this were to happen, don't get your hopes up, because we're looking at maybe getting Ewan McGregor or Anthony Hopkins, who apparently does a Alec Guinness impression." They were thinking of either one of those two people to do the voice. So I was like, well, okay, if you guys get to that point, I'd be happy to talk to you about it. So a couple of weeks went by, and Dave called me on the telephone and said, this is happening. Are you interested? And I talked about it with, my managers, and we thought, it'd be a lot of fun to do, even if it's only temporary, because number one, my partner in the scene, Sam Witwer, who plays Maul, he and I had been working on the shows for a long time, but we never had any scenes together, as none of our characters never crossed paths. So I thought, well, it'll be a lot of fun to really get a chance to do an episode with Sam. He's a great guy, and he's really loves Star Wars. It'd be nice to work with him. So we went ahead and did it. And the way they recorded that episode was they brought in the main cast, and they filmed the bookends, the beginning and the ending scenes of that episode. And then they asked them to leave. And then the only three people in the sound booth were myself, Taylor Gray, who plays Ezra, and Sam Witwer, who plays Maul. And they had situated us, Sam and myself, on either side of Taylor. So he was in the middle. He's got the angel on one shoulder, the devil on the other, that are all trying to tug of war with him back and forth. And I was sweating bullets on this one too, because I really wanted the Kenobi to come off, as authentic as possible. So I was listening to, Return of the Jedi and any of the, anything that he had done that was, the 3 Star Wars films. But I love the scene in Jedi where he's talking to Luke. And he's sort of like a father figure, they're talking about, why didn't you tell me, about my dad? And I thought this is kind of the vibe that I'm looking for with Kenobi and Ezra, because he knows he's young, he's a Padawan, if even that at this point, and he's got to kind of explain to him, you just don't belong here right now. And Dave Filoni is an interesting director. He does not like to give you a lot of setup. He knows you've read the script. He knows the characters. He wants to hear your take first before he starts giving you direction, because he wants to see what ideas that you might come up with that he may never have thought of. So that's the way we played it out. So it's always kind of, when you're doing your take, it's like, is it okay? And, Dave will be very sort of very minimalist in his direction. That's good. Let's just try this. Let's just do it again. That was great. So you think, all right, I guess we're on the right track. So we ran that scene probably at least a half a dozen times. And there was more dialogue to it that ended up in the show. They ended up cutting some of the dialogue out, trimming it down, and really making it was sort of very Spartan, and just kind of letting the audience come up with their own ideas about how some of the things played out, But so when I was done with that recording session, I thought, well, there you go, that's it. And then it was months later that they called. Lucasfilm called and said, we just want to give you a heads up that the trailer for that episode's coming out, and they ended up using Steven's voice for the whole thing. So we just wanted to let you know that he's in it. So I was like, oh my gosh.
That's amazing. What was that feeling like, knowing that you'd made the cut? You were then the voice of one of, the most iconic characters, actors in Star Wars.
Well, yeah, it was awesome, because I had gotten to play the character for so many years, but not in any sort of a context like this, where, outside the gaming world. And, Guinness is also one of my favorite actors as well. When I was a kid, I knew him from Bridge on the River Kwai and, Oliver Twist and things. And then when I saw him in Star Wars, I really started to look up more of his other work that I had never seen before. And I really began to admire him as an actor. So, wow, this guy was just tremendous. No wonder they used him in Star Wars, you know. So yeah, it was to be able to voice two of the main characters of that first film, Cushing's character and Guinness's character, has absolutely been one of the greatest honors of my life. To be able to extend the life of those characters beyond what we know on screen, you know, to give the and twin sons, everyone was wondering what was Kenobi doing on that planet the whole time when Luke was growing up. And there we got our first glimpse of there's the older man, the older Jedi, you know, out there, you know, in quarantine practically, you know, watching over this young boy who he thinks might be the chosen one, because he's, in his mind, Anakin was not the chosen one. That was a mistake. And in his mind, he doesn't know the end, you know, of the story. We all do, because we've seen it all cut, you know, out of order and everything.
If you define yourself by your power to take life, your desire to dominate, to possess, then you have nothing.
So many people, Stephen, are thankful for the fact that you have brought life to these two characters. Obviously, very sadly, the actor's no longer with us. They passed on many, many years ago. But as you say, it is a privilege and an honor, but also it's very special that these characters get to live on in the Star Wars universe, thanks to you.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I'm happy to be a part of it. And to, like I said, you know, for many people, you know, a lot of, especially for kids, parents these days, they don't always let them watch the live action films first because they think they might be too violent or too scary or something like that. So a lot of them grow up on the animated series first, and that's their introduction to those characters. You know, they're like, I've actually been at conventions where they said, "Oh yeah, you know, the character that you played, you know, this Tarkin, they used him in the film too." You know, like they think that's a secondary usage of that he originated in the animation. So
you can't get more flattery than that, can you really?
No, I mean, you know, and you try to let them know how it really played out. But you know, it's great that, you know, you've got a whole new audience that's being introduced to those characters, and hopefully they'll be like me, like when I was a kid, and once I saw like Guinness in Star Wars, I wanted to see more of him, of that actor, and I hope people do that with, like, you know, that are just discovering Peter Cushing and Alec Guinness and some of these other actors, that they go look up their other films, because their body of work is just, you know, it's amazing. You know, Cushing in particular, he's known for so much of his horror, but even in the horror films like you know, Asylum and Tales from the Crypt, he can play some characters that'll absolutely just rip your heart out. You know, there's just like this Grimsdy character, and the one about the very special tailor where he's, you know, trying to get the suit to revive his deceased son and so forth. I mean, you know, his range was phenomenal. And of course, you in the UK, I mean, you all know him of a certain age. People know him from television for more than anything else, you know. And believe it or not, see, most people are just, they don't know this. So Peter Cushing's film career started in Hollywood, you know, like in 1939. He's actually in a Laurel and Hardy film called A Chump at Oxford.
I didn't know that. I did not know that.
He has a false mustache on and everything. You know, it's funny. And, you know, in his autobiography, he talks about how wonderful it was to work with Stan Laurel and Oliver Hardy. And, you know, he was a big Tom Mix fan. Tom Mix was a big cowboy star, you know, from the early days of cinema. And he was so, you know, he was a film fan just like all of us are. And that helped propel him in his career as well. So, yeah, I hope more people come to discover these actors, you know, just by watching and listening to the things that we're doing now.
Absolutely. Well, you are carrying that legacy on, which is absolutely fantastic. And you've been recognized by the UK Appreciation Society of Peter Cushing for your work in carrying on his character, his role within Star Wars.
Oh, thankfully, because, you know, let me tell you, if they didn't give me their blessing, I would have been in real trouble. But because they are the official sort of like fan club, started, I believe, back, you know, I don't know how many decades ago, with the help of Peter Cushing, and I believe his wife Helen might have been involved as well too. And getting that started, it continues to this day. So yeah, thankfully they gave me their stamp of approval, and that said I was good to go.
And quite rightly too. So I know you can't say this because you're far too modest, but I'm glad they did, and it's very well deserved. We're going to come back to Grand Moff Tarkin. A lot of what I'm doing here with the Podathon is kind of the British connection, and another character who actually, do you know, he ended up being one of my favorites, AP5, and I believe you took the inspiration for that voice. And when I heard the voice, I thought that sounds
That sounds rather familiar. It was the late great Alan Rickman who was part of your inspiration for that droid.
Yeah, it's funny. This was one of the I've talked about how secretive Lucasfilm is with their auditions. In the case of AP5, they let everybody know exactly what they were looking for because it was going to be Chopper's counterpart. It was going to be like the bizarro version of C-3PO and R2-D2. So they had actually said in the audition that these two robots together were going to be like the Statler and Waldorf of Star Wars. So all you Muppet fans will get that reference. So the original dialogue for the audition was very confrontational. It was a variation of what was used in the first episode, The Forgotten Droid, but it was much more confrontational. I thought AP5 really sounded kind of mean. And I thought, well, they're looking for this grumpy old man kind of thing. So I laid down like, I think 5 auditions for them. I had, at this point, I had been working with this Lucasfilm and their casting group for many years. So I kind of knew how they worked. And I knew that if I gave them certain things, they wouldn't be a problem for them. They know they've worked with me a long time. So the last one that I laid down, I thought, just as a lark, I laid down something that reminded me, because I said, this character reminds me of Hans Gruber in Die Hard. He's so arrogant and he's so mean. And so I did my Hans Gruber sort of like take of the character, sent it off, and there you go. A number of days or weeks go by, and my agent calls me. I find out that I have booked the job for the character. I'm like, oh, great. And I'm like, I wonder which one of my voices they chose, because I had one, because they had some suggestions there. I think they wanted something like a Southern gentleman. And they had a whole mixture of Archie Bunker, from All in the Family. There was some really interesting takes that they wanted to hear. So I remember I was actually working on another show, a Disney show called the 7D, that was recording at the same studio where Rebels was. And I happened to run into Dave Filoni in the kitchen. We were both working on different shows that day. And I said, and Dave said, oh yeah, we're happy you're going to be coming on as the new droid. I said, that's great. Yeah, I'm happy too. I said, which voice did you guys choose? He goes, oh, the Alan Rickman thing that you did, I'm like, oh my God, they actually went with that.
And that's how you found out in the canteen.
Yes.
Dave Filoni, oh yeah, well, this one, of course is the one we want you to do.
And Alan Rickman was still with us at this point. He had not passed away. So this was kind of like, he's one of my favorite actors. When I saw him in Die Hard, he was another person. I just went and saw everything that he did after that. I was just so amazed by this guy's talent that he could literally do anything. He did a romantic comedy called Truly, Madly, Deeply. Yes. He's everyone knows him as the villain or Snape or, from Robin Hood, but he's done everything.
You just got your circuits overheated that I was put in charge. Well, it is not your mission, it is mine. Captain Syndulla was specific about this being my operation due to my skill set and experience.
And then, of course, I had the famous episode that we recorded right before Twin Suns, Double Agent Droid, which was the sort of salute to musicals, where AP5 and Chopper have that sort of anything you can do, I can do better exchange from like Annie, get your gun. It's a spoken word version of it. And then at the end, we do the whole sort of Disney princess thing, or instead of like bluebirds flying around, I'm out in space with these knee brace, and there was no music. When I'm working for Disney, whenever I have to sing, which is usually all the time, all of your Disney projects, you end up having to sing in them. They will give you the rough music tracks and a guide track, and maybe someone singing it so you know how it goes. And they'll give you the sheet music and everything. And in this particular case, it said, AP5 breaks into song, and nothing was coming before the session. So I get there and I'm like, are we really singing this? And Dave's like, yeah, why not? I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just make up a tune here on my own. So we recorded it several different ways. I belted one out sort of Ethel Merman Broadway style, and there was actually a couple more lines of lyrics that they ended up cutting to keep it, shorter. But then the great Kevin Kiner, the composer on the show, took my warblings and wrote music around it. And it's just like, it's amazing to me that whole thing came together the way it did. It got quite a bit of criticism when it came out. A lot of people were not happy with that episode, but it's since then become sort of a cult classic.
Exactly. And that's it. I think it's one of those scenes, isn't it, where at the time you're thinking, is this really happening? But then you're thinking, anything, this is Star Wars. And I think as well, you gave the character such charm and such a personality that you kind of feel this is right for AP5 at this moment, at this juncture in the storyline.
Yeah, and everybody in the room, it's funny. I think we had finished everything else after that day, and I think Dave Filoni said, everybody, you can leave. And I remember Freddie Prinze was like, "Oh no, we're waiting to hear Steven sing."
You're not leaving this
No, so I did not get to do that because prior to that, I wasn't, because of everyone's schedules. Sometimes, in fact, the very first AP5 episode I recorded by myself. In the room by myself with just Dave Filoni, Henry Gilroy, and then they would always have somebody. Chopper's lines were written in actual English dialogue on the page, so you knew how to react. You couldn't just have like what am I reacting to? What is Chopper saying? So somebody like Henry Gilroy would read the lines out loud to me, and then I would respond, as the character of AP5. But it wasn't always that I had other people in the room with me. So I'm thinking of all days when I have to sing, they have the whole cast there.
Yeah, typical. There's no one normally here. Let's get back to Grand Moff Tarkin and the Bad Batch coming to a close. And yet, goodness me, I mean, you've given that character such life and breadth throughout the series. What was it like to kind of carry that character on through yet another tranche of Star Wars?
Well, it's always, because the different time periods that Tarkin shows up, I don't play the character linearly. I'm not playing him from a young man to an old man. We kind of mix it up. He's been Grand Moff in Star Wars Rebels. Now this is pre-Moff, in the Bad Batch. So, I kind of always have to sort of like reset my brain as to like where he is in his career and what his motives are, what he's looking for power-wise, and who he's trying to get on the good side of. In this one, he was, I think he was the most vicious in Star Wars Rebels because he was Grand Moff. He's ordering people to be executed. Here, he's just really sort of like, I think he's still climbing up that ladder, trying to gain power.
He appears on the back foot occasionally, and almost shows a bit of weakness.
I guess you could say, yeah, definitely. There's been a couple episodes when he was talking to Hemlock where he was taken aback by this guy standing up to him. He's like, this is not usual. I'm not usual. Usually people, when I say jump, they say how high. And this guy's giving me some lip. Yeah. And of course, you could see he gets perturbed by at the end of that scene with Hemlock, where he says, well, perhaps, I need to come out here and, babysit this whole operation since it's so important, right? So yeah, he's definitely you can tell at some point, you can just see that character that's going to just take advantage of Orson Krennic at one point. And
just building to that point.
Yes, that whole deep space mobile battle station idea, that was mine.
Yeah, nothing to do with you, Krennic.
Yeah. So yeah, it was wonderful to come back, and then his the way he double crosses the clones in the beginning by telling him, "Oh, you're just going on this mission to take care of some insurgents or some." I think, what does he say there? I think they're expecting to see droids there or something, and it turns out to be a whole bunch of refugees in a camp, and they're going to attack them. And so he's already up to his dirty tricks.
Yeah.
In the Bad Batch.
And obviously everything is locked down and so secret, but when you get the scripts, are you ever surprised by the way things are moving? Does that ever shock you, or do you feel that's the way his character is developing within that time period within the Star Wars timeline?
No, it's always a pleasant sort of surprise and shock. When I get one of those scripts come to me, I sit down and plop down in the chair, I get a cup of coffee or tea, and I just immerse myself, because to me, this is now I'm the audience. I'm getting to read the next chapter, fresh right off the presses. So, it's always fascinating to me to see what they've come up with story-wise, because they think up things that sometimes my mind would never go there. I'd never come up with that idea. So it's always a lot of fun. And sometimes, I'm like horrified at what I'm seeing on the page here. And then, of course, occasionally what happens is that you get the script that's got sort of the the red herrings in it, where they've rewritten it because they don't want all the cast members to know what's going to be actually happening. So you get false pages that don't really play out that way when you see the final product. And then of course it's a double whammy, because then I'm expecting a certain thing based on the script, and then I go watch it, and then all of a sudden, it's Luke, I am your father kind of things, that those kind of reveals suddenly happen. They've done that in animation several times on the shows when I worked on them. So it's always fascinating to see what they come up with.
Absolutely. Stephen, we could talk forever, but I want to say a big thank you from people like me, big Star Wars fans, to you for everything you've done for Star Wars and continue to do. Very hard to kind of surmise all the years you've been working on Star Wars, and hopefully we'll continue in that vein. Any highlights for you?
Boy, the highlights, I think we've been talking about some of the highlights. Rogue One was the absolute highlight, because I got to create an original character that is on screen in a major Star Wars film. And when they announced the new slate of Star Wars films, Rogue One was the one I was really interested in, because it takes place back in, well, not 1977, but that time when the 1977 film came out. So that's that. And of course, doing Ben Kenobi and Twin Sons, those are two huge highlights. And then, right there, very close by, is getting to do Peter Cushing as Tarkin. I mean, you couldn't, as a Star Wars fan, I could not think of more that I could ask for. I mean, that pretty much, that does it. I'm good.
Questions have been raised regarding the financial impact your facility is having upon Imperial resources.
Stephen Stanton, it's been an absolute pleasure, my friend. Thank you so much for talking to us on the Podathon.
It's been great to be here, and good luck with the raising the money for Make-A-Wish, and I hope to see you in person again one of these days, David. That'll be great.
It's a date. We're going to make it happen.
All right.
Hey guys, thanks a lot for tuning in to the Podathon. This is Mark Thompson, and I'm so excited that you're watching. Please, if you can, please consider donating to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. You can follow the link right here and enjoy the rest of the show at thepodathon.com.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Well, we are back at Podathon. We have been sitting in these chairs. I would love to tell you that we haven't moved, but we have, but not a lot. Just enough to get some beers and just to keep things going. It is 7:06 p.m. We have been here for 10 hours. Is it 10 hours? Did I do that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, 10 hours.
Yeah.
We still have a couple of hours left, which means that you have time to donate. We just went over the $4,000 mark.
$4,100.
$4,100. So
$4,103.
we are doing very well. All right. I'm going to be honest and frank with y'all. We should be doing a little bit better. I love all of you. I love all of you for hanging out with us, and I really appreciate it. And the Star Wars family has come together today, and $4,100 is phenomenal. What it will do for Make-A-Wish is immeasurable, really. However, if you are watching and enjoying this day, I'm looking at the numbers right now. There's almost 1,000 people watching right now. If each one of you just gives $2, that's it, just $2. That's going to get us over $6,100.
We're going to do this two ways.
Okay.
$2.
Yeah.
Or share this with two people.
All right.
Text two
right.
people thepodathon.com.
Yep.
And ask them to donate $10 to Make-A-Wish. 1,000 people.
Tell them
watching.
you did. That's fine.
Tell them you donated, because I'm sure you did if you're watching. Share this out with two other people. Again, they don't even have to like Star Wars. They have to like kids, which everybody likes kids.
Who
That's
doesn't
pretty
like
easy. And again, if it's one of your friends and then they call you like 3 weeks from now, like, yeah, I want a prize from that thing you asked me to donate to. Guess what?
It's coming to
get that
you.
prize.
This is a strategy, guys. It's a way to
$2
double your
for
efforts.
everybody watching.
Right.
Or share it with two other people that are not watching right now. Let's get some more going on, because there is still some amazing shows coming up, and we still have a bunch of prizes to give away.
Amazing shows, amazing prizes. We are about to go to, if any of you are hockey fans, and you all know that I am, unfortunately my team is not in it, but the Leafs and the Bruins are playing tonight. We are going for Game 7. Nobody saw it coming. We are going to hear from our ESPN official Star Wars podcast, and they're talking to Paul Sun-Hyung Lee, the Carson Teva himself. He's going to be on with them, and then Art is going to join us hopefully for a couple minutes afterwards from the ESPN studios. So pay attention. stay close to us and watch this and donate. Nick, donate.
So I know that the only math we were really planning on doing today was adding up some cash for charity, but I've got another math problem for you. What do you get when you add 3 ESPN employees plus an equal dose of Star Wars fandom? Give up. The answer is the official Star Wars podcast of ESPN called Never Tell Me the Odds. Hosted by Arda Okel, Ryan McGee, and Clinton Yates, Never Tell Me the Odds is the perfect intersection of Star Wars and sports fandom. And as you can tell, I kind of decided to dress the part today. And on that note, we are super excited that this year Arda, Ryan, and Clinton will be joined by OG Podathon friend, Mr. Paul Sun-Hyung Lee. Yeah, I told you I was dressed in the part. Carson Teva himself is back to regale us with stories of being a huge Star Wars fan who also actually gets to be in Star Wars. So set your X-Wing to autopilot and enjoy Never Tell Me the Odds with Paul Sun-Hyung Lee on Podathon 2024.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is going to be a lot of fun. My name is Arda. I'm here with one of my co-hosts, Ryan McGee. We host a show officially for ESPN called Never Tell Me the Odds. It's a Star Wars show. We like to explore the intersection between sports and Star Wars, and we're happy to be part of this Podathon where we're raising money for Make-A-Wish. It's a big endeavor, so shout out to Pete and Nick and everyone involved for putting this all together. But our guest of honor, someone I haven't talked to in a very long time. I'm really happy to catch up with him. Paul Sun-Hyung Lee, who plays Carson Teva in the Star Wars galaxy and a lot of other amazing roles. What a career, man. What a journey for you. I can't wait to dive into it. It's great to see you again. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much. And again, it's such a pleasure to be back on here on the Podathon for the May the 4th. I was going to say weekend, but it just, I am completely humbled by the fact that everybody keeps asking me to come back and be on this. I love Star Wars since I was 5 years old. And now to be participating in so many different events and actually be on a few shows is a lifelong dream come true. So I'm really happy to be here.
Yeah, it's more than a few shows. It's like, you're when you show up, it's just at the point now with you where it's like this level of excitement, like people recognize it, right? There's a bump when you show up on screen. What has been the reaction for? I mean, we're all in the same age group. I mean, we're all at that age where it changed our lives the second we saw, the opening crawl. What is it like for you now to have people come up to you and to have people react? What has been the reaction among the fan base?
The fans have been spectacular, and I find myself a lot of times a lot of pinch me moments. It's hard to believe, right? And I keep using the term Cinderella at the ball because that's what I kind of feel like. And to have people get excited for my character to show up is another thing, because this started off as two episodes, 2 little scenes in a couple of episodes, which is more than what I ever thought I would ever get in my lifetime. And to have the fans really sort of connect with the character and to be able to do good enough work that they want to ask me back and sort of infuse my character into the fabric of, what the storylines that are going on right there. It really is quite overwhelming at times. It's unbelievable. There are a lot of pinch me moments. Every time I go to set, I keep thinking, well, there's no way they're going to top the last time I was here. And every time I do, they do. And so it's been a wild ride. It's been a completely wild ride. And I'm just so happy that, to be able to be that ambassador for fans as well. And to have people live vicariously through some of my stories that I share.
And it's not only that, it's the fact that you are like the people's champion of Star Wars now. You are like one of us that made it. But not only that, you're like perhaps one of the most beloved characters and people involved in Star Wars. Like, what a journey, man. Like you said, like you watched Star Wars, you loved Star Wars, and now here you are being one of the biggest and greatest ambassadors for the entire universe.
Oh, yeah. And again, it's one of these things where I'm just so happy to be able to share my experiences. And it comes from, like, this fandom is, it comes from a really, really sort of authentic and true place within my heart. And I think people can smell the BS when, you know, there's sometimes you get actors who are involved and they get involved in their project. Oh, yes, I've been a fan for years.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
you know, you kind of go, you know, it's real fans. You kind of go, have you? You just in the right thing. And I do come by my Star Wars nerddom rather honestly, I believe. And yeah, it was just that the alignment of the stars for everything to sort of fall into place, from being in Kim's Convenience to having the right people see that, to being in Los Angeles at the right time, to meeting the right people at the right time. And for all these sort of factors to come into play for me to just sort of land this part. In fact, that, you know, I have been, I'm a professional actor. So what I do for a living, and never once thinking that I would ever get a shot to even be close to a Star Wars show, but then to actually be not one, not two, but 3 different Star Wars series is just mind blowing. You know, these are all events that were set in motion when I was 5 years old, and even as, you know, as short, you know, as long ago as, you know, 30 years ago when I first met Deborah Chow. So it's like things like that. When you start to sort of put the pieces together and connect the dots, it's hard not to think that the universe isn't as random as we would like it to be sometimes. You know, it's like things fall in place for a reason, and it's been great.
So as an actor, but also as a fan, you know, my wife is an actress, and we talk all the time about motivation, right? And there's all the jokes about what's your motivation, but what I sense from you, and you tell me if I'm wrong, is that when Carson is in these scenes, we are looking through his eyes because he's one of us.
Yeah.
And so for him, I mean, I think about the great scene where he's like, okay, so this is how this works now. You know, is this for real? But there's always that I always feel like I'm looking through his eyes, like, oh, really? Like he's the realist, and he's like, oh, really? This is how this is going down. Is that how you feel when you're portraying that character?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he is kind of like the gateway for the audience to sort of experience the events. He's got no special abilities, no force powers, no connection with.
Not that we're aware of at the moment.
Well, never say never, right? The force is within all of us, actually. But he's a pragmatist. He's the guy, the realist, who's been through the ringer, and, you know, he served during the rebellion, and he stuck around long enough to sort of sign up with the New Republic. I mean, he believed in it enough. But he's a realist because he's been out there patrolling the Outer Rim, and he knows that he can't sort of do his job by the book, as it were. And so there are elements of him that really, he's a very sort of common sense kind of guy, but he inspires loyalty, and he is extremely loyal. As you can see in Ahsoka, when he risks his entire career to just follow General Syndulla out into, you know, on this unauthorized mission. He trusts in her. He believes in her because they've served together. They've worked together. And to the point where, like you just said, like when they're tasked to go find Ahsoka on the planet, and he doesn't understand what's going on, and he gets this really, really sort of supercharged explanation from Huyang, he's just, okay, let's just roll with it, right? and that's kind of like what the audience is presented sometimes with some really fantastical situations that we are supposed to suspend our disbelief in and just kind of give into and go, okay, I trust you, let's go. And I think that really that connects with a lot of audience members too. They vibe with it, and they kind of, yeah, okay, I understand where he's coming from. I can relate to that, and let's go along for the ride because they haven't steered us wrong. And so that's the fun of it as well. That people see a lot of themselves in Carson Teva, and it's a fun character to play that way.
That's awesome. I that's my favorite line in the whole season of Ahsoka, by the way, where you're just like almost like beside yourself, like, okay, like you're just explaining to me the lore of this, you know, he's the son of this, etc., Jason, etc., and you're just like, okay. Yeah, I actually, have you patented the word okay? Because it keeps coming up in your career, man. Okay, right? See you, okay. Like, it's like every single role you have has to have an okay somewhere.
I know. It's very funny. It's to the point. It's interesting too, like going to cons and doing autograph signings, and people ask for quotes and whatnot. And sometimes, you know, for Kim's Convenience is always okay, see you, which is awesome. I've been using that phrase since 2011. But for, with Carson Teva, a lot of people, they're like, oh, just, write your favorite sort of quote. And so I'll put it down sometimes. And it's fun to see who's really been following along and who just sort of likes the character, because it's like, I'll put down, all right, it's short, and I'll put, okay. And those who get it, and they get a big laugh. And other people just sort of look at me like, that's it? I'm
like, okay. Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah.
So it's fun that way. But yeah, no, those two letters put together can convey so much.
Well, and I'm a fan of, listen, I cover motorsports, right? I mean, literally on the shelf above my shoulder, I have about 4 different versions of the, of the converted, Navi fighter. But one of my favorite lines is, do you really want to go back and fill out paperwork on this?
Right.
And, because that's the moment when you realize, oh, this dude's got a hot rod. But again, being a spaceship guy.
Yeah.
And you and I, we're all of the same generation. What is it like to sit down in the cockpit of an X-Wing?
Man, it's the, again, it is a dream come true. It's one of those things where I remember when they strapped me into that first one. It's a cockpit that they repurposed from Rogue One. And so the attention to detail is there, and it's hard to get into, right? It's an awkward thing to climb into a cockpit because it's not quite as sturdy as you would hope it would be, because, it's not all aluminum grade, aircraft aluminum grade and steel and whatnot. Like, there's wood bits in it. It's actually quite fragile. So you have to know where you can put weight on it, which parts are weight bearing, because if you don't, you're going to crunch right through it. And so it's a bit of an exercise, because it's 6 feet up in the air as well, right? To get that height and to climb in. But once you're in and you're looking around, and you can flip the switches and the lights light up and they have screens going, and then they drop that canopy down, and you're in costume and you've got the flight stick on, and it is like, I'm 5 years old again. But this time, instead of sitting in a cardboard box where I've drawn all the controls, I'm in kind of the closest thing I'm going to get to being in the real thing. And tears of joy. I cried more than a few times while I was on set, just out of sheer joy and amazement. And it's one of those feelings where it's extremely nostalgic. It's exhilarating. It's super cool. And, I didn't want to get out. I just want to stay in there. Right. So, yeah, no, it's amazing. It's amazing to be able to play a character that is in a universe that I adore, in a vehicle that I grew up fantasizing about flying. Yeah, it's spectacular.
Well, and Arda, so we had Billy D. Williams on our Never Tell Me the Odds podcast a few weeks ago, and he confessed that when he got back in the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon for Rise of Skywalker, he said, I don't know if they caught me on camera or not. He goes, but I wept. Mm-hmm. And it's an emotional, I just cannot even, I mean, those of us who've done Smuggler's Run at Galaxy's Edge, when you walk on it, you just can't, your brain can't process it. But to be there shooting a scene, I cannot even imagine what that was like.
Yeah. Yeah. And to go back, I mean, because I've never done the Smuggler's Run. I haven't been, haven't had a chance to get to Batuu yet on either coast. And, the closest thing I have is just climbing into an X-Wing cockpit in the volume where they have, projected high def images going. I mean, we did that one chase scene on Maldo Kreese where, when they first encounter the Mandalorian, he's chasing the Razor Crest on the ice planet. And we filmed the sequence where I'm just turning and burning and banking. Oh. And it was better than any roller coaster ride ever, just because it was immersed in a world that I just absolutely have always wanted to visit, to be in. And, we shot that scene. They never used a stitch of that footage either of me, but like, I was so happy. We ran through that chase sequence 4, 5 or 6 times. And every time it was like, at the end, I was like, again, let's do it again. And because it's you start to learn, okay, it's like race driving. When you learn a course, you start to learn where you want to start leaning and stuff like that. So the first time through, you just experiencing it. The second time, like, okay, I remember this one bank. Okay, there's this one dive here. And then you're just slowly starting to sell it with your body. And the 4th or 5th time, you're just like, you're there. You just dropped in and you're flying through the clouds and you got the Razor Crest right in front of you. and you're pleading with him to stop because you don't want to blow him out of the sky, type thing. And it's
Amazing.
it's exhilarating.
That's too good. That's
We're
too
gonna
good.
have to, being Disney employees, we're gonna have to find a content reason to have all of us go to Galaxy's Edge.
Yes.
Right.
That'll have to happen, Paul. So you're gonna get a random email in like 6 months. Hey, do you want to come to Galaxy's Edge with us?
I'm in.
Yeah. So you've told many stories. Like, obviously you grew up a Star Wars fan, and you've told many stories in interviews about how, like, these pinch me moments, like one of my favorite ones is where you're first getting your costume and you have to take pictures and you see the actual Biggs costume in a
Yeah, the
Tupperware
helmet.
container, and you get to wear it and take pictures and etc. Can you share any maybe ones that you haven't before, like whether it's on set, whether, whatever moments may have happened while you were shooting that you had that similar pinch me moment kind of feeling?
Yeah, the latest one, honestly, is we were shooting Ahsoka, and it was a really kind of a special day because we had a special visitor come to set and was going to play with us that day. And I didn't know. I got my little, you get your little slice of the pie, the little script, your sides for the day. And it was, it was in front of the New Republic Defense Council, and General Syndulla, played by Mary Elizabeth Winstead, she's being dressed down, and they're trying to decide whether they're going to take her command away from her or not. And so we're all there, and Senator Mon Mothma is there, played by Genevieve O'Reilly, who is a spectacular actress. Right. If you're a fan of her work, like I was a fan of her work from before, and then from Andor just sort of sealed the deal. So it's like, oh my God, she's there. And there's Mary Elizabeth Winstead, who I've been a fan of, had a crush on Ramona Flowers when Scott Pilgrim versus the World came out and all that stuff. She played Lucy McLean. Oh my God. And so there's that. And then I had that whole room was filled with background performers who were somehow linked to Star Wars. So behind me, I had the director, executive producer, and one of the writers for The Bad Batch. And they're all, and they're sitting back there, and we were having a great chat. So that whole room is just filled with Easter eggs. And I remember Filoni saying, "Hey, did you read the script?" It's like, who's you read it? And say, yeah, C-3PO showing up. That's awesome. And here's me naively thinking, because we have some fantastic droid performers and creature performers. There's Misty Rosas, and then there's Chris Bartlett. And Chris plays a lot of the protocol droids. If you see him, he and another individual, I forget his name, but I know Chris the best. And, I just thought, oh, C-3PO, that's really cool. It's another legacy character. And so it'll be Chris in the costume. And then, they'll have Anthony Daniels do the voice in post or whatever. And Anthony Daniels shows up and he's in costume. He puts on the costume. And so there's that. And then in that scene too, there's Chopper. So the first time I've seen a live action iteration of Chopper, like, canon. And I'm like, oh my God. So there's Chopper, there's Hera, there's Mon Mothma, there's C-3PO. And we're doing a rehearsal. And it is like, it's dead silent because everybody's just fixated on Anthony Daniels doing, he's not in full costume. He's just sort of miming and walking down to the place. And he's reciting the lines in the voice. And we stop. And there's a beat where nobody says anything. It's dead. It's so quiet you could hear a mouse fart. And then Anthony Daniels goes, I believe it's your turn. And so we were so transfixed with what was going on. Everybody forgot, oh yeah, we got a scene to rehearse. And so Nelson Lee, who's a fantastic actor too, he's playing Senator Ziono. He was just so caught up in the moment. We all just like burst out laughing and, oh my God, right. Because we're watching a legend in Star Wars perform this legendary character as well. And, that was, when I talk about things, them not being able to top experiences, it's like every time something else like this happens, and like, they had a recreation of Home One from Return of the Jedi that they took a cast and crew photo in, which is amazing. Rosario Dawson, seeing her in full makeup was spectacular. And like, there's all these different things that just as a fan, to be on the ground floor of all this and to be able to witness it and be a part of it. And then, to have your character become canon and be interwoven into the very fabric of what's going on in the Filoni-verse is another thing. And here's the biggest thing too. Anthony Daniels, oh my God. So he's in his 70s, right? He's in tremendous shape. His mind sharp as a tack still. And he did probably one of the coolest, most generous things ever. And I'm outing him right now by doing this, but he got back into the costume and basically said, if anybody on the crew wants to have a picture taken with me in costume, I'm available for them to do that. The only thing I ask is, please do not share this on social media. And I thought, oh my God, what a wonderful thing. And like, just doesn't want to take any credit for it, but that's the kind of guy he is he gets back into that costume, which isn't comfortable, but he does it because he knows how much it means to the fans. And everybody who works on that show is a fan. And that's the other thing that I love about it. It's just like fans working on shows that they are fans of. So,
well, and that leads me to a question I was wanting to ask you, which is I had the opportunity to work with Clark Gregg on a college football project years ago. Just exactly who you want him to be, nicest guy in the world. He did a tremendous job of reading the script. But I said, dude, you got to give me one question. He goes, okay, sure. And I said, what is it like being on the set? Because I asked him this because I knew that he was a comic book guy. He was a Marvel guy through and through when he went to set. And much like you, thought he was going to do a one-off thing and be done, and he ended up becoming a huge part of that Marvel universe.
Yeah.
And he said that he was a little nervous and kind of went in thinking, well, I've been reading comic books religiously since a kid. I know way more about this than anyone else. And then he realized when he got on set, oh no, these are my people.
Yeah.
And what I sense from you, and there's some relief in it, quite frankly, for me, and I think for all of us, is when you walk onto the set of these films, these are our people, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. And there's a certain pride and an excitement. All the different departments are so pumped to be working on it. They all have their own patches and shirts and stickers and swag, and they're so proud of the role that their department plays on these shows. And like they trade, and I get a whole bunch of, it's wonderful. I get all these great patches and things to swag to take home and sort of put in my collection too, to just say, hey, we were all part of this, right? Like I got this really great Droid Builders Club patch for Book of Boba Fett, which is awesome. I've got that on my backpack now, right? And it's just, there is that sense of absolute pride and joy but the thing is, everybody as well, because they're fans, they are invested so much in it. They would, as professionals anyways, do the best job that they possibly could, but there's something about giving it that little bit extra just because you love it, and you want it to be the best it can be. And that's a really wonderful sort of environment to be a part of. And it's not just Star Wars too. I mean, on Avatar, it was the same thing. A lot of people were huge fans of the cartoon series, and they knew the stakes and they knew what we were trying to accomplish. And so that's the best part of fandom that I think gets shortchanged. Right now, media is focusing way too much on the negativity and the negative clicks and, hey, these are the things I hate about this. And we overlook the fact that really 99% of fandom are people who are truly passionate and love what's going on and want to be a part of it, want to share it and share that joy, right? So that's the one thing that I really, really love about all the stuff that I've been involved in, is a level of involvement from the fans on the crew side in terms of just wanting to tell the best story they can, and the pride in being a part of that.
That's awesome. Speaking of joy, I have two sports-related questions for you, Paul, since we love to dive into the intersection between Star Wars and sports. I asked this in honor of our the third co-host of ours, Clinton Yates, who couldn't make it today.
Okay.
And at the behest, unfortunately, Pete, who is one of our gracious hosts here on the Podathon, he's from Philadelphia. He's going to hate me asking this question. I wore this in honor of interviewing you, Paul. The Touch 'em All Joe. Where were you, 1993, Touch 'em All Joe, when the Jays last won the World Series?
I was in London, Ontario, at my girlfriend's place watching the game on TV when he hit that walk-off homer against Mitch the Wild Thing Williams. And I remember feeling like, because I wanted to rush out and go outside like we did the year before when the Jays clinched against won against the Atlanta Braves, and just run out onto the street and celebrate with everybody. Now, from what I hear anecdotally, the next year, like 93, the celebration 93 was a lot more aggressive. People were just going out. It's like, okay, everybody's going out, let's cause havoc. And like, I think they tried to tip over a streetcar. People were pushing each other. Like, the troublemakers come out. Whereas the first year was just pure, we didn't know what else to do but run out onto the streets. And it was just this shared feeling of, I would say close to hysteria, but it was like such a joyful hysteria, and everybody just congregated and made their way. It was completely unspoken. It was like salmon swimming upstream. Everybody made their way to Yonge Street and just blocked it all off. And it was just like this massive, I still have photographs of that night. And people up on street signs and everybody dancing and laughing, sharing bottles. And it was just like New Year's Eve times a million. So it was great.
I love it. And where will you be when the Toronto Maple Leafs next win the Stanley Cup?
Why are you doing this to me?
By the time this airs, they might already be eliminated from the playoffs.
Hope
That's the best part.
they're playing first rounds Boston.
Yeah.
Now they've shown that they can advance past the first round, but that's about it. We'll see how much they've learned. I mean, they're in tough against the Bruins. They're tough against anybody, especially if they're favored to win. And after so many years of wait till next year, I mean, I want to be hopeful, and I want to say, hey, you know what? I will be. Well, it takes us to June, so I'll be at home watching them on the screens, and if they win, I'll be out on the streets again. Yep. Fun fact: Dave Filoni is a huge hockey fan too. He
Penguins,
loves hockey.
right?
Yeah, he's a homer. He loves the Penguins. In fact, I texted him last night after the Penguins got eliminated. Say, hey, look, I'm sorry. Torts.
I'm sure there was a lot of emojis in return.
Yeah. Well, hey, he sent me. So here's the thing. He sent me a shirt. It's the Maple Leaf logo, and it says in the middle, "Just once before I die."
Oh my. Come
so
on.
he sent that to me.
Come on.
So I just thought it would be fair if I just sent him a commiseration text saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry your team didn't make the playoffs this year."
So sweet. That was so thoughtful. Yeah.
But
hey, you appreciate this, Paul. I went to college at University of Tennessee when I was in school in the 90s. The Blue Jays AA minor league affiliate was there in Knoxville, the Knoxville Blue Jays. My first date with my future wife, we saw Carlos Delgado hit a home run that I don't think has landed yet.
Wow.
And we became a fan that night. And so I was a Red Sox fan who hated the Blue Jays because we couldn't ever get past them.
Wow.
And then I ended up pulling for the Blue Jays because I love Delgado so much. So that's my only, and I had a Knoxville Blue Jays hat. So that was my tie to Toronto. But man, the first time I went to the Sky Dome, it didn't make any sense. Like it just, we watched them open and close. I remember they were closing the roof, and my dad looks at me and he goes, "It's not making any noise." We're like, but what a tremendous city. And I'm gonna adopt the Maple Leafs now for the playoffs. Just
we did it, Paul. We did it. One more in the bandwagon. Do you ever feel like you were destined to work in Star Wars, right? Like just how the sequence of events you were talking about, how the universe conspired in your favor. But do you also feel like you were destined to, even if it wasn't Star Wars, specifically work with Dave Filoni? Because your Venn diagrams also overlap a lot, right? Like the whole idea of him discovering you through Kim's Convenience. But then there's also this whole side thing about him loving the GO train.
Yeah. Right.
It's like the craziest thing, dude. Like I see him like tweeting like models of GO trains from his house, and he's wearing GO train hoodies on set. And you did a show literally on the GO train,
right?
Like just so many touch points.
I know. And here's another one too. He was a director on the first season of Avatar: The Last Airbender, the animated series. And in fact, I think if I recall correctly, it's his work on that got him noticed by George Lucas for the Clone Wars. It was that. So like there's so many different little, and it makes you, like, further to what I said, sometimes it just feels like there are other things in motion and you know, they're just weaving all these little bits together to sort of bring people together for the right reasons. And you know, talking about Dave, he is, when I first met him, I was just so blown away by how grounded and how kind he was. Like, this is a guy that has so much to be, he could lord, so like in terms of nerddom, he can go, well, I've done this when I've done that, and he's not like that at all. He is a nerd's nerd, loves to tell stories, you know, is unabashedly polite. He's the most Canadian American I've ever met. I'm serious. Like, he's like, he loves hockey, and I'm like, dude, man, are you like, you're like really Canadian, right? Like, you can tell me, I'm Canadian too. We can, you know, put out that secret handshake type thing. Yeah. But you know, and you know, him growing up in Pittsburgh, he and his family used to visit Toronto a lot, and like, so his dad and his brother, if I remember correctly, they were train spotters. And Dave wasn't quite as into that, but he loved the GO train. And so when I found that out about him, that he was an ardent GO train nerd and fanatic, I lost my mind. I was like, really?
The GO train is the commuter train. Yeah, it's the commuter train for people in Toronto to go to the suburbs. Like, I've been on it 1,000 times, and I'm sure you have too. It's literally like this double-decker train that takes you to wherever you live.
Yeah, and people take it for granted. It's just like, it's kind of like, oh, you like the subway? It's kind of like that, right? Now it's a bit more regional and stuff, but it's got a long history to it. And yeah, Dave is a massive fan. In fact, I think one of his most favorite possessions is Deborah Chow. She's also from Oakville, actually, which is a small sort of suburb ish just outside of Toronto. She stole a GO train sign for him, like in the dead of night with her friends. Went out, stole the sign, and couriered it to him. And so, like, I'm sure that's one of his prized possessions, is like actual signage. So yeah, no, it's interesting too, just because it's a like-mindedness of the people involved as well. It's like, you know, when you say you find your people, you meet somebody and you just have so much in common with them. You just sort of connect on that level where it's just like titles and all the, like, that's the other thing. He didn't ever make it feel like I'm Dave Filoni and you are. He's like, hey, I'm Dave. And, you know, having dinner and just shooting the shit and just talking. He's just so normal and so real and so just non-precious. And that's what I really appreciate about Dave the most. Like, he'll text me and chirp me about the Leafs. Or he'll text me and he'll be really excited about this new, like, because he plays goalie. And so he'll design and paint his own helmet. Right. And so he'll show me updates on that. And he's, you know, obviously he's a fantastic artist. And it's just so cool. It's like, oh my God, Dave just sent me this is the mask he's working on. Right. And it's just so normal. I love it. Love it.
Ryan, that's one of the big reasons why I want to have Filoni on the show, is because he does the Mario Lemieux fantasy camp every year. And so, like, he's stopping shots from like Mario Lemieux and Jaromir Jagr and all like the legendary Penguins. Like, he's facing these shots every year. Just like, what a cool experience that must be.
Well, your favorite people, like when we had Billy D. Williams on our podcast a couple weeks ago, you want so badly for them to be like Clark Gregg. You want so badly for them to be who you want them to be. Yeah. And when they are, and they have every excuse in the world to be, if they were arrogant or they were, you know, a jerk or they were self-important or whatever, you would kind of understand. But because of the things that they've accomplished and what they've done, and then when they're not, it's the greatest, most pleasant, you know, experience in the world. And yeah, one day we'll have Filoni on because everything I've ever heard is exactly what you said, and it makes you feel good. He's the caretaker now, and so it makes you feel good to know, you know, that someone like that is at the helm of something that we all love so much.
Paul, one last question. You've been very generous with your time. We really appreciate it. One last question for you. I know that no spoilers, maybe you can't reveal anything, but we got to ask the question, okay? Like, we got a lot of announcements. There's a lot coming up for Star Wars, including a Mandalorian Grogu movie, a lot to look forward to as a Star Wars fan. Where does Carson Teva fit in all of this?
Honestly, I have no idea. No clue. It's when they call, I'll be ready, hopefully. But I'm doing Avatar now. And so that complicates things, right? We've been renewed for season 2 and 3. And yeah, but I have no idea. I wish I would give anything in the world to be able to answer that in any other way, but that's all I can say is like I have no clue.
Okay, as a Star Wars fan, then how excited are you about what's to come?
God, I'm beside myself. Are you kidding me? I just finished episode 13 of the Bad Batch right now, and you know we're falling headlong into a conclusion of that series, and it's just like oh,
Yeah,
man.
right.
And so there's that, and then we have the Accolade about to drop, which I'm totally pumped for because I love Space Wizards. I love that age, to see the High Republic, to see the dawn of the Sith. That excites me. You know, it's Star Wars, good Lord, like, and Korean Jedi. Oh my God. So like that for me as a Korean Canadian, just to see, just to see, oh my God, I'm so excited. I've forgotten his name. From Squid Games. Lee Bong. Oh my God. Anyways, Lee Jung-jae. That's it. Lee Jung-jae Lee.
Lee Jung-jae.
Yeah. Lee Jung-jae. Seeing him, just like, this is his first time performing in English. And so I'm super excited to see that. And of course, you know, Carrie-Anne Moss, big fan of everybody there. And then, you know, later on, we've got Skeleton Crew dropping, Tales of the Empire. Like, this is a golden age for content for Star Wars fans. And that's the thing. We all remember the wasteland between Return of the Jedi and, you know, there was nothing, no new toys. I mean, you had the comics and the novels, the expanded universe stuff, but like really, there was a barren wasteland, and now it's just like overflowing with all this stuff. And you know, don't get entitled, don't get all snotty and all like it's like, oh, it's like, you know, complaining that you have too much steak and potatoes or like your favorite food. It's like, oh, I'm getting sick of this. It's like, oh my God, just like really take the win. And so for the Mando movie too, like, you know, in Ahsoka, where's that going? Right. And I will really want to see that culminating movie that Dave is supposed to be directing afterwards. Right. So it's a fun time. And then, the continuation of the Rey story. If it's Star Wars, I'll watch it and I'll enjoy it. Right. Like, and that's the thing. And that's what fans do. I mean, how could you not?
Yeah.
How could you not?
And Captain Tiva is out there somewhere patrolling, waiting on the call, and we're excited for when that call comes. I'll tell you right now, not as excited as you, but we're pretty excited.
We
Thank
sure
you.
are. Paul, this was awesome, dude. Please come on our podcast sometime. We'd love to have you. You rock. You're awesome. You are the people's champion of Star Wars. You are our ambassador. You are our representative, the lifelong fan that made it. And we couldn't be happier. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. So congratulations on all the success, Star Wars and otherwise. We look forward to seeing what comes in the future for you. And thank everybody. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and donate to Make-A-Wish, because it's a great cause, a great event. So, Paul, you're the best, man.
Oh, thank you so much, Arda. It's so lovely to see you. Ryan, thank you so much. It's always been a pleasure here, and a big shout out to Pete and Nick as well for getting us all together for this. And yeah, there's that little QR code right there in the corner.
There it is.
Scan it. You can donate this all for such a worthy cause. Let's do it. Let's help some people out by being nerds.
Amen.
Hi, this is Alex from Star Wars Explained, and I want to thank you for tuning into the Podathon today. Your donations throughout this amazing day go to support the vital work of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. If you haven't had a chance to donate yet, there's still plenty of time. Just visit www.thepodathon.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Thanks for supporting, and may the Force be with you.
Arda Ocal, you're getting ready to work a game, aren't you?
Yeah, it's Bruins and Leafs Game 7, but I had to stop by live. The interview looked great. You guys are doing a terrific job, by the way. Everyone should just W's in the chat. I'll give you a round of applause. This is a pretty big undertaking, and the fact that you guys are doing it all for charity for Make-A-Wish is absolutely awesome. Can I tell you my Paul Sun-Hyung Lee story real quick? We didn't get to it in the interview.
Absolutely.
So the first time I met him was actually, I think it was 2013, 2014. And I was a weather reporter, of all things, not in sports at the time. I was a weather reporter in Vancouver, and I did a morning show. So I would just try and book random guests. And he happened to be in town for Kim's Convenience. So this was well before he got, the role as Carson Teva in Star Wars.
Right.
Obviously, this is well before even he blew up, or Kim's Convenience even blew up as a thing around the world. So he was doing the stage production, and they were traveling across Canada. And I reached out to the production company and said, "Can we have one of the actors come out and just join me on the morning show?" And they sent Paul. And so Paul showed up like 4:30 in the morning, not a single complaint. He didn't even want a coffee. He just was just his cheery self. We're just chilling, doing this morning show for like 2.5 hours, like every 10 minutes, a different 90-second hit. And he couldn't have been a nicer guy. And so just like that just goes to show you the work ethic that the guy has, and it's almost like just another reason to love the guy, but also root for his success, It's awesome.
It's funny. Absolutely. He's a great guy. And Nick and I were talking while we were watching this episode again, and the brilliance of Carson Teva being played by Paul Sun-Hyung Lee is Paul is the you called it. He's the people's fan, right? He's the people's Star Wars fan. But he's also telling the Star Wars story to us through his eyes.
Yeah.
So when he hears from Hera, like, "Oh, there's space whales," he's like, "Okay, it's a Star Wars. We'll make this work. Whatever."
That's the best line. Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Okay.
I didn't really read the books or whatever, but okay,
Yeah.
I'll trust you.
But sure,
I'll do
just go for it.
Well, I know you're popping in real quick because you're covering the game. I have to ask you. I've been watching every minute of this Leafs and Bruins series because I'm a Flyers fan, so I got nothing else to watch, and I'm rooting for those Leafs. Who's got it tonight?
Buddy, they just announced that Joe Woll, the goalie that has been the savior for the Leafs the last 2 games, is out. So they're going back to Ilya Samsonov, and Austin Matthews, their 69 goal scorer, like the best goal scorer of our generation, can't play tonight either. So it's a crazy, crazy sequence of events, man. But it's like it's a cool game because the Bruins have demons they need to slay. The Leafs definitely have demons they need to slay. So it's all going to be good, and it's all going to be fun. Can I give one more shout out? I literally just came on here to throw a bunch of flowers, not just you guys.
Please do.
So you guys had Wikipedia on.
Yes.
As well. So I know you guys have Wikipedia entries, Pete. I literally sent yours. I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. I want to give them a shout out because they've been obviously promoting the Podathon and doing great things. And, they're an awesome part of the Star Wars community at large. And everyone knows who they are and the amount of work that they do for us in the community. But they also officially placed "Never Tell Me the Odds" as an entry in Wikipedia, which I can tell you that is a very massive point of pride for the show. When I sent that in the group chat, everyone was like, "W's, let's go!" Like just fire emojis, and everyone is like super happy, like, "Oh, we did it! Yeah!" It's like a big giant milestone that we hit as in the Star Wars communities. We got on Wikipedia. Let's go!
That's amazing. Well, congratulations! It's a big thing.
It is a big thing, and I don't want to wrap up this with a bad note. And the thing is, I like you, Arda. But the reality is I'm having a hard time being over the fact that you asked Paul about the Blue Jays and the Braves as a diehard Braves fan. The day
Braves
you guys
and Phillies. That's the best part.
Yeah, he
the worst possible.
He got both. But I have to say, the day you recorded this interview, I was in my office at work and I had it on the computer just listening in because I said, "Hey to you guys before you got started." And I was by myself in my office. And as soon as you started asking that question out loud, I went, "Arda," like that. Like I just was like, really? That was the one thing.
The way I should have said it was just for our dear host friends for the Podathon. When the Blue Jays soundly defeated the Braves and then soundly defeated the Phillies.
Rub it on.
Where were you, Paul? Let's just have a
wearing
Toronto
the shirt and
fest.
everything. Wearing the shirt and everything.
Oh man,
it's phenomenal.
That's awesome. Hey, before I go,
let
me show you the most important. So I'm at ESPN right now. This is just, there's not really much to see here. I'm just showing you around.
It's like the
I'm about to go
commercials
into
for
the
the
studio. Yes. You might recognize like this is Sports Center locations. This is the most important part of the entire campus, though, and that is this. This keeps me alive here. This coffee machine.
There it is.
This right here. Okay. So
the power
basically,
behind
we have
ESPN,
different.
folks.
Yeah, this is it. And the power behind keeping me awake all night. So I just wanted to give some love to the coffee machine.
We'll be watching. We have a TV in the other room, so we're gonna be, when we're running interviews, we're gonna be checking out the Leafs and the Bruins. Man, go Leafs, go!
Let's go. You guys are the best. Keep it rolling.
Awesome. Thank you,
sir.
buddy.
Take it easy. Bye. Man, you gotta love Arda Ocal. I'll tell you what. The funny thing, and this is, I will say this: the Star Wars community is so tightly knit, and we've said it all day long about how great and generous anybody who's got anything to do with Star Wars is. And we got to know Arda because he painted himself blue as Grand Admiral Thrawn, and we were like, we got to talk to that
Sports
guy.
Center set.
And so, but it's just so great. And Arda he's as genuine as you just saw there.
Yep.
He's a great guy, and so
Ryan and Clinton too. Like we've had them on the show.
Yep.
And they're the guys. They're us. They're nerds. They like sports. Like it checks all the boxes, and they're just nice people. And as are every one of you who have been hanging out with us all day long.
Yes.
Donating to Make-A-Wish. I'm gonna hit the refresh button while we're
Let's
sitting
see
here.
what
We're
we
gonna
got.
see what kind of
How
movement
we
we've
doing?
had. We are at 4372.
Okay, guys.
We are climbing.
Yes.
We got to keep this going though. We've got a few more shows to go tonight. We have a bunch more prizes to give away at the end of the night. You want to be entered to win them, I promise you. And if you've donated already and you have the ability to donate again, do it, because that means more entry for those prizes. But the number one reason is we're doing this for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. You've seen videos all day.
Yeah.
We've had our friend Matt on to talk about his family's experience with Make-A-Wish. This is what it's all about. Star Wars is amazing. Community and sports and giving each other a hard time is amazing. But the thing that matters the most is the heart of Make-A-Wish and what it means to families who are going through difficult times.
Absolutely. And here's what we got left. We have Rob Coleman and Hal Hickel, who were part of the you all have seen the Phantom Menace
This weekend.
You've all seen it. They're going to tell you things you did not know. You're going to check it out. You're not going to look at the Phantom Menace the same again. Then we are going to have a gentleman. Some of you know him. His name is Pablo Hidalgo.
Yeah.
The dude does not do podcasts, but thanks to our friend Holly Fry and Full of Sith, she's going to be talking to him. You're going to get some Constable Zuvio information that Wikipedia. I hope you're watching, because you're probably going to be able to
get your pen and paper out.
Get ready to start updating, because he's going to lay some information on you. And then we're going to close the night with our good friend Greg Grunberg, Snap Wexley, among many other things. In fact, just today you were saying there's a Felicity podcast rewatch.
There's a Felicity rewatch podcast that was announced. He's going to be one of the co-hosts of that. You know him from Heroes. He was the limo driver in A Star Is Born with Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga. You name it, Greg Grunberg. He's one of the few, and we get into this. He's been in Star Wars and Star Trek. So
that's right.
This is a man who has done it all, and he was so kind to take some time out to spend with us for Podathon. So all of those things are still right in front of you. So do some donating, pour yourself a blue milk or whatever it is that you're sipping on tonight, and let's keep this party going.
Keep donating. We need to. I mean, look. 7,500 is far away, but we're at what, 43?
4372.
All right. I'm going to challenge the Star Wars fan base. Get us to 5,000. We have 2.5 hours left, I think. I'm not really good at math. Yeah, about 2.5 hours. Yeah, 2.5 hours left. Get us to 5,000. Let's see if we can hit that number. That'll make a huge difference. I mean, 4,100 or 4,300 at this point, major props to the entire fan base. Thank you so much for doing that. But let's see if we can push a little harder. As Nick was saying, tell a friend, tell a family member. Look, if your grandmother donates $100, that's going to get you 10 entries. Because let's face it, grandma's not going to be holding up the Regal Robot metal Star Wars signs.
And this is the thing. We're Gen X people. So we all know the commercial. And they tell two friends, and they tell two friends, and so on and so on. We can keep this goodness going because Star Wars is about hope, and that's what Make-A-Wish brings to families that need it.
Exactly. Well, let's hear from our friend Claire about what's coming up next.
Up next is Around the Galaxy. Every Thursday night, Nick and Pete host ATG Live, bringing you the weekly roundup of Star Wars news and commentary, as well as fabulous guests. This year, for Podathon, the ATG team is celebrating the 25th anniversary of The Phantom Menace. Joined this year by ILM creative director Rob Coleman and visual effect animator Hal Hickel, Nick and Pete dig into what it was like to working on the groundbreaking effects of The Phantom Menace all those years ago, and look back on 25 years of the legacy of TPM in the Skywalker saga. Do not adjust your green screens. You really are seeing these cinematic legends sharing their stories right here on Podathon 2024.
Well, thank you very much. We are very excited to bring you this conversation in just a couple minutes. Nick, we have two gentlemen who were part of the prequel trilogy just special effects, bringing it to life. Nick, this is kind of a big deal.
It's a huge deal. And I know you've talked about how this has been a dream of yours to have this conversation with these guys. And, you know, I'm such a sucker for behind the scenes and process and how these things get made, that this is truly a dream come true. And on a day like Podathon, you know, supporting Make-A-Wish, it's just perfect. I'm really excited.
Absolutely. Well, let's bring in our guests. Today we're joined by Rob Coleman and Hal Hickel. Gentlemen, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for coming. It's interesting, you know, Nick made that comment that he's a sucker for behind the scenes stuff. I'm a sucker for behind the scenes stuff. First, let me just ask you, you know, what's your current role at ILM, and maybe let's throw it all the way back to the very beginning of where we're going with this conversation around Phantom Menace, and talk a little bit about what your role specifically was on Phantom Menace. Rob, let me start with you.
Sure. Well, my current role is I'm the creative director for the ILM Sydney studio in Australia. And my history is that I started at ILM in 1993 and was moved up to be the animation director on Phantom Menace in 1997.
Excellent. Hal?
I'm senior animation supervisor at ILM in San Francisco. I started in 96. Phantom Menace was only my second project at ILM. I started that show as an animator. I had just Lost World, Jurassic Park was my first show at ILM, and then I came on Phantom Menace.
Excellent. And I'm going to go off script just a little bit, because Rob, I mean, Hal, I think if I remember correctly, when we spoke, Rob brought you in for one particular character at one point for Phantom Menace, and that's kind of the doorway into it. Am I right about that?
Well, there were a couple things. One, I was dying to do anything with droids, and I took one of the pit droid characters before there was any shot work to do, and just animated a little vignette. And so Rob gave me some work to do on the droidicas, the destroyer droids. Oh, you like droids? Okay, well, we've got this thing. We've got to figure out how it unfolds and walks and all that. And then he put me on the team under Linda Bell doing some Watto stuff. It was Linda, wasn't it, Rob, leading?
It was either Linda or or Tim Harrington. I can't remember now.
Yeah, I think
they did great work. They were.
And then you very kindly made me character lead on Boss Nass. So
yes,
and that was kind of the meat of my work on the film from that point on, was just doing all the Boss Nass scenes with a few other animators.
Did he say? He said, Hal, I need somebody who can make big floppy jowls and lots of spit.
Yeah, look at this.
Basically. Yes, exactly.
Well, guys, we are, as we talked about, celebrating the 25th anniversary of Phantom Menace. It's hard to believe, you know, that it's been that long. I was halfway through college at that point, and I remember going to see it the first night and all those memories. You guys got to work on it. Looking back on it over this time, maybe start with Hal on this one. What are you most proud of, as far as your work on Phantom Menace is concerned?
Well, that's a good question, because I think what I'm most proud of is just that I was there at the right time to be part of that show. It was a groundbreaking show. Like, in terms of my work specifically, I'm really happy with Nass. I think he's a great character, and I still enjoy his scenes. You know, anytime you do work and decades go by, you're going to notice the flaws, but I like him. I like Brian Blessed's voice. I like the whole thing. And I really dig the droidicas. I'm really happy with those. But I think the thing that just makes me happiest was just that I was there at the right time to I'd always, like many people I know in visual effects, Star Wars was a huge factor in me pursuing a career in animation and visual effects. So cut to, all these years later, learning that Lucasfilm, that George was going to be making more Star Wars films, something that nobody thought was ever going to happen, especially people like me who were dying to work on a Star Wars film with George. That was just an absolute thrill. So that just being there and being part of it was the thing I'm most happy about. Look back with the most fondness of.
For sure. Rob, what about you?
I have a very similar answer. I was 13 years old in 1977 when the first film came out, and I remember that was the first film I watched back to back. That was in Toronto, Canada. You were allowed, if you bought one ticket, you could just stay in the cinema. And my parents let me stay and watch it a second time without them. So it was this sort of big moment. And then I saw it countless more times that summer. Like Hal, I was like, well, I skipped school to go see the first screening of Empire Strikes Back because I didn't want any spoilers from anybody. So I was a Star Wars, fan. And then I remember going to Jedi, and then, there was a rumored 6 or 9 films that George had talked about, but when was that going to happen? And now I'm probably 19 years old or something at this point, and kid in Canada, there's no way I thought that I was going to work on a Star Wars film, but as fate had it, I had the right skills, and there's computer animation software we were using at ILM at the time was Softimage out of Montreal, where I'd gone to university, and Alias, which later became Maya, out of Toronto. So I knew both packages. And that's how I got to ILM, because I'd read that they built the dinosaurs with Alias and they'd animated it with Softimage. So I found a Canadian, wrote to them and said, hey, I know this stuff. And I ended up getting hired. And then when I was in there, 93, 94, George wasn't around. He was raising his kids. And you'd see him at Christmas parties or Halloween parties. He'd show up, but otherwise he wasn't around. And I was going from film to film, but I remember Jim Morris, who was running ILM at the time, told me that Dragonheart had caught George's eye, and then Men in Black. And I was the animation supervisor of Men in Black. And that's the first time I got to meet George. Jim brought him by my office, and then right across the hall from me was a little viewing room. And Jim asked me to take George through all the digital characters we'd done for Men in Black. And I gather between what ILM had done on Dragonheart and what we were doing on Men in Black convinced George that the time was right to do Phantom Menace, that he'd always wanted to be freed of the rod puppets and animatronics and things like that. He wanted to be able to have the characters run around and do what he wanted them to do, and computer graphics could do that. So just like Hal, right place, right time with the right skills.
Yeah, I had heard that part of the impetus that got George driving toward creating the prequels was the fact that the technology felt like it had caught up to what he wanted to be able to do from a storytelling perspective.
Yeah.
Which is great. And that a lot of that is all part of the great documentation that's been involved in Phantom Menace. It's been, we were talking a little bit before about the documentary in the beginning is almost as much one of my favorite things to watch as the movie itself. But being one of the most documented films that I can think of, what are some of the stories that you think may not get enough attention? What are some of the things that you recall when you look back on working on Phantom Menace?
Well, the first thing that comes to my mind is we had a weekly production meeting with Chrissy England, who's the main producer, and then there were producers for each of the units. The units were run by the supervisors, so we had John Knoll and Scott Squires and Dennis Murin, and they had a producer each, and then myself as the overall animation director. And we'd have a lunch meeting, I'm thinking it was on Wednesdays, and there was only one item on the list every week to discuss. Can we get the movie done? And for months, like if maybe not even a year, can we get the movie done? No was the answer. And the reason it was no, and I can use one example, is that in the script there's a line that says something like, the Gungan army marches out to war. We didn't have a crowd system. We couldn't load up more than 10 characters in our scene. It would freeze, it would crash. We couldn't do it. So the geniuses in the R&D department of software were feverishly trying to write stuff for us to do it. Meanwhile, those of us in the animation department, and me in particular, who was having sleepless nights, started figuring out, well, let's just create little animated vignettes, meaning little bits of action. Droids fighting Gungans, just like 3-5 of them together that we could place and spin around. And so from a camera angle, they could look different and we could populate, but we didn't have any way to do it. So I don't think that's covered in the documentary. Those were private conversations because we certainly, well, there was a certain amount of stress, let's just say, in terms of not wanting to let down George and, panicking a little bit that we didn't actually have the tools to do what we said we could do.
It was a 2,000 shot show, right, Rob? Around that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
2,000
and there'd never been a visual effects project close to that. In fact, at that point in time, a really big show might be 250 shots.
That's right. That's right. Men in Black was 200 shots. So I was supervising 200 shots. And then suddenly my next show was 2,000 shots. The scale was just off the chart.
There was no, and yeah, that was only one of many daunting challenges about it. But the scale of the work, the volume was sheer terror for pretty much everyone.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, Jurassic Park, only 5 years before or whatever, had fewer than 50 digital dinosaur shots in it.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, like 50 something shots. Yeah.
So
and I was told that like the topology, the number of point spans that it took to build the T-Rex was equivalent to what was going to be just on Draco's head in 1995, 96. And so the technology and innovation was rapidly accelerating to be able to take on the volume and to have acting, performing characters, speaking characters. So we had done that with the Dragon and a little bit in Men in Black. But really, this is a big leap for us to have engaging characters with personality that were holding their own against Liam Neeson and Ewan McGregor and Natalie Portman. So that was a big deal for us. So then a steep learning curve for a lot of the animators and myself included. Making sure that I was listening to what George wanted out of the shot, out of the scene, what was the arc of that character at that moment. Certainly standing on the shoulders of the voice actor, but then imagining what they, how they would be in their body and moving around.
There's also a huge practical effects show. There's more miniatures, I think, in Phantom Menace than there are in all of the original trilogy films. I've been told, and I believe it because there was a ton of miniature work on that film.
Yeah, we called them Biggie-chairs because they were really huge, like the pod arena and the city of Naboo, which just took up huge space outside when they were shooting them. Amazing miniatures.
Yeah, really cool stuff.
Go ahead, Pete.
No, I was just going to say, what about yourself? Do you have, are there any things that you feel like, any stories that just sort of stick with you as to what kind of made it, maybe a little more unique, other than the fact that it was the return to Star Wars? And
the stuff I tend to remember is just really personal stuff. Like Rob being the animation director across all three of the prequels, let alone just Phantom Menace, had a lot of FaceTime with George, but most of us animators didn't, for the usual reasons. But I would try to be in the big reviews that George was in as much as possible. Some rows back, but listening, trying to hear everything that was said, just because I wanted to hear how he expressed himself and how he gave his direction to Rob or to John Knoll or to Dennis, whoever he was talking to about a shot. And I remember one day they were looking at, it was fully rendered shots of NAS. And George commented on something. He used the word animation, but something about the context of the sentence made me think that he actually didn't literally mean the motion of the character. He meant some other aspect, whether it was the lighting or something was making it look animated or something. It wasn't really clear. After the review, I saw George crossing the parking lot and I thought, I have a legitimate work question, George, and by God, I am taking this opportunity. So I walked over to him. I said, hey, I'm leading the animation on the Boss Nash shots, and you had a note about blah, blah. And he was like, "Oh yeah, no, it's not the acting, it's not the movement. That's fine. It was whatever it was." And I was like, "All right, great, thanks." But like that moment for him, that was like a nothing moment. That was like one of the ILM guys had a question, whatever. It's gone from his mind. The second the conversation. For me, it was like, I just spoke to George Lucas. Like, it was such a huge moment for me. I was like practically vibrating, and it was just such an anodyne, mundane question. Just there was nothing thing, but for me, it was like, oh my God! What I think I love the most about it was that it wasn't a fan moment. It was was like, I had a I'm making a movie with George Lucas, and I had a work question for him, and I asked it like it was so huge.
But there was one other moment, Hal. So a lot of the animators had asked me, could you bring George around? And we had the animators in the big building, and George is pretty shy, actually. He's not very talkative in a crowd. You get him in an editing room with 2 people, and he's talking all the time, but he kind of gets overwhelmed when there's lots of people around. So I waited for my moment, and I made a little request, and I said, look, the team would if I could just walk you through the space and they could see you and maybe a hello, or I'll introduce you to people. And he said, oh, yeah, okay, I'll do that. So I was walking them through the space, and we come to Hal's desk, and he's got all his toys and robots. Some of them are behind him right now. And he's got a little thing framed. So I'm going to hand it to Hal to tell the bit about what was framed and what happened next.
Oh, I had a letter that I'd written to Lucasfilm when I was 13. After the first film had come out and it had been announced in the press that they were going to make a sequel, I'd written Lucasfilm with my bright ideas for what that should be and questions about how I might get into filmmaking and work for them one day. And I'd gotten a very nice, sort of, we're not reading your story ideas because we, our lawyers have advice, we have writers working on, and getting into movies takes a combination of talent and luck. And, it was nice and basic and, this sort of thing. Although it was typed up by Gary Kurtz's secretary, Bunny Alsop, which as I got older and understood a little more, I was like, that's kind of cool. Like it's the producer's assistant secretary wrote this herself, typed it up on a typewriter on this cool Ralph McQuarrie letterhead. It's really cool. Anyways, so I framed it. It's behind my desk. And so George signed it for me and he underlined.
Yeah, but first, so it's framed, it's under glass. And George says to you, take that off the wall. And you're like, what? You take it off the wall. It's behind glass. And then George says, take it out of the frame. So you're like taking it out of the frame, and then you hand him the letter, and what's he do?
Yeah, he underlined talent and luck and wrote, "You have it," and signed it. He chuckled.
Wow!
First he read it, and he kind of did one of those, and then he signed it. So it
was so awesome. It was unplanned, and it was so generous, and like George was actually reading it and then made, the decision to do that for Hal, and we didn't know very well at this point. So I just love that moment. So that's something that obviously didn't show up in the documentary, but that was something. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there it is.
There's the letterhead.
That.
And
wow.
There's the signature and where he's underlined it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Talent.
So cool.
It went back in the frame.
Yeah.
Definitely went back in the frame.
Nicer frame.
Yeah, good place of prominence for that. Well, I want to talk a little bit about evolution, and we've hit on this topic a little bit. And the first thing I wanted to kind of point out was how you talked about working on the droidicas, and for us early in the movie, seeing that was a huge jump from what we had really seen droids do in Star Wars. All of a sudden, you have this thing that rolls and was smooth and fluid. And that was different even than, seeing the protocol droid that greets them, at the beginning in the room and all of that. And then Rob, you talk about, those crowd shots, the Gungan War, and, being able to see how these technologies evolved. So what you have in 1, and certainly Rob, you can speak to this, going all the way through 1, 2, and 3, how fast did that technology evolve and continue to evolve from when y'all started looking at, hey, this is, Aragon or Dragonheart, or gives it, this gets the green light going, and then you take off.
Yeah. Look, I think ILM's always been about innovation and pushing the envelope and being asked to do the impossible. If we rewind back through the computer graphics, you think of Terminator 2, The Abyss, Terminator 2, Jurassic Park. You look at what was done by ILM before Hal and I got there. And then once we knew that George was back and then had a series of films he wanted to do, a lot of people were super excited and motivated, not only in the animation and the lighting and compositing and everything else, but in the R&D and technology side of things. So there was always a big ask from movie to movie to movie in terms of what we needed to do, and whether it was the rendering and the fidelity of the skin. I remember cloth was something that really got developed, because although we didn't know it when we were making Phantom Menace, we had to have cloth for Yoda in Attack of the Clones. So that was a big development for us. But so it was across all departments, and I did sit at that point. I was sitting on the technical steering committee. There was a selection of folks across all departments, and I remember we would shows would come and present their needs, and then we would prioritize them, and then sit with the technology folks, and then decide. Okay, we've got a huge water show. Perfect Storm's coming. We have to do water. Water has to be something, and we can't pay for it for that one show, but we know we're going to use it on all the next shows. So, you know, as we think of the prequels, we have a whole water planet that we have to be able to do, right? So we stand on the shoulders of the shows that came before us, and we innovate as we go along, and we highlight the things that we need to work on. And that was just, it was going like leaps and bounds during the prequel years.
You talk a little bit more about sort of the evolution, how quickly the things evolved from episode 1 to 2 to 3, and was, as you just referenced, were there any particular movies that kind of helped to bring something to life in episode 2, for example?
So it's going to the Wayback Machine. Where I'm pausing right now is I can't remember. So we were using Softimage to animate the characters in Phantom Menace, and we were using a facial system that had been developed on Dragonheart called Carrie, short for caricature, which was written by Carrie Phillips, who's still with the company. And it was the secret sauce for me. I mean, it was just allowed us to move the face around in real time. Where on Dragonheart, before we got Carrie, you know, you'd move it and you'd wait, and the things would, the points would pop across, and you go, oh, too much, and you pull it back. But with Carrie, it was smooth, and so you could do more iterations per day, per week, and your work got better because you could see it over and over again and put the polish on it. So that tool was incredibly important for us. But I don't remember, maybe how you remember, is when we switched to Maya. So Softimage was ending its life cycle. Maya was used on the pod race for the destruction of the vehicles, but we were absolutely using Softimage for the facial. What I don't remember is whether we switched for Attack of the Clones or Revenge of the Sith, but I remember it was a big change. All the animators had to be trained up on Maya. All our tools had to change. It was an important and strategic decision. It was like, no, we got to jump now, because we're going to be able to do all these other things that we couldn't do or wouldn't be able to do in a software that wasn't being developed any further. So that was a huge thing.
Yeah, that was a big change. Carrie was a really remarkable piece of software, by the way. Rob mentioned that. It was, for a long while, it was where we did all the fleshy stuff. We do the pantomime of the character, either in first Softimage and later in Maya, but all the flesh, like the facial expressions, all that stuff was done in this other piece of software that was written internally at ILM. It's called Carrie, and it was just blazing fast and had a lot of great features, and I just really appreciated that program. In fact, I think in some ways, as our sort of animation tool set has matured, and you know, we moved into Maya, and then we actually ended up moving that part of our animation into Maya. I think in some ways we've compromised it. Like there are aspects of the old Carrie software that I still miss. But it's just natural. But you know, the other things to point to that are easy to see, kind of the increase in complexity and abilities, was cloth simulation, which you mentioned, Rob. Because I remember distinctly on Phantom Menace, for instance, Boss Nass has his long robe, and we had to simulate that. But compared to what we do now, it was pretty basic cloth simulation, and it looks a little simple to me now. But it was really hard to do then, super hard to do. And we didn't do a lot of it on Phantom Menace. What other things might we have done? We had that one little shot of Yoda talking to Obi-Wan that maybe needed it. And I'm trying to think, not a lot. Anyways, but on episode 2, we had lots of Jedi robes and things to do, you know, with Yoda fighting Dooku and with Obi-Wan fighting Jango Fett. There were digital shots of Obi-Wan in there, where it's supposed to be wet cloth, and you know, his robes are soaked, and some of those shots were digital. And I just remember thinking, wow, this has really come a long way just from the chapter 1 to chapter 2. And then, of course, it was better still in chapter 3. We were also, I think Phantom Menace, was that our first mocap show, Rob, for the battle droids? So we hadn't used motion capture before for characters. That was new, a little scary for the animators because I thought maybe folks were going to start wanting to use that for all characters, regardless of, dinosaurs and everything else. And that didn't really turn out to be the case. It became just another tool in our toolkit, but that was new.
That actually the motion capture actually, it was accelerated and came about because the initial plan, and you can see it in the behind the scenes, was that Ahmed Best was wearing the Jar Jar costume. And if you look carefully, you'll see little green LEDs around his neck. And that we ILM were only going to be adding his head and his ears. But that proved incredibly difficult. They had sent an early shot over to us at ILM. John Knoll was over in England shooting. And I had asked Lou Del Rosa, our Jar Jar lead, to match and animate the head. And the problem was, even though they tightly moved it, human eyes are really good at seeing little imperfections.
Right.
And if you think of the three-dimensional space, so Ahmed's moving around and being himself, that neck had to track absolutely pixel perfect, and we couldn't get it pixel perfect. So you could perceive the neck sliding against Ahmed's actual body. So at the same time, once we realized that was going to be a big problem, I asked Lou to animate the same shot, matching Ahmed, rotoscoping basically, copying what he was doing, and have a full digital Jar Jar. Because we knew I already built a full digital Jar Jar because we knew there were going to be stunt shots or difficult shots physically that Ahmed wouldn't be able to do. So we had one built already. And Lou was able to knock that out in a fraction of the time because he was free of any constraints. I remember taking both of those clips over to England to show them to George, as well as an early Watto test. And it was there that we made a pitch, John Knoll and I, that Jar Jar be fully digital. And George was resistant, and rightly so, because he had cast Ahmed because of his physicality and his comedy and everything he could do. And George was concerned, rightly so, that a bunch of animators weren't going to be able to do that. And so that's when the pitch was, well, we could put Ahmed in a motion capture suit. We could capture him in three-dimensional space, and we can either use that exactly, or we can take inspiration out of it or keyframes out of it. And so that's how our first prototypes were for Ahmed. And then once we had those tools, then it made perfect sense to do the battle droids. And we continued developing that system as well. But that was a big innovation for Phantom Menace.
That's fantastic. I talk a lot about, without Phantom Menace, without Jar Jar Binks, you don't get a lot of things that we have now. I mean, there's so many great fully computer animated characters that you don't even realize are fully computer animated now. And I guess it also sounds like it was the beginnings of sort of working with physical puppets and incorporating some digital augmentation at the time as well, right? Is that, which is kind of the way now, I guess, with Grogu and others. And so it leads me to one of our final questions. You two have both continued to be very engaged in the current state of Star Wars. What do you think is different, especially as we now have things like the volume and an organization like ILM that is so rooted in 1977 and the things that it took the innovation it took to break ground there, and create things that never existed. And now you're in the television world where things like stagecraft and like are playing a bigger part. But do you find it overall any different now creating a television show or a movie?
Hal, you want to jump on that one?
Sure. I can tell you easily, hands down, the biggest difference between working on a Star Wars film and working on any of the streaming shows is the volume of work, which isn't a very exciting answer, but it's hands down the biggest difference. On a big visual effects summer tentpole film, we might have 2,500 or pushing 3,000 shots, depending on the movie and the cutting style and how long the movie is. But, 2,500 shots is kind of a usual number for a show that size. And we might do those effects in 8 months to a year and a half, depending on the schedule of the show and all that. On a single season of The Mandalorian, we're doing about 5,000 visual effects shots, and we do them in roughly the same amount of time. So that is hands down for me the biggest challenge on those shows, is how to manage all that work at a high level, because we don't have like a part of ILM that does like lesser work for streaming than we do for movies. Right. We just do the same quality level that we do. We just have to find a way to manage the work and fit it into the box of the schedule and the budgets and stuff for streaming. So that's the biggest challenge. But there's other exciting things, like the volume is really cool. But that's part of what Rob was talking about ILM, just always kind of innovating and looking for new ways to do things. And it's always great when we have a director who's keen to do that, which Favreau clearly is. He's been innovating for a while with projects like Jungle Book and Lion King before The Mandalorian, where he was experimenting with different forms of virtual production, and that carried on into partnering with us to create the volume for Mandalorian. And honestly, that's another thing that I really enjoy about the streaming world is actually getting to work with a bunch of different directors on a season, rather than, because I love working with directors and getting to know directors is one of my favorite parts of the job. But on a feature, you meet one director and you kind of partner with them, which is great and it's rewarding and all that. But on the fun thing about a streaming show is you might get 4 or 5 different directors over a whole season that you get to know and get to learn from and rub elbows with, and so that's been really fun. And then Mandalorian's the first streaming work I've ever done. I hadn't worked on any TV stuff. We still call it TV stuff, but it's a different world now. It's but yeah, it's the first thing I've worked on in that world.
Cool. What about you, Rob? Any thoughts?
Well, ILM has grown enormously since the days when we were doing Phantom Menace. So we've got 5 studios around the world, and these streaming shows are parceled up and sent to the 5 different studios. So that's a different way of working than we were working in the old days. We always have a main supervisor, an overall supervisor who's reviewing the work, but then we have subsets in each of the locations. And we do have good crossover between Australia and California. So my team here is always in daily contact with the team in San Francisco or Vancouver. So that's a different way for us to work. But it is about the efficiencies, and it's about leveraging everything we've learned over all the movies. And so there's actually a Star Wars Council. They have regular meetings where they share best practices, and they also have a whole presentation that they show to these new episodic directors who come in, so they also understand. So it's always about helping the filmmakers understand our world so that we can help with their vision. So it is fun having more turnover between the directors. So you're getting a different flavor of Star Wars from these different folks. So that's a lot of fun. But I can speak from the Sydney team. They love working on these shows. I mean, we still have a large percentage of our crew that are now like less than half my age, but they have come because Star Wars at some point in their life has touched them and they want to be part of that. So we've got a lot of really enthusiastic people who were like, put their hands up, I want to work on the next one. And so that's great.
Yeah, you have that experience where someone will come up to you in the hallway and say, "Oh, Attack of the Clones was the first movie I ever saw in a theater with my parents. I was 6 years old." And, and I just look at him and say, "That's deeply hurtful. Never say anything like this again." I don't want to know I don't want to know that I'm that old. Please never say that again.
I see that as passing the baton, because I did that to Joe Johnston not too long ago. I had a chance to meet Joe on a call, and it was a little bit of a fanboy moment. And I told him how old I was when Star Wars came out, and he was like, "Yeah, thanks a lot for that." I was 13 and I'm 60 now. It's like, oh my god.
That's awesome. Well, that's actually the perfect transition as we get ready to wrap this up. First, we want to thank you guys both for taking some time to talk to us today. we are doing this for Podathon. We're raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. You're talking about kids, and Pete and I were college and a little bit older when Phantom Menace came out. But Phantom Menace is, as you exactly just said, both of you, Phantom Menace and the prequels were a key part of introducing new generations of kids to Star Wars, and that's obviously what Star Wars is about kids. As we're focusing on Make-A-Wish today, you mentioned something briefly, Rob, before we got on. Have y'all had any experiences with Make-A-Wish, either having Wish Kids come through, working on other projects that were connected with it? We'd love y'all to share that before we get out of here.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we had the opportunity to meet some wonderful kids who came through ILM and Lucasfilm when I was working on the prequels. The films have touched, generations of kids now. And so to be asked to be part of that was an honor, and to share some of what we were doing, because these kids wanted to see behind the scenes, or they wanted to go up to Skywalker Ranch. And the team at Lucasfilm was always about, these kids, these are priorities. We need to have them in, give them the royal treatment. And so it was really touching to be someone who got to actually meet with them and interact with them and share a little bit of the magic of what we do.
Absolutely. Hal, what about you?
Well, sadly, I haven't had the privilege of participating directly in one of those visits yet, but I would love to one day. I'm well aware of, what the program is, and I'm happy as a clam to be participating in this today. But yeah, I'd love to welcome some kids sometime and show them around and do that kind of thing. That'd be great. It'd be super fun.
For sure. And I'm sure that opportunity will come your way. Again, we can't thank both of you enough for being a part of this day. It is such an honor for us to get to put together this event. It's all for Make-A-Wish. Everybody that's watching, you can go to the link on the bottom. You can scan the QR code that's down there. All of your money goes directly to Make-A-Wish through our fundraising link. It doesn't come to us. And the biggest thing is you're going to help make wishes come true. So thank everybody for tuning in. Rob and Hal, thank you for being a part of this. And Pete, may the force be with you.
Always.
My wish is to remodel my backyard. My wish is to redesign my bedroom.
I want to travel with the moon.
Every 20 minutes, a child is diagnosed with a critical illness. And for these children, wishes can change everything. Wishes give children hope, and that hope begins with you. Please give now and help grant wishes for waiting children.
Well, welcome back to Podathon 24. Nick, we've been doing this now 11 and a half hours.
We have indeed.
11 and a half hours. We've been rolling through, having so much fun, listening to some of the most amazing interviews. I enjoyed that last one, but not because it was us, but because Rob and Hal are two people that I've always been a fan of. And it seems like there's something about Star Wars that the creators, the behind the scenes people are almost as important to the fandom, and maybe more so than the people in front of the screen.
Yeah. You don't spend a lot of time talking about the guy who did effects for Avengers Endgame, or the guy who did the matte paintings for Lord of the Rings.
Right.
But as Star Wars fans, we know, the Hal Hickles, the Rob Coleman's, the Todd Vaziris. We got the story earlier of Amy Allen, who is a visual effects artist who also ends up getting to be in Star Wars as Ayla Secura. And we know in Star Wars, there's a history of putting names in, putting people in.
Yep.
And so, that's no difference there. I mentioned earlier, Rob Coleman's in Phantom Menace. He's in the background of Jabba's little box at the pod race right at the end as he's walking out the door. So it is, and it's fans too. And that's the other big thing we talk about so much in Star Wars is Star Wars are not just being made by people who are clocking in and clocking out at a job. They're being made by people who love Star Wars. And the more Star Wars we get in these newer eras, there are people like us who grew up with it and now get the chance to work on it.
It is wild. It is now multi-generational. It's 3 generations, I think, technically, maybe more, because if you count my father who took me taking the skip generation because I had my kids old. But there's so many, it's so generational. And I mean, yesterday going to see the Phantom Menace, I can't remember all. That's not entirely true, because the 25th anniversary of Star Wars was 2002.
Right.
So what's really interesting now is that we are almost as far away from the 25th anniversary of Star Wars as we are the Phantom Menace. So, but so there's a lot to think about, a lot of multi-generational, and again, we are here for Make-A-Wish today. We have been putting out the call. You're probably tired of hearing us say, please donate. But as of right now, what is our current number, Nick?
We are at $4,382.
$4,382. It's a little bit less than the $7,500 we were looking for, but we have 2 hours left. We have we have 2 major exciting interviews coming up in just a couple minutes. You'll hear from Pablo Hidalgo, and then we have Greg Grunberg. But there's nothing stopping you from donating again, because we have some prizes that we're going to give away tonight.
We have a lot of prizes.
What do we have going on at the end of the night for the prizes?
At the end of the night, we are going to be probably drinking some more of this delicious blue milk that we're enjoying now.
Amen.
We are also going to give away a whole bunch of cool prizes. We gave out prizes just a little while ago, but we have an X-Wing helmet that's from De Novo.
Oof.
This is the customizable X-Wing helmet. So you're going to get the helmet from De Novo, screen prop worthy, and you're going to get pages and pages of decals and stripes and insignias and all these things. You can customize your own X-Wing helmet, however you want to do that. We have a Halcyon exclusive Sabak set from our friends Brian and Holly Fry. He was talking about it when he was on earlier. He called in from Batu. If you weren't with us earlier, he was at Star Wars Land for May the 4th. But talking about, just the quality of the cards and the chips and the dice and all the things that go with it. Really, really neat set. Regal Robot, our friends at Regal Robot have given us some of the metal vintage Star Wars artwork posters or signs.
Yep.
I want to highlight our friend Bill Alexander at 2797 Studios.
Yes.
If you're not following Bill on Twitter, go through, find his feed, and you will be able to know about all the cool 3D printed stuff that he makes.
Yep.
Like things for your 6-inch Black Series figures, stuff for your vintage collection. If you want it, if it's a cantina, whatever it is, Bill makes it. So he's giving us a $100 digital gift card.
Wow.
So that somebody's going to be able to win, go get some accessories for your action figures. We have another signed Vanessa Marshall picture. We have books galore, some more of that Return of the Jedi archive book that weighs like 150 pounds. We have a prize pack from Pete and I here at Around the Galaxy, a little ATG prize pack.
Yeah.
We have another book from Bonnie Burton. We have a couple more posters from artist Steve Anderson. And then, as we have been able to do the last 3 years, our friends at Lucasfilm have also put together a swag pack that they're going to ship directly to your house. We're going to send them your name and address, whoever the winner is, and you're going to get some stuff directly from Lucasfilm. We don't even know what it is because our contacts that are over there, they like to see what's the most recent stuff out. It might be stuff related to the Acolyte. It might be stuff related to Tales of the Empire. We don't know, but you're going to get some really cool stuff from Lucasfilm.
And stuff that you can only get from the Lucasfilm
and only
store.
from them.
That's right.
That's right. It's kind of like M&M's with the seal of the president on it. It's a big deal. It only comes from there. So that said, we've got a couple of hours left and you've still got time to donate. Call those friends, badger them, say, look, just donate for a good cause. Don't worry about them bothering you with prizes. I'll take them off your hands. Whatever you need to do, help us get that. Like Pete said earlier, let's get to $5,000. If we get all the way to 7,500, even better. But let's shoot for 5 right now and see what happens. We've got time. We've got all of you hanging out with us. You have been so amazing throughout this day. And we just want to hug you like a big teddy bear or something like that. Just grab you up and go from there. So let's do it. Let's keep donating. Let's get this number up even more for Kids and Wishes.
Absolutely. So we have 2 more big interviews coming in, 2 big names, and let's hear from Claire as to what our next conversation is.
One of the great MacGuffins in the Star Wars universe is the holocron. These holocrons were keepers of all kinds of knowledge, both light and dark.
Sorry guys, that was a little something in my throat there, but anyways, in our real world we have our own living holocron in the form of the Lucasfilm lore keeper Pablo Hidalgo. From his work with the Story Group to just being funny online, Pablo is a true Star Wars treasure. We are excited that he's joining Brian and Holly from Full of Sith for a great conversation about things in that galaxy far, far away. So without further ado, here's Pablo Hidalgo with Full of Sith on Podathon 2024.
I am delighted because I get to spend time today talking with Pablo Hidalgo, that's a name that everybody knows and has contributed a lot to Star Wars and to the world that we love. So first of all, Pablo, welcome.
Hey, Holly, always a pleasure to talk to you, Holly.
Oh, you're the nicest. Okay, here's the level set to start with. Pablo, what is your job? Really, though, I feel like there's some nebulousness, like people don't really understand what you do. And I also feel like you have a unique job because it's one that is not, there's probably no average day. So I would love it if you would tell us what your job actually is and then kind of walk through what some average day is like for you in terms of what your responsibilities are and what kind of things get lobbed at you as surprises.
Sure. It's one of these, like the bureaucratic title on next to my name is currently director franchise / story, and that basically doesn't tell you anything, which I guess is titles do that nowadays. But if I were to describe it, it's basically a big part of my job is just to know Star Wars and to synthesize my particular experience and knowledge of this franchise that we love and provide advice to storytellers and creatives who happen to be exploring this space. My colleague Leland Chi, who I'm sure you know and many people know, we often say, like, we know Star Wars, so you don't necessarily have to. Like, there's a lot of trepidation or perhaps insecurity of someone first entering into this universe in a creative kind of capacity, and they're like, where do I go? Where do I start? What do I do? And myself, along with several colleagues, I think there's 6 of us now. We've grown over the last few years. There's 6 of us who are really tasked to be the lore team, and we're like your Sherpas through these particular mountains. We will guide you to the story you want to tell through this path of decades and decades of Star Wars storytelling. So it's been conflated over the years. I always delight at what the internet tells me my job is. I'm like, okay, well, that's interesting. That doesn't really match my expectations, but you know what? Everyone has theories and thoughts. But if I were to tell you what I do, that's largely it. Like an advisor, helping people out in telling Star Wars, and then a big part is when I'm collaborating with creatives, I try to capture as much of that information and energy that they bring to the table, and then communicate that outwards to all our particular partners and people who are then tasked to turn any particular piece of Star Wars into action figures, into product, into online postings, into any sort of information that gets disseminated out to the public, rather than any filmmaker or creative having 1,000 questions nibbling at them at all times. We kind of help filter all that, because we know what the theme is, we know what the point is, we know what happens in this scene. Let me tell you that directly so that you don't have to keep going back to a very, very busy person who's being tasked with actually creating a Star Wars story.
This makes me wonder. I know you don't tend to work in animation, but I'm going to use an animation example because, many, many moons ago, I worked at Cartoon Network, and we always had an internal only show Bible for any of the properties that we did. Are you creating things like that to share with those partners, or are you more like having meetings where you explain things?
No, quite often. I mean, any sort of communications document that comes out of a chapter of Star Wars will come out of our group, and quite often I'm tasked to do that. There are situations where partners may not have the capacity, the time, or the security access to potentially read a script or see something that's in development. So we will sort of be the people that will answer their questions, like, well, what's happening in this space and time in the timeline, and we're like, well, we're in a position to be able to say, well, you can go into this place, but these are the caveats you need to know. Or, hey, your idea is really good, but we can't use it because it's very similar to something else we're doing. If you
Right.
tweak it 8 to 10% this way, you will avoid colliding with something else that's in development. You know?
I like that you're like an insurance policy for creatives. I really do. I mean, somebody has to be, right?
It's like traffic cop sometimes. You know, it's like, wait, hold that thought. You know?
I'm going to come back to more of the nuts and bolts of your job, but I had somebody who is working on Podathon send me a little thing this morning that I didn't realize we were right at the 10-year anniversary of Expanded Universe making its transition to Legends.
Oh, wow.
Which is pretty interesting. I didn't realize we were right there. And of course, we've seen, I know there were many people that were concerned that, you know, that meant that all of that lore that they had learned and loved was no longer important. And there's a whole other discussion about canon and not getting too wadded up about it. But we've seen a lot of things from Legends make it their way into, you know, current storytelling. Is there any particular item from those old stories that's now part of the new lore that really delights you that it made the transition?
You know, well, there's a lot of pieces. I'm always amazed at the resilience and just the sheer stalwart nature of Jackson. He just refuses to die. People latch onto him, and I get it. Like I'm a fan of the big at the big swings that 1970s Marvel attempted. They didn't all work, but there was something there. There's something about the wild days where so much of this was uncharted that they took some pretty risky gambles. So, you know, comic artists like or comic writers like Kevin Scott also like that kind of era and will pull from there. So I'm always surprised when a Hujib or Arbra or, you know, or Jackson shows up. I also I did a rare blog post or post on StarWars.com the other day at the fact that we live in the world where the Star Wars Holiday Special is alive and well in a venue as big and well attended as a Disney park. Like that blows my mind. The fact that we're able to reference a TV show that in theory, now we know the reality, in theory, no one should be able to access and watch, but obviously people are because they're finding ways to tap into that wild late 70s energy and bring it out to the world.
The best. I love it so much. Every time there's new Life Day stuff in Disney parks, I'm on it like a bonnet. I love that stuff so much. You mentioned being like the delight and surprise of some of these things getting pulled up by creators. I'm wondering how often you're like surprised or just taken off guard by a new concept that a creator brings to the table when you're, you know, setting out these stories. Like how often are you like, whoa, I never would have anticipated that?
Oh, quite a bit. I mean, and that's obviously the point of having, you know, a lot of different people come in and really just kind of express their particular love for Star Wars because, you know, if there was for years there was a singular storyteller and that was wonderful, but it's like just being able to see these different types of stories and see what, like, you know, what Jon Favreau brings to the table and what a Tony Gilroy brings to the table and what a Deb Chow brings to the table. They will do things that weren't necessarily on your short list of things that you expect to see in Star Wars. Right. But it clearly means something to them and they bring it. And honestly, that's like, I mean, that's the whole point of being a Star Wars fan is like, you find your own particular avenue of expression and you get challenged and surprised and educated, honestly, by what someone else will bring to the forefront and say, this is what Star Wars means to me. And it's interesting because then you start deconstructing and you start wondering, wow, how did this aspect surface for you when it didn't surface for me? And what does that mean? And isn't that fascinating? So I think that the fact that Star Wars itself refuses to sit in a tiny little box, that it can only be one or two or three things, I think is ultimately a great testament to the strength of it.
Yeah. I like it because it makes Star Wars feel more real. You know what I mean? Like this is theoretically a galaxy full of people. So of course there are untold numbers of points of view and ideas and ideologies. And every time we get a new storyteller bringing some completely fresh concept, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Of course there's more of this.
Of course. Yeah.
Now, you are at this point, of course, so much a part of the development process on so many projects as they go from concept all the way to fruition. And as we have been saying, like the insurance policy. But I wonder if you have been there from soup to nuts. Are you ever, like, as you sit at a premiere or you see a TV show premiere, are you ever able to just take off your lore and insurance guy hat and just sit back and enjoy it?
Yeah, it's not too difficult because there's usually, it helps that there's a lot of things, there's a lot of plates spinning. So invariably you find your attention drawn to one thing, you take your eye off another, because it's in good shape. You know, it's like you've already given your input. And that's when it kind of grows and becomes real. And then you revisit it and you're like, oh wow, that's not what I imagined, or it's even bigger than what my own expectations happen to be. The other reality, when I mentioned earlier that there's 6 of us particularly devoted to lore, and you know, there's a larger team when it comes to development and all that. It's like no one person can do it all.
Right.
So as a result, there's enough areas in Star Wars where it's not my day to day. You know, animation and video games are things that I had to basically, you know, with regret, kind of tear myself away from, because other avenues were taking more of my time. So as a result, I'm surprised and, as you say, delighted by things that appear in animation and video games where like the last time I checked on them, they were just words on paper. And, you know, and now they're like fully realized and rendered pieces to enjoy. So, you know, I cherish that because those are where I'm surprised the most.
Do you ever get surprised by the final product of something you actually worked on? Or are you ever like, I didn't know they were going to do that? Or do you know pretty much everything?
No, it depends on the nature of the project and what's going on and how busy it is. I mean, by virtue of, you know, where it was made, who was making it, and what was happening at the time, there were points where, like, you know, Rise of Skywalker surprised me because I was busy on other things, and so I missed the last few cycles of it, and then it shows up. I'm like, oh, okay, that's what that is. Like, honestly, I'm sure people in the company knew it, but I had no idea what the title was until it was revealed at Celebration, and that trailer came out. I'm like, oh, well, that's a surprise. I had no idea that's what this movie was going to be called.
I guess that's what we're making.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to talk about one of my favorite things on the planet, and I'm going to try not to get too weird. Andor. It's not Rhodians. Andor is the most fantastic beast of a thing, and it's so unique. When a show like that is being created that explores so much story that's outside of what we've seen before, but runs alongside it, especially the event timelines like that we as fans have gotten familiar with in our, you know, obsessiveness over the years. What is the focus of your work like on a project like that when it's like, okay, we have to be careful of timeline, but also everything is brand new? Like, what is corralling that like?
A lot of it was like, you know, you'll hear Tony talk about it, and Tony will say, and I honestly think he's being a little, I think he's downplaying it a little bit when he talks about his awareness of Star Wars. He says, well, I only know the things I'm working on. I think he knows a bit more than that, but I get what he's saying. Like, he has this intimate familiarity with the points in the timeline where he's carved out and what he's creating. But he is fully aware with his commitment with the show, where he's basically doing this 5-year countdown to the event of Rogue One, essentially, you know, like in Cassian's life, that there are historic elements that he needs to intersect with. And to his credit, he does treat it like history. He wants to know, what do I need to know about the world in order to interface with it, and what are the springboards and what are the areas to explore. And so in cases like that, we really identify it early on, and he'll, like, from an early on development level, will identify key areas, like just using season 1, for instance. It's like, I want to do a deep dive on the Imperial Security Bureau and on Mon Mothma. What do I need to know about those kinds of things? And I will present, you know, these primers for him. Like, this is what's known. This is what's known. And then from like a screenwriting and more like day-to-day into production point of view, random questions may come up. Like, it's like he wants to give aligned to Saw Gerrera or an attribute to Saw Gerrera, and he'll know that because Saw is an existing character, that's something I need to be aware of, you know.
Gotcha.
But at the same time, he's done the clever thing, he's done the creative thing, where he's got characters like Cyril, like Dedra, like all the newly created characters, where he basically has carte blanche to make them what they need to be. And honestly, to me, it's no different from telling a historical drama. You know, if you're going to tell a story set in the Civil War, there's landmarks of the Civil War you need to know about, but odds are you're creating someone new that will meet the needs of your story. So, in that regard, like, Andor has been incredibly rewarding. Primarily because the principals are so willing to learn about the space and then basically, enhance it by their creations that they put in that space.
Ferrix is one of the best gifts Star Wars has given us in recent years, in my opinion. Now, the flip side of that is a show like Obi-Wan, where we know a lot about all of the players, but we know less about those events that had to have happened in the interim. So what's the difference there? And did any interesting big questions or challenges come up when you're dealing with that knowledge set versus something like Andor that has more original pieces?
Yeah, Obi-Wan was very much more, what's the phrase, like, dancing between the raindrops of it all, right? It's like there was smaller gaps of free space in there to tell us things we didn't know. And even if we were going to tell us things that we didn't know and that fit, that ultimately, physically and mathematically fit, you are dealing more with a realm that people have imagined, and that people have really built a strong sense of assurance of, I know what happened between these gaps, and so there were a couple of elements that that ultimately gave us the confidence to move forward. Part of that was interfacing with George. Honestly, like, early on, there was a conversation had with George over what his thoughts were. And whether or not, honestly, he'd balk at the whole concept of, we're taking Obi-Wan and Vader again, and we're doing this. And he was 100% supportive. And I've heard tell that it's been one of the favorite things that's come out of Star Wars, is because he recognizes so much of what he did in the prequels basically brought forward and celebrated in a way that I'm sure surprised them. I'm so glad that everyone who was involved in the prequels is really feeling the appreciation that was put into that series, because that's 100% there. But we recognize there were big swings in that series. It's like, we wanted an investment in Leia, which will take people aback. It's like, I hadn't known whether or not Leia and Obi-Wan had interacted in that capacity. But then you find these threads and you find these grains, and it wasn't my pitch, but the various screenwriters that were involved in the project were able to basically show their work. They were able to surface the fact that, when Luke tells Leia that he's there with Ben Kenobi, he doesn't say Obi-Wan Kenobi, he says Ben Kenobi. And Leia reacts to Ben Kenobi with a level of familiarity that kind of opened the door to tell a story of them in their past. And in the same way, like, the line that lingered on a lot of people's minds was Vader in Return of the Jedi telling Luke that Obi-Wan once thought how you did. And the prequels never gave us that quality. So among the filmmakers, among the writers, Stuart Beatty was one of them, really zeroed in on that line and wondered, does that mean that there was a confrontation, a moment where Vader and Obi-Wan conversed, and Obi-Wan was able to express that, I still think, there's good in you, and Vader closes that door. So it's funny. It's like all these pieces were there, but honestly, the biggest reason to do it is that Ewan and Hayden wanted to do it, and they were game, and they wanted to revisit those characters. So how can you say no to that? We'll make it work. We'll find a way to make it work.
Yeah, I say all the time on Full of Sith that, like, one of the great joys of life to me as a Star Wars fan has been seeing the people that were kids when the prequels came out are now, and a lot of people my age were kind of, poo-pooing them, those kids are now of an age where they're, completely able to articulate their level of love in the same way that those of us that grew up with the OT were talking about it for years and years. And I'm like, see, it's generational, you guys. So I really like that Ewan and Hayden were able to come back and like have their moment where they really do appreciate that all of those kids' lives and imaginations were sparked by them. It's a delight for me to see.
Absolutely. And the thing that's happening is now, we've been at this long enough that more and more creatives are joining that were influenced by not the original trilogy, but by what came afterwards. So, the proof is in the pudding. We'll see what people think once The Acolyte comes out. But I could tell you that Leslie Headland is of the prequel and expanded universe generation. Like, she, Heir to the Empire meant as much to her as it did for anyone who was, really being exposed to Star Wars in the 90s in that way. So, we'll see what people see. We'll see what people.
Just a month to go. Just a month to go. I'm hanging by a thread. I'm so excited. Okay, I want to shift gears away from the television and film stuff, because you have penned a lot of things I love in the form of visual guides. And most recently, Dawn of Rebellion came out. These visual guides are like crack to me. I don't know if I've ever told you that. Like, I remember when each of them has come out and I just pore over it like it's a really important and special thing, but it's because they're so thick with information and so many little cool tidbits that may not feel like they have a super amount of gravity to like the film and TV stuff, but they make everything feel more real and important. And I am forever in awe of them. I'm like, this is so much information, and so much stuff that goes into creating one of these. So can you give us kind of a broad strokes rundown of the development process on a book like that, and how long it takes from inception to the day I can actually hold it in my hand, and whether or not you start fresh with each one, or do you have your base document that you're always working from for those?
It's a unusual process for anyone who's written a book, because it doesn't start with a manuscript that's then handed to a publisher. Design and text work hand in hand in a way that this is the only way I've ever. This is very unique to the DK approach, and I think it would be surprising to a lot of people. Basically, I am writing two layouts. I am not writing material that then they turn into a layout. Right. They will create the layout first with 100% Greek text in there, just fake words. And from that, I spy about how many words I need to write about a particular subject. And then I hand it over spread by spread. But before that step begins, I would say it's probably all told, for a typical visual dictionary, visual guide, it's about a year's worth of work. From the initial just idea and broaching the subject to, okay, we could finally, ship this out. And where I like to think that I offer a degree of benefit is that we're dealing with a subject matter that I've been involved with since its early development stages. So if it's a movie, I've been there since day one, at least understanding what the topics of the movie are going to be. And so the earliest stage for me is to basically write an outline. And by outline, I just mean these are the topics we're going to do. And in cases like I'll be as prescriptive as saying page 23 to 24 should be about this. And I know for a fact that imagery of these things exists, right?
Gotcha.
So that there's no wasted energy of me pitching, we should do a spread on this subject, when in reality, that subject has never been photographed.
Right.
There's no imagery to support it, or there's no, the VFX required to fill that spread won't be ready in time. So it's like, we're going to skip that, right? So basically, I send out a document that maps out what each spread's going to be. The folks at DK bless that with publishing, and then begin assembling these sort of skeleton pages with whatever assets they have available. And then they send them to me, and then I write to the layouts, and then they just keep adding it together. And every time there's a mass of pages that I can read from beginning to end, I'll take a look to make sure it doesn't feel too Frankenstein, like too written over the period of of scattered weeks, as opposed to, okay, there's a flow to all this.
Right.
And then ultimately, depending on the subject matter, if it's about a film or TV tie-in, I will also communicate to the filmmaker, and this benefits from having a relationship with them to begin with, saying, hey, this background character, would you mind if I made them this? Or is it okay if I do this with them? And they're like, yeah, I don't care about that guy. Or they might say, no, don't touch that person because I have plans for them. So it's like, okay, that's good to know.
That's my special baby.
Exactly, right. And then depending on the production, I will always try to talk to the costume designer or the prop designers or the creature shop designers, so that I could see whether or not there's any intentionality that they want surfaced. Sometimes that intentionality isn't, doesn't necessarily translate to an end product. It's like, this creature was based on my dog. Okay, I'm not going to turn that into something. But sometimes it does. It's like, oh, we thought this guy was an opera singer. Perfect. I'm going to keep that. This guy's an opera singer. I'll work that into their background. So, and that's honestly a reaction to seeing the way the expanded universe built out movie characters from the original trilogy, when I recognized they didn't have this sort of access. So they would occasionally take missteps. They might misidentify what a background thing was, or name something twice because they looked at two photographs and thought it was two separate things, when in reality it was one. Or, so I'm trying to avoid those kinds of missteps and discoveries by roping in as much of production as I can and capturing it in the pages of a book like that.
I recall seeing you talk about at a con years ago, working on the visual guide for The Force Awakens, and Zuvio initially having much more prominent placement, and kind of it being a really last minute shift where it was like, no, not so much with that. How often do those little surprises pop up?
It's so funny because, like, I hate to say it, but when stuff shows up in early press, 9 times out of 10, it's showing up because it's not important.
Right.
The most important stuff is being kept closer to release, or maybe even after release. But the very first thing that comes out of the gate is usually something that's been blessed by filmmakers to not have a lot of impact, but they recognize, oh, we're going to make a toy of this, or we're going to make a product out of this, right? I remember, like, there was a black R2 unit that shows up in the background of Rogue One.
Yeah.
And it was like the first the first background character to break. And it made so much press. And I'm like, why is everyone reporting on this? And I get it now. It's like, because people are excited. They want to celebrate this movie that's coming out. But they have so little to work on that they turn, a background R2 unit into a news cycle that lasts for a week. And then the movie comes out.
Yeah.
Like, what was that all about, right?
Listen, I bought that Sphero version of that black droid instantly.
So in the case of, poor old Zuvio, it's like he was a practical costume that was on location. So we have great photography of him, and he's a cool and compelling design. And so he showed up early enough in, I think it might have been Empire magazine or something, that first showed him off. And in the absence of anything else, people were like, well, if they're showing this, if they're showing us this early, it's probably because it signifies something important. And it turns out he's in the movie for like 4 frames or something. So, but the flip side of it is then fans celebrate, these random. I don't know what your language. If you need to bleep this out, if you do, I'll give you enough time. They celebrate their glub shittos.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about Star Wars, is like, there are no small roles. Like, every little character gets celebrated in some capacity. And I get it.
Cabe.
Exactly.
I love them all. And I'm going to bring up another one in a little bit. When a creator comes to you with a question as they're working on story or dialogue or whatever, are there ever moments where it's not something where you're like, oh, that's this, where it opens up like a bigger question and you're like, I think we need to have a bigger meeting about this? Does that ever happen?
Occasionally. Usually we capture stuff like that early on, like in the pitch level or the outline level. So I can't think offhand something that appears so late that it's a dialogue edition. We're like, wait, what are you guys doing? What?
Right. This changes everything.
Yeah. But like our discovery is, again, it all depends on your approach, but we use George's approach because he created the thing. It's like Star Wars ultimately is far more elastic than some people may give it credit for. It's you have a couple of things. You have a story that's told across an entire universe, so no one can know, an entire galaxy. No one can know everything, and there are places that weird stuff happens. But second, there's a filter of storytelling. Like there's, I always think that the title card a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away is our Once Upon a Time, and that gets you a lot of storytelling license. Where sometimes if you're surprised by something or it doesn't seem to add up, it's like, well, that was what the storyteller intended, and we'll worry about how it all fits together later down the line.
Okay, we're coming to the end of our time, so I want to ask the really important questions. One of the things that you have done as part of your work, both in like the visual guides and outside of them, is name things. Like big ups for Therm Scissor Punch, talking about our obscure loves. Do you have one of those that is like your favorite name you've come up with for a character or an item?
Oh, that's tough. I mean, Therm is up there just because it's so ridiculous, right? Yeah, I don't have a go-to one because it'll probably change with every project that comes along. There was one I seem to remember calling some background creature on Pisana and Okie Pokey, which is like, come on, what the hell? What was I thinking? But there's certain areas and avenues where you're allowed to be pretty crazy, and there are certain areas where I doubt I would call a Dark Lord back, but if it's
that would be sort of brilliant.
Oh, you know what? Which one I like is the Versimillipede, which was a ridiculous one. The Versimillipede is this critter that started off on Scarif, climbing up a tree, and then ultimately got moved off of Scarif during the making of Rogue One. It was a creature that kept kind of getting bumped out of shots, and then it finally landed in one shot on Jeddah. It didn't have a name. It didn't make sense to call it Scarif Tree Creature, which was its production name,
right?
For it crawling on Jeddah. And then I just remembered that one of the keywords that John Knoll would always bring up when it came to the effects approach, the ILM approach of Rogue One, was to capture the verisimilitude of the scene. So it's like, well, this is a verisimilipede. That's what that is.
I love it. It's like a little kiss to the whole thing.
Yeah.
And then finally, have you ever been stumped in that situation? Have you ever been like, I'm blocked. I don't know what this thing is.
Oh yeah. Just like, give me time.
Right.
Because sometimes like a name will, and I do this, I keep a name notebook finally. It took me years to figure out how to do this, where if I'm reading non-Star Wars stuff and a name will come up, like usually it's coming out of reading historical fiction. I'm like, wow, that is a great name. I'm gonna hold on to that, because odds are if I slice it, dice it, kind of basically put it through the Star Wars name food processor, it'll come out the other side, and it'll have a weight of reality, of verisimilitude, of of it won't seem as manufactured because it came from someplace else.
Just start calling everything like really boring Earth names. That's just Chris. I don't know. That's just Chris. That's just Jeff. I don't know. It's just Jeff. Pablo, thank you so much for spending this time with us today. We're always delighted to have you on Full of Sith. And of course, for the Podathon and Make-A-Wish, it's just an extra treat to have you. So many, many thank yous. Merci mille fois.
My pleasure. And we'll do this again sometime.
Okay. Well, welcome back to Podathon 24. We are coming down the home stretch. We're almost. You're hiding.
I'm right here with my twin brother.
when Greg Grunberg comes in, guys, you're going to understand why we said Chewbacca. We're not going to tell you why, but why we have Chewbacca sitting with us right now. Chewbacca, it's important that he's here. And guys, listen, we had to go classic with the helmets. I don't know if you've been paying attention. The helmets changing all day long, but they have been, and we've tried to kind of theme it if we can, where we can. But we're just old school.
We're doing it for you. Like, that's why we're here. We're doing it for you.
And you're doing it for the kids.
And you're doing it for the kids. Ipso facto, we're all doing it.
It all works out. It all works out. And listen, we are at $4,480. I'm taking $7,500 off the table unless there's a deep pocketed benefactor out there that wants to do something. But we are we have one big interview left. Well, two, if you count the person who's waiting to join us in the back room in just a second. But we have one more interview, and then we have prizes. Sunday.
That's it.
So we're at $4,480 right now. I know. Shoot for 5,000. Do the best you can. Donate if you're watching. If you've been watching all day long with us, hanging out with us, hearing the Make-A-Wish story, and you haven't donated, and you're able to donate, what are you doing?
Couch cushions. Dig through them. Run out to the car. Scoop out your change compartment. It used to be the ashtray because back in the old days, people smoked in their car. They had ashtrays.
Disgusting.
Then at some point, you didn't do that, so you put all your coins in there. Now cars don't come with ashtrays, but you've got a cup holder. You've got some change floating around somewhere. Run out there and grab it. Make a $10 donation to Make-A-Wish, whatever it is that you can do. Or text somebody and you're like, yeah, I don't really have it, but I know this guy and he's got some cash.
Right.
Send them a message.
Yep.
Tell them to
if he wins a prize, he's gonna go, well, Nick told me to do this.
What am I supposed to do?
I don't care about Star Wars. I'm much more of a Downton Abbey person.
That's right.
And winning a helmet from the Nuo Novo does nothing for me. I'm going to give it to my buddy Nick, who told me I should donate.
All around.
Winners for everywhere. But there was something else I was going to add to that, but I can't recall what it was.
We're at 4502.
Thank you. That's what I was going to go.
We're at home.
$4,500. If we can get $500 when Greg Grunberg joins us in a couple minutes. But before Greg joins us, I'm going to ask our next guest to see how much pressure she is willing to put on our audience here and see what we can do. I'm going to bring her in right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Christina Ariel.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
One of our favorite people in all of Star Wars.
Hi,
How
friends.
are you?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
Yes. We watched you yesterday selling stuff on eBay.
Did you?
Yes.
I had so much fun.
It was awesome.
So Nick and I are here in New Jersey together. We watched The Phantom Menace together yesterday. Made sure that we checked you and Carboni. Hey, you know what? Can you tell Carboni that we want him on Around the Galaxy?
Yeah, we got to make it happen.
Give him a call for us, all right?
I would like to put forth something for your audience.
Okay, please.
If you all make donations right now, I am going to find an artist and I am going to commission and put on the internet for your enjoyment Thrawn John Silver.
Yep. Worth it.
I know artists. I got people.
She knows people.
I know people who are talented and can draw, and they are not me because that is not my blessing. This is not my ministry.
Thrawn John
we're gonna
Silver
bring
brilliant.
It's fantastic.
Listen, it's the crossover that I deserve. It's the crossover that the fandom deserves. And I think that you all should make donations also because Make-A-Wish is a wonderful foundation. Also, did you know that John Cena holds the record for the most Make-A-Wish wishes granted?
Yes.
And I think that's so cool. I think about that a lot.
He is Mr. Make-A-Wish. We're number 2, but John Cena's number 1. So we're trying our best here. But when we have people like you come on, it's just bumping us up that ladder. We're climbing.
I mean, you guys are it's just like, hey, friend, can you come by and do this thing? And I'm like, okay, let's go.
How did you spend your May the 4th today? What did you do today?
I went to the park with my kids.
There you go.
And then we went to Jersey Mike's.
You know, that's like a lot of people celebrate by going to a movie, Star Wars movie, maybe drinking some blue milk, but you did the family version, and that's awesome. I love it. Jersey
He
Mike
said Thrawn Cena in the comments. He said Thrawn
Who said it?
Cena.
Who said it?
Where is it?
Let's bring it up.
T.W. McKay. He said new idea. Thrawn Cena.
There
There it is.
Oh,
we both, of course, hit it at the same exact time. Thrawn Cena.
Wikipedia is jumping in. They said if people donate now, I will find someone to draw that.
Yep.
Yes.
We're
all
gonna
right.
make these things happen.
Yep. Get some donations rolling.
We're at 45.23. We were shooting for 7,500, but you know what? We're going to lower our expectations. Hey, listen. You know, I'll tell you what, Christina, because not only was this May the 4th, it was a great, like, the weather around the country was beautiful. People were having fun. People were out. We're going to keep the donations open for a couple days after the event, so maybe we'll push up a little bit. But let's hit 5,000 before we're done with our next interview. You know who our next interview is?
It's Greg Grunberg. And I
Yeah,
was
it
like,
is.
oh, I know you guys are going to kick me out, but I was like, I want to hang out. It's all good. It's all good. I know. They're here for the Greg.
Greg is the man. Greg is the man. But I have to ask you, and if you didn't, I'm going to make sure that you get a copy of it. Did you catch the High Republic roundtable that we had this morning? We didn't have
I
it.
did not.
Okay, so this morning we had Becca Benjamin and Mark Suter from Tarkin Top Shelf, who I'm sure you're very familiar with.
You had
They
me at Becca Benjamin.
Yeah,
Yep, exactly. Sold.
They had Michael Siglain, Tessa Grattan, Lydia Kang, and Zoraida Cordova talking High Republic for like an hour on Podathon. And I was thinking, where's Christina? She's got to be loving this. But if you didn't catch it, we'll send it to you. We'll make sure you catch it because you'll love it.
Oh, please do. I would love to see that. I love those people so much.
And are you what's next for Christina right now? I know is there when's the next High Republic show?
I have something coming up. This is not High Republic, but I have something coming up that you should keep your eyes out for. And it's already been announced, but I haven't been announced in the thing that's going to be announced. So you have to wait for it, but it's coming in about, I don't know, on the 19th.
The 19th. Excellent. Okay.
So just watch for that. I'm going to Ohio. I'm going to do the McElroy's Champions Grove. It's like a D&D in a castle in Ohio.
Look at that.
Nice.
That's cool.
Nice.
So I'm going to get a Barks Red Cream soda and some Grippos, and I'm probably going to have some Skyline chili. I'm super excited about the Skyline chili. But yeah, so it's the dream, really.
You got to be careful in Ohio, though. They put chili on spaghetti. It becomes a whole.
They
other
do?
thing.
I lived in Covington, Kentucky. I am well aware.
Yeah,
you can go to
you're close enough
to
to
a
Cincinnati.
Frisch's
You know
Big
what's
Boy.
happening.
Even at
Yeah.
Frisch's Big Boy, you go and you can get your spaghetti put on top of it. Skyline chili, you can get it done. All those places, it's great.
Amazing.
That is wild. Yeah. So, do you on a serious note though? Do you have a message for people about other than long Thrawn silver? We need that, and I'm here for it. But do you have any words of wisdom for people about donating?
I do. I think that we all know that the world can be very, very dark every single solitary day, and it's very, very heavy. And sometimes we feel helpless and as if there's nothing that we can do. But the thing that we can do is that we can help in the different ways that we can. We can donate our time. We can donate our money. We can help to put a smile on the face of children. Like, there's suffering everywhere right now. And if we can bring joy to some children and just alleviate some of that for them, like just to be that light for them. Like at this time, we have to be the light for each other. We can be mad about a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of kindness that we can put towards each other. And I think it's important that we remember that every single solitary day, because like being nice to one person can change a whole lot. So be nice, donate, help. That's what we can do.
That's perfect. And we've said it a lot of times today during the day, and that is that you may think that $10 donation isn't a lot, but it is. For Make-A-Wish especially, that $10 goes to a bus ticket or goes to buying a snack at Disney World or something. It's going to make a difference in a kid's life. So and you're right, it doesn't take much. It's about it's about just being, just looking inside and looking for the light and sharing it where you can, right?
Yep.
So, well,
I mean, I don't know what else to say. There's no way to follow that up other than I'm going to raise my glass of blue milk to you, to all of our friends that are watching tonight. Thank you for being so amazing. Thank you for supporting not only Podathon, but Star Wars fans. You're one of us. You're out there doing it, and we love you for it. So cheers, and may the 4th be with you.
And also with you.
Thank you so much, Christina. We will talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Good luck,
ya.
and thanks for having me.
Thank you. Long Thrawn Silver, man. We need that. I didn't think I could live without that until she said it, and now I realize that's what I need.
That's it. Every time.
What do you have, a hook?
Thrawn-Cena.
Thrawn-Cena. Do you think you'd have a hook, or do you think you'd have a peg leg? What are you thinking for Thrawn? I'm thinking peg leg, especially with that limp
peg
from
leg,
Ahsoka.
for sure.
Yeah.
It's because it's slow, it's measured. He's gonna
very
take his
methodical.
time with it.
Yeah.
For sure. Peg leg. You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah. So, guys, we are at $4,523. We are
we're at $4,543.
Oh, another 20.
Yep, another
Nice.
20 rolling in.
Awesome. Listen, guys, you have until the end of the Greg Grunberg interview, which is coming up in just a few moments, to donate and have a chance to win a $350 Genuo Novo helmet. I don't know the price of the other things, but the Regal Robot stuff, a priceless, and probably priceless because it's stuff you can only get from the Lucasfilm store. Gift pack, a number of books, some signed stuff, a Vanessa Marshall Hera Syndulla signature. We have more stuff coming. So this will be the last interview conversation of the day, but it won't be the last time you see us because we got some stuff to give away. But we can only give it away if you donate.
That's right. And if you just need to remember, Greg's coming on. Chewie's on this table for a reason.
Yes.
Lock it in your memory. Here we go.
Here we go.
Well, friends, we have done it. We've made it to the end of the day. And on a personal note, I just want to say thank you to the entire Podathon team for all of the hard work they've done putting this day together. Thank you to all of the shows that have participated and all of the amazing guests that have joined us because it's been so cool. And also, thank you to each and every one of you who have donated and who've hung out with us today because it's really been a blast. So thank you for having me be a part of it. All right. Back to business, though. This year, we have heard from so many amazing guests, but we are not quite done yet. Nick and Pete are back with an episode of ATG Live to wrap up this amazing day. Helping us put a bow on this day filled with generosity is the one and only Greg Grunberg, Mr. Snap Wexley himself. Greg joins the guys to talk about charity and fandom, why giving back is so important to him, and he even shares a wild on-set story from The Rise of Skywalker, so you might want to buckle up, baby. It's time for Greg Grunberg and ATG Live on Podathon 2024.
We at the Talk About It company are so proud to be part of the epilepsy community. I am very proud to be a caregiver amongst an amazing community of caregivers. You know who you are. I am very proud of all the work we do here at Talk About It on the podcast and at talkaboutitonvideo.com. It is a community like ours that has an energy field created by all
living things. It surrounds us, it penetrates us, it binds the galaxy together.
Sound familiar? Happy May the 4th, and may the Force be with all of us.
All right, well, that was it. That was Greg Grunberg. No, we are absolutely kidding. We'll be right back with Greg Grunberg.
Well, welcome to ATG Live, a special Podathon edition of ATG Live. It is May the 4th. We are celebrating all day with Podathon, raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. This is the 4th annual Podathon. We are having tons of fun. You're watching stuff all throughout the day, amazing guests, creators, and most importantly, raising money for Make-A-Wish. So, Pete, we're here. It's ATG Live time. There's been a lot of work that's gone into this. We are having a good time. How are you feeling?
I'm good. This is our last interview of the day. And then after this, we're going to be giving away a lot of really fun stuff with our friend Jordan Hembrow. But let's not keep our guests waiting. Why don't we bring in Mr. Snap Wexley himself? There he is. What's going on?
Oh, Snap Wexley back from the dead.
Is he dead? Is he? Are we sure?
I don't know. I mean, when you
Nobody's
see an
on
explosion-
camera.
Yeah, exactly. You see an explosion and Poe yelling "snap." I mean, you kind of think. And
no one's ever really gone.
I've told you this story before, but for people that haven't heard the story, was, you know, JJ is my best friend. JJ is best friend in the whole world since we were 5 years old, and he said to me, you know, "Oh, look at this. Look at this. I mean, that's who's calling me."
Oh, okay.
And guess what?
No way.
Guess
Put
what?
him on. Put him on.
I am not going to call. I'm not going to take that call.
Look at that. You heard it here first. Podathon ranked over
That
JJ
is
Abrams.
pretty
Just
good.
one moment.
So
He knew you were talking
amazing.
about him.
yeah, exactly. His ears were ringing. So no, he, you know, when he broke the news to me that he had the chance to do this, and I was like, oh my God, we're freaking out, right? And then we were talking about it. We talk every day, and then he tells me that he's actually going to be doing Star Wars, and he says, I think I have something cool for you, or whatever. And then over the course of, you know, when we were about to do the second film, episode 9, I remember him saying to me, all right, this is going to be really cool, and you're going to die. And I was like, no, I'm not dying. No. And so it was an argument between the two of us, because I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? And then he told me this is going to be the last one. He's not going to do anything else, probably. You know what I mean? Never say no.
Right,
but
sure.
And I was like, well, if you're not involved, then okay, I get it. But I love Star Wars so much. I said I couldn't believe that, you know, that first of all, getting the opportunity, but it was a battle. Now we're working on this new show called Duster. We just wrapped first season, 8 episodes for Max. And same thing. He's like, all right, so and I'm not going to tell you, you know, whether I do die or not, but it was the same thing. It's like people tend to love, like they're like, oh, it's Greg Grunberg. Oh, you'd never. So there's this like love for my characters, that they write these great characters, and then they're the ones that you'll be most disappointed. They could, you know.
It sounds like JJ's trying to Sean Bean you in every way that he can.
That's exactly right.
I was just going to say, stay off of Game of Thrones, man. Stay away from George R.R. Martin. He's the same thing. Maybe it's the 2 letters back to back, R.R. Martin, J.J. Abrams. I don't know.
Yeah, Greg Grunberg. I have 4 G's in my name, so I'm doomed.
Oh, yeah. Now it all makes sense, Greg. Now it all makes sense.
Exactly. Hey, but by the way, before we go on, how are you guys? What's going on?
Man, it's been crazy. So since we had you on last, we've created this Thursday night live show, which is ATG Live, which we do usually, but we're doing it here tonight on Podathon. Yep. We're good. We're just, you know, we're loving bringing the Star Wars news, and you know, the Star Wars community it gets a bad rap, right? A lot of people say things like nobody hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans, but the reality is there's so many great people that we have the opportunity to talk to on a regular basis, and just this, and that's kind of the whole thing around Podathon too, is it's community. It's this great community of people, whether it's, you know, people who we see on the big screen like yourself, or people behind the scenes, or friends of ours who Nick and I have become best friends, and we've only met a couple times because we've met through Star Wars, and that's just so important and so great.
And you guys are living in different prisons, so it's hard for
that's true. That is true.
That's right.
Look, I will, whenever you ask, I'm on. I mean, this is the thing, the opportunity to become friendly with guys like you and that are sincere, that are really nice. I mean, everybody. I haven't met, although it's so funny that you say that, because every so often, I was just at a quinceañera, right? A good friend of ours had a double quinceañera.
Nope.
And his twins, and so it was like a quinceañera and a quinceañero, which guys usually, I guess, boys usually don't have it, but I mean, you have twins anyway. It was so beautiful, and my buddy Dennis, he's the dad. It was incredible. Yeah. And I'm sitting there, and the pediatrician for his kids, he has 7 kids. Guy was so nice and so sweet. And he's like, hey, by the way, I know who you are. And all these people are coming over and asking for pictures. It's like so sweet. And he goes, I know who you are. And I'm like, oh, you're a genius. You figured it out. And he goes, and then he goes, what's going on? What happened with episode 8? I hated it. It was the worst. Like, everybody has a strong opinion. And then I've heard the opposite. And then I've heard, you know, it's exactly right. And I think it's because Star Trek's the same thing. These people are really smart. It's a very personal thing. It's a personal thing for me. I grew up with this. Yeah. And you know, and it's the mythology and the lore, and like thinking where the characters could go, where they came from, agreeing and disagreeing with the story. I don't know. It's the best. I'd rather
Yeah.
be a part of something, and I obviously had a small part, but I'd rather be a part of something that evokes that kind of reaction and emotion and intelligence than be a part of something where it's like, what was that? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I'd almost forgot about that. It's just important. It's important.
It's a great point. And I think that's just, and I like to believe that the majority of the people who come in hot on Rise of Skywalker or Force Awakens or Last Jedi, it's because this means so much to them. And it's, I mean, honestly, I have strong opinions on a lot of it, but I also, the other big difference is, and it's funny that the pediatrician came in hot with you on a Star Wars movie.
Now, I got to tell you, he was 3-4 drinks in.
Fair, which is usually where I start. And like Nick and I have this sort of mantra is like, you don't have to like something, but you're not allowed to be an asshole about it. Right. That's the basic simple thing that we try to go with. And I see it all. I mean, I wear Star Wars shirts all the time. I hand out podcast stickers and I tell people and it is funny. You do get people who, some of them are like, so what do you think? What did you think of the sequels? Where do you stand on those? And it's interesting.
The litmus test. You're waiting to see where is this conversation going to go.
And when you have the conversation and you realize they think they didn't enjoy it or they think they loved it, but they haven't had a chance to talk about it with somebody who gets it. Because I mean, let's face it. I mean, my wife right now, she's in the other room. She doesn't care about Star Wars, but somebody who cares about Star Wars needs somebody to talk to about it. And that's why we're so glad that we can do this sort of thing.
Yeah, no, it's very, very cool. I love it. And, today is a very busy day. I mean, it's, I get asked to do a ton of stuff. You guys are in the top of my list. I know, I'm hoping that you save the best for last, but
absolutely.
Well, we're always thankful you're back. We are, we're going to get to some Star Wars. I know you've got a story we want you to tell us here in a little bit. But we're doing this for Make-A-Wish. This is the 4th year that we're doing Podathon, raising money for Make-A-Wish.
Now,
let me talk about it. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm cutting you off. Okay, with the Chewbacca beard. I'm cutting you off. Here we go. So I just want to say how much I love Make-A-Wish. Yeah. So I have a band. Where's my band stuff? I don't have any band stuff here, but called the Action Figures.
Mm-hmm.
And in that band is Scott Grimes, Adrian Pazdar. We've had a million other people guest and come into the band, but Nick Marzak, Brad Savage, a bunch of people. But we have people coming and going, and it's we're action figures, so we're on stage. Everybody has an action figure, right, on stage. So, but we got asked to do the Make-A-Wish Foundation gala in LA, and it was so great. And now we're getting inquiries from all. Make-A-Wish is a massive organization. They do so much good work. So I'm so glad that when you told me before, I was like, yeah, that's smart. That's real. Outside of epilepsy, which is my big cause, which we'll talk about.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm so happy that you're doing that. How did you guys get hooked up with them?
So 4 years ago during pandemic, me and a couple other podcasters, we said, right now charities were getting hammered, right? In 2020, that same year, we also did something for Toys for Tots. It was one of those things where I don't know. And it's not in any way meant to, I mean, look, you do a lot with charity too. And it's, when you talk about it, sometimes you feel kind of strange because you feel like you're kind of humble bragging. But the reality is we said we need to do something for charity, and we had because we did podcasts, because we did live streaming, we had a platform. We just talked about it before. We had made friends across the internet, across the country, across the world, and we said, let's see what we can do. The first year we raised about $5,000. Last year we raised over $15,000. So every year it's getting a little bit bigger, a little bit brighter, and it just, again, I was talking to somebody at a party the other day, and it's just a matter of just give a little bit. And that's the same thing. If anybody who's watching this, what they don't realize, if you think, well, a $10 donation doesn't do anything, it does a lot because all of those donations add up. As I spoke this week to one of our partners at Make-A-Wish, and they reminded me, and this is a number that kills me, and it's true. Make-A-Wish grant a wish on the average every 33 minutes, and they're able to grant a wish. But a kid is diagnosed with a life-changing illness every 20 minutes, which means that they are constantly playing catch up. And then the other big and important thing for me is that 9 out of 10 doctors, they did a study, 9 out of 10 doctors said that a Make-A-Wish makes a difference in that fight. So your $10, your $20, your $50,
yeah,
you can't measure what that means. And it's not always just sending kids to Disney World or to Hawaii. It's a bike. It's a PlayStation. It
And
makes
by the
a
way,
difference.
whatever that is, it lets them know, this is what my thing is all about. We'll talk about it, that they're not alone, that there are people that care, that there's others going through it, that there's compassion out there. And also it lets the caregivers know. I'm doing a series called the Caregiver Series. If you go to thecaregiverseries.com, I'm traveling around the country and I'm taking caregivers out for a day of care, right? I partnered with Jazz Pharmaceuticals Supports, talk about it, my podcast, and they've been amazing. And it's like a real show. I host it, but I'm so proud of it because, you know, when you sit, there's a shorthand that you have with another caregiver. And just like Make-A-Wish, when I see that somebody donated $10 is easier to donate than $100, $1,000, $10,000. But when you see that, it's so easy that other people are like, oh, it takes the onus where you're like, oh, it's okay to donate $10. Then 20,000 people donate $10, and now you got 200 grand. So it's like, I think I did the math right, but that's really great. I mean, I think it's awesome. So,
and for me, and just to add on to that, talking about Make-A-Wish, one of my best friends here in Alabama, his daughter suffers from Rett syndrome, and she's a recipient of Make-A-Wish. And not only, and I love that I've watched some of your caregiver videos, they tear me up every time, but like my friend Matt, like he and his wife, and Violet has a brother. And so they were also recipients of that Make-A-Wish because, like you said, it's not just, you know, the child receiving the wish, but it's the caregivers, it's the family, somebody like a brother who's there in the background, loving, supporting, doing what brothers do, but don't always necessarily get the attention because there's someone else going through something. And so it's so powerful. And so to be able to know, you know, people that we're connected to that have had these experiences and been affected by this, that just makes it that much more powerful.
And also, you know, that you're affecting a person's life. A lot of these charities, you know, look, Make-A-Wish has costs like everyone else, and they've got to take care of their costs. But in addition to that, you know that your money is actually helping. Our band, we got asked, it was through a friend. Chris Kelly was a member of the band. He's an incredible guy. And I think it came through Chris. Somebody at his church or something found out that there was a Make-A-Wish. There was a child who had to make a wish, and they don't grant international wishes, Make-A-Wish. So if you want to go to Europe, that's not a wish that they can do for various reasons. It's not the money. It's just, And so we said, and that girl was a big fan of the band. So we were like, okay. And so she was having a party. I remember it was at Shakey's at pizzeria, and they were like, okay, can somebody stop by? And we were like, yes, no problem. Here's what we did. We all stopped by. We all walked in, and one at a time we walked in, and she was like, what's going on? And all these celebrities walking in, and she knows we're part of the band, right? And we were like, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. And then we sang happy birthday to her. And then we said, so here's the thing. We know that you want to go to Europe. Good news, bad news. The good news is you're going to Europe. And she was like, oh my God, what? And we're like, the bad news is you also have to endure one of our concerts. And we sent her a limo, and her mom and her friends came to one of our shows. And then she also got to go to Europe, got to go to London. It was amazing. And it was all, you know, for us, it was part of, you know, we raised money for charity. So it was great. You know, we gave some of the money to them directly, and they did it. But to have that, to know that you're affecting a family. It's really important, not just throwing it at hoping that they'll find a cure for something. You know, that's important too.
Sure.
But it's just wonderful to know there's going to be somebody who actually gets a wish, by the way.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
And speaking of those wishes, anybody that's watching right now, go to thepodathon.com, scan that QR code that's right there in the corner of the screen. Go donate. Help us out. That's what we've been doing all day. That's what we're doing through the rest of the night. We're going to give prizes away in a little bit. It's not too late. Jump in there, share it with a friend, send it to your grandmother, whoever you can. Jump in there. Send some more folks some wishes. Help us out.
Exactly. And for you old fogies who don't know how to use a QR code, bit.ly/Podathon24.
Look at that. That's a pro right there.
Come on.
Perfect. Perfect. Well,
So
let's talk a little.
My dad would be like, "What?
Yeah. What are those dots on the screen there? I can't make it
Going
out.
like this, like trying to get off.
Can I tap on that?
Right. I'm trying to press the button. I can't make it work. So tell us a little bit talk about it. I again, another really amazing cause.
Thank you. Yeah. So Jake, our oldest son, we have 3 boys, and Jake is 27 now, and he's doing great. I mean, he works at Bad Robot with JJ's godfather and godparents, JJ and Katie, but he's second-degree Taekwondo, black belt. He's got a great girlfriend, Morgan, and all of his life. He's just living his best life. He's doing great, and he has epilepsy. Mm-hmm. And when he was 7, he started having seizures. We went through what I call the car wash and the roller coaster of this. He's had 2 brain surgeries. He's taking medication that's saving his life, and but it's he's an example of someone who's living well with it. A lot of people aren't, but a lot of people are experiencing what we experienced a few times, which is just feeling alone and not having a voice, not realizing that 3+ million people just in the US alone, 65 million people around the world are dealing with seizures and epilepsy. And so you hear that number and it's like, okay, but when you need something tangible, you need somebody. I took it upon myself to be that face of epilepsy as much as I can, remove the stigma. It's scary to see someone have a seizure, but at the same time, if you know what to do, you turn them on their side, you make sure they're not scraping their head against the ground. The seizure's going to stop. And if it doesn't stop after 2.5 minutes, call the paramedics, but never stick anything in their mouth ever. Mm-hmm. All of these messages are on our podcast. I do a podcast called Talk About It. And I also have and videos from every celebrity you can ever imagine. Everybody I've worked with, from Lady Gaga, Jennifer Garner, Harrison Ford. Everybody's affected by this. I just had Lake Bell on the podcast. Her daughter has epilepsy, and Josh Duhamel was just hosting the walk here in LA. He has a family member affected, and it's just unfortunate, but fortunate that we can bond together. We can come together. Another thing, by the way, I want to say is that these communities that are like Star Wars is so strong. Like the fan base gets behind a cause. Star Trek, they get behind a cause, man. It's amazing. So I'm trying to harness the power of all that celebrity. As bullshit as it is, it's important. It grabs attention, to get people and eyeballs. So if you go to talkaboutitonvideo.com, you'll see all the videos. You'll see all your favorite people asking these questions and then doctors answering them, or go to thecaregiverseries.com and see these videos. But Talk About It it's been really great. And this I made these hats up, because this was our team at the walk. To talk about it, and then it's got the the URL on the side. But it's great, and we raise awareness, we remove stigma, we don't ask for any money, unlike you clowns that are asking for money. No, and we support, and now we're branching off into other causes and other things. We're doing autism, we're doing Alzheimer's, cancer, whatever. We just had all these people. Efren Ramirez was just in. Howie Mandel was just in. I'm getting these celebrities in to do the podcast. They're doing PSAs for me to talk about rescue meds, to talk about all the stuff that's important in any condition. But then we talk about stuff that's important to them. And so like Howie went off on AFib. He's got AFib. We talk this, and it's just great. It's Talk About It. It's been a great platform, and it's really exploding with the help of guys like you that are helping me get the word out. So
well, we're happy to, and I've worked in healthcare before, and I think what's really unique about what you're doing with Talk About It is, again, you can also tie it in a way to Make-A-Wish, in that you're supporting the support group, because I think that's the thing. I mean, right now, without TMI, we're dealing with stuff with parent age stuff, right?
Yeah, so am I.
And that support group that we need to support that, like, just to keep ourselves from losing our minds, right? To feel like, hey, we're not the only ones going through this. It's
by the way, I just saw, and I know this is not time to be funny, but you just reminded me of something. There's a comedian. I don't know who he is. I'm going to butcher, but I saw it on social media today. It was so funny. He was like, do you remember when your kids were like really, really little, and then your parents came over and they were like, oh, we'll watch them for a little bit. He said, when grandparents come over and watch the little kids, it's like somebody returning to a job they haven't done in 35 years and going, oh yeah, I used to do this. No. And you're like, no. Everything's different, and they're like, feed them sugar, do this, do that.
Yeah.
It was just so funny, but it's interesting because my mom has early onset and my dad is 92 this year. And this is a whole other level of caregiving that everybody relates to. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but it's tough. It's a whole new thing where you go, wait, roles are being reversed here.
Yep. And
there needs to be tons of understanding. There needs to be talk about talking about it. Like we need to be able to have open dialogue with our spouse, with our siblings, because our cousins or aunts and uncles, everybody needs to have compassion, slow down. No, you're not right. I'm not right. It's like, how is the care gonna, it's brutal, man.
And the stress of the caregiver, whether it's an epilepsy parent or a cancer kid patient, parent, or taking care of a parent, there's something to be said to be able to just sort of sit down and, talk about it, which is just such a brilliant name to go with on all that stuff. So,
So,
but love it. That's
well,
great.
and I want to ping on something that you talked about too, Greg. You said, these communities, Star Wars, Star Trek, they respond when there's causes, when there's things. I'd love your insight. Why do you think it is? What do you think it is about fandom communities that respond in this way when there's causes going on?
I think because it elongates the love you have for something common, like some commonality. I really do believe that. We all want to be a part of something.
Sure.
And it's, I just recently lost a guy that I really consider to be he was a friend, and I never met him in person, but he lived, he lives somewhere else. I had he and his wife on the podcast, and I just fell in love with him and his family and everything. And unfortunately he just passed away, but we bonded over stuff, and he was like, God, you're so different. You're this liberal, crazy guy out there, and I'm like, what does that have? Who cares what I think? We're all, and so there's something that binds us, right? And our love for Star Wars, our love for Star Trek, but it's also not just a love for, it's a love for what it means. It's a love for hope. And there's so many messages and so many things that thematically we hope affect our lives and stuff. And when we all respond to it, we may disagree on the story, but we're responding to the message. And we can all agree on the message, and we all love a good ending and hate a bad ending and want hope. And so it's when you give another reason for that glue to stay together longer, I think that's why people are like, hey, and also you want to be a part of something that actually makes a difference.
Right.
Yeah. Today, all we're doing is separating each other and hating on each other, and it's us versus them. And it's being reinforced so that people get power, and they're using us as pawns. It's like we all love Star Wars. Hey, we can all make a difference because we all came together, because we all met. That's what it's all about, man.
Yeah.
It's great.
I think that's a great observation. I think the communities, that's what the word community means, right? You're coming together for something.
Yeah.
So we've said the word Star Wars and the words Star Trek. I have to ask, you're the only actor I can think of off the top of my head who's been in both Star Wars and Star Trek. I'm sure.
No.
Am I missing?
Pegg.
I'm probably missing some really obvious.
Oh yeah, Simon Pegg.
Simon Pegg, right?
Deep Roy has been in both.
Oh, right.
But these people have not necessarily been in both without prosthetics.
Correct.
That's the thing I told Simon. I was like, Simon, no.
It doesn't.
Deep cuts people know, but dude, come on. Now, I didn't write a Star Trek. The guy is so much more talented than I am, but I'm still. No, there are a few people, but I seem to be the bearing the torch of that so proudly. But always people are like, what's your favorite? If you could pick between one, and it's like, give me a break, man. What's my latest residual check? Which one was that from? Okay, I love them.
Today's
equally.
favorite.
I love them equally. I really do. I mean, I have to say, I was not a giant Star Trek fan growing up. I just wasn't. That wasn't, so it was very intimidating when I go to these, like my band is playing Star Trek convention in August. We're going back. We played last year, and they asked us to play again in Vegas, and it's amazing. The first time that I got asked to go to a convention and then host, I had to interview Shatner, and I was like, oh my God. I was like, what? I don't know these. I don't know enough. And Wheaton, Will was like, dude, just ask one question and then get the fuck out.
Yep.
Because Bill will just talk. And in the best
Bill's
way.
got it.
Bill's got it. Bill's got it. Like, drop the mic into his hand and you're good. And that's exactly what happened. But also, don't admit that you know anything more than you do. When someone says, you know, oh, remember that thing and the thing. If you don't remember, it's okay with these, you know, with these canons to go, people come up to me and they're like, you know, your mom was such a great pilot. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, and then I have to research it and look it up. You know, it's okay to not, you know as much as other people. Don't pretend, you know?
Right.
And the communities are sweet. They'll guide you through it, you know?
Yes.
It's yeah, I mean, but come on. Yeah, Dr. Bones, you had to have, you know.
I know. Well, there's
or Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones. See, I'm a Star Wars guy, and I
you don't even get it either.
I know. I was gonna let it go, but
he was gonna let you slide, Pete. Good job.
But you know, the entire Podathon, people are gonna start asking for refunds on their donation.
That's right. He didn't know who Mr. Bones was.
Can I tell my Star Wars story?
Star Trek, Dr. Bones. Yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah. Speaking of Star Wars, you have a story for us. We have talked to you before. You're on a couple of years ago. We had a lot of fun. Tell us this story, because I've heard part of this and I'm ready to hear the whole thing.
Okay, this is insane. My son, who was the inspiration, I'm just going to plug away.
Yes.
My son, who was the inspiration for Dream Jumper, my graphic novels, book 1 and 2.
You get them on Amazon right now, right? I me they're still there on Amazon.
Oh, no,
right?
no.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go get them. Go.
Scholastic put it out. It's about
my
a kid.
son loves it. My son freaking loves it.
Yes.
I'm so glad. Yeah, it's about a kid who's able to jump in and out of his friends' dreams and save them from their nightmares. Stuff's happening with the books. I can't talk about it, but I'm so excited about it. Anyway, so the main character's name is Ben, and my son Ben is the one who had this nightmare, and it all started from there. Anyway, so I'm shooting episode 9, and it's Christmas time, and everybody's on vacation. And I decided this is the perfect time to bring my family had never been to Europe. My wife and I had, but my boys hadn't. So I said, okay, let's go over to London. So they came over. We were shooting at Pinewood. And so we came over there. I didn't realize, I mean, of course, when they came over, we're seeing all the sites and going around London, and it's just great. And then I said, okay, we're going to go out to Pinewood. We're going to go to the stages. And they're like, oh, this is going to be great. You know, so we get there. And as soon as we check in, they're like, all right, so no one's here right now. So no photos, right? You can't have your phones. And we were like, okay. And this head of security said, I'll take you guys around. So he takes us around. He takes us on stage. As soon as they get on stage and he closes the door, he goes, can I have a picture? And I was like, what? nicest guy you can imagine, right? So he was just so sweet, showed us everywhere. And one of the things he showed us was the Falcon, and he showed us the cockpit is separate on the Falcon. So I've told the story of JJ JJ was already shooting, but I was walking through the Millennium Falcon, not allowed to have my phone. Meanwhile, I've got my phone out. I'm like, what are you gonna tell me? I'm JJ's best friend. What are you gonna say? And I was shooting. It was just like that, you know, Chewie, we're home moment for me. I was like, this is incredible. Anyway, so it was all dark, and it's not very impressive. When the Falcon's impressive, we took pictures in there and everything. But then the cockpit is separate. It's off the ground, and it's all wide open. So it's just a bunch of, you know, it's the inside is all there, you know. And having flown an X-Wing, I can tell you, things are held together with rubber cement. Things are falling apart. I mean, it's like it's what you expect, right? But it's really impressive. Anyway, he says, no, you boys have to go up there. They got to sit in the cockpit. So, okay, so he gets a ladder, and it goes off, gets a ladder, brings it over, and says, all right, boys, get up there. They all climb up, and now they're in the cockpit. And he goes, all right, I couldn't even take a picture of them because it was, you know, 6 feet off the ground was their feet, and then they're up there. And the guys, and they're up there, and they're like, whoa, this is so cool, just sitting in here, just being in here. And it's on a gimbal. That's why it's off the ground, so that they can move it and everything. So he then says, okay, he goes, wait, I got to go get another ladder. Something happened with the ladder. He's like, I got to get another ladder to get them off. So he goes to get the other ladder, comes back. We get down. We walk around the lot a little bit, exteriors, and then we go, and we're in the car. And my son says to me, and I go, and they were like, Dad, thanks so much. That was so cool. I'm like, absolutely, no problem. And then I hear Sam go, then tell him. And I'm like, what just happened? And he goes, well, I shouldn't have, but, and this is something that any other dad may have gone, what did you do? And scold your son. Proudest moment of my life. He goes, "Hey, Dad, I stole Chewie's seatbelt." I stole Chewie's seatbelt. Now, you have to understand, when I was shooting Star Wars, my badge, I wanted my badge. That's all I wanted. No. As soon as they said cut, they came over and they were like, all right. And they made sure they get all the props back and everything, the gun. I wanted my helmet. I wanted my jumpsuit. I wanted anything from Star Wars. Nothing. And I can tell you, Billy told me that even Carrie got nothing. Like back then they held on to everything, so you have to like kind of be sneaky. I was like, Ben, you are my favorite son and will be my favorite son forever. I'm not going to lie. I mean, dude, how cool is this?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Right
and I'm sure there are 16 of these, I'm sure. But then, I don't know if you remember, but like Rian Johnson had months, whatever, years, a couple of years later or whatever. Oh, no, it was before. Somebody had asked Rian Johnson about the seatbelts in the Falcon. That was a question that people asked. Did they wear seatbelts? And he responded. He was like, yeah, Chewie's got a seatbelt. I was like, oh, my God. Like, it's out there.
It doesn't work anymore, but he's got a seatbelt.
That's right.
Yeah.
Get a little nervous. Somebody's narking you out or something. You got to be
right.
careful.
Exactly. But I got to say, as soon as my character went down in a ball of flames, I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? I got a seatbelt.
It's my seatbelt now.
Yeah, come after me. Who cares? So no, I'm just so it's the highlight of my career. I've been so lucky, to work with amazing people and everything, but to be a part of Star Wars for me, just because it meant so much to me, and then to be able to make a difference and meet guys like you, and then also, be able to do something to help Make-A-Wish, was one of my favorite charities. It's just awesome. It just gets better and better.
It's truly fantastic, and this has been so much fun. You're always so good to hang out. You have the best stories. You bring the best energy. We cannot thank you enough for joining us today. We want to encourage everybody to support Make-A-Wish. Hit that QR, hit the code, hit the address, all those things. But also, we want everybody to check out your stuff too. Make sure everybody knows where they can find that.
Absolutely. I'll tell you about all my stuff. Follow me on Twitter, and I'm constantly, or X or whatever, I'm constantly posting there, and Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. But also, go to talkaboutit.org, talkaboutitonvideo.com, and thecaregiverseries.com. And one last thing I will tell you is you reminded me, one of my favorite things to do when arguing with people about Star Wars, or passionately discussing, I should say, Star Wars or anything else. Some people want me to solve arguments, and they've asked me. One of my most popular cameos is having somebody have Snap Wexley just clear it and end the conversation and the argument for them, and it's awesome. I'm breaking up couples now. I think Cameo, like the novelty is over, so I'm literally look at this. Hey!
Oh, what?
Snap Wexley dies again in a ball of flame. But the cameos that people are asking me to do right now are hilarious, and a lot of them are, can you solve this argument we're having once and for all about episode 7? I mean, it's just hilarious. So
awesome.
Go to Cameo and book me. I'm more than happy to tell your Uncle Lou to go to hell.
That's fantastic.
That's what everybody needs. Well, Greg, we truly cannot thank you enough. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
No, you guys are great.
It's been a fantastic day. And Pete, may the force be with you.
Hey,
always.
May the force be with all of us. And thank you. You did not have to help a charity, and people need to remember that. You guys are good guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
We at the Talk About It company are so proud to be part of the epilepsy community. I am very proud to be a caregiver amongst an amazing community of caregivers. You know who you are. I am very proud of all the work we do here at Talk About It on the podcast and at talkaboutitonvideo.com. It is a community like ours that has an energy field created by
all living things. It surrounds us, it penetrates us, it binds the galaxy together.
Sound familiar? Happy May the 4th, and may the force be with all of us.
There's a little version of us. Why don't we bring in the full version of us? Hello there. Well, we did it, guys. We hit $5,000. We were shooting for $7,500, but you know what? It's $5,000 for Make-A-Wish in one day. It's huge.
tremendous, and it's because of all of you.
Yeah.
Everybody who has tuned in today, everybody who has rallied in the chat, pushed each other, Cam, Megan, Benny. There have been so many people throughout the course of this day.
Yes.
All the Brians, there's like 25 different Brians. Y'all are the ones, and this is what we talk about. We talk about Star Wars community. We talk about this fan community that rallies around things, rallies around each other, supports each other, lifts each other up. And when we come together to do so, it's not about Nick and Pete, like, or Becca. Like, we're here. We want to do this. We want to do this. We want to bring you guys these amazing stories and interviews and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, we want to do this for Make-A-Wish because we see the need, and we know there are people out there willing to put their hands out and say, there's more of us, and we want to be a part of bringing that hope to somebody else. So from the bottom of our hearts, we cannot thank you enough for everybody who's been with us throughout this day.
Absolutely. And you know, again, the donations are closed for winning prizes, but that's really not what it's all about. This will stay open for the next couple days. We're going to run clips and links for probably the full next week.
Yep.
Who knows? Maybe we'll get closer to that 7,500. But for those of you who have donated during the day, thank you so much. And you know, I won't name names, but I did see somebody in the chat say, I just don't know if I can do it. And they throw in some money here and there, and that is amazing, and that makes such a difference. And you know, as I was saying earlier in the day, if you've been watching for so long, you saw that I was talking about, you know, I was doing a lot of the video editing during the week for either the shows or the commercials. And when I got the Make-A-Wish package and I was editing the Podathon stuff into Make-A-Wish, it's if you watch these little 30, 60-second clips and you aren't inspired to try to change a life, then you fall to the dark side.
Something inside of you has died.
Then you're already gone.
You're already lost.
So, but the amazing news is we have $5,000 worth of donations, which means we have a whole bunch of things,
man alive, we
to
have
give away.
16 prizes.
16 prizes. So hang out with us. You can continue to donate. And we will we're going to give
And
away.
if, like us, you're drinking blue milk, you can continue to do that too. So Pete, here's to $5,000. Here's to everybody who's watched today.
Ooh. Oof.
It's fruity and coconutty for those of you keeping score at home.
Well, I was hoping to run down to Tashi Station and pick up some power converters.
Maybe not some. You're
Maybe I'm gonna have to get an Uber.
Yeah, you have to get an Uber to Tashi Station.
A space Uber.
And I'm gonna have to I'm gonna throw out to Bill here for a second. The eyes on that Stormtrooper helmet look great. I have said this all day long. Pete has this is not the Black Series.
This is the 2014 version of
it's got the green lenses and not the Black Series that I have.
It's the EFX one. That's what it was. I was trying to figure it out.
And it's top notch. I've looked at it every time we've had it on. Something about those green lenses just totally works. So.
Look, it's Hello Greedo.
Just like that, ladies and gentlemen. Hello Greedo, here to hang out.
Hello Greedo unmasked. It's me.
We have another message we want to throw out here from Wikipedia. We also want to say to all those winners, hit us up in the DMs. Happy to set up some tweets around your favorite Star Wars topics. So kind. I want to throw another shout out to Jordan, to all of our friends at Wikipedia.
Yes.
Y'all have been so supportive leading up to this event, tweeting out all of our guests, stuff about our shows, and just helping us keep the momentum going all throughout the day. We could not have done this without Wikipedia. Everybody loves Wikipedia. I feel like we're right there at the top of the list, but you have been a huge part of the success of this day. So thank you all so much.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and then, again, I've said it all day, and it really came true over the last couple days, actually over the weeks that we've been planning this. Just the Star Wars community's willingness to reach out. The fact that we got a dozen of our favorite podcasts. These weren't podcasts that were just, we're like, hey, let's randomly throw out to podcasts. We reached out to the shows that we love and the shows that we know. And to a person, almost every single one of them said, absolutely, what can we do to help?
Yeah.
So, and Wikipedia, of course, and we joked about it before, but it's true. Wikipedia shouting you out, it means as much as
deal.
Lucasfilm,
Yeah,
right?
it's a big deal.
So we're really happy about that. So we got a bunch of stuff to give away.
All
It's been a very long day. We've been sitting in this chairs for 13. We haven't even gone to the bathroom. That's the weird part. We've had these blue milks delivered. We've changed the helmets with droids, and we haven't moved. So we
glued to the chair.
Yes. All right, Nick. So what is the first thing we want to give away here?
We are, let me make sure, I'm going to update our donation module, the random number generator, that will then kick me back to our spreadsheet with all the names. What is the first thing? We have another, where did it go? I highlighted these weird on my spreadsheet, but it's fine. We have a autographed picture from Vanessa Marcel, Harrison Dula herself.
Yes. Space Mom.
Space Mom. That's right. Everybody loves the Space Mom. So we're going to hit generate and we're going to go back over the spreadsheet. Let's see who this is.
All right.
587 is Benny Relp.
Benny Relp wins an
How about
autographed Vanessa Marshall Harrison
All right,
Dula
and if
photo.
everybody
That
will
is
bear
awesome.
with me, I'm going to put this in the correct place because earlier I messed up part of the sheet and I can fix it because I can go back and watch the clip from earlier. So everybody's still going to get the prizes they won. But when you shuffle one tab and not the other tab, it creates a problem. So yes, so Benny, congratulations. Let me highlight this in my spreadsheet. Let's go with
15 more to go. So if you're sitting here
15 more to
watching,
go. Return of the Jedi archive book. Yep, Pete's got it right here. Let's go ahead and get some show and tell.
The Clayton Sandel, Kelly Knox,
That's right.
SD Benny.
This book weighs so much. When I came home last week and our friends at Chronicle Books sent me a copy, my 8-year-old was sitting on top of it and it was no big deal. She's like, what is this heavy thing in this box? I was like, it's the best book you've ever seen. So we're going to have two of those. The first
Two of
one,
them.
the first
Two
one
people are
is
gonna win
going
them.
to go to, where are we at? 651. Look at that. Our friend from ESPN, Arda Ocal.
Arda taking home the goodies.
Visual Archive.
Nice.
Excellent. Let me put that in our spreadsheet. Pete's going to talk while I do things like this. We're going to keep it going. This is the part of the night where we're drinking blue milk. We're giving stuff away.
You know what I'm going to do? I might go get a copy of the.
You're hanging out.
I might go get a copy of the Star Wars dad jokes from Kelly Knox because we're giving one.
Do it. Yep. We'll get some dad jokes. In the meantime, while we're here, I'm going to tell you some more about this blue milk. It's blue. It's very blue. I don't know if you can see it from here. I'm about out. I may need a refill. I will tell you, if you like coconut and you come to New Jersey, this is the beer for you. Drink it. It's coconut. It's blue raspberry. It's the kind of thing that, I mean, Chewbacca himself.
Chewbacca beard.
I mean, it would give, I don't know. It would excite him. It would be good. So we'll have to come back to that. So Pete's going to go ahead and hit us up with a dad joke.
Sure, because we actually have an autographed version of Kelly Knox's Star Wars dad jokes, and as dads ourselves, it just makes sense that we share some of these. So, Nick, while you're looking that up, think about this: what do you call an Ewok without any teeth?
What do you call an Ewok without any teeth?
A gummy bear.
Yep.
Let the groaning begin.
Makes about sense.
Yes.
I have a winner for us.
For what are we giving away?
This is another copy of the Return of the Jedi book.
So number 2, Arda got the first one.
Yep. The second one is going to go to Carol Qualio.
Whoa!
Carol,
all right.
Carol, the mother of our good friend of the show, Jeff Qualio. Not
Nice.
Jeff. And here's what I know about Carol Qualio. She's a huge Star Wars fan. She's not giving this book to her kids. She's keeping it for herself.
So that strategy we gave you earlier in the day.
Sorry, Jeff. You're out of luck.
Jeff. May not have worked. Maybe you should have.
Well, while we're on Star Wars dad jokes, that's what we're going to do next. We have 3 of these to give away.
3. And actually, we have 2.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. We have 3 and a signed copy.
Right. So the last version,
Yep,
the last one we call will be autographed by our good friend
do
Kelly
3.
Knox.
So first up is.
Well, you pull that up. Did you know Han Solo doesn't believe in Santa?
I feel like I've heard that before. But
He's a rebel without a clause.
Yep, that's it.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Kelly.
Awesome. The first copy that we're giving away right now is going to go to our friend Alexis Sterling.
Oh, all right.
If you know, here's the thing. If you've ever seen the TV show Homeland, Maury Sterling played Max on Homeland. Good friend of mine. This is his wife, Alexis, who went to high school with my wife. Small world. You end up going, hey, wait, these are cool people. Alexis donated, and thank you so much for doing that.
All right, well, you pull up another one. How does Wicket get back to his village? You guys know this one.
How does Wicket get back to his village?
He walks.
He walks. Of course he walks.
Thank you, Kelly Knox, for writing
449.
This book. Okay, who is that?
This is our friend Cam Ray.
Cam Ray. You're getting
If there's anybody more deserving of this book than the two of us, it's Cam Ray.
Cam, I fully expect video
of you reading
a whole
with these
video
books.
series.
Yep, it's happening.
It's gonna happen. Oh my god.
It's absolutely happening.
Okay, and this now we're going to the autographed version.
Not yet. We have one more.
We do. Okay.
Let's see. Yep, we've got one more. Then the autograph.
I recently found out how much it costs to build a Death Star.
How much does it cost?
It was astronomical.
Yes, it was.
Kelly.
This copy of. Hold on, I lost my pace. Christopher Foreman.
All right, Christopher. Congratulations.
I think Christopher won something in our first block of prizes earlier in the evening.
All right.
Exciting. Glad to send this along your way.
Well,
now we're ready for the autographed copy.
Okay, and
so
I thought I had
a good one.
Yeah, I thought I had a joke about the Millennium Falcon's hyperdrive, but it doesn't work.
And automatically, I hear the sound in my head.
You know, it's really funny. A lot of podcasts do Kelly Knox's Star Wars conversation cards. We're just going to go through this entire book.
The book. That's it. We're just page at a time. Well, speaking of, we have the autographed copy of this book that we are going to give away. I have just spun the thing. And we have Rita Sutter.
Rita Sutter, congratulations. And thank you for your donation. That's amazing. All right.
All right. So that is all of the Kelly Knox books
I'm
that we
still
have
going to read from Kelly
Keep
Knox's
reading.
book.
I mean,
Okay.
Do you, pal?
What's our next?
Let's see what we've got next. We are rolling on the prizes.
Could you tell
here.
it's been a long day? We are at the end of a very long day.
Bonnie Burton. Bonnie Burton was our very first show of the day with our friend Becca from Tarkin's Top Shelf. Excited to give away. We gave away a couple of her books earlier. This book that we are giving away from Bonnie is I believe it's a young adult novel or a teen novel, Star Wars: The Clone Wars, Planet in Peril.
Ooh.
By Bonnie Burton. So we are going to spin the number thing. And we're going to get, it literally jumped one number to the next. And the winner of this book is Alden Diaz.
Alden
How
Diaz.
about that?
How do you like that?
Congratulations.
What's the book called?
It is Star Wars: The Clone Wars, Planets in Peril.
Part of the tapestry of the Clone Wars stories.
See, there you go.
Very good.
More to build on that lore of the Star Wars and the Clone Wars.
Absolutely. So, hey, Nick, while you look for the next, well, what are we giving away next?
What are we giving away? Here, how about this?
I feel like I'm putting a lot of pressure on you. I'm just sitting here reading jokes, and you're like typing.
At this point, here's the thing. Little peek behind the curtain for those of you watching at home.
Yes.
Pete and I and Becca, we've worked on this whole project. We've worked on Podathon. We've done a lot of things. This man right here, Pete Fletcher, has put in a Herculean effort when it comes to graphic design, video editing, a lot of the technical side of this. We've done some prize reach out. We've done some more other things. You deserve this break to just read dad jokes while I spend a few minutes floundering saying what prize and typing a name.
Well, thank you very much.
Everybody's good right here. And also,
I'm just a cog in the wheel, my friend.
Well, and at this point, Cam doesn't have the worst idea. He says maybe we should drink some more blue milk.
Well,
so
yes.
Threaten us with a good time.
Cam, you are aware that this is a local brewery that has created this. So we'll hit those in just a minute.
Right. Well, let's give away another prize, and then we'll get a refill on our blue milks, because I think we're about halfway there on prizes right
What do you
now.
call an Ewok sneak attack?
What do you call an Ewok sneak attack?
An Endor round. Endor round.
Of course you call
Yes, of course you
Endor
know.
round.
This might okay. I was gushing to Clayton before, but I think it's a lot more likely that I will read this one cover to cover.
That's exactly right.
But Kelly's written both, so she'll be happy.
She has written both.
What's next on our list? What are we giving away?
We are now giving away. Let me see. I'm looking at my list. We have a couple of Steve Anderson posters.
Oh yes, these are amazing. And if you are a collector of any sort and you have a room or a wall that you want to put some Star Wars on, this stuff is beautiful. And again, it's all named by he works with our friend Becca, who's worked with us here, and she looks at what he does and she helps him name him, and she applies the name. So, all right. So the first one, is it going to be one of the Rebels one, or is it going to be the Mando
the
one?
Heart of the Rebellion.
Okay. Oh, man, this one is my favorite one.
Yep, it's
my
a great one.
favorite one. Yep.
And it goes to, as I spin the wheel, and it goes to Lori Sartre. I hope I get that name right.
Lori, congratulations.
Congratulations. We will have that in there. And as Pete mentioned earlier, if you've donated through Make-A-Wish, we will have your email address. We will reach out to you, and we will be able to, when you get to the end, kindly draw one more.
Yeah.
We're going to cover a special commission from Wikipedia.
Nice.
Which will be a drawing of the winner with their favorite Star Wars character. Amazing. Love that.
That's
so we
fantastic.
will do that at the
all right,
end.
Wikipedia.
In fact,
Thank you
add
for
it on here.
We will add it to the list so we do not forget it. Are we going to do another poster?
We are going to do another poster. Let me make sure. Got that one.
All right.
My phone is buzzing on the table. Pete's reading a joke. What you
Sure. What do you call no, I'm not going to read that one. Actually, this one feels inappropriate. So I'm not going to read this, so I'm not going to do that one. What is a mouse droid's favorite game?
What is a mouse droid's favorite game? I have no idea.
Hide and squeak.
Hide and squeak. Well, speaking of hide and squeak, on that note, I don't know. It doesn't matter. My wife, Laura, my love, at home in Alabama, taking care of our 4 girls, our 2 dogs, our 2 turtles, all the amazing things that you're doing. You're headed to bed. I'm just going to tell you good night live from this podcast stream because one of your daughters said, "Hey, Mom's going to bed." I love you. Thank you for this opportunity to come and do this and host this and hang out. Sleep well, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
She saw Grunberg. She's ready for bed.
Yep,
She
saw Grunberg. She got what she needed.
That's right.
Big Felicity gal right there. Helmet on, heart gone. This is the other.
Oh, this is the
poster from
Mando
Steve
one, which is
Anderson.
just as beautiful. It's just not my favorite
That's
one.
right. It's the Mando poster. So we're going to spin the wheel.
Okay. Why was everyone in the Jedi Temple exhausted?
Hang on. We had a small glitch. Let me make sure we get this.
Okay. They had too many sleepless nights.
That's exactly.
Kelly.
Oh, Kelly.
I wish Kelly was here for this. What kind of stories do Wookiee parents tell their children at bedtime?
Tall tales.
Hairy tales.
Oh,
But, it could be
so
both.
close.
Tall tales I think would work.
So close.
I think tall tales would work.
All right. The other Steve Anderson poster is going to Brian Fennessy. Look at that.
Fantasy. All right.
Brian Fennessy, a multiple winner tonight.
Brian joined us, as if it wasn't winning enough to go see the Phantom Menace with us yesterday.
That's right.
Oh my God.
What more could you ask for than to hang out with these 2 dorks?
All right.
All right. Now we're going to 2797 Studios. Our friend Bill Alexander hanging out all night. We talked about him a couple segments ago. 3D printed stuff for your action figures, 1/6 scale, 6-inch Black Series, vintage collection. I think that's what it's called. I'm bad at this. All the 3D printed things you can come up with. Bill Alexander has given us from 2797 Studios a $100 digital gift card so that you can go in and buy some stuff for your action figures. So we're going to spend this.
So if it's great. It's like the things that you wish Hasbro would make.
Yep.
He 3D prints it. And honestly, it's absolutely beautiful.
They're phenomenal. There's so many pieces.
So while you spin that, I'm going to ask, you have to appreciate the engineering designs for the AT-AT's legs because it was no small feat.
Yep, exactly. And our winner for this, let me hit the spin button. Sorry, yes. I got distracted by that awesome joke. 621. Who is 621? Right here is Jennifer Pooley.
Ooh, congratulations, Jennifer.
Jennifer Pooley. Hope you're excited about some 3D printed awesomeness.
That's great. All right. So what are we giving away next?
Next, we are going to let me see what we have left. We're going to the Around the Galaxy prize pack.
Okay, so what this will be is we have let me grab that. Hang on a second.
It's right over there on the table.
Piece of it. The other piece is tell them about our merch store.
We do have a merch store. If you go to the sswnetwork.com, You can find t-shirts, stickers, all kinds of nonsense based on silly designs we come up with, much like Thrawn Cena, things very much in that vein.
Right. You can pick any shirt, any
Yep.
t-shirt from the store. We'll
T-shirt
send you an
from the
email.
store. We've got some a special
We've got
Funko
some
Pop
stickers
set.
and a Funko Pop set that's an exclusive to GameStop. And in the spirit of the Phantom Menace, this was a battle that never happened, but
it needed to.
And you all know that I'm a reformed, recovering Funkaholic, and so this is Jar Jar Binks and General Grievous together at last. So what we'll ask the winner to do is we'll send you a link. Check out our merch store.
Yep.
Pick out whichever t-shirt you want.
Pick a shirt, pick a size. We'll send you some stickers.
Yep,
some
and we'll send you
pops,
some pops and
the whole
stuff.
deal.
So this is
From-
the ATG one.
From
So
Nick and Pete at ATG. So let me spin the spinner. Let's see what we got here.
Well,
What
you do
number
that.
is
I'm
it?
going to ask this one.
Find
This,
us a joke.
I actually memorized this one because it struck me as such. How did the Ewoks build their weapons? With their bare hands.
Oh, see how you are. See how you are. Okay, so our winner of the ATG prize pack. Oh, Megan Rickards. Look at
Megan.
that.
Hey, congrats, Megan.
There it is.
There you go.
Big night.
Awesome, Megan.
Helping push us across the line.
We will send you an email and we'll just ask you to take a look at what's on the store that you want, and we'll get it to you, as well as some stickers and the Funko Pop. Awesome.
Outstanding. Next up, we have from our friends Holly and Brian Fry.
This thing is awesome.
This is the Halcyon, the Sabak set. It's got the chips, the cards, the dice, all that cool stuff. It is a part of the Halcyon, which sadly is no more. There's, I think, some flyers, some documentation. Brian and Holly went several times, saved some of the items from that. So those are super limited editions simply because the Halcyon is no more. So let's spin this up and let's see what we get out of this one.
When is a door a Gungan? This is an easy one. When is a Jar Jar?
When it's a Jar Jar. Okay.
I don't know.
Well, our winner for the Sabak set.
I want this one.
I know you do,
I
but
can't
you
win
don't. But
I'm
you
not
can't
allowed-
win.
I'm not
Sorry,
allowed to.
pal.
I'm sorry.
Number 27. Where is it on my spreadsheet? It is Jeff Qualio.
Jeff.
Look
All
at
right,
that.
Jeff. Jeff, I'll hand deliver it to you in Alabama. You'll definitely get it. Okay, wait a second. We just got some news from Wikipedia. The person doing the commission will also be donating another one on behalf of our friends at the
Two.
MCU Wiki. So
snap.
2 lucky winners. That's fantastic.
Adding it to my spreadsheet.
That
Putting those at
is
the
really
end.
cool. So, Jeff, what you need to understand about the Sabak set is it's like a high quality poker set.
Yep.
And it is amazing. It is.
Yep. So now you're going to have to learn how to play Sabak, and it's too bad you don't have friends that live in your area. that
Yeah,
would be
you know, I
interested in
want
doing
pictures
that.
of you and Jeff at a bar playing that. Hey, what did the armorer say when she gave Grogu a new piece of Beskar armor? This one is the worst. This one might be my
Hold on.
least.
What did Grogu say?
No, what did the armorer say when she gave him a new piece of Beskar armor?
This is I don't know.
You've got mail. This is so bad. Kelly, why did you do this to us?
That's right, Kelly.
Why
what-
did you do this?
Here we are in this mode.
All right.
All right, another prize. Not those, because we did those earlier today. What about our friends at Nova, Regal Robot?
Okay, so Regal Robot has been a donator to the Podathon for all 4 years.
Mhm.
They started with just the little $25 replicas of their bigger pieces, which, by the way, are amazing. I have
Yeah,
4
the
in
magnets,
my other studio.
phenomenal.
They're amazing. I love everything about them. But this year, it's really cool because it's the original trilogy movie posters, the classic styles, all 3 of them in metal, embossed metal, and they're fantastic. So thank you, Regal Robot. Thank you, Tom Spina, friend of the show, friend of ours, for donating that. So
They are, and I have just spun the spinner, and I'm looking for number 95 on my spreadsheet.
okay, well, you look. I have to ask.
Do it.
What
Look it.
kind of books do stormtroopers read in their spare time? Troubleshooting guides. Troubleshooting guides. Get it?
That's no doubt.
Oh,
and on that note, the winner
I'm
of
so
the,
sorry about that.
The winner of the Regal Robot Metal Signs Vintage is Bob Zena. So, Bob, thank you so much for
You sure it's
donating.
not Tom Spina?
It's not Tom
Okay.
Spina. It's actually really great that that's the way that sounds, but it is Bob Spina. Bob, see, look what you've done to me.
Bob Zena, meet Tom
Bob
Spina.
Zena with a Z, not Tom Spina.
Fantastic.
So congratulations to you, Bob. All right, so we have, let's see,
What do we have
one, two, we have 4 things left.
Which 4 do we have?
We have our 2 Wikipedia commissions.
Okay.
We have our Lucasfilm prize pack, and
Okay.
we have our Danua Novo.
Let's
X-Wing
do,
helmet.
since Wikipedia has been such a great friend, let's do the 2 Wikipedia commissions
Awesome.
first. Now,
All right.
Jordan, if I got this right, this is a Wikipedia is commissioning a hand draw. Is it a, you know, can Jordan, are you, if you're watching, you want to call in real quick?
If you have the ability, hit that link and jump in here with us for a minute. Same one I sent you earlier.
Okay.
We'll wait a second.
I'll read another
Pete
joke.
will read some more jokes.
My
That's
God, this is my new favorite book.
That's why you are all here.
Why did Darth Vader decide to make his home on Mustafar? It's just so lovable. These are bad. Where do you find cows in the? Okay, if you don't get this one, you're not allowed to play anymore. Where do you find cows in the galaxy far, far away?
Mustafar.
Very good. See,
Yes.
excellent.
Got 'em.
You are allowed to stay.
Got him.
All right. So it's going to be tough to get Wikipedia. So why don't we do
Oh,
this?
he said, "Sure, give me 1 second.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
be in."
Oh, we did. Look at
Yep.
that. All right.
Do one of the others.
Okay, we'll do another one. Did you hear about the 5-legged alien who got dressed up for Canto Bite? 5-legged alien. His pants fit like a glove.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, why do Wookiees have so much hair?
Why do Wookiees have so much hair?
For protection. These are great. Okay,
Yep.
you can groan all you want about these, and I'm waiting for Cam Ray to get this copy of this
Yep.
book, and I'm going to be watching Twitter for his videos. Cam Ray Semi Productions. You have to see. Oh my God, they're coming.
Yep. This is that stuff that we grew up with our dads. Where does the king keep his armies? Up his sleeves.
Up his sleeves.
Yep.
Yep. Princess Leia thought she saw her brother, but it was a lookalike. This is what happens.
So
been a long
is
day.
it bigger Luke? Is that the controversy that we're
Oh,
talking about
yes.
here?
Yes, the action figure and the photos. Yeah, we are coming down the home stretch here. No, I'm not reading that one. So sorry, Kelly. That one just doesn't do it for me. Where does the rebellion find its top leaders? At the general store.
At the general store.
Okay, now I'm here in the sequel trilogy segment, I think. Where does Rey put her? Well, what does Rey put on her doorstep during Halloween?
Ooh, what does Rey put on her doorstep during Halloween?
This is a good one, actually. Jakku
A Jakku
lanterns.
lantern.
Yeah, very
Dang it.
good. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
there we go.
There's Jordan.
Jordan's
Okay,
in.
I want him to explain the MCU and the. Hello, sir.
What is up, guys? Listen, you guys are
back.
just absolutely killing it here after, what is it, 9 hours and 33 minutes on this stream?
On this stream
Y'all
alone,
killing
yes.
it.
Never mind the
All
5
right.
of the first one.
So we got 3 things for you.
Okay.
First one is going to be a commission done by, these are all going to be done by our friend Uncanny Zuck. And if any of you know Tommy Stella and his work.
Oh, Tommy Stella! Holy crap!
We love Tommy.
Yeah, so
Wow.
Uncanny Zuck has done a lot of art with them, and it's all been fantastic. And they have agreed they're going to donate not 1 but 2 commissions. So one is going to be the winner drawn with their favorite Star Wars character. The other is going to be the winner with a picture drawn with their favorite Marvel character.
Okay.
And the MCU Wiki also earlier today won from us a customized shout out on Twitter. They're going to donate that also to somebody.
A customized shout out.
Yeah, from Wikipedia.
Awesome. Cool.
So
So
let's
let's
have
do,
some fun.
this is fun stuff. Awesome. So let's do the Tommy Stella MCU thing first. Tommy was just recently on ATG Live. Funny guy, smart guy, and his comic books are amazing. Honestly,
Absolutely make me cry every time.
Yeah,
they do, and they're like. Which was the one that we were talking about on the
It
show?
was I've got it right here on my desktop. Hold on, I can tell you.
The one with the ghost. I can't
Yes.
remember what it was.
Oh, the days.
The days.
The
Holy
days,
cow.
yeah.
Look, I don't, anybody who follows ATG Live knows I don't read comic books that often, and not for any reason other than I just, I have to pick what's going to be my focus. But I read the days in preparation to talk to Tommy, and having followed him for so long, and I won't spoil the ending at all, but I mean, the dude made a 53-year-old man cry. It's amazing. It's great stuff. It's so good. All right, so who do we have for the
MC? He's 3 for 3 and making me absolutely bawl my eyes out. So
yeah,
credit to him.
And his new one, which just came out, is wild as well. And they're all Kickstarters for the most part, right? So
yeah, and it's all just indie works.
Yep, it's indie stuff. So it's
all
very cool.
indie comics. Yep.
This one is going to go to Laura Seal.
Laura Seal,
thank you so much for donating.
Awesome.
Right, Laura, you are getting if you want to hit us up in DMs on Twitter, or Pete can give you my email, we're going to be giving you a customized piece of fan art.
Amazing.
That's amazing.
All right, what's the next one?
The next one is a Tommy Stella and you and your favorite Star Wars character.
Got it. All right, let me.
And people, I mean, look, if you're not following Tommy Stella right now, go do that as soon as you're done here, because Tommy, the humor that kind of subtly comes out in his comic books is there on Twitter. And I honestly, and Jordan, what do you think? Like, you kind of have to like get Tommy to get Tommy.
Yeah,
right?
You really get it. Once you know him, you're like, I got you.
This makes
two
sense.
People, you want to follow Tommy on Twitter, and you want to follow Uncanny Zuck, who does a lot of his art. That's the two accounts. You follow them, you won't regret it. Trust me.
Awesome.
Well, the winner for this one is Alexis Sterling, second-time winner tonight.
There we go.
Congratulations, Alexis. And all right, y'all remind me, because I was typing earlier. What is the third one?
The third one is the customized shout-out from Wikipedia on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
Jordan, you're Canadian, aren't you?
I am. Got the accent.
Canadians saying shootout.
Shootout.
Yeah. Do you have a score on the Leafs game? Because I haven't gotten out of the room yet.
I've been hanging out with you guys all day, so I don't know what's going on outside of this room.
Dedicated. I love it.
Love it.
All right, let me
MCU
spin
Wiki actually has also said that they won a ATG prize pack earlier, and they want to re-gift that to someone as well.
Who said that?
MCU Wiki. They said that they won a. Where is it? They said they won one of your ATG kits earlier in the show, and they want to donate that as well.
Okay, I thought that went to Megan Rickard.
The ATG pack went to Megan. What did
I think you had a second one around once we had the hashtag Order 66 going on.
Oh no, that was the we're just gonna send some stickers to you. So we'll get that to you, and then if you want to give us, we'll throw some to somebody else as well for sure.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. All right, so the Wikipedia shout out that is going to go to. Let me spin the wheel.
And while you do that, which planet is the most optimistic?
It's not Alderaan.
It's Tatooine, because it always has a can-do attitude. This is why we love Kelly Knox. Every one of them, you're like, it's funny, but I don't want to laugh, but I should.
Oh man.
Okay.
Wikipedia shout out.
Wikipedia shout out. Who's it going to?
I'm not allowed to have this book.
Yeah. It's been abundantly clear in the chat that, Jordan, you're not allowed to have this book.
So when do I listen, really?
Well, this is exciting news. The Wikipedia shout out is going to go to our friend from ESPN, Mr. Arda Okal.
Oh, perfect.
Oh man, that's perfect.
So he's gonna love this.
That's perfect. You can put. Did you were watching before when he said how excited he was at the ESPN?
Yeah.
Oh man, he's gonna freak out. That's great.
That's a good one. All right, let me look at what we have left.
We have, I think, the new
We have the
Novo
X-Wing
Lucasfilm,
helmet, and we have the Lucasfilm prize pack, and I believe that is it. So, Pete, what are we doing first?
Let's do the Lucasfilm prize pack. And
Okay.
here's the thing: I wish we could tell you what's in it, but I can promise you, we don't know. But I can promise you, based on what they have done with us in the past, you're gonna love it, and it's stuff that you can only get at the Lucasfilm store. Our personal connection at Lucasfilm, who has worked with us. I'm going to throw her name out there because she's done so much for us. Lillian Noble at Lucasfilm has been MVP of Podathon. She has worked so hard to get us all these amazing guests. She's worked with us. She's put up with multiple emails from me and Nick and Becca. And she is, I believe, going to handpick from whatever the latest batch of stuff coming into the Lucasfilm store. She's going to handpick some stuff and send a package out to somebody. So this is the only package that you don't know what you're getting, but you're going to love what you get. So let's see what we have here.
You read a joke. Let me
All right.
spin the wheel.
I'll read a joke. Jordan, I'll give this one to you. Which planet is the scariest in the galaxy? This feels like it's actually a Wikipedia question.
All right, what's it gonna be?
Ready?
Yep.
Naboo. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It feels. I mean, if we were going to go by Wikipedia entries, it would be Dathomir, probably. I would think maybe. But no,
dad jokes my kind of humor.
Naboo. Okay. All right. So the Lucasfilm prize pack. Who's it going to?
It is going to our friend Cam Ray.
Cam Ray, who helped push us over that 5,000.
Making a huge push late in the day.
That is perfect.
Congratulations.
Way to go.
Excellent for you.
TWK said the Leafs scored. There we go. TW. Dude, I'm not a Leafs fan or a Bruins fan, but I'm more a Leafs fan than a Bruins fan because Marchand is not playing for the Flyers. If he played for the Flyers, it would be a different deal. So, all right, we have one prize.
One more prize left. Let me get this off the
This
screen.
is the Denuo Novo helmet. Now, you guys all know that I'm a big collector of helmets. I did try to beg and plead with our friend Mark Von Olen from Denuo Novo, who's also part of the virtual cantina. I said, look, just give it to me. I'll make sure it gets to the right place. But he knew that would not be appropriate. So, but this is not just any helmet. First of all, the Denuo Novo helmets, no offense to our good friends at Hasbro, but the Denuo Novo helmets they're sturdy. They come straight from the cast of the helmets from the movies. But this one in particular includes a number of decals, so you can customize your own X-Wing helmet, which is
amazing.
This becomes your X-Wing helmet. So
your X-Wing helmet. And I am spinning the number.
Spinning the wheel. There's
This
got to
is
be an X-Wing joke in here.
It's number 523. While
All right.
Pete looks for an X-Wing joke, I'm going to find 523 on my spreadsheet. And let me say this. It's taken a minute to find people on the spreadsheet because everybody has shown up tonight. Everybody has donated. Those of you who have donated multiple times, you've gotten multiple entries. So this is a long spreadsheet of names and numbers. But I'm looking for 523. I have found 523.
Okay. But before you do that,
go ahead.
The Mandalorian should have taken a little more of that crate dragon meat from Tatooine. It was a huge mistake.
It
Come
was
on.
a huge
Come on.
mistake.
Yes. All right.
People might have some beef with that joke.
Oh, see?
Excellent.
This is why Jordan needs a copy of this book.
All right.
People make it happen.
So who's getting the helmet?
Looking at our sheet, looking at the number, looking and matching it up with what we spread, it is Lily Cara.
No way.
100%.
Very good.
Yep.
She was a late entry.
Another late entry helped push us over that $5,000 mark. Lily
Fantastic.
Cara, 100%.
All right.
Well, also from that joke I just made, I got sent a single period from Jace. He's probably going to yell at me the minute I get off this call.
Yep,
Yes.
that's it.
Yes,
Worth
he will.
it.
Well, Jordan, again, I can't thank Wikipedia enough for featuring us today and helping us promote this event. I am 100% convinced that the nearly 1,000 people watching us on Twitter are a direct result of the help of Wikipedia.
100%.
Without Wikipedia, we wouldn't have raised $5,000 today. And so thank you so much for all that you've been, you've provided and helped us out with. And Jordan, may the force be with you, my friend.
May the force be with you all as well. Next year, we're going even bigger.
We're going bigger next
Absolutely.
year, buddy.
Thank you so
100%. Thank you so much, dude. See ya.
Take care, guys.
Bye. All right. Well, that is it.
That is it. I want to bring attention to. Absolutely, we want to thank Wikipedia for your support. Where's my clicker got crazy on me for a minute. We've got some folks in the chat. Thank you all for this amazing program. You made this Star Wars Day truly special.
Oh, that's fantastic.
RCL, amazing day. Thanks, everybody. I want to come back up to this one from Megan. And congrats to everyone, both in front and behind the scenes, who helped make this possible. Where's the other one actually that I pulled up? They said, you know me, Pete, I like a toast. They said we need to raise a toast to everybody behind the scenes. There are so many people. I'm not going to hold our glasses up this whole time, but Becca Benjamin, our third part of planning this, putting it on, every single show that participated. I can't name all of you because I'll forget somebody and I'll feel bad. Every single person who donated prizes. I won't say your names because I'll forget somebody and I'll feel bad. Every single person who donated, everybody who tweeted out. I do want to throw a special shout out to our friend Claire. The intro videos all day today.
Yep.
Super amazing. She put a bunch of work in to make those special and unique to every single show. At this point, our spouses who have put up with the amount of time that we have put into this event, because we love Make-A-Wish. We love the Star Wars fan community. Who else am I forgetting? I mean, there's so many people out there.
Again, we mentioned our Lucasfilm friend, Lillian, and even all of our guests, right? Because as we said it 1,000 times today, just the community that is so engaged and willing to engage. And I mean, think about the names that we had today. Billy D. Williams, Paul Sun-Hyung Lee, Greg Grunberg, Arda Ocal, who's right now, he should have been focusing on the Leafs game. And of course he was, but he did give us a little bit of a look behind the scenes at ESPN as a result. Just and so many guests, 20 plus Star Wars celebrities who not a single one of them said, well, maybe. When we reached out to them, every single one of them said, absolutely, I will do it. And it's because of the community. And it's not because of Nick and I or Becca. It's because of their love for the community and all of you. So,
and here we are wrapping up the day with nearly 1,000 people watching us online.
Yeah.
And that truly is the testament of the Star Wars community. It's all of you. I said it at the start of the day, early in one of our shows. We get it in The Last Jedi. There are more of us. And when we come together in that big scene, when all the ships show up, that's what happens. A community comes together. We raise money for a cause that's worthwhile. And we do it because of something we love. We hear it from Rose in The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
We're fighting to save something we love. So,
well, it's true. And if you watch ATG Live, if you follow me on Twitter at ATGcast, you know that I get into some of the negativity and that I fight the toxicity. But a day like today, it is 100% all forgotten. And it's just focused on doing what we can for something that's greater than us. And as Matt said earlier, we'll never meet these kids.
That's right.
But this $5,000 that was raised today, Cam just said it, at the end of the day, the kids win. And again, those of you, if you sent in $1 or $1,000, you'll never meet the kids that you impacted, but you can go to bed tonight knowing that you have dramatically impacted somebody's life in the world. And
that's
really,
it.
Honestly, that's what it's all
that's
about.
It. And I want to tag on to what Wikipedia said right here on the screen. Over the next couple of days, you're going to see stuff from us on social media, on the ATG feed, on the Podathon feed. We're going to put up clips. We're going to put out, stuff from the show because we want to keep this going. We're going to leave that Make-A-Wish donation link up for a few days.
Yep.
Put it out on your social media. Tell somebody else about it. We've had an amazing day being here together, spending 13 and a half hours in this room. But it's not over. The work doesn't stop today.
Right.
We can go out tomorrow. We can make a difference for Make-A-Wish. We can all have our Revenge of the 5th, and we can still donate to Make-A-Wish. So text it to somebody, post it on your page, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, wherever you are, thepodathon.com. Keep that going. We're going to leave it up for a little while. Let's drive that number even higher. We hit $5,000 today.
Yeah.
That's one day. What can we do, if we leave it open for a week? All of that comes from you guys driving it out there, pushing the world and pushing Star Wars out there to do good for people that need it. So I can't say enough from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I know Pete feels the same way. It's been an amazing day. So I'm raising my blue milk, which has already stained my fingers, to all of you. Cheers. Happy May the 4th, and may the Force be with you.
Bye.